When a family cannot keep things fair and balanced, it is always the kindest member who must be sacrificed in order to maintain peace. Once that kind soul refuses to give in any longer, they are labeled as the one causing disharmony. The ugliness of human nature lies in the fact that people often act out of selfish motives, yet demand others to be generous. Some lies can kill without ever drawing blood, some wounds cut deep into the soul. Kind-hearted people constantly reflect on themselves, questioning their own worth and binding themselves with morality. The selfish never think they've done anything wrong because in their hearts, there's no room for anyone but themselves. Here's all the evidence, right here. Why are you still trying to argue? Roared Zhou Bingkun furiously. He grabbed a rolling pin from the table and pointed it at his youngest son, who stood trembling with fear. No. Before Zhou Bingkun could finish speaking, he felt a heavy blow to his head. Everything spun around him before turning black. Faint cries echoed in his ears. When he woke up dazedly, he opened his eyes to see a cracked, shabby ceiling lit by dim, incandescent light. And four was hooked up to the back of his left Honda, was clearly in a hospital. From the corner of his eye, he saw a woman sleeping beside his bed, slumped over at the foot of it. Just as he tried to call out to her, a sharp pain shot through his forehead, and he groaned involuntarily. He shut his eyes again, struggling to recall what had happened. Did I not die? Was I brought to a hospital? Or was it just the rural clinic? Why does this place look so run down? As he pondered, another wave of memories surged forward. His vision darkened again, dragging him into a whirlwind of thoughts and confusion. I'm called Zhou Nan, not Zhou Bingkun. No, screamed the voice inside his mind, but memories of Zhou Bingkun kept surfacing, invading his consciousness. As these two identities intertwined, their memories began to merge. Finally exhausted, he drifted off into unconsciousness once more. Who knows how much time passed before movement and voices returned to the room. He wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. Helpless, he remained trapped in a nightmare-like state. Bingy, it's already the second day. Why hasn't Bingkun woken up yet? A woman's voice asked tearfully. Mom, don't worry, replied Bingy gently, deliberately lowering his voice. I spoke to the doctor earlier. It's just a protective reaction of the body. He might wake up soon. Wah! The woman sobbed, crying as she continued. How could your father be so cruel? With such a thick rolling pin, he didn't even care if he killed Bingkun. If something happens to Bingkun this time, I won't live either. Don't talk like that, Mom, comforted Zhou Bingy softly. Dad was just too angry. At home, he said himself he didn't mean to hit him, only to scare him. He didn't expect Bingkun wouldn't dodge it was an accident. The woman kept weeping quietly while Bingy went on reassuring her, this morning Dad sent me over early to check on things. He's upset too. The doctor has said several times now that Bingkun isn't seriously hurt, it's probably just a mild concussion. His coma is just the body's protective mechanism. He chose comforting words carefully, though the doctor had also warned him privately to prepare for the possibility of becoming a vegetative patient. Deep down, he was filled with sorrow. Doctors and nurses entered the ward. Mrs. Zhou anxiously watched as the doctor examined Zhou Bingkun's condition while the nurse changed the foredrip. Doctor? Mrs. Zhou asked nervously. Just now, during the pupil check, there was a response to light. Consciousness should be returning. He should wake up soon, the doctor replied cheerfully. Pupils reacting to bright light meant the nerves were nearly recovered. After giving a few more instructions, the doctor left with the nurse. Okay, why don't you eat breakfast first? Then go home and rest. He'll stay here, Bingy persuaded his mother. I'm not going home. I have to stay here and watch over Bingkun. Every time I see your father, I get furious. How could he strike so hard? She started crying again. Bingy kept soothing her when suddenly his eyes narrowed. He thought he saw the patient's fingers twitch slightly. Hurrying closer, he confirmed his fingers moved again, not an illusion. He couldn't help shouting loudly, Zhou Bingkun. As if responding to his call, the patient's face began showing signs of life, his eyelids fluttering but they didn't open. Mrs. Zhou rushed forward too, calling her son's name with surprise and joy. His eyes finally opened a slit. The sounds and shaking seemed to chase away the nightmare, and consciousness gradually took over the body. Bingy immediately called the doctor again and pulled his still crying mother aside so the doctor could examine the patient. Both eyes were open now, but unfocused like starting up a rusty machine, stiff and sluggish. Under the doctor's guidance, the eyes slowly followed finger movements, progressing from stiffness to dullness, then eventually gaining fluidity within minutes. His limbs responded too, stretching cautiously, beginning to make sounds, forming words. I heard you. Good, The doctor sighed with relief upon hearing the patient finally respond. Mrs. Zhou quickly stepped forward, grabbing Bingkun's half-raised hand and exclaiming, "Bingkun, you're awake." A puzzled expression crossed his face, but instinctively he blurted out, "Mom." Overwhelmed with joy, Mrs. Zhou burst into tears. The doctor quickly instructed Bingyi to move his mother aside and advised, "The patient just woke up. Let him adapt for half an hour first. Don't disturb him further, or it will worsen his mental confusion." Mrs. Zhou and Bingyi gazed at Bingkun, whose eyes were now open but still confused. After a while, they sighed and walked outside the ward to sit down. The doctor continued guiding him through various limb exercises, slow but functional. Minutes later, the doctor and nurse emerged to speak with him again. There's still some cognitive impairment from the concussion. Don't rush, let him recover gradually. Zhou Qun'er rather. Now truly Zhou Bingkun had finally fully awoken in this humble hospital room, coming to understand his new reality. A man not yet 40, his fitness club had gone bankrupt due to the 3-year pandemic. In 2024, the current year, he divorced his wife, and his daughter went abroad with her. Depressed, he drove alone to Lubi Mo Bay for a change of scenery, but got into a car accident and lost consciousness. Now, waking up, he understood everything. His soul had transmigrated into the body of a 16-year-old boy named Zhou Bingkun in spring 1968, a bizarre transformation in an unfamiliar body and environment. Outside the ward were strangers, his new mother and older brother. The names Zhou Bingkun and Zhou Bingyi stirred familiar memories. They were characters from the 2022 CCTV drama, The World of Mortals. He had watched it intermittently with his wife, who loved commenting on the characters, especially admiring Zhou Rong's fearless pursuit of love. They even had a small argument about it and never agreed with the idea of sacrificing family for romantic obsession. Now, he had become Zhou Bingkun, while the original Zhou Bingkun had vanished. Chapter 2. The Reason. Mother Zhou and Bingyi entered the ward, seeing Bingkun sitting silently on the bed. Mother Zhou called out, "Qun'er," and hurried over. Zhou Bingkun snapped out of his daze, awkwardly responding, "Mom," while adjusting his posture and reaching to take her hand. "You scared me to death, Qun'er," said Li Suhua, pulling her youngest son into a tight embrace. "Mom, I'm fine now," Bingkun comforted her. A rumbling sound came from his stomach. Realizing her son was hungry, Li Suhua quickly fetched the breakfast Bingyi had brought that morning. Bingkun was indeed starving, so he didn't hesitate. He ate the porridge and steamed bun, then got up to use the restroom. Back lying halfway up on the bed, he still felt weak. Bingyi consulted the doctor, who said he could be discharged after observation until afternoon. Persuaded by both brothers, Li Suhua returned home first, leaving Bingyi to accompany his younger brother. Kunzi, Bingyi sat on the edge of the bed, needing to counsel his somewhat slow-witted younger brother. "When Dad hit you with a rolling pin, why didn't you dodge?" He was just angry, didn't know his own strength. "How could you be so foolish?" Zhou Bingkun stayed silent. "Dad asked where those poetry copies came from. Why did you argue with him? At most, he would scold you a little, but now look, you took a beating for nothing. You really scared Mom." Still, Bingkun didn't speak. Finally, he lifted his head and said, "Brother, those poems weren't mine. I just said I didn't know, and I wasn't wrong. Why did Dad hit me?" Zhou Bingyi looked at him in surprise. In his mind, his younger brother should have answered, "He'll be smarter next time," not question him back. He collected his thoughts and said, "Dad found those reactionary poems by accident at home. He was furious." "And you argued back?" "Given his temper, of course he'd beat you. But how did Dad conclude those poems were mine?" Bingkun pressed further, refusing to let it go. "I had just come back from outside when he threw the papers at me, asking where I got them. I told him I didn't know, and they weren't mine, and I got hit. Shouldn't I ask why? What's there to question?" Bingyi grew impatient. Today, his brother seemed almost addled from the beating, still insisting on digging deeper. He spoke firmly, "Forget it. Forget it. Don't talk about useless things. When we get back this afternoon, just apologize to Dad. He'll plead for mercy on your behalf, and the matter will pass." But Bingkun was unhappy now. "At least tell me where I went wrong." At that moment, the ward door pushed open, and a pretty girl entered. Bingkun recognized her. She was Mei, Binji's former high school classmate, now his girlfriend, Hao Dongmei. Hao Dongmei's father, Zhang Haibing, used to be a vice-provincial leader in Jiangliao province. During the Cultural Revolution, he was denounced, but Bingyi never rejected Dongmei, despite her status as a Black Five. During her darkest days, he had been by her side, and their relationship had endured hardship. Hao Dongmei was genuinely delighted, rushing to the bedside and examining him closely. "You're finally better. That's great news." Bingkun politely responded, "Thank you for visiting, Dongmei Jia." Oh, Bingkun actually thanked me, Dongmei teased, then turned to Bingyi. What did the doctor say about Bingkun's injuries? He's mostly recovered. Just a mild concussion. After some observation, if nothing else happens, he could be discharged this afternoon. Bingyi replied happily to see his girlfriend. Dongmei wasn't only beautiful, her interests and personality matched as well, making their relationship very comfortable. As for her background issues, there were minor concerns in the face of true love. He asked, "Why did you come? Didn't you say you wanted to reread those classic novels?" "Once I heard Bingkun was injured, how could I focus on reading? I had to come check on him." Dongmei laughed lightly, then added, "His complexion still looks pale. He needs plenty of rest and nourishment once he gets home." Chattering nonstop, Dongmei continued pressing for details. "Bingkun, what big mistake did you make this time? Why was Uncle Zhou so angry? Tell me the story when I go back. I can plead for mercy for you. I still have some influence with Uncle Zhou." Bingyi interrupted his girlfriend. "Kunzi, from now on, don't be so stubborn. Otherwise, no one will plead for you. This time, both Dongmei and I will speak up for you." Bingkun couldn't hold back anymore, gave a soft, sarcastic laugh, his lips curling in mockery. He realized now his brother was treating him like a fool. How Dongmei frowned. That wasn't the reaction of the usual dull and cute younger brother. She glanced at Bingyi. Bingyi was furious now, his tone growing harsh. "What attitude is that? Do you still want my help? Don't end up getting beaten again. When you return home, then don't blame me." His stern expression was intimidating, at least for the old Bingkun, who used to tremble in fear. "I don't need your help," Bingkun said coldly. "I just want to know why I was beaten. If I'm going to apologize, at least tell me what I did wrong. Is there any point in discussing this now? Can't you just be clever and avoid trouble? Every time someone gets punished, it's always you. Are you still asking where you went wrong? You were stubborn. You refused to repent." After Bingyi finished, Bingkun surprisingly replied calmly, "Fine, then I'll be smarter from now on." Then he ignored Bingyi completely. Anyone could sense the biting sarcasm in Bingkun's words. She was no longer the innocent teenager he once was. How Dongmei sensed something was off. Wisely, she pulled Bingyi out of the ward, stopping at a corner of the hospital. "Tell me what exactly happened. Why did Uncle Zhou beat Bingkun?" she asked. To his girlfriend, Bingyi held nothing back and recounted the events of yesterday. While cleaning, motherly Suhua accidentally knocked a bag off the wall in Zhou Rong's room. Books and papers scattered across the floor. Father Zhou Jigang scolded her for being careless and helped pick them up. Among the scattered pages was a stack of poetry copies. Curious, he glanced through them. Inside were poems filled with rebellion and antisocial themes. Zhou Jigang loved his daughter deeply. How could he tolerate her reading such poison? He called Zhou Rong, who had just returned from the bathroom, into the room and interrogated her. Zhou Rong was obedient, responsible, clever, and capable, his beloved little cotton coat. Yet now, secretly reading such corrupt material behind his back enraged him. Under her father's strict questioning, Zhou Rong was terrified. She dared not tell the truth. Never before had her father spoken to her so fiercely. With no choice, she lied, telling Zhou Jigang that the poems were brought by Zhou Bingkun for her to read, and she hadn't even looked at them yet. Perfect. She praised herself for her quick thinking. Of course, her younger brother might suffer a bit, but physical punishment wasn't a big deal. Later, she could soothe him with extra pocket money. Zhou Jigang believed his daughter without doubt. In his heart, she never lied, always sharing her deepest thoughts with him. If Zhou Rong said Bingkun brought them, he had no doubt. This youngest son had always been unreliable, bringing shame to the Zhou family. This gave Zhou Jigang a direction for his anger. Ever since childhood, this foolish son had lagged far behind his older siblings, in every way embarrassing him whenever he took him out. To bring such low-class, erotic, and anti-party poetry to corrupt his precious daughter was simply outrageous. So when Zhou Bingkun returned from playing outside, his father immediately berated him and demanded answers about the poetry sheets. Unexpectedly, this foolish son kept pretending ignorance, replying, "I don't know, those aren't mine." With clear evidence before him, he still argued, utterly unrepentant. Enraged, Zhou Jigang seized the rolling pin on the table and struck him. Bingkun collapsed instantly, knocked unconscious. Chapter 3. The Art of Warfare and Strategy at one end of the street. The Zhou family possessed a courtyard larger by over 10 square meters than that of their neighbors, featuring 2 earthen houses and extra room compared to others. Upon returning home, Li Suhua launched into a tirade against Zhou Jijun, lamenting that even the fiercest of beasts would not harm their own offspring. Yet he had gone so far as to beat his son mercilessly. "Mother, father did not mean to," Zhou Rong interjected, shaking her mother's arm in a playful manner. Zhou Jigang sat on the steps, smoking, resigned to his wife's scolding, knowing he had been too harsh. In the aftermath, he experienced regret and hesitated to visit the hospital, fearing the worst news. However, Li Suhua's relentless complaints began to wear on him. In the midst of her accusations, he interjected, "He is spoiled by you, so young, yet so unaware of the world. If I do not teach him a stern lesson this time, he will surely face dire consequences next time." "Spit, spit, spit," Li Suhua exclaimed, angrily spitting on the ground as she questioned Zhou Jigang. "Who are you trying to intimidate? It's merely a tattered piece of paper with a few broken verses. If this warrants such punishment, who would ever dare to pursue an education? Do not take advantage of my ignorance. Everyone should refrain from speaking," Zhou Rong pleaded. "Mother, father is also acting in our best interests." Seeing the escalating tension between her parents, she stepped in to mediate. Li Suhua shot a fierce glare at her husband and said, "Wait until Bingkun returns. Do not be so harsh with him again, or I will not let this go. He must acknowledge his mistakes," Zhou Jigang insisted, unwilling to relent, especially after causing such harm. Yet, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his principles. "Of course, he knows he is in the wrong," Zhou Rong replied, confident that her brother Zhou Bingyi would persuade their brother to admit his fault. This incident had frightened her greatly, as she had not expected their father to erupt in such a fit of rage. Indeed, it was wise to deflect the blame. Li Suhua ceased her pursuit. Content as long as Zhou Jigang refrained from further threats, it was truly a source of anxiety. Hao Dongmei, having listened to Zhou Bingyi's account, was left speechless, countering. "This is not even Zhou Bingkun's fault. Why should he be made to apologize? How could Zhou Rong cast blame upon her brother? And why did you not clarify matters with father? It is hardly a grave issue." Hao Dongmei found it incomprehensible that Zhou Bingkun was wrongly implicated in this affair. Zhou Bingyi explained, "You know how our father is, quite traditional, intolerant of poetry or romance. I only learned of this incident because I took Bingkun to the hospital. Informing father would only serve to further upset Zhou Rong while inciting his ire towards me. Ultimately, if Bingkun returns with a good attitude, father will let it slide. There is no need for further chaos at home." Hao Dongmei fell silent as Zhou Bingyi continued, "Has Bingkun not faced his share of beatings throughout his life? This time may be a bit more severe, but afterwards, Zhou Rong can compensate him with a little extra pocket money to lift his spirits." However, in the hospital, Bingkun had not agreed to apologize. Hao Dongmei felt powerless regarding the family's affairs. Perhaps he is still in a fit of anger. "You know him. A few kind words will suffice," Zhou Bingyi remarked, understanding his brother's temperament. The earlier outburst in the hospital was likely a result of his recent awakening. He had yet to cool down. Anyone would vent their frustrations after an unprovoked beating, but once he calmed, a gentle persuasion would surely be effective. Regrettably, Zhou Bingkun is no longer the person he once was. In the past, he would occasionally accompany his wife to watch snippets of the television series In the Human World. Aware that Zhou Bingkun, the elder of the Zhou family, endured the greatest hardships. Meanwhile, Zhou Rong is consumed by romantic notions, pursuing her love for a trivial poet while disregarding her family's feelings. Her thoughtless actions leave one speechless. Zhou Bingyi, on the other hand, is a political creature, always finding excuses for his own lack of compassion while espousing a set of principles. He relishes standing on a moral high ground to criticize others. Alas, let him be. The current Zhou Bingkun no longer wishes to suffer for the sake of others. He has come to terms with his situation. It is now March 1968, and he is still in the third year of middle school, navigating this tumultuous period. Political education dominates, leading to a significant reduction in fundamental subjects. Courses in mathematics, physics, and chemistry have been greatly simplified, primarily focusing on basic knowledge relevant to labor production, with physics lessons explaining mechanical principles used in agriculture, for instance. Foreign language instruction is also unstructured, often revolving around the memorization of simple political slogans. The increase in labor and practical courses has resulted in chaotic classrooms, where teachers may be interrupted by students' discussions, debates, or even arguments, making it challenging to maintain a normal teaching order. In this unstable learning environment, educators are increasingly reluctant to discipline students. Learning is left to individual initiative, with little oversight. Nevertheless, most students enjoy gathering to chant slogans. Zhou Bingkun, who previously relished engaging with his classmates, now finds himself contemplating deeply. Change must come gradually. Zhou Bingyi and Hao Dongmei entered the hospital room again. Hao Dongmei refrained from discussing anything else and instead engaged Zhou Bingkun about his studies. Zhou Bingkun, disinterested in his brother's remarks, found Hao Dongmei to be a pleasant companion and indulged her in conversation. Originally, there were about 50 students in the class, but now only around 30 attend. Divided into 3 factions, constantly exchanging barbs. In the afternoons, some organized labor, moving a few blocks of earth back and forth, while Zhou Bingkun shares amusing anecdotes from school with her. Today they criticize one teacher, tomorrow another school leader. After such disputes, the teachers return to class as usual, illustrating the chaos of the educational environment. How have you found the book I recommended to you? Hao Dongmei asked, smiling at him. Zhou Bingkun remained intriguing. They had never engaged in such profound discussions before. He had merely been a listener, a follower. I think those foreign books are rather uninteresting, Zhou Bingkun shrugged. They are merely wrapped in the guise of warfare, reminiscent of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Tai. I now prefer reading texts on Taoism. Zhou Bingyi interjected, don't be foolish. Classic literature contains explorations of human nature and societal dynamics that allow one to perceive the essence of this world clearly. That is merely your perspective, Zhou Bingkun countered. The little red book presents a clearer understanding than they do. This remark left both Zhou Bingyi and Hao Dongmei momentarily speechless. Internally cursing Zhou Bingkun for shifting the conversation from literature to politics, which seemed utterly absurd. Hao Dongmei felt that Zhou Bingkun harbored grievances against Zhou Bingyi. Yet she remained unperturbed, smiling as she inquired, pray tell, what Taoist texts have you read, and what insights have you garnered? Zhou Bingkun responded thoughtfully, the insights are manifold. The Tao Te Ching states, the way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. As he gazed at Zhou Bingyi, it seemed he spoke directly to him. In the art of warfare and strategy. Should you wrong me, I shall ensure you comprehend the repercussions. If you betray my trust, I will teach you the meaning of regret. If you treat me kindly, I shall reveal to you what it means to be worthy. I possess no fixed form, yet embody countless manifestations. My essence is determined by your actions. Witness malevolence, and it shall transform into virtue. Encounter goodness, and it shall amplify. Reciprocity is paramount. The methods of the Tao, be it law, art, or tools, serve merely as means to return to non-action. Humanity is akin to a mirror. As you treat me, so shall I treat you. Fortune is boundless. Chapter 4. The past Zhou Bingkun. The room fell into silence as Hao Dongmei and Zhou Bingyi contemplated Zhou Bingkun's words, gradually grasping their profound implications. Being educated youths, their understanding was keen. They discerned that Zhou Bingkun was subtly conveying, you once regarded me as a fool, a scapegoat, thinking me easy to manipulate. That will no longer be the case. How you treat me will dictate how I respond. A surge of anger welled up in Zhou Bingyi, and he stepped forward. Looming over the semi-reclined Zhou Bingkun, and thundered, Zhou Bingkun, are these words directed at us? What is your intention? Do you consider us your adversaries? Their eyes locked. And Zhou Bingkun displayed no sign of retreat. With a calm demeanor, he replied, how amusing. Do you only hear half of what is said? I merely wish to cease being unjustly assaulted. Having nearly faced death, I was admitted to the hospital, yet you still expect me to apologize. Pray tell, what wrong have I committed? I explained my situation. My father acted in a moment of impulsivity. Must you still hold that against him? Simply acknowledge a minor fault. And peace shall reign within the household. Is it truly necessary to create discord? Zhou Bingyi sensed that the once obedient brother had vanished, replaced by a tone rife with defiance. You ought to convey these sentiments to our father. The tranquility of our home is not for me to dictate. And from this point onward, no one shall bully me. I too can retaliate, Zhou Bingkun declared resolutely. Seeing the tension escalate between the brothers, Hao Dongmei interjected to mediate. Bingyi, remember that Bingkun is still recovering from his injuries. It is unjust to demand an apology from him when he remains the victim. Why not return home to discuss matters with your father? I shall stay here with him. Zhou Bingyi softened his tone as he addressed Hao Dongmei, sighing. You know my father well. His authoritative demeanor is quite stubborn. Have Zhou Rong apologize to your father. The fault lies with her, Hao Dongmei suggested. Zhou Bingyi responded. Zhou Rong is far too proud. She will only create a scene, and our father will inevitably direct his ire toward his brothers. Understanding the family's dynamics left him feeling helpless. Hao Dongmei fell silent, murmuring, no wonder Bingkun remarked that people are like mirrors. How you treat them is how they will respond. Is this truly fair to Bingkun? Zhou Bingyi discerned the dissatisfaction in Hao Dongmei's tone. He turned to his brother, who was gazing at the ceiling, and sighed, very well, I shall return shortly. Please take care of him. Hao Dongmei nodded, personally escorting him out of the ward before returning to sit beside Zhou Bingkun. She felt it was essential to guide her brother, for his current disposition had become somewhat extreme. "Kunzi, may I call you that? I truly regard you as my younger brother," Hao Dongmei said, her gaze soft and tender. Zhou Bingkun nodded in agreement. "I, too, see you as an elder sister." In his eyes, she perceived sincerity. He was still that honest, straightforward youth. "I remember your words were not so sharp before. You used to simply accept whatever your brother or sister said. You should not think that way. Even if your father has wronged you and struck you unjustly, you ought to communicate with him. This misunderstanding can certainly be resolved. A family should not remain at odds." Hao Dongmei spoke earnestly. "I think the same," Zhou Bingkun replied, meeting her puzzled gaze. "But have you seen my brother's demeanor? He never even gives me a chance to explain. He simply believes that since I have been punished, my father must be appeased now. I just need to admit my fault, and that should suffice." Zhou Bingkun seemed to mock himself, yet there was an undercurrent of indignation. "I refuse to accept blame this time. I am not in the wrong. I have already asked your brother to clarify the situation. Your father should understand that he has misunderstood you, and your sister ought to apologize as well," Hao Dongmei reassured the visibly agitated Zhou Bingkun. "Do you believe that?" Zhou Bingkun shook his head. "Just watch. They will bombard me with various slogans to subdue me." His honesty was coupled with an unexpected confidence. The once innocent boy had vanished, and Zhou Bingkun exhaled deeply, sighing, "My father has great expectations for my brother, who does not disappoint him with his outstanding achievements and gentlemanly demeanor. He dotes on my sister, who is obedient, clever, and wins his favor. In my father's eyes, I am foolish, unworthy of refinement, mischievous, and a troublemaker, lacking understanding. No matter how hard I strive to amend myself, I receive no praise, only reprimands and scorn. The patience and guidance he bestows upon my brother and sister are absent in my case. He continuously denigrates and mocks me, viewing me as a blemish on the Zhou family." Hao Dongmei felt a pang of compassion for Zhou Bingkun. In her interactions with Zhou Bingyi, she had indeed heard their father's praises for him, commending his diligence and selflessness, as well as extolling Zhou Rong's natural beauty and intelligence. Yet, when it came to Zhou Bingkun, the descriptors were always derogatory, foolish, dull, simple. She had once curiously inquired of Zhou Bingyi, receiving the answer that his younger brother had always been mischievous and performed poorly in school, often speaking nonsense that angered their father. Thus, he should not be taken seriously. Indeed, his father, brother, and sister had never held him in high regard. Hao Dongmei felt at a loss for how to comfort this invisible, suffering soul. Seeing the pity and sorrow in her eyes, Zhou Bingkun smiled faintly. "Sister Dongmei, there is no need for such concern. Life is replete with disappointments. And are you not also enduring your darkest moments? I must learn from you." "Learn from me? What?" "Optimism, resistance, and refusing to bow to fate. Now you can speak. And your words come in sets. How did I not notice this before?" Hao Dongmei retorted. "The growth of a person often occurs in an instant, particularly between life and death." "Ah." Zhou Bingkun painfully closed his eyes. This time, he had witnessed death. The former Zhou Bingkun had already been vanquished by his father. "Do not say such things," Hao Dongmei exclaimed in astonishment. "He cannot harbor such thoughts. Your parents and siblings still love you. You are ultimately family, not adversaries. My mother surely loves me, but as for them, I have come to see clearly. My father values his reputation, my brother cherishes his future, and my sister, Humph, she loves herself and follows her whims," Zhou Bingkun said through clenched teeth. Regaining his composure, Zhou Bingkun realized he had frightened Hao Dongmei and quickly added, "Of course. We are still a family, bound by blood." Hao Dongmei remained furrowed in thought. This conversation could not continue, as Zhou Bingkun's perspective had indeed grown extreme. She gazed deeply at him, then stood up, saying, "It is nearly noon. I shall fetch some food from the cafeteria." As she watched Hao Dongmei exit the room, Zhou Bingkun muttered to himself that such a family was best left behind. Chapter 5. Discharge and return home. Hao Dongmei presumed that the Zhou family might not come to bring Zhou Bingkun lunch, knowing that neither Zhou Fu nor Zhou Rong would ever admit to their mistakes. Thus, she ventured to the hospital cafeteria for a meal. Upon her return, she encountered Zhou Mu, Li Suhua, who wore a troubled expression and had brought lunch, simple steamed buns, and a plate of scrambled eggs. Seeing Hao Dongmei enter with the prepared meal, she expressed surprise and began to complain about her eldest son's unreliability. Noting that Hao Dongmei had not informed her of her presence at the hospital to accompany her brother, Hao Dongmei, being understanding, realized that Zhou Bingyi was preoccupied with explaining the situation regarding Zhou Bingkun to Zhou Fu and had forgotten to update Li Suhua about her being at the hospital. Zhou Bingkun found himself unusually hungry. While Hao Dongmei had eaten only a small portion, he consumed the entirety of the meal meant for two, still feeling unsatisfied. As Hao Dongmei washed the dishes, Li Suhua sat beside him, chattering away. Essentially, she recounted that upon returning home, Zhou Bingyi had first sought out Zhou Rong, leading to an argument in which Zhou Rong wept and refused to respond. Zhou Jigang had approached to inquire about the matter, but both siblings remained silent. Ultimately, Zhou Jigang erupted in anger, prompting Zhou Bingyi to reveal the truth under Zhou Rong's fiery gaze. Li Suhua grasped the full story. The plagiarized poetry belonged to Zhou Rong, who feared her father's wrath and had lied, allowing Zhou Bingkun to take the blame, resulting in his injury and hospitalization. Furious, Li Suhua scolded her daughter, questioning how she could act thus, allowing Zhou Bingkun to endure blame and punishment. Zhou Rong, covering her face, retreated to her room and locked the door. Zhou Fu, meanwhile, stood by, passively observing the scene without uttering a word. Li Suhua urged Zhou Fu to confront Zhou Rong and insisted that she apologize to Zhou Bingkun at the hospital. However, Zhou Fu merely offered a few symbolic words of reproach at Zhou Rong's door, stating that the poetry was hers. And as long as she admitted it and promised not to err again, there was no need for lies. In the midst of his ramblings, he failed to mention anything about Zhou Rong offering an apology to Zhou Bingkun. Heartbroken, Li Suhua felt a deep ache for her younger son, who had truly suffered injustice this time. She chose to ignore the father and son lingering at Zhou Rong's door and prepared a simple lunch in the kitchen to bring to Zhou Bingkun. After Hao Dongmei finished washing the dishes, she engaged in casual conversation with Li Suhua and Zhou Bingkun before taking her leave. Every household has its own struggles. Despite the seemingly harmonious Zhou family, they too bore numerous conflicts. Zhou Bingkun got out of bed and whispered to Li Suhua, "Mom, please don't be sad. I will be a good son to you from now on. You have always treated me well. And what about Dad?" Seeing her younger son without a trace of unhappiness, Li Suhua assumed it was merely childishness and indulged his chatter. "Dad likes you and your siblings so much. As long as he has them, it's sufficient." Zhou Bingkun candidly expressed his thoughts. "You father does indeed care for you," Li Suhua admitted, though she felt a twinge of guilt saying so. "However, he is quite proud. Please don't hold it against him." In that moment, mother and son engaged in aimless yet pleasant conversation, oblivious to any tedium. Later in the afternoon, a doctor came to conduct a follow-up examination for Zhou Bingkun and finally announced that he could be discharged, albeit with instructions to rest adequately. Zhou Bingkun accompanied Li Suhua through the discharge procedures, and together they exited the hospital, making their way home. The formation of the Guangzipian community can be traced back to the years of venturing eastward, a time marked by war and famine. A substantial influx of refugees from beyond the frontier poured into Jichuan city of Zhongliao province, arriving with empty pockets and no intention of settling. They utilized local materials, crafting mud bricks to erect simple dwellings with earthen walls and thatched roofs. As time passed, the area underwent significant transformation. The narrow paths between the mud houses evolved into streets, adorned with names such as Rin, Yi, Li, Ji, and Xian, complete with house numbers. The Zhou family resided at the forefront of this street, occupying two equally sized earthen houses, each approximately 20 square meters, designed with separate interior and exterior spaces. Due to the government's construction of public restrooms nearby, the family received compensation in the form of a small courtyard, which was quite beneficial. On the way home, Li Suhua persistently reminded Zhou Bingkun, "Your father also criticized your sister Zhou Rong, and I scolded her as well. Once we get home, let us not bring it up again to avoid any further unpleasantness. Your father will soon be going to support the construction of the third line, so we won't have him at home for long. Let us not provoke him anymore." Zhou Bingkun rolled his eyes. His mother had a submissive disposition, accustomed to his father Zhou Jigang's temperament. All she wished for was a harmonious household, yet she could not expect him to be a mere outlet for their frustrations. As they conversed, Li Suhua pushed open the courtyard door, revealing a tranquil interior. Zhou Jigang squatted outside Zhou Rong's room, smoking with a sullen expression. Upon hearing the noise, he looked up through the door and saw the mother and son entering the courtyard, yet he made no move. Zhou Bingkun proceeded to the adjacent room, which had been partitioned into a dining area, with his brother's rooms inside. Zhou Bingyi was reading inside, upon seeing his younger brother enter. He opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. Zhou Bingkun climbed onto the cawing. Having sustained injuries and undergone such bizarre experiences, he felt fatigued and decided to rest. Zhou Rong lay on the cawing, her tears long dried. She now harbored intense resentment towards Zhou Bingkun, who had compelled her to apologize to their father and brother. Why should I, that foolish little shadow, be expected to apologize? Soon, he would seek to confront him again, truly giving him a taste of his own medicine. Matters were simpler with his father. A mere display of tears would suffice. What harm was there in a few light reproaches uttered outside the door? Ultimately, he would still have to coax her out for a meal. Her assumptions proved accurate. Zhou Zhigang felt the pangs of his daughter's sorrow, although she was at fault. Fearing parental reprimand and resorting to deceit was somewhat understandable. He had already chastised her, and a few kind words of comfort later would suffice. Li Suhua found herself at a loss, so she proceeded to advise Zhou Zhigang, reminding him that Zhou Bingkun had been discharged from the hospital with a concussion, urging him not to provoke him further, or else she would make him pay dearly. She called out from within, asserting that this situation was indeed his fault. Yet he appeared to wallow in self-pity. In this matter, she sided with her younger son, but now it seemed as though she herself had been the one struck. Zhou Zhigang looked at his wife. His lips moved slightly, yet he remained silent, aware of his wrongdoing. He began to prepare dinner while Zhou Bingyi stepped outside, seeking out his mother in the corner kitchen. "Mother, why didn't Ti Hao Dongmei return with you? She left early this afternoon. The house is a mess." Did she come to witness the chaos? Li Suhua expressed her discontent with her eldest son's attitude towards the youngest, making a pointed remark. Zhou Bingyi could only explain to his mother, "Look at Dad. He still feels guilty for reprimanding his sister today, believing he hurt her pride. How can I speak the truth? I must bear the burden for my brother. He is now an old fool, unable to discern right from wrong. Zhou Rong has been spoiled by her indulgence, and yet he accuses me of favoring Kuan-er. I treat them all equally. This is simply a matter of right and wrong. Why should we differentiate who has erred?" At this moment, Li Suhua was as clear-headed as a mirror. Chapter 6. Conflict and Apology. Once the meal was served, Zhou Zhigang called out several times at Zhou Rong's door before she finally emerged, dragging her feet, looking utterly aggrieved. "Let us eat first," Zhou Zhigang declared, leading the way. After a 2-hour nap, Zhou Bingkun felt invigorated, but his stomach soon began to grumble, a typical plight for a growing boy. As his mother called for dinner, Zhou Bingkun sprang out of bed, splashed water on his face at the kitchen sink, and encountered Zhou Rong, whose face was etched with resentment. He paid her no heed, completing his ablutions before heading to the dining room. The main dish consisted of steamed buns made from mixed flour, accompanied by cornmeal porridge. The vegetables included one dish of cabbage and another of sliced meat with radish. As the head of the household, Zhou Zhigang took the initiative to serve himself, prompting everyone to begin their meal. Zhou Rong, lacking appetite, nibbled on a bun, chewing slowly. Zhou Bingkun took 2 buns from the basket, handed one to their mother, and kept one for himself, disregarding everyone else. He bit into it heartily, taking a gulp of porridge, swiftly and skillfully picking up meat slices with radish to shove into his mouth. After devouring the 5th bun, he slowed his pace. While Zhou Bingyi had just finished one and reached for a second, Zhou Mu watched Zhou Bingkun consume his meal with gusto, remarking, "I've never seen you eat like this before. Such an appetite indicates that our youngest son's spirits are returning to normal. Thank heavens." After finishing the last morsel of the 5th bun with the vegetables, Zhou Bingkun remarked to his mother, "I suppose I was quite hungry yesterday." The atmosphere at the table suddenly grew tense. Zhou Bingkun seemed to be recounting the grievances he had endured the previous day. Indeed, yesterday, Zhou Bingkun lay unconscious in the hospital for an entire day and night, receiving only a drip of glucose. He had not eaten much in the morning, but by noon, he had devoured a meal sufficient for 2, and he continued this way into the evening, making up for lost sustenance. Zhou Rong, however, truly lacked an appetite. She could only manage half a steamed bun before pushing her plate away. Zhou Fu also stopped after 1 bite, and it seemed that none of them had much appetite today, except for their oblivious younger brother. After Zhou Mu cleared the table, Zhou Fu and his 3 children sat in silence around the dining table. Zhou Bingyi was the first to speak, glancing at their stern father before addressing his sister. Zhou Rong, it was your lie that led Dad to misunderstand and strike Bingkun. You must apologize to him first. After all, it was essential for the instigator to make amends to alleviate the tension among them." As soon as he finished speaking, tears welled in Zhou Rong's eyes, and she lowered her head. This was a performance of award-winning caliber, one she had honed to perfection. For a long while, she did not receive the usual anxious words of reassurance from Zhou Bingkun. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen, nor was it the first instance of Zhou Bingkun taking the blame for her. In the past, whenever the family urged her to apologize to Zhou Bingkun, All she had to do was adopt a teary-eyed, hesitant demeanor, and her brother would stand up, flustered, insisting, "Sister was just confused, it's all right." He would offer a myriad of excuses to express his indifference. Their father would then say a few words, and the matter would be forgotten. Yet this time, there was no response. Zhou Fu let out a cold snort, though it was unclear whom it was directed at. Zhou Rong lifted her tear-streaked face, catching a glimpse of her brother's slightly mocking expression, which ignited a surge of anger within her, prompting her to exclaim, "I apologize to you. Are you satisfied now?" With that, she turned away, her shoulders shaking, whether in anger or sorrow, she could not tell. She was genuinely incensed that her brother was so ungrateful. As expected, Zhou Zhigang slammed the table. "Zhou Bingkun, your sister is apologizing to you, and this is your response." He had noticed the sardonic expression on Zhou Bingkun's face, and it seemed the boy was determined to be unreasonable. Unable to contain his fury, he chastised, "Look at your careless demeanor. Your sister is offering you an apology, and you should sincerely accept it. What kind of face are you putting on for whom?" Zhou Fu could not stand to see his daughter wronged and could not help but angrily reprimand his unambitious younger son. Hearing Zhou Fu's furious outburst, Zhou Mu grew anxious from outside, entering the room while saying, "Why shout? Can't you speak nicely?" She stood behind Zhou Bingkun, casting a disapproving look at Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu, still dissatisfied, replied, "Look at his expression. What more does he want? Can't he reflect on his actions and consider whether he deserves to accept an apology?" Even Zhou Bingyi looked surprised at their father, knowing his preference for Zhou Rong, but he had not expected it to be so extreme, wisely choosing to remain silent. Zhou Rong's mood lightened. Just moments ago, Zhou Bingkun's expression had been utterly detestable. How could he so brazenly accept her apology? He was more clueless than ever, even more foolish than before. Zhou Bingkun silenced his mother, stating, "If she does not wish to apologize, then let her refrain from doing so. Am I, as the victim, expected to exhibit more sincerity than the perpetrator? Her apology holds no value for me." Zhou Bingkun, Zhou Zhigang, aflame with fury, bellowed, startling everyone in the courtyard, particularly Zhou's mother, whose legs trembled and eyes glazed over in shock. Yet, Zhou Bingkun remained unfazed, responding calmly, "Please lower your voice. You are frightening, mother." "Enough, enough." Zhou Zhigang eventually regained his composure, observing the tranquility in his son's eyes, which starkly contrasted with the previous timidity he had once displayed. It seemed that his son had grown wings. He was no longer under his control. "Aside from yelling and striking me, how else can you govern? That foolish son of yours has already been beaten to death by you." Zhou Bingkun's voice remained steady, juxtaposed with his youthful, 16-year-old visage, creating an eerie atmosphere. "From this moment onward, you are unworthy to govern me. Your heart has strayed. You believe every word she says," he declared, pointing at Zhou Rong, his tone becoming increasingly frigid. "Everything I say is deemed incorrect? Very well, I shall no longer require your oversight." Even Zhou Rong felt a surge of anxiety. This was beyond her comprehension. Shouldn't her brother tremble in fear beneath their father's wrath? "Zhou Bingkun, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" she questioned, her face paling. "Do not speak to me. You are selfish and self-serving, even betraying your own brother. You are a coward devoid of responsibility, unworthy of being my sister. I sever all ties with you," Zhou Bingkun retorted without hesitation. These words astonished the onlookers. Zhou Bingkun was merely a boy, an honest boy at that. Zhou Bingyi began to confront the unsettling behavior of his younger brother, convinced that this incident had profoundly affected Zhou Bingkun, distorting his very character. He pondered how to salvage this crumbling situation. Zhou's mother, heartbroken, began to weep. "What nonsense are you spouting? You, my child, get out." Zhou Zhigang roared once more, gesturing toward the door with wide eyes, his fury palpable. "I have no son like you," Zhou's mother exclaimed, enveloping Zhou Bingkun in her embrace. Fearful of the trauma he might endure, she turned to Zhou Zhigang, demanding, "What madness has overtaken you? Do you wish to drive Kuan-er to despair? You might as well cast me out as well. Is there a father who displays such bias?" Zhou's mother finally erupted, turning to Zhou Rong, chastising her. "You have erred and still dare to weep? I instructed you to apologize to Kuan-er, yet this is your attitude? Who would accept such a response? Your education has clearly been wasted." Zhou Rong stared at her mother in shock. She had never experienced such harsh words from her before. Today, her mother showed no mercy in her reproach, leaving her utterly bewildered. Zhou Bingyi hurried to grasp Zhou Zhigang's arm, fearing he might act impulsively and commit an irreversible act. Murmuring, "Father, please calm down," the old man might be agitated. "The doctor has repeatedly warned against allowing him to become emotionally disturbed." Zhou's mother shielded Zhou Bingkun behind her, reproaching Zhou Jigang. What exactly do you intend to do? Without discerning right from wrong, you have already beaten Kuan-er into the hospital. And now you wish to resort to violence again? Are you still fit to be called a father? Zhou Jigang was struck as if by lightning. Hearing his wife echo such sentiments left him despondent as he sank into a chair. Zhou Bingkun observed his father seated and, noting the absence of any further movement towards him, turned to his astonished sister with a stern expression. The situation has arisen due to your actions, at the very least. An earnest apology is warranted. Surely you do not wish for chaos to erupt because of you. Zhou Rong glanced at their father, but he averted his gaze, his countenance impassive, lost in contemplation. Their mother, with a hardened heart, chastised her, demanding a sincere apology. Shall I fetch a stick to strike you? At last, Zhou Rong, tears brimming in her eyes, rose and faced Zhou Bingkun. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Bingkun, this time I was in the wrong. I caused you to be reprimanded, and I sincerely apologize. Upon finishing, tears streamed down her face as she fled the room, covering her face. Zhou's father sighed, glancing at Li Suhua and the stoic Zhou Bingkun. I too acted impulsively. I owe you an apology. Let us leave it at that. With that, he turned and exited the dining room. Zhou Bingyi, with a complex expression, observed his brother, who had undergone a drastic change in demeanor, and their mother, who remained resolute. Look, both Dad and our sister have expressed their sentiments. There is no need to dwell on this. We are, after all, family. Li Suhua's expression softened as she remarked. They have erred this time. Since they have apologized, let us consider it settled. Catching the hopeful gaze of his mother, Zhou Bingkun nodded. Mother, I shall heed your words. Both Li Suhua and Zhou Bingyi exhaled in relief. Internally, Zhou Bingkun felt a sense of resignation, yet he could not escape the bonds of familial affection. We shall see how things unfold. Nonetheless, I shall no longer allow myself to be wronged. Chapter 7. Training. Zhou Bingkun unearthed a pair of Liberation rubber-soled shoes, which had officially entered the People's Liberation Army's standard equipment in 1950 and gradually gained popularity in the civilian market. These shoes were lightweight, durable, and affordable, beloved by the populace. In his more active days, he would wear out a pair each year, prompting his mother to lament, "This boy wears out shoes too quickly. We cannot afford to keep up with him. Old man, what do you need those shoes for? It is still spring, and the temperatures are not high," Zhou's mother remarked, feigning an interest in tidying her younger son's bed, remaining close to him, fearful of any unusual actions. Since he had awakened, he seemed like a different person, and this filled her heart with trepidation. Noticing him rummaging for summer footwear, she inquired, "Mother, I must strive diligently and acquire skills, otherwise, how shall I properly support you in the future?" Zhou Bingkun raised the Liberation shoes in his hand, declaring, "First, I must strengthen my body. Starting tomorrow, I shall run." Run? Zhou's mother questioned, a hint of confusion evident, yet she understood the importance of physical fitness. Can running truly enhance one's health? Indeed. Zhou Bingkun elucidated the benefits of running, concluding with a smile, a good physique is the foundation of revolution. To any observer, he appeared as a robust young man, exuding a sunny disposition and an amiable demeanor. In his previous life, he had been the proprietor of a fitness club, well-versed in exercise and even having practiced combat sports. Previously, he had easily bested several strong men. Now, he perceived the excellent quality of this body, a fine specimen indeed, and resolved to abandon the former owner's lazy habits, committing to self-discipline. From his memories, he recalled that approximately 2 or 3 kilometers from the illuminated area, there lay a secluded river bend, an ideal spot for solitary training. In the current era, with many struggling for basic sustenance, few possess the leisure to squander their strength, fearing the repercussions of such indulgence. Zhou's mother looked around, finding no signs of unusual behavior from her son. In fact, he was responding to her inquiries with newfound enthusiasm. For instance, where he once exhibited impatience and evasiveness when questioned, he now offered patient explanations. If she remained unclear, he would set aside his tasks to elucidate matters in detail. This transformation delighted her, resonating deeply within her heart. Alas, my dear child is grown, yet he is merely 16 years old. Is the blow dealt by his father a blessing or a curse? Regardless, he is still a piece of her flesh, and she cherishes him dearly. The rooster typically crowed around 4 or 5 in the morning. Rising with the dawn, Zhou Bingkun donned an old military uniform, having removed the red shoulder insignia, and laced up his Liberation shoes. This attire signified his intention to engage in physical exercise, albeit somewhat inadequate for the lingering chill of early spring. His movements roused his elder brother, Zhou Bingkun, who, still half asleep, inquired, "Bingkun, what are you up to?" "I mentioned last night that I am going for a run to improve my health," he replied while tying his shoelaces. Zhou Bingkun muttered a few words but fell silent. Bleary-eyed, watching his brother dress and drape a towel around his neck before he stepped outside. The door clicked shut, followed by the creaking of the yard gate as it opened and closed, leaving no further sounds. Though the temperature was likely low, Zhou Bingkun did not feel cold. The vigor of youth surged within him. He mused as he ran along the street towards the outskirts. On the way, he occasionally encountered sanitation workers and early risers. Swiftly moving past them, undoubtedly leaving them with tales to recount. He covered nearly 3 kilometers to the riverbank and only broke a light sweat, maintaining a commendable pace. He finally confirmed that his crossing into this realm had indeed enhanced his physical constitution. While he sensed it yesterday, he could now affirm it. Crossing overcomes with its advantages. With no reason to hesitate, he embraced the notion that good fortune should never be fleeting. In this tranquil locale, he commenced his training. Finding a relatively flat area, Zhou Bingkun began practicing the first form of Baguazhang, also known as Baguazhang Lu Shishishou. This martial art was meticulously compiled by the esteemed master Lu Taiquan and disseminated within the military, earning the affection of numerous soldiers. In his previous life, he had learned this practical skill from a retired veteran who became a coach at his gym, renowned for its high level of applicability. The movements of this Baguazhang were primarily executed along a linear trajectory, making them relatively easy to master. The power exerted was expansive and robust, featuring aggressive techniques such as advancing with force to strike the abdomen, lifting the knee to target the groin, and elevating the chin for fierce attacks. The subsequent maneuvers included the white ape picking fruit, which involved lifting the chin to gouge the eyes or twisting the head. Truly, these were lethal techniques. But mastery required diligent practice, complemented by a unique breathing method for enhanced effectiveness. Nevertheless, no skill could rival that of firearms. Initially, his bodily coordination faltered. His intentions outpaced his physical execution. His hands moved without proper transmission, and while his legs sprang forth, his hips remained unresponsive. In sum, his movements were remarkably awkward, leading to several clumsy stumbles. As time progressed, a certain fluidity emerged, akin to a new vehicle undergoing its break-in period. The more he practiced, the more adept he became. Thus, he exerted himself with abandon, each strike powerful and vigorous, his legs swift as the wind. Naturally, the foundational skills of free combat required diligent training as well. The day's focus was to ascertain the training regimen: the jab, the swing punch, the hook, the front kick, the side kick, the whip kick, along with familiarizing himself with mobility steps. Additionally, exercises to enhance physical stamina were included. Finally, as the sun rose, he paused, drenched in sweat yet invigorated. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he let out a long howl and sprinted back. While his journey there had felt like a solitary dawn, the streets were now bustling with pedestrians. Upon reaching the illuminated area, he transitioned to a walk, for the peculiar gazes of others were difficult to endure. Entering his own courtyard, the steam of perspiration gradually dissipated, though his clothes remained thoroughly soaked. Ignoring the astonished looks from his family, Zhou Bingkun retrieved a change of clothes from his bedroom and carried a large bucket of cold water into the makeshift shower in the corner of the yard. Amidst his mother's calls, he began to rinse off. "Child, how can you wash with cold water? What if you catch a cold?" His mother fretted outside, scolding him incessantly. Drying himself with a towel and donning fresh attire, he assured her, "Mother, I am merely strengthening my body. There is scientific reasoning behind it." If he could persuade her to cease her nagging, that would suffice. Zhou's father scoffed, recognizing the growing rift between father and son, and decided to let it be. Zhou Bingkun, however, expressed genuine concern, asking what had prompted his brother to take up physical training. Zhou Bingkun smiled and replied, "I've come to realize that health is the foundation of revolution. From now on, I must cultivate my body and study diligently, striving to emulate you both." His sincerity was palpable, yet a hint of irony lingered, though no evidence substantiated it. Regardless, Zhou Bingkun's demeanor remained earnest and affable. It seemed he was no longer the brother they once knew. Both Zhou Bingkun and Zhou Rong silently concluded, attributing this transformation to the remarkable awakening he had experienced just days prior. Such a person would be difficult to deceive in the future. Chapter 8. impure thoughts after breakfast. Zhou Bingkun prepared to head to school. He rummaged through his backpack, which contained a few textbooks, some newspapers, and a canvas pencil case. Currently in his third year of junior high, this was the final term. The school was in disarray, with students brimming with energy, often clashing with one another. While teachers hesitated to intervene, the student council members organized learning and labor activities, yet some students didn't even attend, facing no repercussions for tardiness or absences. Nonetheless, most classmates lacked appealing alternatives for entertainment, finding it preferable to roam freely within the school premises. Bingkun, wait for me. A female voice called out to Zhou Bingkun as he walked with his backpack. He looked up to find Qiao Chunyan, who lived on the same street. Their homes were situated at opposite ends, with the Zhou residence diagonally across from the restroom and the Qiao household facing the garbage station. They both led lives filled with peculiarities, though her family occupied only a single room, their living conditions starkly contrasting with those of the Zhou family. Qiao Chunyan had two older sisters, all of whom, like his own siblings, remained unemployed at home. With the winds of the educated youth being sent to the countryside beginning to blow, meetings were underway at both the municipal and district levels, signaling that mobilization gatherings would soon commence. Qiao Chunyan and Zhou Bingkun were once elementary school classmates and are now middle school peers, although they reside on the same street. Their relationship has always been mediocre, as they have never walked to or from school together. She possesses a boisterous personality, while Zhou Bingkun has previously been quite shy. Qiao Chunyan is tall and embodies the quintessential image of a northern girl, her round face resembling a full moon. At this moment, she is adorned with a crimson scarf, donning a knee-length gray wool coat, and her feet are clad in sturdy black cloth shoes, presenting a rather robust appearance, reminiscent of a strong woman. Zhou Bingkun paused, smiling as he regarded her. In his memories from later years, the portrayal of Qiao Chunyan on television is far more refined than her current self. At least her figure has adopted a feminine silhouette, her face has slimmed down considerably, and she exudes a certain charm, perhaps having learned to enhance her appearance upon entering society. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize me? Qiao Chunyan exclaimed loudly, her voice resonating. She has an amiable disposition, capable of striking up a conversation with anyone. It's strange, you never used to call me. Zhou Bingkun's smile widened, as if they were longtime friends. Well, we've run into each other, haven't we? Come on, I'm heading to school too. It's the perfect opportunity for a chat, Qiao Chunyan said, patting her backpack. Staying at home is boring. School is far more entertaining. Besides, this is the last term, and none of us have anyone to recommend us for high school. After this, we won't have any place to go if we want to continue our education. Zhou Bingkun walked alongside her. Qiao Chunyan is only slightly shorter than him, though boys typically have more growth ahead, while girls have mostly ceased to grow. Who cares about that? After graduation, we can find jobs. That sounds much more interesting. Qiao Chunyan dismissed the notion nonchalantly, then suddenly turned to inquire. I heard the other day that your father sent you to the hospital? She asked cautiously, fully aware this was a sensitive topic, yet unable to suppress her curiosity. This was her true intention for engaging Zhou Bingkun in conversation, her gossiping spirit aflame. Indeed, I was struck with a blunt instrument and spent 2 days in the hospital. Zhou Bingkun replied calmly, as if recounting an incident that befell someone else. Wow, your father is terrifying, Qiao Chunyan exclaimed, theatrically clutching her chest in feigned shock. What did you do to provoke such wrath? Her eyes were fixed intently on his face. Well, this time it was an undeserved misfortune, Zhou Bingkun shrugged. My sister committed a wrong, and when my father discovered it, she framed me, claiming I was responsible. My oblivious father questioned me, and when I denied it, you know the outcome. I ended up in the hospital, nearly losing my life. Truly, calamity strikes when one is at home. At that moment, he felt no obligation to protect the Zhou family's reputation. Given Qiao Chunyan's loose lips, the entire street would learn of it by the end of the day. This would infuriate his biased father, and his sister would undoubtedly suffer a tarnished reputation and lost face. Really, Qiao Chunyan was genuinely excited, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. With a flourish of her hand, she tossed her scarf from her chest to her shoulder, the fringes brushing against Zhou Bingkun's face. Your sister would do such a thing? She doesn't seem that wicked. Her tone indicated her belief in Zhou Bingkun's words. This foolish boy never speaks untruths. As for Zhou Rong, Qiao Chunyan had never heard anything good about her from her two sisters, though jealousy was undoubtedly a factor. Now, with this scandalous gossip about her, how could she not be exhilarated? One must not merely skim the surface of others. To know a person superficially is not to know their heart. I have come to understand this deeply, much like Zhou Bingkun, who is articulating his sentiments. Indeed, I too find myself akin to Qiao Chunyan, who speaks with an unending flow, as if a dam has burst. On the way to school, Zhou Bingkun genuinely felt the incessant chatter of women, yet there was something comforting about it, for time passed swiftly, and they soon arrived at their destination. The grand iron gates of the school stood wide open, flanked by a weathered plaque inscribed with Jichuan City Guangzi District Secondary School. Upon entering, Zhou Bingkun hastened towards his classroom, the 9th grade graduation class. It was only after stepping inside that Qiao Chunyan finally paused her discourse, feeling particularly fond of Zhou Bingkun that day. Unlike other men, who often engaged her with an air of impatience, he exhibited a certain grace. Upon entering the classroom, it was indeed a cacophony of voices. Groups of 3 or 5 congregated, animatedly discussing various topics. At the front, a girl was diligently writing on the blackboard. She was Dong Shui, the class monitor, adorned with a pink knitted beret that elegantly framed her delicate features, reminiscent of a vibrant flower blooming in the gentle spring breeze. Clad in a light green military uniform, the waistline was exquisitely tailored, accentuating her slender figure flawlessly. Her polished leather shoes gleamed with brilliance, each step seemingly accompanied by a graceful melody. From behind, she exuded a spirited vigor, and from the front, she was breathtakingly beautiful, a true schoolbelle. In an era marked by monotonous colors and indistinguishable attire for both genders, her ability to infuse style into a military uniform through thoughtful coordination spoke volumes of her extraordinary background. One could surmise that her family was of notable means, affording her access to items not commonly seen in the marketplace, akin to the Western magazines popular in elite circles. The blackboard bore the day's learning agenda. Rather conventional, a discussion on national current affairs followed by a cultural studies class, and in the afternoon, labor. There was little novelty. Yet the chalk was wielded with grand flourish. She turned, tossing the chalk onto the lectern, and clapped her hands to capture the attention of her classmates. Gradually, the classroom fell into a hush. As class monitor, she commanded considerable respect, undoubtedly due to her esteemed background. Rumor had it that she was the daughter of the city's Armed Forces Department head, a claim she never confirmed, yet one that was widely believed. Today's discussion centered on a quote, "Citizens are the driving force behind the creation of world history." She deftly inscribed this phrase upon the blackboard once more. Turning to her classmates, she urged everyone to take their seats, emphasizing the importance of this philosophical statement for them to ponder deeply. Zhou Bingkun, seated by the window, found himself alone as his desk mate was absent. Having always been shy and reticent, he possessed few friends. With nothing to do, he smiled quietly, appreciating the class monitor at the front. Yes, he was appreciating her. Previously, he would never have dared to gaze so boldly at a girl adorned in beauty, both in attire and countenance. Her exquisite features resembled a finely crafted piece of art, and the tailored military uniform accentuated her youthful vitality. This was a beauty distinct from the superficial allure of later generations, untouched by the hand of makeup, radiating pure vitality and elegance. He delivered his passionate discourse with remarkable grace and intellect. In an instant, he felt as though he were attending a finance class in a future era, with a captivating female lecturer passionately engaging the audience, while impeccably dressed successful individuals below cast dubious glances. Dong Shui, seated among her peers, articulated her interpretation of the statement, her eyes scanning the classroom. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She noticed Zhou Bingkun's stare. It was not the gaze of a fellow student, but rather a blatant, desire-laden look that a man casts upon a woman. Her feminine intuition honed to a razor's edge in that moment. Initially composed, she shifted her focus to other classmates. But her peripheral vision returned to confirm that this man's gaze was laced with ulterior motives, a fiery intensity that sent shivers down her spine, utterly devoid of purity. What distinguished him from the ne'er-do-wells of society? How dare he attend class and seek an education? Anger surged within her, and she glared at him fiercely. This ordinarily unremarkable, unassuming individual, with his innocuous demeanor, harbored such a sordid side. Upon realizing Dong Shui had noticed him, Zhou Bingkun instinctively withdrew his gaze, suddenly aware of a grave error. His mindset from a past life had yet to be adjusted. After all, in this era, such lewd behavior could lead to severe consequences. That, Zhou Bingkun. Dong Shui's voice resonated with authority. Your intentions are far from innocent. Class monitor, what are you implying? I assure you, I am quite naive, he retorted, naturally denying the accusation, knowing she lacked evidence. Today had brought him misfortune. The class monitor was far too perceptive and ferocious, leaving him feeling both ashamed and embarrassed. He dared not confess, resolving to behave more cautiously in the future. Dong Shui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Could she truly accuse Zhou Bingkun of harboring such blatant desires? With a huff, she redirected the conversation. Now, please share your understanding of this statement. She had no intention of letting this morally ambiguous classmate off the hook so easily. How had she not perceived this flaw in him before? Chapter 9. Big Head. No worries in the rain, Zhou Bingkun internally lamented. Must you be so sensitive? A mere glance one tea cost you anything. In a different era, one might even commend my discernment. He realized he had overstepped, yet her exquisite attire was undeniably designed to attract attention. The cycle of scrutiny seemed endless. Stand tall. Class monitor has spoken, he thought, knowing he must respond. The last thing he wanted was to be labeled as a slacker in his studies. After a moment of contemplation, he rose and stated, "This quote conveys that the power of leadership is bestowed by the people, and no individual holds absolute power. They are merely public servants. If one fails to maintain their position rightly, they are bound to err and be toppled by the very populace they serve. The people are akin to the sun, for it is they who forge human history and serve as the decisive force behind societal transformation. This is indisputable." The classmates erupted in applause, praising his eloquence. Initially, they had witnessed the class monitor's ire directed at Zhou Bingkun, assuming he had not been paying attention. Now, they found themselves invigorated by his insightful remarks. Dong Shui was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this inconspicuous boy possessed such depth of knowledge. Reluctantly, she decided to let him take his seat. Zhou Bingkun, having learned from past mistakes, could no longer afford to maintain his previously irreverent demeanor. This is an era defined by righteousness, a time brimming with fervor and passion, an age where even hunger cannot deter the spirit of revolution. Speaking of hunger, he indeed felt a pang. Despite having just had breakfast, he realized, with his improved physical condition, his body now demanded more energy, leading to this sudden craving. With some time still left before noon, he would have to endure the discomfort of hunger for a while longer. Dong Shui urged her classmates to share their reflections while discreetly observing Zhou Bingkun with her peripheral vision. True to form, he remained unmanageable. Although he did not direct his gaze toward her, the occasional glimmer in his eyes betrayed his thoughts. If Zhou Bingkun could hear her inner voice, he would surely lament. "I am merely reflecting, dear lady, please do not misinterpret my intentions." However, she soon noticed his attention drifting, his mind clearly wandering to unsavory thoughts. What a scoundrel he was. At last, the discussion of the treasured quotations came to a close, and Dong Shui descended from the podium to take her seat in the front row. Another class monitor ascended the stage, yet another girl, plain in appearance and wearing glasses. She produced a newspaper and began to read aloud, sharing a commentary from the People's Daily. The highest leader had stated, "The fundamental experiences of the Revolutionary Committee include three key representatives, that of revolutionary cadres, the military, and the revolutionary masses. Achieving a triad of revolution. The Revolutionary Committee must implement unified leadership, dismantling overlapping administrative structures, streamlining governance, and organizing a revolutionary leadership team that connects with the masses. The most essential reform in state institutions is to maintain a connection with the people." The classmates listened attentively to the monitor's earnest reading. This was a matter of utmost seriousness and demanded their full concentration. Zhou Bingkun, staving off hunger, found this unique mode of instruction quite intriguing. Yet his gaze inevitably wandered to the back of that striking figure. At this moment, his eyes were indeed clear, for his thoughts were consumed by food. Beauty is always a delight to behold, akin to an enticing roasted duck or a succulent pork knuckle. He chastised himself for being preoccupied with thoughts of food, attributing it to his robust digestive system that turned everything into a potential delicacy. The absurdity of it made him smile involuntarily. Dong Shui felt a prickling sensation, aware that someone was watching her. Struggling against the urge to turn around, she silently cursed Zhou Bingkun. She had never perceived him in this light before, yet found herself at a loss for how to address it. After all, it would be absurd to accuse him of flirtation through mere glances. During a brief pause after the reading, Dong Shui feigned discussion with her classmates, stealing a glance over her shoulder to confirm her suspicion. Indeed, that rogue was staring in her direction, yet his gaze remained innocent, pure, and beyond reproach. Once a person harbors prejudice against another, every action they take appears flawed. The impact of his earlier gaze had been overwhelming. Thus, Dong Shui resolved to gather information, to know herself and her adversary, ensuring victory in every battle. During the break, she noticed the rather foolish girl, Xiao Chunyan, engaging in conversation with Zhou Bingkun from time to time. At this moment, Zhou Bingkun's smile radiated sincerity and simplicity, revealing the truth that one may know a person's face but not their heart. Had it not been for her keen observation of his other side, she might have been deceived by his outward appearance. Seizing a moment, Dong Shui casually strolled past Xiao Chunyan and, as if discovering a new continent, praised the beauty of Xiao Chunyan's red scarf. Xiao Chunyan, feeling quite proud of her exquisite scarf, particularly delighted by the acknowledgement from the discerning class monitor, was overcome with excitement. Their conversation quickly veered from the scarf's vibrant colors and intricate weaving to clothing styles and then to their classmates' outfits, igniting a lively discussion between the two. Under Dong Shui's guidance, the topic shifted to Zhou Bingkun. His recent comments were remarkably profound and expansive. Why had I never noticed how articulate he is? Are you quite familiar with him? Of course. We grew up together, neighbors on the same street, Xiao Chunyan replied boldly. He certainly didn't come up with that on his own. Let me tell you, his older brother and sister are exceptionally accomplished in their studies. Xiao Chunyan, a master of gossip, spoke with an unending flow, revealing every detail about Zhou Bingkun and his family. Eventually, she dropped a bombshell. Just a few days prior, his father had beaten him with a rolling pin, sending him to the hospital. Xiao Chunyan lowered her voice slightly, yet it was far from quiet. Oh, how serious. What mischief did Zhou Bingkun get into? Surely, he wasn't up to any lewd behavior? Dong Shui seized the opportunity to probe whether he was a lecherous character. Him? He wouldn't dare. He used to shy away from girls, blushing at the mere sound of a word spoken to them. Xiao Chunyan, with a look of indignation, elaborated. This is how it is. My sister, who appears beautiful and cultured, is actually quite the opposite. And their father is no better, unable to discern right from wrong. Striking out recklessly. What if he injures someone seriously? Oh, that's truly unfortunate. Dong Shui felt a thrill of amusement. This lascivious Zhou Bingkun needed to be kept in check. Surely, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Xiao Chunyan then began to gossip about Zhou Rong, his sister, who was genuinely beautiful and possessed a lovely singing voice, having participated in city concerts, rivaling your talents. While she struggled to articulate her thoughts, she could make comparisons. Continuing her gossip, she recounted how Zhou Rong had many admirers at the third middle school, the most notable being Kai Xiaoguang. Have you heard of him? Dong Shui shook her head. That name was unfamiliar, as she was still a mere junior high student with limited acquaintance. Kai Xiaoguang is the leader of the rebels at the city technical school. Quite formidable. His father was once a member of the provincial military management committee, and I hear he's now a prominent figure in the local commerce department. Xiao Chunyan's sources of information were indeed extensive, and she was well informed. Dong Shui was taken aback by the prowess of Zhou Bingkun's sister's boyfriend. It was easy to imagine that she must be extraordinarily beautiful. His brother isn't lacking either. He is quite handsome. What was his name again? A paragon of grace and charm. Yes, that's how the young ladies in our neighborhood describe him. As Xiao Chunyan spoke, she noticed Dong Shui's skeptical expression and understood what was on her mind. Zhou Bingkun seems to have inherited all the flaws of his parents, lacking both intelligence and grace, with a notably large head. It's no wonder his father is not fond of him. The children in our neighborhood have even composed a rhyme about him, which I shall share with you. Ah, splendid! Exclaimed Dong Shui, who found Zhou Bingkun's appearance not unpleasing. His thick brows and large eyes, yet when compared to his siblings, he fell woefully short. Xiao Chunyan, despite her penchant for gossip, lowered her voice this time, half reciting, half singing. Big head, no worries when it rains, others have umbrellas. I have a big head. Oh, how amusing. Dong Shui could not contain her laughter. How clever of someone to craft such a verse. If only Zhou Bingkun were to hear it, he would surely be infuriated, yet it brought her some amusement. Chapter 10. Fishing. Dong Shui's unabashed laughter drew the attention of many classmates, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth. This was quite unbecoming. Yet, the folk rhyme was genuinely humorous, making her eyes squint with delight. Xiao Chunyan, ever the gossip, had never revealed such a talent for conversation before, and her commentary was utterly delightful. Stealing a glance towards Zhou Bingkun, who was buried in his books with a furrowed brow, Xiao Chunyan withdrew her gaze and remarked, "Fortunately, he hasn't noticed, otherwise, I would be the subject of his scorn. All right, I shall refrain from laughing. Let us speak instead of his brother's remarkable qualities." Dong Shui composed herself. Zhou Bingkun's elder brother, Zhou Bingyi, was once a renowned figure at the city's premier school, handsome, academically gifted, possessing artistic flair, adept at playing the erhu, and even a poet whose works were published in literary journals. As a neighbor, Xiao Chunyan felt a swell of pride recounting these accomplishments. Truly impressive, Dong Shui marveled. And even more impressive, he has a beautiful girlfriend, the daughter of a high-ranking official. Xiao Chunyan continued to unveil her juicy tidbits. Dong Shui found herself somewhat overwhelmed, needing time to process this cascade of information. Alas, the girl's father had lost his position during the upheavals, placing her in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, Zhou Bingyi remained steadfast, their relationship seemingly strong. Xiao Chunyan expressed both sympathy and admiration. Thus, these cultured and talented literary youths often engaged in profound discussions, reflecting on the past and present, while Zhou Bingkun remained a mere observer, lacking any wit to contribute. Xiao Chunyan revealed the circumstances behind Zhou Bingkun's recent philosophical musings. Dong Shui found herself losing interest in Zhou Bingkun, instead captivated by Xiao Chunyan's penchant for gossip. Her friends at school were either scions of influential families or academic achievers, rarely mingling with those from humble backgrounds. Now, it felt as though a new door had swung open, and she was reluctant to depart. At noon, Zhou Bingkun was the first to rush from the classroom, disappearing in a flash at Xiao Chunyan's call. At home, he found his elder brother Zhou Bingyi absent, having gone to find Hao Dongmei. Zhou Bingkun consumed only 4 steamed buns, feeling unsatisfied. In the past, his appetite would have been satisfied with merely 2.5. Yet now left him only partially full. While rummaging through his bedroom, he unearthed a total of 11 yuan, which troubled him. With the strained relationship he had with his father, consuming too much would surely invite reprimand. He needed a plan. His thoughts drifted to the place he had jogged that morning, a river bend where fish might be found. This river was a tributary of the Lingjiang River passing through Jichuan City, not particularly large. In the northern regions, fishing typically occurred in winter, when the river froze solid, allowing for ice fishing. The fishing company first selects a location on the icy surface, then employs an ice auger to carve out a series of holes. Through these openings, a large net is submerged beneath the ice. After setting the net, the fishermen use a horse-drawn winch on the ice to maneuver the net, forming a surrounding circle beneath the surface, ultimately encircling the school of fish and drawing them up through the holes. This method allows for the capture of various fish species, including carp and silver carp. In contrast, during the spring, summer, and autumn seasons, few venture out to fish. Occasionally, there are some anglers, but they are scarce, making it a rather advantageous approach. This afternoon, instead of attending school, I decided to visit the river bend. I took a machete from home, secured it at my waist, and stepped outside. Even during the day, the river bend was devoid of people. Zhou Bingkun wandered along the riverbank, and to his delight, he spotted fish swimming beneath the surface, not small in size, subtly gliding through the water. Intrigued, he grabbed his machete and ventured into the thicket to find a branch, slightly thicker than his thumb and about 2 meters long. He sharpened one end, transforming it into a makeshift spear. Testing its balance, he hurled it towards a nearby mound, and the spear embedded itself into the earth 7 meters away, promising. Spear fishing requires finesse. Observation is paramount. Due to the refraction of light and water, the actual position of the fish lies deeper than it appears. Familiarity with this visual distortion is essential. Typically, the fish is located ahead and above its perceived position, necessitating aim below. Zhou Bingkun was aware of these principles but had yet to practice them. Today, he would give it a try. He cut some resilient, slender vines to attach to the spear's end and made his way to a secluded, shadowy spot. Holding the spear in his right hand and standing in a poised stance, he leaned forward, gazing intently at the water's surface. A fish, over a foot long, swam lazily, approaching closer. With a swift motion, Zhou Bingkun thrust his spear into the water, but the fish darted away, eluding capture. After more than half an hour without success, he remained undeterred. The most time-consuming aspect was waiting for the fish, and discerning the varying depths of the water proved challenging. In one instance, he managed to scrape off a scale, affirming his strength, vision, and focus were adequate. He changed locations, only to find that the fish had vanished, remaining distant from the shore. This time, he chose a promising spot, marked by a large rock jutting nearly a meter above the water, providing a secure foothold. Gripping the damp spear tightly, he fixed his gaze on the shadowy silhouettes beneath the lake's surface. Fortune smiled upon him, for within minutes, a fish over a foot long swam into view. blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Taking a deep breath, he tensed every muscle in his body, slowly raising the spear above his head. The veins in his arms subtly standing out, akin to a bow drawn taut. Suddenly, his expression sharpened. With lightning speed, he hurled the spear towards the fish. The spear pierced the water, sending a splash cascading across the surface, and soon, a silvery flash began thrashing violently beneath the water. Zhou Bingkun swiftly pulled the rope attached to the spear's end, drawing the grass carp alongside the rock. The fish writhed on the spear, shimmering scales reflecting dazzling light in the sun. Success at last. Few could achieve such a feat. Each throw required considerable strength, precision, and swiftness, all indispensable elements for triumph. Setting the fish aside, he crouched down once more. After a few minutes, another swam into view. With a swift motion, the spear was launched again, but alas, it missed slightly, allowing the fish to escape. Undeterred, he thought to himself that having caught one already, a second could not be far behind. Once more, the spear was cast, and the surface of the water erupted in a flurry, tinged with crimson. Success. Zhou Bingkun commended himself as he hoisted the two fish ashore. How to prepare them? Grilling seemed the answer. With plenty of twigs surrounding him and matches in his pocket. He also brought along a small packet of salt. A clever move indeed. Each fish measured over a foot in length, weighing just over a pound. He decided to gut one and take the other home. Using a small knife, he scraped off the scales, opened the belly, buried the entrails, and washed the fish clean. He gathered a few stones to form a makeshift hearth, where the dry twigs crackled as they ignited into a fervent blaze. The fish, weighing around a pound, was skewered on a slender branch from its mouth to its tail and placed over the fire. He had scored the flesh beforehand and seasoned it with a blend of wild onions and salt he had foraged nearby. As the heat intensified, the oils began to sizzle, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. A gentle breeze rustled the reeds along the riverbank, as if providing a melodic accompaniment to this outdoor feast. Zhou Bingkun occasionally turned the branch, ensuring that every part of the fish was grilled to a golden perfection. The skin gradually crisped while the flesh transformed from translucent to pure white, the tender texture evoking a mouth-watering anticipation. Grilling is indeed an art, but one he was adept at. When both sides were perfectly cooked, he gently tore off a piece of fish, placing it in his mouth. It was succulent and juicy, mingling the fragrance of wild herbs with a savory seasoning, a pure delight blossoming on his palate. This simple satisfaction spread throughout him by the riverside. Chapter 11. Supporting the third line time had slipped away, and Zhou Bingkun secured the remaining fish with some grass, holding it in his hands as he made his way home. Upon encountering acquaintances in the narrow street, he greeted them with a smile, yet his stride never faltered. Soon entering his house, laughter resonated within, accompanied by the familiar voice of Hao Dongmei, indicating that those artistic youths were once again engrossed in profound discussions. At this moment, he felt no interest in such topics. His sole task was to live joyfully and contentedly. Li Suhua began preparing dinner and, upon seeing Zhou Bingkun enter with a handful of wild grass, remarked that grass won't make a dish. Zhou Bingkun smiled mysteriously and scattered the weeds to reveal a fish exceeding a foot in length. Ah, fine catch. Where did you get that? Li Suhua asked, intrigued. This afternoon, I was at the dock with some classmates, and one of them is particularly skilled at spearfishing, so I managed to snag one. Zhou Bingkun replied with a cheeky fib. He had long prepared this excuse, and it seemed reasonable enough. Li Suhua, trusting him implicitly, thought to herself that her son would never lie. Next time, bring along some buns to trade with him. His family is in the fishing business, and their spearfishing skills are legendary. If you want fish, just barter with him. Zhou Bingkun began to process the fish, relishing the conversation with his mother, which brought joy to both their hearts. Really? Li Suhua's interest piqued. Meat can be hard to come by. Having fish is indeed a treat. Why would I deceive you? He is not taking advantage of us. How many buns do you suppose would be fair for this fish? Zhou Bingkun spoke nonchalantly, his expression unchanging and heart steady. While Li Suhua was still calculating the worth of a fish in terms of steamed buns, Zhou Bingkun continued, suggesting that with a mere fork he could easily catch a fish. It was a no-cost transaction, given their good rapport. Exchanging 5 or 6 buns would not be a loss. Are you jesting with your mother? 8 would be more appropriate. We shan't take advantage of him. Li Suhua felt that 5 or 6 was too little, while 8 seemed quite excessive. Just 6, anything more he wouldn't want. Zhou Bingkun insisted on their camaraderie. When the time comes, I should catch a few more for him. If we can't finish them, we can always preserve them. You're just daydreaming, you old rascal. Let us not let him suffer too much, Li Suhua retorted, unwilling to take advantage of the man. It's fine. I've put in some effort. Though I lack the skill, I'll bring back another fish tomorrow. Zhou Bingkun adeptly prepared the fish, cleaning out the entrails and setting them aside. You can fillet fish? Li Suhua exclaimed as if she had stumbled upon a new world. Having seen you catch so many, it's evident you can. I'm not foolish. Zhou Bingkun replied confidently. Only you could manage it, Li Suhua chided playfully, then began to ponder how to cook the fish, which had arrived just in time to entertain her future daughter-in-law. Zhou Bingkun did not enter the house to engage in conversation with them, but remained in the kitchen chatting with his mother, sharing amusing anecdotes from school and recent happenings, punctuating the dialogue with jokes that kept his mother laughing, drawing curious glances from those inside. In a jovial mood, Li Suhua announced that dinner was ready, and everyone made their way to the dining room. The family was already aware that Zhou Bingkun had returned with a fish, and having a meat dish was quite a treat. Zhou Bingyi even praised his friend for being commendable. Nowadays, during meals, Zhou Bingkun rarely spoke. A palpable barrier had formed, and everyone was keenly aware, deliberately steering clear of sensitive topics. Midway through the meal, Zhou father spoke up, his voice slightly somber. The unit has finalized the timeline for our support to the third line. It will be in about a month. Zhou mother, Li Suhua, felt a pang of sadness but did not shed tears, having known this was already decided, though it was still difficult to bear. Zhou father continued, before I leave, let us take the time to capture a family portrait. His words brooked no dissent. In this time, there are many preparations at work, and you three siblings must shoulder more responsibilities at home, helping your mother out. Alas, her health is not at its best. Zhou father and Zhou mother shared a deep bond, having weathered many storms together. With a sense of melancholy, dinner concluded. After the meal, Zhou Bingkun conversed with his mother for a while before retreating to his room to read, while his brother went to escort Hao Dongmei home. The following morning, Zhou Bingkun set out with a bundle on his back, containing clothes and steamed buns, eager to exercise. Despite the wait, he moved faster than the day before. Upon reaching the river bend, the tranquility was almost eerie. Following his established routine, he commenced his workout. He began with an intense running session, sprinting back and forth along the riverbank, his steps swift, breath rapid yet rhythmic. Next came push-ups, his arms moving in a steady cadence, sweat dripping onto the ground with each rise and fall. Then he transitioned to sit-ups, each ascent accompanied by the tightening of his abdominal muscles. Finally, he performed squats, his thigh muscles straining under the considerable burden, yet he persevered through set after set. As the bones and muscles fully relaxed, he commenced his training in the art of bagwizang, synchronizing his breath with the fluid movements of his body, his steps reminiscent of a gliding dragon. After more than 2 hours, he finally concluded his rigorous practice, just as the sun timidly peeked over the horizon. It was once again time for fishing, and he meticulously sharpened a fine spear. Crafted from hardwood, it was substantial in weight, slender and pointed, with a sturdy string bound to its tail and the tip honed to a razor-sharp precision. Today, he possessed greater experience than the day before, and his touch felt more assured. Standing by the riverbank, his gaze keenly fixed on the water's surface, he soon spotted a fish gliding gracefully by. Drawing a deep breath, his muscles tensed instantaneously as he raised the spear high, aiming just below the fish before hurling it with force. The spear sliced through the water like an arrow, striking true to its target. Swiftly, he retrieved the fish, reaffirming the wisdom of self-sufficiency. With a small knife at the ready, he skillfully scaled, gutted, and cleaned the fish in one fluid motion. Next, utilizing the makeshift stove, he set a framework to roast the fish. From his bag, he produced steamed buns, toasting them alongside the fish. Gradually, the fish turned a golden hue over the flames, the fat sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. He occasionally rotated the fish and buns, ensuring even cooking. What a delight it was to indulge in a hearty breakfast, filling him with vitality. Subsequently, he found a secluded spot to wash himself and don the clean clothes he had prepared, before methodically tidying up the area. Once everything was in order, he set off towards the school. Indeed, returning home in the morning could lead to unexpected encounters with familiar faces on the street, which would be quite bothersome. It was far more convenient to settle everything here, and he intended to carve out a small cave for shelter in case of rain, a place to retreat to if the afternoon grew tedious. The thought of it was quite appealing. With his pack slung over his shoulder, he walked towards the school. Planning to return here after lunch to continue his endeavors, fishing and roasting, in this splendidly remote location. Chapter 12. Mother Zheng Li Suhua donned her most spirited red floral jacket, paired with dark blue cotton trousers and pristine cotton shoes. A silk scarf tied gracefully around her neck. She radiated cleanliness and festivity. Today was the day for the family portrait, as Zhou Zhigang, a senior craftsman, eagerly responded to the national call, preparing to lend his talents to the development of the Northwest's Third Front. This was not a short-term assignment. It would take him thousands of kilometers away, with a train journey nearing 10 days, plus navigating mountains and valleys, making the entire trip approximately half a month long. Future visits home would likely be spaced 3 to 5 years apart. As the children grew older, it would become increasingly rare for the family to gather together. Making this portrait before his departure to the Northwest a cherished wish. As the head of the family, Zhou Zhigang donned an imposing cadre uniform, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing his wife emerge, impeccably dressed, a soft light gleamed in his eyes as he said, "Let us proceed." In the courtyard, the three siblings awaited their mother. Each clad in their finest attire, for capturing photographs was a rather prestigious affair in those times. The photography studio in the Guangzi district is situated in a bustling area of the city, flanked by cinemas, state-owned department stores, national hotels, and the Xinhua bookstore. Though the exterior of the studio is modest, the interior is quite spacious, complete with a workshop on the second floor. The staff warmly welcomed the Zhou family of 5, thoroughly explaining the photography process and pricing. In these times, photography does not come cheaply. The least expensive half-inch ID photos cost 2 yuan for 2 pictures, with an additional print priced at 50 cents. The family portraits come in various sizes, ranging from 21 inches to 4 inches. Zhou Zhigang, displaying a sense of grandeur, opted for the largest 4-inch photograph and requested 5 copies. After a swift calculation, the staff informed him that the total came to 18 yuan. It is worth noting that despite Zhou Zhigang's relatively high salary of 88 yuan per month, such an expense could weigh heavily on an average household for several months. Following the staff's instructions, each family member donned a badge bearing the image of a great leader. Under the meticulous guidance of the seasoned photographer, the Zhou family arranged themselves in a line, with Zhou Zhigang and Li Suhua positioned in the center, flanked by their 3 children. Zhou Zhigang's expression was serious yet tinged with anticipation, while Li Suhua radiated happiness with a broad smile. Zhou Bingyi slightly tilted his body, exuding an air of elegance. Zhou Rong stood gracefully, her smile sweet. Zhou Bingkun, on the far edge, displayed a hint of youthful awkwardness. The photographer adjusted the lighting and continuously directed their poses and expressions, encouraging them to lift their heads a bit higher, smile, relax, and not to be tense. Under the photographer's guidance, the family's demeanor improved steadily. Ready? Look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. With a click of the shutter, this heartwarming moment was captured forever. After arranging a time to collect the photographs and receiving the pickup slip, the family exited the studio. It was still early, just past 10 in the morning. Zhou Bingyi and Zhou Rong expressed their desire to meet with friends, planning to return home in the afternoon. Zhou Bingkun also informed his mother, Li Suhua, that he would wander around the city center, to which she admonished him not to cause any trouble before heading back with Zhou Zhigang. Zhou Bingkun leisurely strolled through the main urban area, which consisted of a single main street stretching a kilometer long, lined with all the grand buildings of the community. The most impressive of these was the district cinema, where all manner of events took place. This area was the most vibrant, featuring not only state-owned shops, but also numerous small stalls run by families facing economic hardship, permitted by the district and street authorities. A considerable number of people frequented these stalls, which were generally categorized into food vendors selling items like roasted sweet potatoes and boiled corn, as well as snack vendors offering Maltose figurines, roasted seeds, peanuts, candied hawthorn, and ice pops, popular treats enjoyed during leisure time. Additionally, everyday small items such as sewing kits containing threads of various colors for mending clothes, thimbles, buttons, simple wooden combs, and hair combs for grooming, and handmade bamboo and wooden products could be found. Some vendors also offered small kitchen utensils like iron pans, aluminum basins, and ladles, which are essential for daily household life, along with small hardware tools such as scissors and tweezers. In essence, a diverse array of goods was available, many of which were seldom seen in state-owned stores. Zhou Bingkun gazed around with keen interest, filled with curiosity. Suddenly, he noticed a small cart diagonally across from the cinema, which held a box of popsicles. Beside the box, bundles of torch-like sticks were tied with straw rope, on which hung over 20 candied hawthorns. Leaning against the cart was an elderly woman with grizzled hair. Her face etched with sorrow, her tattered cotton coat could not shield her from the chill of the lingering spring cold, and she shivered slightly. A figure appeared on the television screen, Zheng Wan's mother. In this unpredictable weather, few dared to indulge in popsicles. Perhaps only the naive youth would dare to take a bite. The candied hawthorns fared somewhat better. During film screenings, children and couples often showed interest, yet she was not the sole vendor. Zheng's mother, slightly hunched, spotted a young boy nearby. His head was large, yet his countenance was simple-minded, dressed in clean military attire, clearly not short on funds. Standing at a distance, he watched her candied hawthorns, and assuming he was too shy to make a purchase, she called out to him. "Young man, would you like to buy some candied hawthorns? These are made from excellent hawthorns." She managed to squeeze a smile onto her face. Zhou Bingkun chuckled and approached, saying, "Auntie, I'm waiting for someone. I just noticed the popsicle box and thought I might enjoy one." Yes, Zheng's mother eagerly replied. "We have sweetened water ones and milk ones. Which would you like?" "I'll take a milk one," Zhou Bingkun said, handing over a dime. Zheng's mother promptly accepted the money, rummaging through her pocket to produce a nickel, as the price of a milk popsicle was 5 cents. She then opened the popsicle box and retrieved a milk popsicle wrapped in wax paper. She handed him the popsicle along with the nickel, and Zhou Bingkun, instead of accepting the change, pointed to a nearby small wooden stool and said, "Auntie, I'll sit here for a moment waiting for my friend. I might just treat someone else to a popsicle. If my friend doesn't arrive, I'll take another one when I leave." Zheng's mother brightened at this, appreciating the young man's kindness, and hurriedly agreed, even wiping the stool with a cloth. Curious about Zheng Wan's current circumstances, Zhou Bingkun decided to inquire, taking advantage of his position beside her to engage in casual conversation. Sitting leisurely on the stool, he peeled away the outer paper of the milk popsicle, took a slurp, and remarked, "The flavor is quite delightful, abundant in milk." "Indeed. In summer, girls tend to buy these," Zheng's mother replied, her spirits lifted. Observing Zhou Bingkun's amiable demeanor, she asked, "Who are you waiting for, young man?" "My brother," he replied. "He is meeting a classmate, and I was asked to wait here for him." "Auntie, how's business?" Zhou Bingkun seamlessly continued the conversation. "This weather still carries a chill. I haven't sold even 10 popsicles today. The candied hawthorns, however, might sell about 10, Zheng's mother candidly explained, having nothing to conceal. "That's not profitable. You won't even earn a yuan, and the weather remains cool. As long as there is some profit, it suffices. I can't hope for much more," she went on, engaging Zhou Bingkun in light chatter. As their conversation flowed, they gradually became more familiar. Zhou Bingkun, with his honest and simple demeanor, now dressed neatly and tidily, gave the impression of someone hailing from a cultured family. "Auntie, I'm from Guangzi Street, on the corner of Guangzi Street. Where do you live?" Zhou Bingkun took the initiative to converse, inquiring about Zheng's mother. "Ah, it's not far at all, but this place is quite different," replied Mother Zheng with a smile. "The disparity is not trivial, it is a vast chasm, particularly regarding living conditions. Guangzi Street boasts a spacious thoroughfare, accommodating large vehicles, while Taiping Hudong is characterized by closely knit houses with a narrow alleyway barely 2 meters wide, exuding a sense of confinement. In contemporary terms, Guangzi Street can be deemed a middle-class area, whereas Taiping Hudong could rightly be described as a slum. Indeed, it's south quite close. We are neighbors after all. We should make it a point to visit each other more often," Zhou Bingkun said sincerely, showing no hint of disdain. Upon hearing this, Mother Zheng felt an increased fondness for the young man, appreciating his kindness and amiable nature. Unlike others who would recoil at the mention of Taiping Hudong, Zhou Bingkun's words warmed her heart, prompting her to engage in light conversation. They exchanged pleasantries, with Zhou Bingkun displaying remarkable patience, never exhibiting a trace of impatience. Mother Zheng, having found such a friendly and engaging companion, felt the atmosphere grow warm and harmonious. "By the way, you are a layperson, aren't you? No wonder you have such a kind heart for adopting orphans. This truly is a remarkable virtue," Zhou Bingkun complimented with a smile. During their conversation, he learned that she had renounced her status as a nun to adopt a girl named Zheng Wan and a boy named Zheng Guangming, who had a vision impairment. Mother Zheng beamed with joy upon hearing this. Being a devout Buddhist, she firmly believed in the principle that good deeds are rewarded. And hearing the phrase remarkable virtue brought her immense satisfaction, keeping a smile on her face. "Look, isn't that Zhou Bingkun? What is he doing there selling things?" 2 attractive young women emerged from a department store, one of whom spotted their classmate, and promptly nudged her companion. Let us go take a look. The two girls quickened their pace towards Zhou Bingkun. Mother Zheng instinctively prepared to greet her customers as usual, but before she could speak, one of the girls addressed him first. Zhou Bingkun, what are you doing here? Zhou Bingkun recognized them as his classmates. The class monitor Dong Shui and the publicity officer Lin Jiji. Dong Shui was exceptionally beautiful, a veritable school beauty, while Lin Jiji was equally impressive. Acknowledged as the beauty of the class, he initially assumed they were there to shop, so he hesitated to greet them. When Lin Jiji called out to him, he quickly stood up, slightly bowing, and said, "What a coincidence, Dong classmate, Lin classmate." He refrained from addressing them by their first names, as Dong Shui had displayed some bias against him in the past. Seeing the two girls conversing with Zhou Bingkun, Mother Zheng wisely stepped aside to allow them space to talk. Dong Shui appraised the neatly dressed Zhou Bingkun and then glanced at the shabby attire of the vendor next to him, feeling a sense of incongruity, and half-jokingly remarked, "What brings you to set up a stall today? The neighbors are selling popsicles and candied haws here, and I'm just waiting for someone," he replied. "Shall I treat you to some candied hawthorn or ice pops?" Zhou Bingkun chuckled, feeling a sense of warmth upon encountering his classmates outside school. Lin Jiji quickly waved her hand, saying, "No need to trouble yourself. It was merely a chance encounter, and I thought it inappropriate not to greet you." Dong Shui, however, was rather nonchalant, boldly suggesting, "Let's have ice pops. It's far more enjoyable to eat these in the winter." She laughed heartily as she spoke. Observing this, Zhou Bingkun took out a dime from his pocket and handed it to Zheng Mu. Consequently, both girls indulged in ice pops, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave immediately. Zhou Bingkun then gestured for them to step aside and not obstruct the vendor's business. "I've heard your brother and sister are exemplary students. Why is it that you fall short?" Dong Shui remarked, her tone laced with subtle ridicule as she savored her ice pop, alluding to Zhou Bingkun's academic performance and demeanor. "They aspire to explore the world beyond, necessitating diligent study. As for me, I wish to remain by my mother's side, thus I focus on maintaining my health." Zhou Bingkun replied, patting his chest to emphasize his robustness. "Your statement is flawed," Lin Jiji interjected, immediately opposing him. "Our primary objective upon entering school is to study diligently. If you cannot even achieve that, how can one trust that you will honor your parents in the future?" "Oh." Zhou Bingkun was taken aback by Lin Jiji's earnestness. After a moment's reflection, he sighed, "What can one truly learn in school nowadays? Moreover, it is nearly impossible to accurately gauge a person's academic prowess. Presently, the assessment of being an exemplary student seems to hinge solely on one's visibility in school activities. Naturally, since I'm not particularly outgoing, I find myself excluded from such accolades." Dong Shui scoffed disdainfully, "Ignorance is ignorance, and no amount of evasion can hide your brazen nature." Lin Jiji looked at Dong Shui in surprise, perplexed by her unexpected harshness. These two normally have no significant conflicts. Why is Dong Shui speaking so harshly today, even resorting to personal attacks on Zhou Bingkun? Recognizing Dong Shui's entrenched bias against him, Zhou Bingkun realized further explanation would be futile, so he simply said, "You are beautiful. Thus, you are always right." Dong Shui was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a retort, and thought to herself that Zhou Bingkun certainly had a thick skin. Lin Jiji, however, found amusement in his clever response. After all, who among classmates would dare to openly compliment another's beauty, especially as a clever rebuttal to an attack? It was indeed a remarkable comeback. "Let us go." Dong Shui, visibly irritated, was unwilling to engage further with Zhou Bingkun. Zhou Bingkun, however, wore a broad smile, saying, "Ladies, take care on your way. I want to see you off." Lin Jiji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for the ice pop." Dong Shui merely shot him a fierce glare, offering him an exaggerated eye roll. Once the two had departed, Zheng Mu quietly inquired, "Young Shou, is there some conflict between you and that female classmate?" "Nothing to worry about, Auntie. Small frictions are common among classmates," he replied. "It seems my brother won't be coming for a while, so I think I'll head off as well. I am feeling a bit hungry." Zhou Bingkun spoke as he tidied up, preparing to depart. Immediately, Mother Zheng handed him the 5 cents she had previously intended to give him. Zhou Bingkun declined the money, instead taking an ice pop before bidding farewell. Chapter 14. The Zheng family as dusk fell. Mother Zheng gradually ceased her labors and began to pack away the small cart that had accompanied her for many years. She carefully placed a small stool into the cart and, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced around to ensure nothing was left behind before slowly pushing the cart onto the path homeward. The distance from the bustling center of Gongla district to the cramped and dilapidated Taiping Alley was scarcely 3 kilometers. Yet even a brisk walker would require nearly an hour to reach it, given Mother Zhang's advanced age and fragile health, coupled with the burden of the cart. Her journey typically took 2 hours, filled with stops. However, today her heart brimmed with joy, and her steps seemed much lighter. Even the creaking wheels of the cart emitted a melodious sound. The houses in Taiping Alley, if they could still be referred to as such, were merely a haphazard assembly of broken wooden planks, stones, and various disordered building materials. The roofs were a bizarre patchwork of boards, straw, earth, and stone slabs, barely sufficient to shield from the elements, more aptly described as makeshift shelters. Adjacent homes were separated by a thin wall, allowing even the slightest noise from next door to be heard clearly. The house across the way was so close that one could easily push open its sagging door with a mere step. The uneven dirt path between the two houses served as the sole passage for the residents. Mother Zheng halted in front of a modest dwelling at the alley's end. Finally home. Her residence featured 2 doors. The outer one stood askew, precariously held in place by a single wire. Gently, she pulled open the creaking door, which immediately stirred the occupants inside. "Mother, you're back." A youthful voice rang out from within, followed by the inner door swinging open to reveal a boy of about 8 or 9 years old. Squinting, he endeavored to discern the figure of Mother Zheng. This child had been rescued by her, suffering from an eye ailment that had gone untreated due to financial constraints, leaving his vision increasingly blurred, as though viewed through frosted glass. Between the tilted outer door and the inner door lay a cramped space of 5 or 6 square meters, cluttered with firewood and coal cinders, with vegetables such as cabbage and radish hanging from the walls. The locals vividly described this space as a doorway pit, devoid of windows and shrouded in darkness, indeed resembling the interior of a cart. The small cart fit perfectly into the designated space, and the boy, guided by the vague shadows, groped to assist Mother Zheng in firmly positioning the cart. Mother Zheng, her face radiant with smiles, took the boy's hand and entered the inner room. This room measured a mere 15 or 16 square meters, with a heated platform occupying half the area. A window was situated on the wall adjoining the platform. The other half of the space was filled with a stove, a cupboard, a rickety table, several unstable chairs, and a basin stand that appeared on the verge of collapse. In one corner of the Kong, a modest collection of the family's garments lay neatly folded. The center of the Kong was covered with several newspapers, atop which rested a pile of hawthorn. A young girl, clad in a deep blue patched cotton coat with her hair styled in braids, held a knife in one hand for slicing hawthorn while propping herself up on the edge of the Kong with the other, gazing towards the door. She wore only an old floral fabric pair of trousers on her lower half, with an old quilt draped over her calves. Upon seeing her mother and younger brother enter the room, she promptly spoke. "Mother, you've returned earlier than usual today. There's hot water in the kettle. Wash your face first, and I'll tidy up the Kong so we can have our meal." Her voice was bright and melodious, reminiscent of pearls falling onto a jade plate. As she spoke, she reached out to illuminate the electric light in the cooking corner, instantly brightening the room. The light cast upon her delicate features, revealing a striking beauty that was hard to forget at first glance. With nimble hands and feet, the girl neatly folded the quilt that was covering her feet, exposing her slender toes, which were bare of socks. She swiftly sorted and organized the hawthorn, then climbed down from the Kong to slip into a pair of simple cloth shoes resting nearby. The stove was steaming with cornmeal dumplings made from ground corn cobs, while a pot of corn porridge simmered, thin enough to reflect one's image. Pickled radish strips had already been set on the dining table, while their mother washed her face. Zheng Wan had already retrieved the dark yellow dumplings from the pot and served 3 bowls of thin porridge, arranging chopsticks neatly beside each bowl. Although Zheng Guangming had poor eyesight, he was intimately familiar with the layout of the room and gingerly made his way to the table, urging his mother to hurry with her washing. Zheng mother sat on an old chair, while Zheng Wan and Zheng Guangming shared a long, high bench. The family gathered around the table, and though the meal was simple and unpretentious, the time spent together was filled with warmth and joy. After taking a sip of porridge, Zheng Guangming suddenly remarked, "Mother, and who from the alley came to look for sister again today? She is truly bothersome." Zheng mother's brows furrowed instantly. Her previously cheerful demeanor dampened. She replied, "Haven tea, we told her repeatedly that one tea be going to the countryside." Indeed, the call for youth to go to rural areas began in 1968 as a response to increasingly radical issues, promoting an exodus to the mountains and fields, which were seen as places of great potential. Street officials, enthusiastic activists, and well-meaning aunties considered this endeavor a sacred mission. They were well acquainted with the situations of the families in their neighborhoods, and any household with idle youth became a target for their mobilization efforts, tirelessly and dutifully. They urged those they deemed suitable to venture into the countryside. With ample time and fervor, they traversed from door to door, extolling the merits of this initiative. Regardless of individuals' willingness or their educational backgrounds, all were categorized as knowledge youth expected to head to the mountains and fields. Zhou Nan, feeling disheartened, lamented. She said that since there's now a boy in the family, another youth must go to the countryside for re-education. Her voice remained enchanting, though tinged with a hint of resignation. Don't pay her any mind. When I was here last, I made it clear to her, if you go to the countryside, how will the two of us manage? The bright-eyed child is still unwell. How can these people speak so flippantly without understanding the suffering? Mother Zheng exclaimed, her food having lost all flavor. Zheng Wan continued, I spoke to Aunt Hu about our family's situation, but she claimed that after I go to the countryside, the neighborhood committee will assist us. Nonsense. Mother Zheng could not contain her frustration, having reported the issues regarding your and Guangming's household registration numerous times. Yet they always avoided responsibility, offering grand theories and policies while failing to take any real action. Had we believed their words, we would have perished from hunger and cold long ago. Mother Zheng, once a nun who returned to secular life, had received a household registration from the government. However, her adopted daughter and son could not obtain registration due to a lack of formal adoption documentation. In an era where residents relied solely on ration provisions for sustenance, surviving as a family of 3 without a fixed supply was already considered a favor from the neighborhood committee. At least they allowed Mother Zheng to set up a stall in the city center to sustain her livelihood, but that meager income only provided for her. The family ultimately remained underfed and inadequately clothed, let alone affording treatment for Zheng Guangming's eyes. Of course, this predicament was also tied to Mother Zheng's lack of education and experience. She neither had the means nor the knowledge to personally urge the neighborhood committee for assistance, merely reiterating the feudal saying that what is destined to happen will eventually come to pass, while what is not meant to be cannot be forced. Chapter 15. Avoiding catastrophe in front of her daughter, Mother Zheng could only futilely murmur those unhelpful phrases, offering no practical solutions. Zheng Guangming could no longer hold his tongue. Mother, if Aunt Hu comes again tomorrow, I want to open the door. I can recognize her footsteps. Mother Zheng's face showed distress. She truly did not wish to sour relations with their neighbors. It would be discourteous not to open the door, and it might give the impression that they were defying policy. Mother Zheng was also apprehensive, ultimately too fearful to cause discord with outsiders, as their family could not withstand further turmoil. Zheng Wan also felt this was not a viable approach, and she addressed her still somewhat resistant brother. It's not just Aunt Hu who visits. There are also officials from the neighborhood committee. If you can block Aunt Hu, can you also prevent the officials? Yet, they cannot force anyone to go to the countryside. They are the real villains. Zheng Guangming felt a deep reluctance at the thought of his sister going to the countryside. He knew that once she left, their mother would have to sell ice pops and candied hawthorn, leaving him alone at home. He could hardly bear to imagine such a scenario. Zheng Wan had also contemplated going to the countryside, as Aunt Hu had previously explained the policy, stating that as long as one was willing to work, there would be enough food and even opportunities to earn work points, which could lead to meals of white bread and meat. However, she could not bear to leave their mother and brother behind. Their mother was aging, while she could still manage to sell ice pops. She certainly could not continue making candied hawthorn. Currently, the primary source of income for the family relied on selling candied hawthorn, which Zheng Wan prepared herself. From gathering materials, such as purchasing hawthorn and sugar from the supply store, to carefully peeling bamboo skewers, she then selected fresh, unblemished, and uniformly sized hawthorn, washing and drying them. After that, she meticulously removed the seeds with a small knife or toothpick and skewered 5 pieces of hawthorn on each stick. Subsequently, the preparation of syrup ensues. Combine sugar and water in a pot, and over moderate heat, allow it to simmer slowly, continuously stirring with a spatula to prevent the sugar from sticking to the pot and burning. When the sugar thickens and takes on a faint golden hue, dip a chopstick into the syrup and place it in cold water. If the sugar swiftly solidifies and possesses a crisp texture, it indicates that the syrup is ready. Relying solely on experience, the final step is to coat the hawthorn. Swiftly immerse the skewered hawthorn into the prepared syrup, rolling it around quickly to ensure an even coating. This must be done with haste, as the syrup will rapidly solidify otherwise. Place the coated hawthorn on a pre-prepared plate or cutting board, allowing it to cool naturally until the coating becomes hard and crisp, thus completing the hawthorn candy. The entire process is quite intricate, far beyond the capabilities of the elderly Zhou mother. A single skewer of candied hawthorn costs 5 cents to produce, yet sells for 10 cents. Zhou mother ventures out daily, managing to sell about 10 skewers, and during festive seasons, she might sell 20 to 30, barely sustaining the basic needs of her family of 3, leaving no room for aspirations of improved living conditions. Should Zhou Nan venture to the countryside, relying solely on Zhou mother selling popsicles 2 cents for a sugary ice treat sold at 3 cents, and 3.5 cents for a milk popsicle sold at 5 cents, life would undoubtedly be frugal, and hunger might even loom. Thus, resolute in her decision, Zhou Nan would never choose to go to the countryside. The trio dined in silence, Zhou mother sighing heavily as she sat at the edge of the Kong, racking her brain for solutions. Yet what good ideas could she possibly conjure? In her youth, she had become a nun to escape misfortune, and upon being compelled to return to secular life after liberation, she found herself of considerable age and lacking societal experience, now merely anxiously fretting. Zhou Nan cleared away the dishes, climbed onto the Kong, and began to prepare the hawthorn for pitting, yet her mind was in turmoil, restless and agitated. She could not comprehend why the street office did not consider her family's actual circumstances. In truth, any policy concerning the countryside would take her family's situation into account. Provided she or Zhou mother sought assistance from the street office, no one would press her further. Regrettably, Zhou mother dared not question the legitimacy of the government's initiatives. Nor did she suspect that Aunt who visited, had a limited understanding of the policies regarding the countryside, blindly enforcing them. Zheng Guangming was equally anxious, approaching Zheng mother to say, "Mother, if only we could hide my sister when they come, but alas, our home lacks even a cupboard large enough to conceal her." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wan's eyes brightened, and she said to Zheng mother, "Mother, what if I hide out for a few days? When they come knocking, let Guangming say I've gone to the countryside to visit relatives. I believe this countryside business is just a passing phase, perhaps in a few days. No one will come asking." Zheng mother nodded, yet immediately shook her head in denial, stating, "That is indeed a plan. But I have no relatives nearby in the countryside for you to turn to. It simply won't work." Zheng mother, already without kin and possessing a limited social circle, could not even find someone familiar. Zheng Wan bit her lip and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "The bend by the river outside the city should be quite deserted. I could go there during the day to forage for some wild vegetables. That should suffice." "But that area," Zheng mother replied, "had a murder case 2 years ago. Who would dare to venture there now? Even the children are reluctant to venture there, as it is deemed inauspicious." Mother Zhang's face betrays her fear. She is well aware of the events that transpired at the river bend and is truly unwilling to let Zheng Wan take such risks. However, Zheng Wan is resolute in her decision, believing that place to be an ideal sanctuary for solitude. While others tremble in fear, she remains undaunted, dismissing all superstitions. "Mother, do not fear. That place is deserted, which is precisely what makes it perfect. I have even brought a machete along, should any spirits dare approach. I shall see who would be bold enough to face my blade." Her stubbornness is unwavering. Once she has made up her mind, not even a herd of oxen could sway her. Seeing this, Mother Zheng ceased her attempts at persuasion, fully aware of her daughter's temperament. Zheng Guangming insisted on accompanying his sister, but was dissuaded by their mother. "You must stay home to receive visitors and inform them that your sister has gone to visit relatives. Otherwise, what difference would it make if we were not home?" Understanding, Zheng Guangming reluctantly agreed. Thus, the family of 3 began to discuss their plans for departure, meals to be had outside, and the timing of their return home. Zheng Guangming assured them that he could manage well on his own, alleviating his mother and sister's worries. Once plans were solidified, the atmosphere in the household lightened. Mother Zheng began recounting amusing anecdotes from her day spent selling goods in the market. "Today, I encountered a young man who was truly delightful, handsome, and amiable, residing in the Guangli Street area. He harbored no prejudice against us from Taiping Alley and suggested that we, as neighbors, should socialize more often." With heartfelt nostalgia, she spoke of how Zhou Bingkun had come by to purchase ice pops and had sat with her for a lengthy chat that afternoon. As Mother Zheng rambled on, Zheng Guangming eagerly inquired about the details, his world so small yet filled with an insatiable curiosity for the wonders beyond. His excitement surged upon hearing that a well-off elder brother could engage so kindly with their mother for such a long time. Zheng Wan listened in silence, her mind gradually sketching the image of the young man still pursuing his studies. From her mother-esque descriptions, she could almost envision him, tall, clean-cut, gentle and courteous, with a broad forehead and an honest visage. How wonderful it is. This is the life to aspire to, basking in the sunlight of existence. Chapter 16. A salted fish. Zhou Bingkun and how Dongmei emerged from the youth office, their smiles tinged with a hint of regret. The clarion call for the down to the countryside movement had just sounded, and they had promptly agreed to enlist together, making them among the first wave of urban youth to respond to the call. Due to their higher education levels and timely application, the officials at the youth office were quite pleased and promised to assign them to the construction corps. They had come today to collect their acceptance certificates for the corps, which would enable them to proceed to the local street office and police station to facilitate their household registration transfer, converting their urban residency into a rural one. Following that, they would need to arrange for the transfer of their food supply rights from the city to the countryside, thus securing their provisions while living in the corps, providing a fundamental guarantee for their sustenance. The youth office informed them that Zhou Bingkun's procedures were all in order. Yet how Dongmei was unable to proceed to the production corps due to failing the political review. For her, merely being assigned to a farm was the most favorable outcome, as the conditions there were superior to those in an ordinary village. After much discussion, the officials at the youth office allocated Hao Dongmei to a farm in close proximity to the production corps where Zhou Bingkun was located, thus ensuring some measure of mutual support. Both understood that this was indeed the best possible resolution and refrained from further lamentation. Proceeding to complete the necessary formalities at the youth office, the officials advised them that with the acceptance certificate issued by the youth office, they had 1 month to transfer their household registration and grain ration book, after which they could return to the youth office to collect their tickets and a modest living allowance. As they emerged from the youth office, they engaged in conversation while walking towards the Zhou household. Zhou's father was set to depart for the northwest next week, and it was a blessing for the family to gather together one last time. Has your relationship with your father and Zhou Rong improved at all? Hao Dongmei inquired. She had noticed considerable changes in Zhou Bingkun, indicating the significant impact of the previous incident on him. I'm not entirely sure. He doesn't spend much time at home. Even when he is, he either isolates himself in his room reading or helps my mother with chores, often chatting. My mother seems quite happy every day. Zhou Bingkun replied regarding his brother's recent behavior. Hao Dongmei furrowed her brow slightly. It appears this matter has indeed weighed heavily on your brother. He still harbors resentment towards your father. I'm not overly concerned about their relationship, as they are father and son. But the bond with Zhou Rong may take time to mend. A few times, Zhou Rong attempted to engage him in conversation, but he completely ignored her. I can't fathom where his stubbornness originates. Zhou Bingkun wore an expression of helplessness. As their conversation unfolded, they soon arrived at the Zhou residence. In one corner of the yard, a rope was strung up, adorned with 10 or so salted fish, their faint odor wafting through the air. In the kitchen, Zhou Bingkun was expertly and efficiently preparing 3 sizable grass carp, his hands deftly working while he exchanged playful banter with Li Suhua, who was busy nearby. She would occasionally feign annoyance at his antics, lightly kicking him and laughingly scolding him to refrain from his jests. Bingkun, Hao Dongmei approached, feeling a surge of envy at the warm scene before her. How are the arrangements for your rural placement progressing? Zhou Bingkun naturally inquired about her assignment. Hao Dongmei candidly replied, your brother is heading to the construction corps in the north. I can only go to a farm. Fortunately, they are close enough to look out for one another. Zhou Bingkun paused his work, pondering for a moment before saying, Sister Dongmei, yesterday while chatting with a classmate, they mentioned something that I think you should be cautious about regarding your placement at the farm. Hao Dongmei's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she listened intently, with Zhou Bingkun standing by to hear more. My classmate's sister was a sent-down youth at Musi River Farm in 1964 and has just returned this year for medical treatment. According to her, from October onward, the farm becomes completely frozen. There are only a few wells for drawing water, which become exceedingly slippery due to frequent use. And the water that spills at the well's edge freezes almost instantaneously. By the end of winter, the ice can reach the level of the well's opening. When his sister went to fetch water, she accidentally slipped into the well, although she was quickly rescued. The bitter cold and her frail constitution left the girl with lasting health issues that worsened over time, necessitating a return home for treatment through connections. Zhou Bingkun recounted the events in their entirety. Hao Dongmei listened, her heart racing with fear, and ultimately expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Zhou Bingkun. Thank you, Bingkun. I understand your concern. I will be cautious once I reach the farm. Zhou Bingkun chimed in. emphasizing the need to report this matter to the farm authorities, stating that without proper attention, even the most careful individuals could overlook critical details. Here, by the well during winter, many have fallen in, and if someone were to plunge in, it would be a matter of life and death. Once I settle down in the core, I will visit your farm. A smile graced Hao Dongmei's face, warmed by the concern shown towards her. She turned to Zhou Bingkun and asked, "Do you have enough salted fish?" "Oh, not much. Dad took some when he left. This is quite a treasure. It's convenient for eating and practical for bartering," Zhou Bingkun explained loudly. "What a coincidence. You know how the fish came to be. I thought I had nothing of value to offer, so I made some salted fish with my own hands. With your arduous journey to the countryside, consider this a small token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Zhou Bingkun's face radiated with a sincere and simple smile. Zhou Bingyi gently patted his younger brother's shoulder, touched, and replied, "Little brother, you truly are thoughtful. I accept this gesture wholeheartedly." Indeed, such kindness was hard to refuse. In that rural area, salted fish was a rare commodity, exceptionally valuable. Zhou Bingyi was well aware that these salted fish, preserved through curing, constituted a precious resource in a region where supplies were relatively scarce. After all, the high salt content endowed salted fish with natural preservative properties, allowing for long-term storage without rapid spoilage. This quality was crucial for the educated youth venturing into rural life. Whether they needed to quickly replenish lost energy after arduous field work or to stave off hunger during temporary food shortages, salted fish proved to be indispensable. Furthermore, the rich and unique flavor of salted fish could effectively stimulate appetites, offering a slight reprieve from the hardships and monotony of life in the countryside. Additionally, as Zhou Bingkun had previously mentioned, these items possessed a unique value akin to hard currency. When the educated youth needed to barter with others, salted fish often played a significant role, facilitating exchanges for various daily necessities, even those that were exceedingly scarce. This undoubtedly brought greater convenience to their otherwise challenging rural existence, while also opening up numerous possibilities. It seems as though these small objects have transformed into a precious source of solace and reliable assurance for them in an unfamiliar environment. Recently, Zhou Bingkun has managed to bring home several fresh fish from outside with commendable regularity. Astonishingly, the only cost he incurred was a mere fraction of his rations, a sum so minimal it defies belief. Witnessing this fortunate circumstance, Zhou Bingyi could not help but curiously inquire of his younger brother, "Before I embark on my journey, how many salted fish do you think you can prepare?" "Winter may, and I hope to take as many as possible to the countryside. Rest assured, we will not take advantage of you. We will certainly offer you a fair and satisfactory compensation." Upon hearing his brother's question, Zhou Bingkun promptly began to explain, clarifying that obtaining these fish was no trivial task. He then gestured towards the dozen or so salted fish already hanging to dry, saying, "Brother, it would be best for you to discuss this matter thoroughly with Dad when the time comes. Given my current situation, I can manage to salt perhaps only another 10 or so." Standing nearby, Hao Dongmei could not help but express her genuine admiration, exclaiming, "Oh, that's quite a lot. Even other families would struggle to achieve such a feat." Li Suhua, observing Zhou Bingkun's newfound sense of responsibility and maturity, felt a surge of joy. Yet, the thought of her husband soon departing for the construction of the third line and her eldest son going to the countryside as an educated youth filled her with melancholy. As the family would inevitably be separated more often, Hao Dongmei quickly approached Li Suhua, engaging her in conversation and assisting with the meal, as warm words gradually dispelled the cloud of sorrow. Chapter 17. We are just friends. As the lights illuminated the evening, the warm glow enveloped a table laden with sumptuous dishes. The poached fish, drenched in a rich red oil, appeared particularly enticing. The tender fish meat contrasted strikingly with the vibrant red chili, emanating an alluring aroma. The stir-fried greens and asparagus, fresh and succulent, complemented the bowl of egg soup, which wafted steam, adding a touch of homeliness to this cozy dinner. Zhou's father, holding a steamed bun, took a bite and slowly addressed Zhou Bingyi and Hao Dongmei. "As you head to the countryside, make sure to engage with those around you and cultivate good relationships with the leaders. When the opportunity arises, consider submitting a marriage application. Perhaps Winter May could then be transferred to the regiment with her family, allowing for mutual support." Upon hearing this, Hao Dongmei felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Shyly glancing at Zhou Bingyi before lowering her gaze, engrossed in the tender fish before her, as though captivated by its exquisite flavor. This was the first time the Zhou family had openly discussed their marriage, having previously acknowledged it only through actions without formal mention. being a girl. She still felt a sense of bashfulness. Zhou Bingkun nodded earnestly, replying, I understand, Dad. I've heard that we are among the first educated youth from Jichuan City to go to the countryside, and there may be some preferential policies. Once we arrive at the regiment, I will inquire further about it. His relationship with Hao Dongmei had long been made public, and they had discussed the topic of marriage on numerous occasions, leaving no room for shyness. At that moment, Li Suhua gently leaned closer to Hao Dongmei, and the two began to whisper softly to one another, occasionally breaking into knowing smiles. She held a deep appreciation for Hao Dongmei, the elegant and cultured daughter-in-law, as they shared a moment that seemed to dissolve any awkwardness between them, akin to sharing a cherished secret meant only for their ears. Zhou father then shifted his gaze to Zhou Rong, inquiring, Zhou Rong, you and Kai Xiaowang have been together for several years now. What is the nature of your relationship? Please, do not be vague about it. Having been involved with Kai Xiaowang for a considerable time, both Zhou father and Zhou mother hoped that their daughter would clarify her relationship with him, allowing them to properly address their future son-in-law, Kai Xiaowang, before they departed. Zhou Rong took a delicate bite of her steamed bun, chewing thoughtfully before responding with calm composure, he and I are simply good friends, kindred spirits who can converse freely. Why must it be interpreted as romantic? This unexpected response took Zhou father by surprise. If they were not dating, then why were they so close? Moreover, from Kai Xiaowang's demeanor, it was evident he was actively pursuing their daughter, having presented numerous gifts during the holidays and assisting their family with various troubles. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jigang grew somewhat agitated and raised his voice. Nonsense. If you're not dating him, why do you spend so much time together? He comes bearing gifts and has helped our family in so many ways. Can you truly reconcile that in your heart? Zhou mother chimed in with heartfelt advice. Wrong. A young man like Kai, if you remain indecisive about him, what exactly are you seeking? He may be a bit shorter in stature, but in my eyes, he is well suited to you in every other regard. His family does not mind our circumstances, and I believe. Mother, please do not concern yourselves with my personal matters. Zhou Rong interjected, her impatience evident. Noticing the reproach in her father's gaze, she quickly added, let me reiterate. I assure you that Kai Xiaowang and I are not in a romantic relationship. We are merely friends. Furthermore, I am not in a rush regarding my own affairs. I trust my judgment and discernment. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from further nagging and grant me a bit more time, if you would. Zhou Rong's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of her father, both possessing an inherent stubbornness. Although Zhou father and Zhou mother harbored lingering doubts, they ultimately chose to trust their daughter, privately feeling that this situation might be somewhat unfair to Kai Xiaowang. It appeared that Kai Xiaowang was ardently pursuing her, yet it was not for others to comment on such matters. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun sat silently, consuming his meal and observing the unfolding events without participating in their dialogue. Unexpectedly, Zhou father redirected the conversation towards him, speaking earnestly. Bingkun, as I venture to the far northwest, your brother will soon be heading to the countryside as well, leaving you as the sole man of the house. You must shoulder your responsibilities and alleviate your mother's worries. Such advice was reasonable, and Zhou Bingkun found it impossible to rebut. He promptly replied, rest assured, father, I will certainly take good care of mother. Zhou Jigang has recently acknowledged Zhou Bingkun's performance. Following the previous incident, he reflected on his own behavior and realized that he had indeed been overly harsh on his younger son. However, his pride prevented him from yielding to him, which has resulted in a somewhat strained relationship. Time, however, will gradually soften the rift. Li Suhua took the opportunity to mend the father-son bond, cheerfully stating, old man, Bingkun managed to catch quite a few fish from his classmates, as you can see. Drying in the yard, all prepared for you. Stop criticizing him. He is quite filial. Zhou Fu nodded in agreement, but remained silent. Zhou Rong, however, interjected with a sharp tone, remarking, those fish are cheap. They barely fill the stomach. Once processed, each costs just a yuan. Hardly valuable compared to the silk scarf that Kai Xiaowang gifted. Hao Dongmei praised Zhou Bingkun, saying, Bingkun has become quite capable. His cooking skills have notably improved. He has truly become a man of substance. Her words were heartfelt. Around 7 in the morning, as the first light broke on the horizon, Zheng Mu was already awake. Zheng Wan followed suit, rising to prepare breakfast. She had to prepare food for everyone for breakfast, lunch for Zheng Mu to take outside, and 2 steamed buns for herself to bring along, as well as lunch for Zhang Guangming. Zheng Mu began to kindle the stove, while Zheng Wan skillfully scooped water from the jar to wash the cornmeal. The flames danced merrily in the stove, casting a warm glow on the faces of the mother and daughter. Zheng Wan chopped pickled vegetables with swift movements, while Zheng Mu placed the washed cornmeal into the pot to cook porridge. Zheng Guangming also awoke, stumbling out of his room, eager to help, but was gently stopped by Zheng Mu, who told him to sit quietly. Once the porridge was ready, Zheng Wan began to heat the steamed buns, and Zheng Mu plated the pickled vegetables. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. After breakfast, Zheng Wan saw Zheng Mu off, advising her brother, "Don't bother locking the door. There's nothing of value at home. If and who comes knocking, just say I went to the countryside to visit relatives. If she asks anything else, just say you don't know. Understood?" Zheng Guangming nodded repeatedly, his pale eyes squinting as if he were exerting all his strength to discern his sister's face. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the scene before him remained a blur. Zheng Wan tightly grasped her brother's slightly frail hand and slowly walked back inside. She gently reminded him, "Be sure to be careful when taking the steamed buns from the pot at noon. Don't rush." Zheng Guangming obediently nodded, assuring her that he would take good care of himself. In truth, when his sister decided to leave and hide, leaving him alone at home, a twinge of panic stirred deep within him. However, being sensible, he dared not reveal even a hint of fear, for he did not want to burden his sister and mother with worry. At that moment, Zhang Wan was still clad in her old, patched deep blue cotton jacket, with gray padded trousers below. A long red scarf, partially yellowed, was wrapped tightly around most of her face, leaving only her bright, sparkling eyes visible. She slung a rough bamboo-woven basket over her arm, within which lay a meticulously sharpened machete, measuring over a foot in length. Thus, Zheng Wan gently pushed open the door and stepped outside with a determined yet cautious stride. She walked along the narrow path of Taiping Alley, head bowed, silently making her way towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 18. Foraging for wild vegetables. Upon exiting Taiping Alley, Zheng Wan felt her taut nerves begin to ease, and she released a sigh of relief. She harbored a genuine fear of encountering acquaintances along the way who might engage her with endless questions. Fortunately, it was still early, and the streets were relatively empty. She turned off the main road and stepped onto a tranquil path, meandering upstream along the riverbank. In the northern wilderness of Sanchi, a vibrant tableau unfolded before her eyes. Tender green shoots emerged from the soil, while a medley of wild flowers dotted the grassy expanse, vying for attention in their colorful splendor. The gentle spring breeze caressed the landscape, causing the flowers and grasses to sway gracefully, as if engaging in a joyful dance. As Zheng Wan walked, she frequently spotted tender wild vegetables, prompting her to pause and carefully gather them, placing them into her basket. She was well acquainted with numerous varieties. The shepherd's purse, with its serrated leaf edges, glistening green hue, and invigorating flavor, was delightful whether used in dumplings or soups, leaving a lingering taste on one's palate. Dandelions, commonly found in fields, possessed both culinary and medicinal qualities. Whether tossed in a salad or used as filling, they offered a unique flavor. Wild garlic, with its bulbous white form, could be eaten raw after cleaning, boasting a crisp texture. It could also be sautéed or pickled, serving as a delightful accompaniment to meals. The tender shoots of mugwort, vibrant and fresh, were a staple on local tables, typically prepared in soups or salads, providing a refreshing taste. The long, slender leaves of sow thistle had a slightly bitter yet sweet flavor, suitable for salads, soups, or stir-fries. Zheng Wan mused that since she had ventured so far, it would be ideal to return home with a bountiful harvest. Approximately half an hour later, the river bend came into view, and her basket was already half filled with fresh, succulent wild vegetables. The tributary of this small river, having turned from the bend, flowed much more gently, with the water level noticeably shallower. To enter the river bend area, one had to traverse a small hillock, the path uneven and challenging to navigate. Zheng Wan proceeded with measured steps, her gaze fixed intently on the ground beneath her. Wary of twisting an ankle, she noticed signs of previous visitors, with distinct imprints in the grass. A frown creased her brow, as she deemed this an ominous sign. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to press on, for it was difficult to find a place where she could quietly hide away for an entire day. She hoped that those who had come before her were merely curious passers-by who would soon depart. Only from the summit of a small hill can one fully behold the expansive view of the river bend, as elsewhere the sight is obscured by lush greenery. In this season of burgeoning grass and fluttering orioles, the landscape before one is a feast for the eyes. The tender green lawn resembles a vast, soft carpet, gracefully unfurling toward the riverbank. The willows by the river lean gracefully, their slender branches dancing in the wind, some cascading down to the water's surface, gently stirring the river and creating ripples that radiate outward. In the distance, the forest stands tall and majestic, its trees robust and leafy. As sunlight filters through the gaps in the foliage, casting patches of light that resemble a dreamlike realm of shadows, Zhou Nan stands atop the hill, meticulously surveying the area with keen eyes, alert to every corner, wary of the possibility that others might be lurking in this secluded river bend. If she were to encounter someone, it would undoubtedly be an undesirable situation. After a considerable while, she concludes that the area is likely deserted, even if someone were present. She wields a machete, and thus feels little trepidation. With a light step, she descends the hill. Her red scarf wrapped around her head stands out vividly against the verdant backdrop, akin to a flower blooming amidst the greenery. Upon entering the river bend, she indeed discovers signs of recent activity. Traces of a fire pit on the ground suggest that someone had been here not long ago, cooking. Zhou Nan cannot help but ponder the absurdity of someone venturing into such a remote location. Who could be so bored? She muses silently. Since the fire has died, the individual has likely departed, and she hopes this is the case. However, since she has arrived, she may as well make the most of it. For the moment, she has not spotted anyone, and gathering wild vegetables takes precedence. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun is situated deep within the river bend, concealed beneath a canopy of trees. Poised steadily on a tree trunk as thick as a leg, his physique robust and agile, spear in hand, his gaze fixed intently on the rippling water. Today, he has set numerous tasks for himself, determined to catch several fish to bring back for his brother and sister Dongmei. Given the conditions, he cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Gathering more now could prove advantageous in the harsh winter months when a single salted fish could be a boon. Due to recent fishing activities, the fish in the outer areas of the river have diminished significantly, making the task of spear fishing increasingly challenging. Reluctantly, he ventures deeper into the river, finally discovering a promising spot teeming with fish. Beneath the trees by the shore, several sizable fish are already piled together, a testament to over an hour's labor. Spear fishing demands immense patience, and just then, another fish leisurely swims from the river's center towards the branches, darting quickly at times, then slowing down, devoid of any discernible pattern. Zhou Bingkun holds his breath, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the creature, calculating its path and timing his strike with precision. Suddenly, he exhales forcefully, and the spear in his hand flies forth like a bolt of lightning. A splash erupts in the water, and a torrent of blood surges forth as the spear pierces the fish's gills, successfully capturing a grass carp over a foot long. Expertly, he pulls the rope, retrieving the spear with the fish attached, detaching the catch, and gently tossing it onto the shore, where it lands perfectly beside the pile of fish. A faint greeting wafted into Zhou Nan's ears, causing her to pause her actions in confusion. She glanced towards the west, attempting to discern the direction from which the sound emanated. The voice was low and abrupt, echoing within the expansive river bend, making it difficult to pinpoint its source. The wild vegetables in the river bend were more abundant and diverse than those outside, and Zhou Nan had gathered quite a bit in a short time, reluctant to leave. However, she distinctly heard the sound. After a moment's hesitation, she proceeded towards the nearby woods upstream. In the grassy area of the river bend, her red scarf was rather conspicuous, but it would be easier to conceal herself within the woods, despite their somewhat eerie appearance. She cautiously scanned her surroundings, tightly gripping her machete in one hand while the other held a half basket of wild vegetables, gradually making her way into the forest. Upon entering, she let out a long breath and listened intently, yet no further sounds reached her ears, as if the previous greeting had been a mere figment of her imagination. Zhou Nan, possessing great patience, focused her attention for nearly 10 minutes, hearing nothing at all, which made her find her earlier act of listening rather amusing. Still, she did not rush to leave the woods. Instead, she began foraging in the western part of the forest, feeling safer there. In the woods by the river, ferns and mountain celery were abundant. As her harvest grew, Zhou Nan gradually forgot the earlier incident, immersing herself in the joy of her collection. She ventured deeper into the woods, inexplicably feeling an increasing sense of security the further she went. Chapter 19. Into the water sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground. The mist by the river wafted through the air, enveloping the entire scene in a dreamy, surreal atmosphere, rendering everything almost unreal. Zhou Nan's basket was filled with wild vegetables, the machete resting atop them, easily accessible. She mused that coming to gather wild vegetables once a week would be quite advantageous, requiring minimal effort while yielding considerable rewards. Look, there by the riverbank, a protruding rock bore a substantial cluster of mountain celery, fresh and inviting. Zhou Nan approached, stepped onto the rock, and as she stood firm, she sensed it wobble beneath her. Alarmed, she slowed her movements to stabilize herself. Reaching down to grasp the roots of the mountain celery, preparing to pull it forcefully from the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted beside her. The voice striking like a bolt of lightning, so close it sent shivers down her spine. Startled by the unexpected cry, Zhou Nan's body trembled, her legs weakened, and she fell backward. With a terrified scream piercing the silence, she found herself plummeting into the river. Fortunately, the water was not deep, reaching just to her waist upon sitting, but during this transitional season, the outdoor temperature hovered around 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. The icy water instantly soaked through her clothes, chilling her to the core. How could she refrain from screaming in fright? At that moment, tears eluded her, overwhelmed by feelings of grievance and helplessness. Zhou Bingkun was startled by the sudden scream, but he quickly steadied his nerves, disregarding the failure to catch any fish with his spear, and hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound. There, not far from the riverbank, he saw a woman, her head wrapped in a red scarf, having fallen into the icy waters, the cold likely causing her great discomfort. A wave of compassion surged within him. He retracted the spear, having failed to catch a fish once again, and with a gentle sigh, nimbly leaped back to the shore, striding towards the bewildered woman still struggling in the water. Zhou Nan sat helplessly in the river, her scarf having slipped down to her neck, terror evident in her eyes as she fixated on the man approaching her with a spear. He advanced with long strides, a halo of sunlight radiating behind him, rendering his features somewhat obscured. Yet, his robust physique and commanding presence instilled within her a sense of fear. Before Zhou Nan could gather her thoughts, the man reached the bank where she had fallen, reversing his grip on the spear and extending the butt end towards her, urging, "Grab hold of the pole and come up slowly." His voice was powerful yet held a hint of youthfulness. As Zhou Nan looked up at him, her heart skipped a beat, only to be followed by a sigh of relief. He was not a fearsome figure, but rather a young man, his head slightly oversized, with a simple and honest demeanor, a hint of fuzz on his lips, unmistakably a boy still in the bloom of youth. Their eyes met, and as Zhou Nan relaxed, she instinctively grasped the end of the spear, using it to pull herself up onto the bank. "Cherry," Zhou Bingkun exclaimed involuntarily, recognizing her features. In the future, her captivating beauty would enchant countless men. At this moment, she was astonishingly beautiful, surpassing all imagination, reminiscent of a youthful version of the renowned actress Cherry. Her allure stirring the heart. Feeling the strength transmitted through the spear, Zhou Bingkun firmly gripped it, assisting Zhou Nan in her ascent to the shore. Zhou Nan cast a resentful glance at the young man before her, aware that his actions were unintentional. Yet, it was his sudden fright that had caused her to tumble into the water. What was she to do now? In this remote wilderness, without a change of clothes? What if she caught a chill and fell ill? Zhou Bingkun, regaining his composure, began to piece together the situation. This beautiful girl was likely Zhou Nan. Life's circumstances were indeed peculiar, having encountered her mother just the day before and now standing before her. She must have come here to gather wild vegetables, as evidenced by the basket of greens not far from the riverbank, indicating a successful foraging endeavor. Yet, she had been startled by a shout and had fallen into the water, now drenched and in a disheveled state. "Oh, my dear sister, I sincerely apologize for startling you," Zhou Bingkun said, scratching his head, his expression earnest as he offered his apologies. Zhou Nan's attire appeared somewhat matronly, and had it not been for her delicate features, one might have been inclined to address her as an older woman. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of crying. The garments below her waist were completely soaked, a chill creeping in, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. She gazed silently at the architect of her misfortune before her, her eyes seemingly conveying the sentiment, "What use is an apology now?" Zhou Bingkun, perceiving her embarrassment, quickly added, "Sister, there's a small cave over there. I have some clean clothes. Why don't you change into them? Otherwise, you might catch a cold." Zhou Nan staggered towards the vegetable basket and grasped a hatchet, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, possessing a weapon offered a modicum of safety. She suppressed the bone-chilling cold that seeped through her soaked cotton trousers and inquired, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Why did you frighten me?" She instinctively attributed her fright and subsequent fall into the water to this youth. Even though he may not have intended any harm, that sudden shout had indeed been the spark. "Sister," Zhou Bingkun called affectionately, "I'm just a simple fisherman. I often come here to catch fish and didn't notice you. Come with me quickly, it would be troublesome if you catch a chill." With that, he grasped his spear and turned toward the woods, moving in the direction of the riverbank. At that moment, she could not afford to hesitate any longer. The consequences of catching a chill were too daunting to contemplate. With a furrowed brow, Zheng Wan pondered her decision. After a brief hesitation, she resolved to trust the young man before her. The reason was simple. He appeared to be nothing more than a naive lad, his face radiating a sincerity and simplicity that belied any malicious intent. Furthermore, she tightly held a sharp knife, which would likely deter him from any reckless actions. With this consideration, Zheng Wan gritted her teeth and, despite her slightly unsteady gait, followed closely behind the youth. They traversed the dense woods until they arrived at the base of a small earthen mound. The mound stood approximately 2 meters high, with 2 distinct trees growing at its base. Zhou Bingkun confidently approached the trees, pushing aside the intertwined branches to reveal a large earthen hole, about 1 meter high, that lay before them. Hee, I sometimes rest here. I find it quite pleasant, so I sought out this lovely spot, he explained to Zheng Wan with an endearing smile. Zheng Wan scrutinized him, sensing the boy's honesty and sincerity. Just then, he bent down, laboriously pulling out a bulging bundle from the hole, and gestured for her to change, saying softly, "Sister, please take off your wet clothes and wear this." With that, he turned and briskly walked towards the nearby riverbank. Chapter 20. The boy is Zhou Bingkun. Zheng Wan stood quietly in place, her gaze fixed on the figure of the youth as he made his way to the riverbank. He only halted when he reached a spot far from the cave, where he could leisurely sway back and forth, visible from the entrance of the hole. At this moment, the chill of spring gradually infiltrated Zheng Wan's body, the icy sensation intensifying, while the shyness in her heart was gradually suppressed. Unable to withstand the encroaching cold, Zheng Wan reluctantly turned and entered the earthen cave. As soon as she stepped inside, she could not help but tremble, her hands shaking uncontrollably. After finally steadying her mind, she shivered as she opened the bundle placed beside her. Inside, neatly folded, lay a gray cotton outfit for a man, accompanied by a pair of cotton trousers. A gentle touch revealed the soft texture of the fabric. Additionally, the bundle contained a set of the young man's intimate apparel and several clean towels. Cautiously, Zheng Wan peeked outside the cave and noticed the young man still moving about by the riverbank. Considering her current predicament, she could no longer afford to feel shy. Swiftly shedding her own garments, then, taking a towel, she vigorously wiped her damp body while shivering. Once she felt a bit drier, she quickly donned the intimate apparel, followed by the cotton jacket and trousers. After dressing, Zheng Wan instinctively glanced around and was pleasantly surprised to find a pair of cotton shoes in the corner. Although the shoes were noticeably oversized, given the circumstances, she could not be overly choosy. Wearing them was certainly better than being barefoot. Thus, the entire process of changing clothes took merely a few minutes. Once she was settled, Zheng Wan carefully savored the warmth provided by the new cotton attire. It was undeniable that compared to her previous tattered garments, this outfit was not only much warmer but also considerably softer. Regrettably, the fit was a bit loose, making her appear somewhat cumbersome. Strangely enough, after donning the young man's clothes, any lingering wariness she harbored towards him dissipated without her even realizing it. She stepped out of the cave slowly, clad in the ill-fitting cotton outfit and wearing the similarly mismatched shoes, looking rather comical. At that moment, Zhou Bingkun happened to see Zheng Wan emerging from the cave in his cotton attire. Though the clothes did not fit her perfectly, they could not overshadow her youthful and radiant beauty. Gazing at this naturally pure woman, Zhou Bingkun felt an overwhelming sense of joy, and with a smile, he strode towards her. "Sister," he called out warmly, causing Zheng Wan to pause in surprise, momentarily feeling as if this sunny and cheerful boy were indeed her own brother. At this moment, her gaze softened, and she gently replied, "I'm wearing your clothes. What will you do?" A warm expression graced her face. Even the curve of her brows radiated tenderness. Upon hearing Zheng Wan's words filled with concern, Zhou Bingkun's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile as he hastily began to explain. "Oh, sister, please do not worry. There is truly nothing amiss. I was merely thinking that it is better to be prepared for the unexpected. If by chance I were to fall into the river, at least I would have this clean set of clothes to change into, wouldn't I? However, today seems to be fortunate, as I have not fallen into the river and can temporarily assist you." As he finished speaking, he bashfully extended his right hand and gently scratched the back of his head. Observing this, Zheng Wan's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a tender smile. Just as she was about to inquire about the young man's background and the reason for his presence, he preempted her by saying, "Please wait a moment, sister. I must quickly eat something before heading off to school. I can return here in the afternoon." I wonder how you plan to proceed from here? While speaking, the young man had already started walking briskly into the somewhat rudimentary earthen cave. He first retrieved a seemingly heavy and bulging canvas bag, followed by a small iron pot with his left hand. At that moment, Zhang Wan comprehended the remnants of the fire pit she had observed upon entering the river bend. It was indeed the work of this young man. Cautiously, she followed Zhou Bingkun out of the tranquil woods, arriving at the back of a large rock by the river bend. This was precisely the spot where they intended to light a fire. Although the journey from the modest earthen cave to the fire pit was not long, in that brief span of time, Zhang Wan had already gleaned much about this young man. Zhou Bingkun introduced himself, saying, "My name is Zhou Bingkun, and I live in the first house at the eastern end of Guangzi Street. Our home is quite recognizable. We are the only family on the street with a small courtyard." As he spoke, a hint of pride and confidence adorned his face. Hearing this, Zhang Wan nodded in understanding. In truth, she was already familiar with the family he mentioned. After all, the Zhou family was quite renowned in the area connecting Guangzi Street and Taiping Alley, while most families were confined to living in a cramped room. The Zhou family boasted 2 spacious rooms accompanied by a courtyard of over 10 to 20 square meters. Moreover, the Zhou family's prominence stemmed from its head being a highly skilled construction worker, earning a substantial monthly salary of up to 80 or even 90 yuan, a truly enviable income at the time. Furthermore, it was said that the Zhou family's eldest son was exceptionally remarkable. Not only were his academic achievements outstanding, but he was also strikingly handsome. Recognized as an exemplary student at the first municipal secondary school, embodying a plethora of talents and virtues. Additionally, the Zhou family's second daughter was equally impressive. She excelled academically, possessed extraordinary beauty, and was also recognized as an exemplary student at the third municipal secondary school, demonstrating excellence in both character and scholarship. There was also a younger son, rumored to be far inferior to his elder siblings, possessing an ordinary appearance and mediocre grades, a constant source of concern for his family. In Chapter 21, Shared Meal, Zhang Wan deftly ignited a fire at a modest hearth encircled by stones. Subsequently, she seated herself gracefully upon a smooth, clean pebble, methodically adding kindling to the fire. At this moment, 2 forked sticks stood upright on either side of the hearth, with a sturdy wooden pole resting between them. A petite iron pot was suspended from this pole, simmering water that emitted a gentle bubbling sound. Suddenly, Zhang Wan was taken aback as she observed him emerging from the adjacent woods, carrying no less than 5 sizable fish, each exceeding a foot in length. These fish were carelessly piled by the riverbank, each adorned with a puncture but undeniably fresh. Evidently, as he had previously claimed, these were the fruits of his diligent labor from that very morning. One could not help but marvel at his remarkable prowess. Contemplating this, Zhang Wan could not resist a quiet admiration. Indeed, the offspring of the Zhou family were all formidable individuals. "Hey, sister, there are some steamed buns in the bag. Could you help me roast a few?" shouted Zhou Bingkun, preoccupied with arranging the fish by the river, not bothering to turn around. His tone was so natural, even slightly brusque, as though they were intimately familiar, akin to kin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan nodded obediently and reached for the tattered canvas bag resting beside her. To her surprise, the contents were plentiful. In addition to 7 or 8 steamed buns, there were various seasonings, a small bag of salt, several sets of bowls and chopsticks, and a knife and fork for cutting food. "How many buns do you intend to eat?" Zhang Wan inquired softly, deftly lifting 2 buns, preparing to embark upon the task of roasting them. She turned her head, her gentle gaze like flowing water, directed towards Zhou Bingkun, her lips curling into a faint smile. Though it was her first attempt at roasting buns, she secretly mused that it should not prove overly difficult. At this moment, she observed Zhou Bingkun skillfully threading a wooden stick through the mouth of a fresh fish, extending it to the tail. He then carefully propped the fish open with a few slender twigs, allowing it to assume a relaxed posture. Next, he made several incisions along the scaled body of the fish to enhance its flavor. After completing these tasks, Zhou Bingkun settled beside the hearth, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Wan. "Let us roast 2 buns first. Once we finish, we can continue with the rest," Zhou Bingkun suggested, his hands never ceasing their meticulous movements. He swiftly removed the pot of boiling water, placing it steadily aside. Following this, he expertly positioned the prepared fish on a wooden support frame, clearly an act he was well accustomed to. Zhang Wan, witnessing this scene, could not help but swallow hard in anticipation. At this moment, she felt her stomach rumbling joyfully, as if it were singing. This thought brought a slight blush to her cheeks, but under the flickering glow of the dancing flames, everything seemed perfectly natural. Thus, she quickly diverted her gaze from the tempting fish and reached into her canvas bag to retrieve 2 more steamed buns. Following this, she procured 2 clean sticks and skillfully skewered the buns, slowly extending them toward the vibrant flames, allowing them to bask in the intense heat. A variety of seasonings were evenly sprinkled over the fish, and she meticulously applied a layer of salt, ensuring that no corner was neglected, so the flavors could thoroughly penetrate the flesh. Once one side was coated, she deftly flipped the fish to continue her careful application on the other side. When both sides were uniformly adorned with seasonings and salt, the fish appeared to don a delectable garment. Subsequently, she positioned the prepared fish steadily over the crackling fire and began the slow roasting process. As time passed, the aroma of the roasting fish wafted through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. At that moment, Zhou Bingkun swiftly retrieved 2 bowls and hurried to the pot, pouring steaming hot water into one of them. He then placed one bowl beside Zhou Nan with a smile, saying, "Sister, please have some water. I've added ginger slices to help dispel the cold from your body. You mustn't be careless after soaking in the water for a while." Upon hearing such heartfelt words, a warm wave surged within Zhang Wan. For so many years, no one had shown such meticulous concern for her. In that instant, her once resilient heart softened, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, she lacked the courage to meet Zhou Bingkun's gaze, merely nodding in silent agreement as she delicately lifted the bowl. She gently blew on the steaming ginger water before cautiously sipping a small mouthful. Although the ginger water was still somewhat hot, its warmth instantly spread throughout her body, enveloping her in a profound sense of comfort. Zhou Bingkun was entirely focused on tending to the fish, skillfully flipping the roasting buns. Before long, the 2 steamed buns transformed into a golden hue, exuding an irresistible fragrance. He promptly handed the freshly roasted bun to Zhang Wan with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Sister, you must try this bun. It's absolutely delightful." With that, he took the bun from Zhang Wan's hands, which was still in the process of roasting. Zhang Wan, momentarily dazed, instinctively offered her bun, only to receive the better roasted bun that Zhou Bingkun proffered. However, just moments later, she snapped back to reality and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Bingkun, or perhaps I should call you Kunzi. I've already had breakfast this morning. You should enjoy it yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bingkun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted with earnest enthusiasm, "Oh sister, eating alone is quite dull. Just look in my bag. There are plenty of buns left. Moreover, having addressed you as sister, is there really any need for such formality between us?" As he spoke, he patted the bulging backpack beside him to substantiate his words. Zhang Wan parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of expressing herself, yet ultimately only managed a slight quiver of her lips. The words lodged in her throat like a fishbone, unable to be voiced, though their acquaintance was still fresh. He displayed an intimacy as if they had known each other for ages. She found herself unwilling, even reluctant, to reject his closeness. Amidst Zhou Bingkun's enthusiastic urging, she offered a resigned smile and obediently retrieved a perfectly golden bun from the grill, gently bringing it to her lips for a delicate bite. This bun, crafted from a blend of flours, was a rare delight for Zhang Wan's family, typically reserved for festive occasions. On ordinary days, their table was laden with coarse grains and pickled vegetables. The grilled bun, however, not only emitted a unique aroma, but also boasted a texture far superior to that of the usual steamed variety. At that moment, as Zhang Wan took her first bite, the sweet flavor enveloped her palate, causing her to succumb to its allure. Chapter 22. The unexpected familiarity. The fish sizzling over the fire filled the air with an enticing aroma, wafting through the western Zhou. A piece of perfectly grilled fish was torn off and presented to Zhang Wan. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with surprise and astonishment, and was about to refuse when the succulent fish was gently placed in her mouth. Instantly, the rich, savory essence blossomed upon her taste buds, an indescribable joy swiftly coursing through her being, her eyes involuntarily narrowing in delight as she savored this unexpected delicacy. Perhaps enchanted by its flavor, she found herself instinctively reaching out to accept the offered fish, though her movement hesitated slightly, pondering silently. When did we become so familiar with each other? Zhou Bingkun focused intently on grilling the fish, his technique both skilled and effortless, occasionally handing her the grilled portions. Zhang Wan sat quietly beside him, savoring each bite. Occasionally glancing at his busy form, her gaze a tapestry of complex emotions, gratitude intertwined with a hint of confusion. He grilled, she ate, he grilled. Gradually, only half the fish remained, and she had already consumed 3 buns. Oh, Zheng Wan waved her hand, signaling for him to refrain from offering more fish. And with a slight glance at her gently rounded belly, she apologized, saying, "I can't eat anymore." Her cheeks flushed, radiating a blissful smile. She gently added after swallowing, "I'm full. Truly, I can't eat anymore." "Then have some water. I can manage on my own," Zhou Bingkun chuckled, withdrawing his hand that held the fish, popping it into his mouth, while his other hand deftly flipped the freshly grilled buns. You're still grilling buns for me," he mumbled with his mouth full, ambiguously instructing Zheng Wan to assist him with the buns, his demeanor lacking any formality yet exuding a natural intimacy, as if they had known each other for years. Zheng Wan took a few more sips of ginger water, feeling a warm glow envelop her. At Zhou Bingkun's urging, she skillfully picked up 2 buns and placed them over the fire to roast. Zheng Wan discreetly observed Zhou Bingkun from the corner of her eye, noticing how he relished his meal, alternating between bites of steamed bun and fish, completely at ease. A wave of curiosity washed over her, despite their brief acquaintance. How had they grown so familiar? It seemed that the moment he had called her sister, the barrier of estrangement between them had quietly dissipated. In the face of his unpretentious demeanor, the girl's natural reserve gradually melted away. Eventually, 5 buns and half a grilled fish had vanished into Zhou Bingkun's stomach. Satisfied, he patted his belly, mirroring Zheng Wan's earlier expression of contentment, and proclaimed, "I'm full." They exchanged smiles, devoid of any awkwardness, as if they were longtime friends sharing an unspoken understanding. "Sister, I must head to school now. I can only return after lunch," Zhou Bingkun said, his gaze sincere and candid, with a touch of charming innocence. "I need to hide until around 5 or 6. Zheng Wan lowered her head slightly, using the word hide without attempting to conceal her intentions. Zhou Bingkun stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and neatly arranged the javelin and iron pot together. Then, he carefully wrapped the remaining fish in grass and leaves, emptied the contents of a nearby canvas bag, and gently placed the fish inside before slinging it over his shoulder. "Well then, sister, I shall take my leave. I would appreciate your help in tidying up the things on the ground." His brisk actions caught Zheng Wan off guard. "Are you leaving already?" she asked, rising to her feet, her voice tinged with reluctance. "I'll probably be back around 3 in the afternoon. We can have a good chat then." Zhou Bingkun glanced around the secluded area, leaned closer to Zheng Wan, and whispered, "This place is quite remote. I've been here for over a month and have never seen anyone else. Rest assured, it's very safe." With that, he departed with a light step, disappearing over a small hill. Zheng Wan stood rooted in place, as if enveloped in a dream. After a long moment, she returned to reality, the warmth of her clothing reminding her that this was no illusion, and her full belly testified to the authenticity of the recent events. Gradually, she gathered her thoughts, contemplating her next tasks. The day was still young, and she was inherently industrious. Zheng Wan began to tidy up the items around the stove, returning them one by one to the earth cave. Next, she picked up her damp, worn cotton pants and jacket and went to the river to wash them. The water was clear and cold as she scrubbed her clothes, the splashes glimmering in the sunlight. Once finished, she cut a long stick with a firewood knife, hung her garments on it, and propped it up against the windy riverbank to allow them to dry in the breeze. After gathering a basket full of wild vegetables, she lost track of time and entered the small earth cave. The interior was lined with a thick layer of dry grass, topped with an oilcloth, clearly intended for resting. She simply blocked the entrance with branches and lay down, hoping to rest for a while. The day's events felt surreal, and she needed time to digest everything that had transpired. In the classroom of the 3rd year at the school, a palpable tension envelopes the atmosphere. Luo Kai, the radical leader of this institution, is fervently recounting the recent work arrangements of his comrades to the class monitor, Dong Shui. Luo Kai hails from a privileged background, with rumors swirling that his father is a high-ranking officer in the military of Zhongliao province. This connection has drawn the offspring of other military families to rally around him, viewing him as a central figure. It is precisely this unique status that allows Luo Kai to navigate the school with an air of superiority, exuding confidence as he flaunts his influence. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, his affluent upbringing, combined with the esteem he has garnered within the school and his relatively handsome appearance, propels him into a state of youthful triumph. Naturally, this ambitious young man has set his sights on the school belle, Dong Shui, seeking to approach her, engage her in conversation, and his intentions are apparent to all. Dong Shui is engrossed in animated discussion with her classmate and close friend, Lin Jiji, enthusiastically sharing thoughts on a poem that has recently circulated among their peers. The two are engrossed in their dialogue, exchanging knowing smiles over particularly poignant lines, and occasionally engaging in spirited debate over the poem's underlying themes. Amid their lively exchange, Luo Kai approaches with a beaming smile, eager to regale them with tales of his achievements at school, attempting to capture Dong Xue's attention. However, at that moment, Dong Xue is wholly absorbed in her interaction with her friend, finding Luo Kai's incessant prattling irksome. Finally, unable to endure his relentless chatter any longer, she abruptly lifts her head, unapologetically interrupting him, and exclaims loudly, "Will you ever be quiet? You all spend your days criticizing this and contesting that, yet you haven't produced any truly impactful results. How dare you stand here and prattle on?" It is worth noting that Dong Xue, a native of the north, possesses a forthright and spirited disposition, her voice resonating with clarity and strength. Her sudden outburst reverberates through the quiet classroom like thunder, leaving a lingering echo. Just then, Zhou Bingkun enters the classroom, his attention drawn to Dong Xue's words. Upon noticing his gaze, Dong Xue perceives a hint of mockery in his expression, igniting her fury. She rolls her eyes at Zhou Bingkun and firmly reprimands him. "What are you staring at? All you do is learn the ways of ruffians instead of focusing on your studies." Zhou Bingkun, taken aback by this unexpected reproach, is left speechless. Reluctantly averting his gaze and returning to his seat, he hangs his canvas bag on the corner of his desk and prepares to take out a book. Choosing to ignore the unfounded conflict, Luo Kai, feeling his pride wounded by Dong Xue's abrupt interruption, grapples with the embarrassment while also recognizing the need to maintain decorum in light of her stature and his own aspirations. Observing Dong Xue's scolding of Zhou Bingkun, he contemplates seizing the opportunity to regain his own sense of dignity. Thus, he shouted loudly at Zhou Bingkun, "What is the meaning of this, Zhou Bingkun? You have not participated in any school activities, nor do you support the class leader's efforts. Do you harbor dissatisfaction towards us?" He felt helpless towards Dong Xue, but was confident in handling Zhou Bingkun. In this school, he had always walked with an air of authority. Zhou Bingkun truly felt this was an unprovoked calamity. He slowly raised his head and calmly replied, "I am merely a minor character. At most I can only cheer from the sidelines. Is this not the essence of learning theory, enriching oneself?" As he spoke, he lifted the textbook in his hand. Deep down, he contemplated that he did not wish to clash with these privileged second-generation students. Engaging in such thankless endeavors was something he resolutely avoided. Lin Jiji observed this and gently tugged at Dong Xue's sleeve, whispering, "Others have even treated you to ice pops. There is no need to speak so harshly." Her gentle nature did not want Dong Xue to lash out without cause, especially since Zhou Bingkun was such an honest individual. Luo Kai also heard her words and couldn't help but scrutinize the usually unassuming Zhou Bingkun in class, feeling a twinge of suspicion. This seemingly honest and simple classmate was actually in contact with Dong Xue and Lin Jiji. Now, he was even more determined to put Zhou Bingkun in a difficult position. Turning to await his explanation, upon hearing Zhou Bingkun's response, Luo Kai dismissed him with a disdainful hum. In a commanding tone, he declared, "What good is merely studying? This afternoon, you will accompany our comrades to the guidance office to reprimand that Lu Pongzi." His tone was firm, leaving no room for Zhou Bingkun to refuse. As if he were obliged to comply with his demands. "I have no time," Zhou Bingkun flatly rejected without a second thought. His attitude was resolute, showing no inclination to become embroiled in these meaningless denunciation activities. This guy truly believed himself to be invincible. "What did you say?" Luo Kai was taken aback by Zhou Bingkun's blunt refusal, instantly filled with indignation. He stormed up to Zhou Bingkun, pointing a finger at him, and shouted, "Repeat that." Being rebuffed in front of their classmates was a blow to his pride. "I said, I have no time. Are your ears malfunctioning?" Zhou Bingkun retorted sharply. This group of individuals truly thought themselves supreme. "Let go of my finger, you bastard. It's about to break." Luo Kai's fingers, which had been extended towards Zhou Bingkun's nose, were swiftly grasped and flipped upwards by Zhou Bingkun, causing him to yelp in pain. The classroom erupted into chaos. The rapid turn of events left everyone stunned, witnessing Luo Kai cry out in agony. When had Zhou Bingkun become so bold as to challenge the school's self-proclaimed leader? In his excruciating pain, Luo Kai had no choice but to beg for mercy. "Let go. I'm sorry." Zhou Bingkun released his grip and calmly stated, "In the future, do not point your fingers at others. It is quite impolite." Luo Kai narrowed his eyes and reevaluated this seemingly harmless yet ruthlessly decisive classmate. His expression soured. And without uttering a word, he turned and exited the classroom. He recognized he was in the wrong and, considering their respective sizes, he was not foolish enough to continue the confrontation. The students were utterly astonished by this sudden turn of events, equally shocked by the unexpected assertiveness of the usually harmless Zhou Bingkun. They watched in disbelief as the prominent figure of the school, the leader of the rebellious faction, silently departed after suffering a setback, without uttering a single harsh word. Concern began to mount for Zhou Bingkun, as the students were well aware that Luo Kai would not let this matter rest easily. Xiao Chunyan immediately approached Zhou Bingkun, patting his shoulder with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that beneath your reserved exterior lies such resolve? You must leave at once, otherwise he will gather his followers, and it will not be a mere jest." Xiao Chunyan's intentions were noble. She did not wish for her neighbor to suffer at the hands of these reckless individuals, for they, the common folk, could not contend with such lawless characters. Dong Shui and Lin Jiji approached in astonishment, with Lin Jiji urging, "Zhou, indeed. Luo Kai is not one to be underestimated. He has a number of loyal supporters in the school. It's still not too late to leave." After this commotion, Zhou Bingkun felt it was pointless to remain and, heeding their advice, slung his bag over his shoulder, saying, "Thank you for the reminder. Truly, this is an unexpected calamity." Dong Shui raised an eyebrow, sensing a hidden meaning in his words, but she restrained her anger, recognizing that the day's troubles were of her own making. However, as a strong fishy odor wafted through the air, her brow furrowed in distaste, prompting her to step back and remark, "Have you not bathed in quite some time? The smell is quite overwhelming." Her face contorted in revulsion, she exaggeratedly pretended to gag. Xiao Chunyan and Lin Jiji also caught a whiff of the scent, merely wrinkling their brows in response. It was as if Zhou Bingkun was entirely detached from the realities of life, living in a realm far removed from the struggles of the common people, yet he pretended to be fastidious about cleanliness. Zhou Bingkun felt somewhat irritated by the class monitor's indiscriminate remarks, who perpetually assumed an air of authority reminiscent of her sister. He shouldered his bag and departed from the desk area. Dong Shui, naturally, was displeased. Zhou Bingkun's retort had irked her. "You lack grace and have taken this too far. With such an odor, how can you expect not to be commented upon? You should learn from Xiao Chunyan and Lin Jiji, instead of floating about in your own world." Lost and directionless, he countered as he walked away. "Zhou Bingkun, do not leave. Explain yourself. How am I floating around?" Dong Shui grasped his shirt, questioning him with displeasure. "Do not tug at me like that. I must seek refuge. Do you wish to delay me for Luo Kai to gather his men?" Zhou Bingkun shot back. Dong Shui immediately released her grip, as if bitten by a snake, her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she remained silent. Zhou Bingkun sneered, swiftly exiting the classroom. Feeling exasperated by the entire situation, as if it were a senseless ordeal, akin to a dog barking at passers-by, Dong Shui glared at Zhou Bingkun's rapidly retreating figure. Her teeth clenched in frustration, with nowhere to vent her ire. Lin Jiji, amused, tried to console her, saying, "Zhou Bingkun hasn't wronged you. Is it worthwhile to bear a grudge against him? It tarnishes your image as the beautiful class monitor." Dong Shui, feeling internally wounded, pondered if she could confess that she had witnessed Zhou Bingkun's unabashed and unrestrained gaze, filled with lascivious intent. She was left speechless, choked by her own thoughts. Luo Kai acted swiftly. The radicals had a meeting office at the school, where 5 or 6 individuals were idly chatting. "Comrades, follow me," he commanded, signaling with his finger. It was clear and to the point, wasting no time. "That scoundrel had the audacity to defy us. Let us break his legs and teach him a lesson." Amidst the chaos, the 6 radicals donned in military attire followed Luo Kai out of the office, heading towards the academic building. He intended to make a getaway. With keen eyes, Luo Kai spotted Zhou Bingkun nearly at the school gate. He pointed, and the others noticed a student with a satchel making his way outside. "Let us follow him. It's easier to deal with him outside," Luo Kai shouted, quickening his pace. If Zhou Bingkun remained within the school, surrounded by classmates, they couldn't afford to be ruthless, but once outside, if he did not kneel and beg for mercy, he could expect no leniency. Chapter 24. Acknowledging defeat, Zhou Bingkun sensed that Luo Kai and his entourage were aggressively tailing him, yet he felt no fear. After all, what could these so-called privileged youths do? His enhanced physique was not to be underestimated. Upon exiting the school gates, Zhou Bingkun turned left without hesitation, entering a relatively secluded alley. He had no desire to incite conflict in the bustling street, which would only attract unwanted trouble and spectators. Observing this, Luo Kai and his group exchanged gleeful glances, secretly pondering, could it be that Zhou Bingkun had lost his wits? Why else would he willingly venture into this desolate area? It was akin to walking to his own demise. Thus emboldened, they disregarded onlookers and sprinted after him with unrestrained fervor. Before long, Zhou Bingkun arrived at the corner of an alley. Just as he was about to turn, he was unexpectedly blocked by Luo Kai and the other six. The six swiftly spread out, forming a fan shape that sealed off all possible escape routes for Zhou Bingkun. At that moment, Luo Kai stood about 2 meters away, a smug expression on his face, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he taunted, "Oh, how did I never realize your capabilities before? Today, let us see just how formidable you truly are." In response to Luo Kai's provocation, Zhou Bingkun merely replied, "You talk too much." Without missing a beat, he stepped forward. Raising his right hand with a swift motion, a sharp slap resonated through the air as his palm struck Luo Kai's face. Poor Luo Kai barely had time to react before he spun like a top and fell to the ground, seeking death. Seeing their leader struck, the other 5 erupted in fury, shouting in unison. They charged forward, fists raised, menacingly advancing towards Zhou Bingkun. However, in Zhou Bingkun's eyes, though their momentum was fierce, their strikes lacked substance. They were merely shouting slogans and waving their fists, charging at him like paper tigers. He had no intention of dodging these feeble threats. Locking onto the one at the front, the most aggressive among them. As the adversary's fist was about to descend, Zhou Bingkun once again extended his right palm, striking first with a force akin to the crack of a whip, resulting in a resounding slap. In an instant, a piercing scream escaped the man's lips, as blood, mingled with several teeth, erupted from his mouth like a fountain. Simultaneously, he spun around dizzily, akin to a top, before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The others shouted and rushed towards him, yet Zhou Bingkun did not flinch. Despite enduring several punches and kicks, he remained unfazed. With a swift turn of his body, he seized the arm of one assailant and, with an elegant motion, swung his right hand, producing a fierce gust as it struck that person's cheek. With another crisp slap echoing, the individual recoiled violently, akin to a kite severed from its string. His vision clouded by a myriad of golden stars, disoriented and unable to discern his surroundings. In quick succession, Zhou Bingkun felt a kick land on his back. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached back with his right hand to grasp the leg that had yet to retract. With remarkable agility, he spun around, his left hand darting like a snake from its hole, firmly grasping the opponent's collar. In the next heartbeat, with both arms exerting tremendous force, he hoisted the man effortlessly, as if lifting half a pig aloft. Without an ounce of mercy, he hurled this individual towards the other 2, resulting in a cacophony of screams and a chaotic collision. The trio tumbling together like rolling gourds amidst a chorus of anguished cries, the scene utterly disheveled. At that moment, the last remaining foe stood frozen in shock. In the brief span of time, what had begun as a menacing group of 7 had been effortlessly subdued, with 6 already lying prone on the ground, leaving the onlookers in sheer disbelief at Zhou Bingkun's formidable prowess. He stood, fists raised, his body rigid as if sculpted from stone, paralyzed by fear, gazing at Zhou Bingkun with terror in his eyes, as though confronted by a fearsome beast. Finding him an eyesore, Zhou Bingkun made a gesture as if to strike, causing the man to recoil in fright, landing heavily on the ground in a disheveled heap. At this juncture, Luo Kai finally regained his senses, the right side of his face swelling painfully. It dawned on him that he had encountered a seasoned fighter. Glancing at his fallen companions, he noted they too bore swollen faces and bruised limbs. 3 of them huddled together, groaning in pain, while another, terrified, had stumbled and fallen, his face contorted in agony, legs trembling like a sieve. Luo Kai, summoning his courage, stood up but dared not advance further. Covering his face with a wry smile, he remarked, "We concede. We had no idea you were a fighter. What more do you desire?" The moans of those on the ground subsided, as they seemed to have encountered a specter. A single slap capable of rendering one disoriented, let alone the act of using one person to strike another. Such tales would surely send shivers down spines. Zhou Bingkun grunted, picked up his canvas bag from the ground, and exited the alley with a clean and decisive gait, choosing not to engage in further conversation. As he departed, the remaining individuals began to wail once more, the pain they endured undeniably genuine. Luo Kai covered his face, approaching to check on the injuries of several individuals. After a thorough examination, it was fortunate that they only suffered superficial wounds. It appeared that Zhou Bingkun had indeed exercised restraint. The most unfortunate among them had lost 3 teeth, weeping inconsolably, gasping for breath. Eventually, they decided to seek treatment at a clinic, agreeing to keep the incident under wraps to avoid damaging their reputations. As Zhou Bingkun walked, he brushed off the imprints on his clothes. Mindful of the fact that they were classmates, he dared not be too harsh, opting for a light reprimand instead, knowing that they would surely steer clear of him in the future. Lost in thought, as he entered Guangzi Street, he encountered his sister Zhou Rong, who was also heading home, adorned in a light green linen-style dress, complemented by a beige fringed scarf and stylish calfskin boots. She was undoubtedly the most striking figure on the street. Upon spotting her brother, Zhou Rong quickly stuffed a few envelopes into her small handbag, greeting him with a forced smile. "Bingkun, why are you home so early from class?" Their relationship was strained, but they both understood the need to maintain appearances in the bustling street, where passers-by frowned upon any display of discord. Having exchanged a few fish for their elder brother, Zhou Bingkun hastily replied, speculating that his love-struck sister was likely off to send or collect letters for that poet. Zhou Rong caught a whiff of the fishy odor and, unable to tolerate it, covered her nose and hurried towards home. Chapter 25. Old clothes. After finishing with the processing of the fish, Zhou Bingkun hung them up to dry in the yard and settled himself at the kitchen door to chat with his mother as noon approached. Recently, Zhou's mother had been in particularly high spirits, especially regarding her youngest son, who had become increasingly helpful around the house, easing her burden significantly. Moreover, he displayed remarkable patience in keeping her company, regaling her with tales from far and wide, broadening her horizons. Sometimes, when Zhou's mother visited neighbors and mingled with other local women to discuss trivial matters, she found herself able to share unique insights on various curiosities and local customs, much to the astonishment of those who had rarely ventured far from home. At this moment, her little boy was happily recounting interesting anecdotes about the birthplace of great leaders, starting from that small mountain gorge and weaving a narrative that connected one illustrious figure to another. It was only then that she realized how many remarkable individuals had emerged from Hunan province. As she listened, Zhou's mother couldn't help but express her amazement, feeling that her knowledge had greatly expanded. "Mom, once I start working and earning money, I must take you on a tour across the country, so you can witness the magnificent landscapes of our homeland and broaden your horizons," Zhou Bingkun earnestly assured her. Li Suhua was beaming with joy, feeling ecstatic about the prospect. She had seldom ventured beyond the confines of her hometown, having only made it to the city, never even visiting the provincial capital. "You must take care of your health. Exploring the world requires a robust constitution," she remarked. Li Suhua was wholly engaged in her son's daydreams, a delightful affair indeed. At that moment, her younger son suddenly shifted the conversation. "Mom, do we have any clothes we no longer need?" Upon hearing this, Zhoumu raised her head in confusion and retorted, "What? Which family has unwanted clothes? In this day and age, even if one purchased new garments, the old, tattered ones would be kept, as discarding them was simply unthinkable." Noticing his mother's reaction, Zhou Bingkun chose not to press further and casually responded, "If not, it's fine. I was just asking." However, Zhoumu's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly inquired, "Do tell me, what do you intend to do with those old clothes?" "Today, when I went fishing with my classmates, he brought along a neighbor whose clothes were ragged and threadbare. The poor fellow has a frail constitution and accidentally fell into the water. I felt pity for him and lent him the clothes I brought, which he will return tomorrow," Zhou Bingkun replied nonchalantly. The other classmates spoke of the unfortunate boy's family situation, an elderly mother selling popsicles at the cinema and a younger brother aged around 8 suffering from an eye ailment. Their family endured immense hardship, and the boy had merely wished to catch a fish but ended up in the water. Zhou Bingkun elucidated his thoughts to his mother. "Oh," Li Suhua exclaimed, understanding at last, "you wish to donate old clothes to his family? My son is indeed kind-hearted, just like me, unable to bear the sight of others suffering. If you can help, then by all means, give if we have. If not, it doesn't matter." Zhou Bingkun maintained a calm demeanor, as if discussing someone else's plight. Li Suhua chuckled, recognizing that her son was trying to spare her from discomfort. Knowing she was not a stingy person, "You and your siblings have clothes you no longer wear, as do I, and your father has some too. Our home has an entire cabinet filled with them. If you intend to do a good deed, how could I not support you? Those clothes will serve a purpose, and I have no reluctance in parting with them." The conditions of the Zhou family were among the best on the street, with each family member purchasing new clothes at least once a year, naturally accumulating a fair amount of old garments. With no impoverished relatives in nearby villages to whom they could donate, These clothes had simply piled up. I knew that once you heard it was for a good cause, you would surely support it, Zhou Bingkun praised Li Suhua. After dinner, they planned to gather and select a few suitable outfits to give away. Choose the better ones. After all, since you no longer desire them, keeping them in a box is just wasteful. Li Suhua pondered which items could be spared. The family of 3 had a system. His mother would pick out clothes she no longer wore. The children would select items from their older brother's childhood. And they would also find something of either his or his brother as to contribute. Zhou Bingkun offered his suggestions. After the family finished lunch, Zhou Fu went to work as usual, preparing for his upcoming assignment in the northwest. Zhou Bingyi, meanwhile, joined Hadongmei to reunite with former classmates and share their visions for the future. Zhou Rong returned to her room to read. Li Suhua led Zhou Bingkun into her bedroom. The room was spacious, with several aged wooden wardrobes occupying the corners, each bearing the marks of time's passage. Li Suhua instructed Zhou Bingkun to move the upper wooden boxes aside, and, bending down, she laboriously dragged out the box from the bottom corner. Its movement accompanied by a creaking sound against the floor. Gently brushing off the dust, she slowly opened the box, and a musty scent mingled with a faint aroma of mothballs wafted into the air. "Bingkun, look," she said, lifting a patched-up shirt, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. "This was worn by your father last winter. Though it's been mended in several places, it kept him warm. He always hesitated to buy himself new clothes, insisting he could make do with what he had." She picked up an old cotton jacket, lightly tracing the seams. "This was your jacket from childhood. You grew so fast that you hardly wore it for a few years. Do you remember that winter when it snowed heavily? You wore it while building a snowman. And when you returned, you were soaked through. I worried you might catch a cold." Zhou Bingkun listened quietly, observing the old garments in his mother's hands as the memories, long sealed by the passage of time, began to resurface in his mind. Li Suhua continued to sift through the pile, selecting a few relatively intact pieces. For this family of 3, she chose a few items that she no longer wore. Although the styles were outdated, they were clean and tidy. The children would receive clothes that once belonged to your brother. Though patched, they were suitable for little ones who do not mind such things. She also picked out a complete outfit for either you or your brother, ensuring they would have a set for both winter and summer to keep them warm. Finally, Li Suhua carefully selected a set of blue winter clothes from Zhou Rong's unpatched garments, neatly folding them and placing them with the others. She tied them into a sizable bundle and handed it to Zhou Bingkun. "Bingkun, take this to that family. Every bit we can help counts." Zhou Bingkun accepted the bundle, nodding vigorously, filled with admiration and gratitude for his mother. Chapter 26. He has arrived. Zheng Wan had always been an active person. Just after a brief rest during the early afternoon, she began tidying up the small earthen cave. Once, Zhou Bingkun had merely excavated a rough semblance of this cave as a temporary resting place, without any intention of smoothing it out. Thus, it appeared rather crude and even unsightly. Zheng Wan, wielding a hatchet, carefully chipped away at the uneven, angular sections, gradually smoothing them out. Then, she used a flat stone to pat the earthen walls until they were sleek. This was a labor-intensive task, and by the time she finished scraping and leveling, she had worked up a bit of sweat. Finally, she bent down, diligently flattening and organizing the ground, meticulously sweeping the cave's interior and leaving no corner untouched, removing all the loose soil. Next, she methodically arranged the various objects that had previously been scattered about the small cave, restoring order to the once chaotic space. Zhang Wan rose from her seated position, raising her hand to wipe the beads of perspiration that had formed on her forehead. She peered out of the cave, glancing at the sun in the sky, and mused to herself, "Oh dear, how swiftly time passes. I hardly realized that it is already past noon." She was acutely aware that, according to their arrangement, the amiable Zhou Bingkun, who affectionately addressed her as sister, would be visiting her that afternoon. The thought of this made her glance down at her attire, which was all borrowed from Zhou Bingkun. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she felt an undeniable sense of embarrassment. Strangely enough, Zheng Wan had experienced an unusually pleasant day, despite having eaten quite a bit in the morning. She found herself surprisingly unhungry now. She had specifically packed 2 steamed corn buns for emergencies when she set out, yet they remained untouched, lying in her bag. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the long spear Zhou Bingkun had left nearby for fishing, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She pondered to herself, "This ordinary-looking object, can it truly catch fish?" The more she contemplated, the more her curiosity grew, prompting her to rise, grasp the spear, and step out of the small earthen cave. Wearing clothes that were evidently oversized, Zhou Nan had rolled up the cuffs and hems. Yet she still found her movements somewhat clumsy. A larger gesture would render her awkward. Nonetheless, this did not dampen her spirits as she was filled with excitement to try her hand at fishing. She was genuinely apprehensive about falling into the water again. After all, it was no trifling matter, and should she plunge in, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. She recalled the cotton clothes she had hung out to dry that morning. Still damp to the touch, the spring sun was hardly potent, and drying the cotton thoroughly would likely take longer than anticipated. She estimated that by the time she returned home in the afternoon, perhaps the outer layers of the garments would be dry. Gripping the long spear tightly, she walked slowly along the riverbank, her keen eyes scanning westward in search of a stable and suitable spot for fishing. She occasionally prodded the stones along the river's edge with the spear to test their solidity, and at times, she would cautiously extend a foot to step lightly upon them, assessing their stability. After much diligent searching, she was delighted to discover an excellent location. A massive stone jutted from the riverbank, extending about a meter into the water, with the shoreward end relatively flat. Most importantly, the river here appeared to be shallow, meaning that even if she were to slip and fall, the danger would likely be minimal. Having finally found such an ideal spot, she promptly adjusted her stance, her focus sharpening as she intently gazed at the calm surface of the water, patiently awaiting the arrival of the fish. However, it is somewhat disappointing that the fish visible before her are rather small in size. Perhaps it is due to the shallow waters here. Or maybe the brightness of this area lacks the necessary cover for larger fish. Nevertheless, she pays no heed to the size of the fish. Once she has identified her target, she resolutely raises her spear and thrusts with vigor. The sounds of her efforts echo around her, yet the outcome is invariably fruitless. Akin to drawing water with a basket. After toiling for quite some time, she finds herself empty-handed and can only wryly mutter, "Ah, yet again, I've only speared solitude." Taking a deep breath, she acknowledges that most people would struggle to catch fish as she has, and so she reluctantly abandons this futile endeavor. Stretching her back, she grips her spear and cautiously navigates over the stones toward the shore. At last, she sets foot on the solid ground, a sense of inexplicable reassurance swelling within her. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of time, and perhaps by some instinct, when she unconsciously gazes toward the nearby earthen mound, she is surprised to see a figure slowly approaching. In that moment, a smile involuntarily graces her lips, revealing a hint of joy. As the figure draws nearer, Zhou Nan recognizes that it is indeed Zhou Bingkun. He carries an enormous burden on his back, appearing quite heavy, yet his steps remain remarkably sprightly. From a distance, his vibrant and resonant voice can be heard calling out, "Sister." The sound reverberates as it approaches, full of vitality and strength. Zhou Nan hastens to meet him, her heart brimming with joy, feeling as though they have known each other for ages, sharing an unspoken bond of familiarity and warmth. Her enchanting eyes sparkle with uncontainable delight. As Zhou Bingkun draws closer, his face, slightly glistening with sweat, yet radiant with a bright smile, comes into clear view. He exclaims excitedly, "Sister, I hope I'm not too late. I didn't dawdle. Look, my mother has dug out a lot of old clothes at home. I'm not sure if they'll be suitable, but I've brought them all for you." As he speaks, he gently shakes the enormous bundle on his shoulder, seemingly eager to reveal its contents to Zhou Nan. She merely smiles without uttering a word, stepping forward to assist him in lifting the rather heavy burden. Together, they walk side by side toward the small earthen cave ahead, while Zhou Bingkun chatters about his mother's rummaging through old clothes. In truth, my sister's clothes aren't even old. She hasn't patched any of them because she's so particular about her appearance. They're far from plain and humble. It's my father's and my own clothes that are truly tattered, especially mine, which are a patchwork of patches, quite unsightly indeed. Chapter 27. She captivated him. Zhou Nan did not reject Zhou Bingkun's well-meaning gesture. In fact, she had never contemplated refusing such kindness from the depths of her heart. Her ability to genuinely perceive the rare sincerity of Zhou Bingkun made it feel as though all he offered was entirely natural, allowing her to accept it with an untroubled heart, free from embarrassment or hesitation. At the entrance of that modest earthen cave, Zhou Nan quickly gathered an assortment of branches of varying thickness and meticulously laid them on the ground. Once this was accomplished, she gestured for Zhou Bingkun to gently place the heavy bundle down. Without any sense of restraint, Zhou Nan confidently untied the bundle, revealing neatly folded garments, their hues slightly muted and styles outdated. She delicately picked up the topmost gray cotton coat adorned with a floral pattern and slowly unfolded it. A closer inspection revealed that it was indeed a coat suitable for middle-aged women. Though it bore the marks of time, appearing somewhat worn, it remained remarkably clean. Notably, the few patches on the coat were stitched with exceptional precision, and the fabric used for repairs closely matched the original color, blending seamlessly together. Beneath this coat lay a pair of cotton trousers in the same floral design. At that moment, Zhou Bingkun remarked, "This coat was just replaced by my mother a few years ago. Now, she wears something much better, with not a single patch in sight. You know, my father's monthly salary is quite substantial, coupled with excellent benefits from his workplace. So, every new year, a throng of apprentices come to pay their respects to their master. Just the various tokens received are countless." His slightly exaggerated narration earned him a charming eye roll from Zheng Wan. She paused in her exploration of the garments, her gaze fixed on the pile of old clothes before her. To her impoverished family, these old clothes were like a timely gift from heaven. It was significant to note that her family struggled tirelessly, unable to assemble even a single decent set of warm clothing for each member. The thought of owning multiple outfits was unfathomable. Even the cotton stuffing in their household bedding had become hardened and clumped after prolonged washing and wear, nearly losing its intended warmth. Yet, despite such hardships, they persevered with grit and determination. With great care, Zheng Wan tied the bundle of clothes securely once more, then lifted her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at Zhou Bingkun and softly said, "Thank you." At that moment, Zhou Bingkun sat leisurely on a nearby log, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he replied, "You certainly ought to express your gratitude. It took quite an effort for me to carry this bundle over. I worked up quite a sweat. But tell me, why did you tie it up again? Hurry and pick a set to change into. The outfit you're wearing now belongs to me, so remember to return it." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear." At this moment, she suddenly realized that she was wearing a set of oversized cotton clothing belonging to Zhou Bingkun. "Why didn't you remind me earlier? You waited until I had bundled up this entire outfit before saying anything." Her words carried a hint of playful reproach, instantly lightening the previously serious atmosphere. "Inside, there's a sky blue set that should fit you well, as your figure is quite similar to my sister's. Additionally, there are a few pairs of cotton shoes beneath the clothes. Only one pair is intact, the others need some repairs," Zhou Bingkun continued, his tone imbued with familiarity. The bundle was slowly reopened, and Zheng Wan's eyes eagerly searched through its contents. Before long, she discovered the sky blue cotton outfit that Zhou Bingkun had mentioned. She picked it up and examined it closely. The color of the fabric was a vibrant blue, reminiscent of a clear sky, fresh and bright. Its quality appeared commendable, showing no evident signs of wear. Zheng Wan couldn't help but feel puzzled. She turned to Zhou Bingkun and asked, "This outfit looks quite new. You wouldn't be giving me your sister's current clothes, would you?" Zhou Bingkun quickly waved his hands in denial, explaining with an air of exasperation, "Sister, don't get ahead of yourself. No one dares to touch my sister's things at home. Do you know what she wears now? In the summer, she dons either a blajie or a linen suit. In winter, her wardrobe is even more extravagant. Wool sweaters, woolen coats, leather pants, and even military uniforms. This cotton outfit was discarded long ago when she was in high school, and my mother often scolded her for being so wasteful." When speaking of his sister, Zhou Bingkun seemed to regard her with disdain, having long defined her in his mind as a refined egotist, blindly self-absorbed in romantic pursuits. Zheng Wan found it hard to imagine the exquisite nature of Zhou Bingkun's sister. It was difficult to fathom how such a beautiful and seemingly new outfit could have been dismissed so early. This garment not only radiated vibrant hues and bore no signs of wear, but also featured the latest design, complete with a cinched waistline that elegantly accentuated one's figure. For an ordinary family, donning such attire during the new year would certainly not appear shabby. At that moment, Zhou Bingkun seemed to recall something and reminded Zheng Wan, "Oh, right, there should also be some underwear in there. You might want to select a suitable set and change in the burrow." With a smile, Zheng Wan rummaged through and found a set of cotton undergarments, taking the sky blue cotton coat with her as she entered the small burrow. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun stood up, leisurely holding his spear, and strolled toward the riverbank, contemplating the idea of catching a large fish to prepare a delicious fish soup, thinking it would be a splendid idea. He estimated that Zheng Wan had probably not even had lunch yet. This time, Zhou Bingkun chose not to venture into the woods, but headed directly to a small cove by the river where he often waited. He stood steadfastly upon a massive pebble, Utterly focused, his gaze unwavering as he observed the stirring waters of the river, patiently awaiting the moment. Everything around him seemed to be frozen in time, as if the very passage of moments had come to a halt. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a faint chill, yet Zhou Bingkun remained like an indomitable statue, seamlessly merging with the colossal stone beneath his feet. Suddenly, a sharp roar pierced the air, and before the echoes had faded, the spear in Zhou Bingkun's hand darted towards the water with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, the tranquility of the river was shattered, unleashing tumultuous waves that splashed wildly, accompanied by streaks of vivid crimson blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Bingkun deftly tightened the line around his wrist, firmly gripping the spear as he exerted all his strength to pull it back. The fish, impaled by the spear, writhed desperately, its tail thrashing from side to side, sending countless droplets of water flying. Nevertheless, Zhou Bingkun, seasoned and skillful, expertly reeled in the spear, bending down to grasp its end, effortlessly lifting the magnificent fish from the water's embrace. At that moment, a melodious shout rang out from the riverbank. "Bingkun, you are truly amazing." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Bingkun instinctively turned his head. "Of course, I am," he began, but as he caught sight of the figure, he was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. His words abruptly halted. His gaze fixated on her, a look of astonishment gracing his features, clearly captivated by her beauty. She wore a sky-blue fitted cotton jacket that accentuated her well-proportioned figure with graceful lines. The cinched waist highlighted her slender silhouette and curvaceous hips, drawing the eye irresistibly. A long scarf draped elegantly over her arm, showcasing her fair and delicate neck. Her large, bright eyes sparkled, complemented by a prominent nose that added to her dimensional allure. Her lips were full and rosy, slightly upturned, while her fair complexion glowed with a hint of blush. The fusion of cherry blossoms in full bloom and the enchanting presence of Zhang Wan at this moment left Zhou Bingkun utterly spellbound, his fervent gaze igniting a blush of surprise in her averted eyes. Chapter 28 narrates that Zhang Wan's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue reminiscent of a sunset, as alluring as a ripe apple, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing in an expression of shyness. Meanwhile, his expression was one of exaggerated intensity, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor, unabashedly fixed upon Zhang Wan. The fervent emotions within him laid bare. Zhang Wan, feeling slightly uncomfortable, turned her head downwards, unable to meet that penetrating gaze. Such a look was not characteristic of an inexperienced boy, but rather embodied a mature man's intense pursuit and desire for beauty. However, even under such a fiery gaze, Zhang Wan felt no fear, merely a flutter of bashfulness. Stealthily, she lifted her gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Bingkun, who remained transfixed upon her, and an intricate mix of emotions surged within her heart. A mixture of annoyance and amusement coursed through her as she pondered how this foolish boy could be so unremarkable. His infatuated expression was undeniably entertaining, and a flicker of joy also blossomed within her. After all, being admired in such a manner is a delightful experience. Yet, more than anything, she felt a twinge of exasperation at his unabashed gaze fixed upon her. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Bingkun, who was still lost in his reverie, she called out, half amused and half irritated, "What are you daydreaming about? Be careful not to fall into the water." Her voice rang out clear and melodious, akin to a lark song drifting from the valley. At her words, Zhou Bingkun snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Oh!" He quickly regained his composure, yet his heart remained in a tumultuous state. He silently marveled at the 18-year-old Jing Shomei, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial being, reminiscent of a radiant rose, intoxicating in its allure. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with emotion, captivating his very soul, while her skin, smooth and flawless, evoked an instinctual desire to protect and cherish. With a hint of embarrassment, Zhou Bingkun reluctantly withdrew his lingering gaze, gripping the spear that had impaled the fish tightly in his hand. He hopped and bounded back to the shore with a steady determination. Even as he reached Zhang Wan's side, he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, you are truly stunning." A blush still lingered on Zhang Wan's cheeks, and hearing Zhou Bingkun's unabashed compliment only deepened her shyness. Instinctively, she reached out to lightly pat his shoulder, playfully chiding, "You little rascal, what do you know about beauty?" Zhou Bingkun chuckled, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "Hee. I didn't understand it before, but after seeing you today, it all makes sense." Noticing Zhang Wan's slight discomfort, he recognized his earlier boldness and swiftly shifted the conversation. Sister, look, I just caught this fish. You should start the fire and prepare the pot for our fish stew. Zhou Nan regained her composure, nodding in agreement as she headed to a small earthen cave to gather pots and seasonings. Zhou Bingkun returned to the riverbank to meticulously prepare the fish. He removed the sharp dagger tied to his calf, scaled the fish, gutted it, and cleaned it thoroughly before chopping it into small pieces. He also attended to the fish head, which he would not cook but save to take home later. Zhou Nan had set the pot over the fire, filled with water, and called out, "Bingkun, you can bring the fish over now." "Okay," Zhou Bingkun replied, jogging over with the cleaned fish. "Sister, just call me Kunzi. That's what my family calls me." Zhou Nan huffed in response, ignoring him, still feeling a bit shy from his earlier gaze. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor toward Zhou Bingkun had subtly acquired a hint of playful affection. As the fresh fish was carefully placed into the pot, Zhou Bingkun skillfully wrapped the fish head in clean leaves and set it aside. He turned to Zhou Nan and softly remarked, "Sister, let us lower the heat a bit. We should simmer it slowly to let the flavors meld beautifully. I'll head back to the riverbank for a while, hoping to catch another fish." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Nan gently nodded, her hand instinctively smoothing the few strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead. A sweet smile graced her lips as she replied, "All right. You can rest assured. I will keep watch here. Everything will be fine." As she spoke, she waved goodbye to Zhou Bingkun. He responded affirmatively, then withdrew the spear that was deeply embedded in the ground, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. He mused to himself that this spear, intended for fishing, required further refinement. The current shape of the spearhead was far from ideal. A trident design would be far more effective, allowing for easier capture of fish while minimizing the harm compared to the cumbersome spearhead currently in use. Meanwhile, Zhou Nan casually added firewood to the stove. Although she appeared focused on her task, her peripheral vision remained steadfastly attuned to Zhou Bingkun's every movement. As she watched him gradually disappear into the dense woods, she reluctantly averted her gaze, reflecting on how she wished this beautiful and tranquil moment could last forever. After more than half an hour, Zhou Bingkun emerged from the forest by the river, his left hand holding 2 wriggling fish. Approaching the stove, he carelessly tossed the fish aside, declaring, "Today as fishing is done." Zhou Nan looked up and smiled at him, noting that the fish soup was nearly ready. Lifting the lid, a rich, savory aroma wafted through the air. The fish was plentiful, and the broth had thickened to a creamy consistency. After sprinkling in some salt and wild onions, she removed the pot from the fire, stirring it for a moment before ladling out 2 bowls. Zhou Bingkun settled down half a meter away from Zhou Nan, receiving the bowl brimming with fish soup. "Ah, the fragrance is delightful," he remarked. They exchanged smiles, seemingly agreeing that the soup was exquisite. As they savored their meal, Zhou Nan began to recount the reason for their presence here. "My brother and I were both taken in by my mother. She tirelessly raised us, and neither of us has a household registration, so she had to fetch our rations every day. My brother is sharp, but our circumstances are dire." Despite her impoverished and challenging upbringing, Zhou Nan faced life with optimism. She was hardworking, kind-hearted, and beautiful, narrating her story without a hint of sorrow, as though she were recounting the struggles of others. "Officials from the streets and the neighborhood aunties often come to discuss policies, urging me to go to the countryside. It's not that I fear hardship. It's that I worry about what will happen to my mother and brother if I leave." They had explained their situation to the well-meaning aunties, pleading for her not to be sent away. Yet they insisted that it was a national policy that could not be defied. With no other recourse, she contemplated retreating to the wilderness, hoping that this storm would pass swiftly. As she spoke of her family's struggles, Zhou Nan's voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Her throat felt constricted, as if a heavy stone lodged within it, causing her to choke on her words. The pain of her family's suffering weighed heavily on her heart, as they had endured years of hardship in their cramped shelter, desperately battling through the mire of life without a glimmer of hope. The elderly mother, each day, drags her frail body to the street to set up a stall. The thought of her shivering in the biting cold and the sight of her younger brother struggling to walk with squinted eyes fills her with profound guilt for her helplessness. Finally, she exhales deeply, as if to expel all the pent-up melancholy within her, and wipes away tears from the corners of her eyes, offering a shy smile to Zhou Bingkun, tinged with a hint of bitterness. "This is why I ventured out. Isn't it rather absurd?" Zhou Bingkun meets her gaze, his eyes sincere and gentle, akin to the warm sun in winter. "Any act of defiance against hardship is anything but foolish. Yet, I wish to convey that there is no need for you to hide. You can boldly communicate your family's situation to the street office, including the household registration issue. Zhou Bingkun also comprehends the crux of the matter. The registration issue is undoubtedly due to the street personnel's lack of diligence. While Mother Zheng believes whatever she is told without pressing for clarification, leading to endless delays. The rural relocation issue is even simpler. Perhaps the overzealous street officials have misconstrued the policies, advocating for a one-size-fits-all approach. Zheng Wan furrows her brow, her voice lowering slightly, as if to explain that her mother had previously raised the issue, yet no one responded. Regarding the rural relocation, the officials speak with such authority about the policies that she feels at a loss to counter them. Isn't this a good thing? Otherwise, I would never have met you. Dear sister, Zhou Bingkun mischievously winks at her, his eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. This fills her with a mix of sweetness and annoyance, and she shoots a glare at the playful young man, teasingly retorting, "Humph, you're quite the charmer. Let us eat quickly. I'll walk you back afterward. I'll speak to those street officials. They are taking advantage of your unfamiliarity with the policies and have hidden many things from you." Zhou Bingkun portions the fish soup and meat in the pot, ensuring everyone has a generous serving, gesturing for her to indulge in the delectable feast. Come, let us not waste this deliciousness. Really? Can that aunt who deceived my family? What advantage would she gain from it? Zheng Wan appears puzzled, her delicate brows knitting together in confusion. The women who visit her home seem genuinely kind and do not strike her as deceptive. Let us finish our meal first. We can talk as we walk. I assure you, I will not deceive you. Zhou Bingkun slurps the fish soup and savors the fish with his chopsticks, relishing it as though it were the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Not necessarily. You don't seem like a good person, Zheng Wan replies, her tone somewhat brusque. As they grow more familiar, they begin to jest with one another, their words infused with a newfound intimacy. What makes me seem unkind? Am I perhaps a mountain bandit? Zhou Bingkun exclaims, his expression resembling that of a child who feels wronged. Zheng Wan retorts, who knows? Perhaps you are indeed a bandit from the mountains. Ha, ha. Zhou Bingkun bursts into laughter, his mirth bright and joyous. That would be splendid. I could whisk you away to the mountains to be my lady. You dare. Zheng Wan's eyes widen, her face flushed like a brilliant sunset on the horizon, exasperated by his playful banter. Keep talking nonsense, and I shall take care of you. Amidst their laughter, they quicken their pace, gathering pots and utensils into a small earthen cave. Zhou Bingkun carries the bundle on his back. Zheng Wan discreetly obscured the entrance with a branch, her movements both swift and meticulous. She exhibited far greater attention to detail than Zhou Bingkun, even upon closer inspection. One would scarcely discern the presence of a small earthen burrow. Truly, she was a delicate and beautiful girl with a keen mind. She carefully wrapped 2 fish in leaves and placed them in a basket, covering them with wild vegetables, while tucking the hatchet beneath. After conducting a final inspection, she turned to Zhou Bingkun and said, "Let us go. It's still 2 or 3 kilometers ahead." Zhou Bingkun, burdened with a large pack, followed closely behind her. Thus, the pair ventured forth, one leading and the other following, exiting the river bend and making their way toward Guangzi Pai Taiping Hatong. Zheng Wan found it peculiar how much she trusted this young man who called her sister, believing in him wholeheartedly. Perhaps, after enduring so many hardships over the years, she longed for a strong support. He was sincere and kind, unabashedly referring to her as sister and even complimenting her beauty. In any case, she had faith in him. Considering him akin to family, the ties between individuals are indeed inexplicable. Zhou Bingkun trailed behind Zheng Wan, his blue cotton coat appearing slightly snug on her ample figure, accentuating her curves and form, reminiscent of a resplendent flower blooming in spring. Just before reaching the main road, Zheng Wan wrapped her long scarf around her head, leaving only her eyes visible, then whispered a few words to Zhou Bingkun before quickening her pace. She truly was a cautious young lady. In these times, it was not uncommon for others to scrutinize men and women walking together, prompting them to maintain a respectful distance. Zhou Bingkun lagged behind her by about 10 meters, following at a leisurely pace. As they turned into Taiping Hatong, they occasionally encountered others, eliciting curious glances. However, his open gaze and youthful visage dispelled any doubts. Zheng Wan stood at the entrance of her home, which was ajar. She glanced back, and Zhou Bingkun, upon noticing her, flashed a silly grin, revealing 2 pearly white teeth. Inside, Zheng Guangming sat idly in the back room, glancing around in boredom when he suddenly heard familiar footsteps. The sound halted, and he squinted toward the door. Spotting a blur of blue, feeling a twinge of disappointment, His sister did not wear such vibrant clothing. Yet, as the blue figure entered the room, the footsteps remained familiar. Zheng Guangming tentatively called out, "Sister?" "It's me, Guangming. I'm back," Zheng Wan exclaimed, unable to contain her affection as she rushed forward to embrace him. "Truly my sister." Zheng Guangming immediately stood up and approached the blue figure, only to be enveloped tightly in her embrace. The familiar voice and scent instantly put his heart at ease, for worry had lingered with him throughout the day. At that moment, Zhou Bingkun's voice echoed from the doorway. "I'm coming in, sister." Zheng Guangming turned in confusion toward the source of the voice. Wondering who it could be, had he mistaken the door? Zheng Wan adjusted him, then responded, "Come in, but tread carefully, it's a bit crowded inside." She then whispered to her brother, "We have a guest, just call him brother." Zheng Guangming nodded in understanding. He was always obedient and sensible, doing as his sister said. Though his vision was somewhat blurred, he could discern the basic outline of a tall man entering, burdened with a large pack, who stepped lightly into the inner room. Zheng Guangming's gaze followed the figure of the person moving away. The room was somewhat dim. The window by the Kong was merely a decoration, and the light seeping through the cracks in the walls, along with the open door, did little to illuminate the interior. Zheng Wan turned on the electric light, finally bringing a glimmer of brightness to Zhou Bingkun, who had just entered. In Chapter 30, Fate's Trials, the Kong occupied nearly half of the space. With a small pile of changeable clothes stacked at the head, the family lacked even a cabinet for storing garments. The stove, cabinet, table, and stools nearly filled the other half of the room, and the items appeared old and dilapidated, instilling little confidence. Most of the household activities took place on this Kong. The adjoining wall with the neighbors was constructed from a haphazard mixture of wooden planks and clay, with some newspapers pasted on the stove wall to shield against falling mud and grime, yet it looked rough and rudimentary. The ceiling was an even more chaotic assembly of wooden boards, stones, and clay, giving it a precarious appearance that seemed as though it could collapse at any moment, raising concerns about the weight of winter snow possibly bringing it down. Zheng Wan took the large bundle from Zhou Bingkun's hands, unwrapping it to reveal the oversized cotton clothes she had worn throughout the day, which were meant for Zhou Bingkun. She held out his underwear, saying, "I'll wash this for you first, then give it back." Zhou Bingkun nodded. These were trivial matters. His eyes then scanned the state of the room, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow, letting out a deep sigh. The living conditions were indeed reminiscent of a slum, leaving him perplexed as to how such a beautiful girl as Zheng Wan could emerge from this environment. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Zheng Guangming staring intently at him, seemingly filled with curiosity about his appearance. Zhou Bingkun took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, my name is Zhou Bingkun. Today, I just recognized your sister as my sister." The words came out a bit clumsily, prompting Zheng Wan to roll her eyes in response. "I am Zheng Guangming, so I shall call you brother from now on." Zheng Guangming found this person quite amiable. Anyone his sister acknowledged was worthy of his respect. He fumbled to pour a glass of water for Zhou Bingkun, who gratefully accepted it and took a few sips, feeling parched after such a long journey. Zheng Guangming then approached his sister, sharing the day's events at home. "This morning, Aunt Hu came by, and I told her you were at a relative's house. She didn't believe me and stayed for quite a while before leaving. She returned in the afternoon, saw that you still weren't back, and asked me to relay that tomorrow morning she would bring street office staff to our home. If you are not here, they will issue a forced relocation order." Zheng Guangming's voice trembled slightly. After all, he was just a child, easily intimidated. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wan felt a wave of anxiety, but seeing Zhou Bingkun's calm demeanor eased her heart somewhat. She embraced her brother, comforting him. "Don't be afraid of her. She is just trying to scare us. Tomorrow, brother Zhou Bingkun will help us negotiate with them. He is educated and knows what to say." Zheng Guangming turned back to Zhou Bingkun, quietly asking, "Brother Bingkun, is that true?" "Indeed, tomorrow morning I will be at your house waiting for them. They are bullying you because you are unaware of the policies. I will certainly stand up for your rights, so do not fear. Great leaders have taught us not to be afraid of these paper tigers." Zhou Bingkun's voice resonated with authority, imbued with a compelling strength that instilled confidence in those who heard him. His words brought a sense of calm to the siblings, alleviating their fears regarding the impending arrival of others. The atmosphere in the room began to lighten. Though it was still shy of 5 o'clock, Zhou Bingkun showed no urgency to depart, choosing instead to sit on the edge of the Kong and engage in conversation with the siblings, sharing amusing anecdotes from the outside world that stirred their aspirations. As Zheng Wan organized the clothing Zhou Bingkun had brought, she recounted the minutiae of their lives. "Zheng Guangming, Still somewhat timid, allowed his gaze to linger on his sister, captivated by her striking blue attire. "Has Guangming been to the hospital?" Zhou Bingkun inquired, observing the murky depths of Zheng Guangming's eyes. Zheng Wan paused her task, glancing at her brother's eyes under Zhou Bingkun's scrutiny, and softly replied, "He was examined long ago during a free clinic organized by the community. The doctor initially diagnosed him with congenital cataracts." Her voice fell into a somber tone as she continued. "The doctor mentioned that the lens had shown opacity since Guangming's birth, possibly due to genetic factors or maternal infections during pregnancy. The cloudiness obstructs light from entering the eye, hindering visual development. Without timely intervention, his condition could deteriorate further, ultimately leading to blindness." Recalling the doctor's words, Zheng Wan felt a pang of sorrow. Each passing year, Zheng Guangming's eyesight had worsened. He could once faintly discern faces, but now all he saw was a blurred haze, as if viewed through frosted glass, or an entire world shrouded in mosaic. Perhaps by next year, he would only perceive faint glimmers of light, after which his world would plunge into darkness. Zheng Wan had sought traditional Chinese medicine, procuring herbal remedies and eye drops. Yet none bore fruit, leaving them at a loss. As she spoke, her voice broke into sobs. "Sister, do not weep. I am unafraid," Zheng Guangming said, a hint of panic in his demeanor as he climbed onto the Kong to comfort her. "Mother said it's all fate, preordained by the heavens." This was a poignant reminder of the powerless acceptance of life as harsh realities from the lower strata of society. Zhou Bingkun fell into a contemplative silence. Congenital cataracts, in this day and age, indeed constituted a highly intricate surgical procedure. They are defined as cataracts present at birth or developing within the first year of life due to hereditary or developmental disorders. The underlying mechanisms are complex, potentially involving genetic mutations, maternal infections such as rubella or herpes simplex virus during pregnancy, or even maternal malnutrition and metabolic disorders. For congenital cataracts, the primary treatment remains surgical removal of the opaque lens, followed by the implantation of an artificial lens. However, under the current medical conditions in Jichuan, such advanced surgical techniques are beyond reach. Even provincial capitals may struggle to offer such procedures, which are predominantly found in advanced medical institutions in the capital or abroad. He finally spoke again. "Did the doctor mention any methods to delay the progression of this condition?" Zheng Wan, deeply invested in her brother's health, stifled her tears and quietly replied, "During that free clinic, several doctors discussed it specifically, suggesting that medication could be used to temporarily slow the deterioration. Using certain antibiotic eye drops and ointments to try to control the inflammation of the eyes, thereby reducing the risk of infection. However, the efficacy of the medication is rather limited, and these drops and ointments come at a significant cost." She felt a sense of shame, her voice growing increasingly subdued. Zhou Bingkun understood. In these times, antibiotics are not inexpensive. Given their current situation, where even basic necessities are a challenge, there is little room for additional expenditures on medication. Zhou Bingkun felt a pang of compassion for this sensible young boy, abandoned by his parents at birth, his fate so fraught with adversity. As the heavy topic shifted, they began discussing the sources of income for the Zheng family. Those at the lowest rungs of society, lacking skills, education, and even physical strength, rely solely on the hawthorn candy that Zheng Wan prepares at home, which her mother sells on the street, yielding a meager monthly income of 10 to 20 yuan. Furthermore, with only Zheng's mother receiving a fixed ration of food, any shortfall necessitates the purchase of expensive grain, compounding their hardships. As dusk approached, Zheng Wan hurriedly got out of bed to prepare dinner, insistently inviting Zhou Bingkun to stay and eat, asserting that her mother would certainly disapprove of them not hosting a guest. Zhou Bingkun, not one to be coy, readily produced a canvas bag containing a dozen steamed buns, explaining that he had traded a fish for them earlier that day, as he had quite the appetite. Zheng Wan did not hesitate. Her family could only offer coarse cornmeal, hardly presentable. With the addition of his steamed buns, the meal finally took on a semblance of substance. With 2 fish at hand, Zhou Bingkun suggested preparing a fish soup and sought some wild greens, to which Zheng Wan agreed with a wry smile, secretly relieved that her brother did not treat her as a stranger. Otherwise, they would have truly struggled to entertain him properly. Zhou Bingkun did not remain idle. He set about cleaning the fish, a task he approached with expertise, grabbing a grass carp over a foot long from the basket. He chuckled as he stepped outside to prepare it. Zheng Guangming followed him out, curious and eager to observe the process, though he could not see the details. The smell of fish filled the air, and he was overwhelmed with joy. "Brother Bingkun, where did this fish come from?" Did you catch it in the river? His voice brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Impressive, right? I used a spear, and with one thrust, I caught it. Just today. Your sister and I enjoyed one from the river bend. It was truly delicious, Zhou Bingkun replied, holding the fish in one hand while he began to scale it with a knife, pride evident in his tone. Zheng Guangming picked up a fish scale, holding it close to his eyes, trying to discern its shape and feel this unfamiliar object, continuing to inquire, Brother, tell me how you spear fish. Don't they swim away? Ah, spearing fish is no simple feat, Zhou Bingkun replied, animatedly recounting the experience of fishing. As he spoke, Zheng Guangming envisioned the scene. The tall, handsome Zhou Bingkun standing like a statue by the riverbank, spear raised, poised to strike decisively the moment a fish swam by, exuding an air of authority. That sounds wonderful. Can you take me to the river to play? Zheng Guangming inquired cautiously yet with palpable eagerness. After all, he was but a child, filled with longing for all the delightful experiences the outside world had to offer. Zhou Bingkun responded affirmatively, his tone resolute. After I assist your family with your sister's rural assignment tomorrow, I shall take you to the river to fish. But you must ensure that the fish we catch are well looked after. They must not be lost. I can do that. I will definitely keep an eye on the fish. Zheng Guangming exclaimed with excitement, his small face flushed with enthusiasm, thinking to himself how wonderful this elder brother Bingkun was. Surely akin to a real brother. Zhang Wan, overhearing the interaction between Zhou Bingkun and her younger brother from within the house, could not help but smile fondly, her eyes brimming with warmth and gratitude. Zhou Bingkun was like a celestial being sent to rescue her family. Was Zhou Bingkun truly a divine being? Certainly not. He merely understood that in the narrative, Zhang Wan embodied a multitude of admirable qualities: beauty, kindness, resilience, diligence, and intelligence. She was the quintessential dream partner for any man. Could he allow such a gem to slip away? He must hold her close. Zheng Wan was destined to be his bride, though they were still young. It did not preclude the possibility of deepening their bond and affection. A girl like Zheng Wan, once she set her heart on someone, would undoubtedly remain steadfast. Zhang Guangming trailed behind Zhou Bingkun like a small shadow, reveling in the excitement and novelty of the day. Once Zhou Bingkun had cleaned the fish, including the entrails and swim bladders, he carried them into the inner room. Zheng Wan's household boasted but a single stove, currently occupied with simmering porridge and steaming buns, thus delaying the preparation of vegetables and fish until the porridge was ready. She had already washed a substantial amount of wild vegetables gathered earlier in the day and set them aside, while also tidying up the house to create some space, lest they find it cumbersome when mealtime arrived. Upon entering, Zhou Bingkun recognized the limitations of her kitchen and noticed the prepared wild vegetables. He decided to set aside the fish entrails to be stir-fried with the vegetables, believing it would enhance the flavor, since preparing the fish soup would take considerable time. Zhou Bingkun and Zheng Wan agreed to construct a makeshift stove to expedite the process. Together, they gathered bricks and stones in the small entrance hall to build a simple cooking station. Zheng Wan found a larger pot, cleaned it thoroughly, and they proceeded with their straightforward setup. Thus, Zhou Bingkun ignited a fire in the entrance hall to commence boiling the fish soup. Zheng Guangming dutifully squatted beside him, filled with joy as he listened to tales of amusement. The entrance hall contained readily available firewood, and Zheng Guangming, quite aware, occasionally handed over a piece. The flickering flames illuminated his face, and his smile remained bright as he chattered away. Brother, we seldom eat fish. We have meat every year, and during the new year. We even have dumplings made from white flour. Such remarks tugged at Zhou Bingkun's heartstrings. While adversity may not always be detrimental, who would willingly choose to endure it? Brother, he now called even more affectionately, can I go fishing? Zhang Guangming seemed to have transformed into quite the chatterbox today, filled with the festive spirit. Zhou Bingkun hesitated momentarily, a hint of reluctance in his voice. We must first ensure your eyes are treated. Without sight, fishing would be impossible. Can my eyes truly be cured? Zheng Guangming's voice was laden with disappointment, fully aware that Zhou Bingkun was trying to comfort him. They would only know once treatment began. First, they needed to devise a way to earn some money to purchase medication and manage the ailment before considering anything else. Zhou Bingkun comforted him with a gentle yet resolute voice. However, the struggle to earn money was undeniably difficult. Zheng Guangming's words were steeped in helplessness and melancholy. He was acutely aware that each day his mother returned home to account for expenses alongside his sister, realizing that even basic meals posed a challenge. Fear not. I shall assist you. I am quite capable, Zhou Bingkun whispered, brimming with confidence and affection. Zhang Guangming, now fully convinced of Zhou Bingkun's words, felt reassured. Outside, the creaking sounds of the alleyway echoed, and Zhang Guangming sprang to his feet, exclaiming with excitement, "Mother is back." Zhang's mother had concluded her market day earlier than usual, her mind preoccupied with worries for her daughter out in the world and her son at home, prompting her to hasten her return. Weary from exertion, she entered the alley as dusk descended, the savory aromas of dinner wafting from every household, stirring her own hunger. As she neared home, upon hearing her son's call, she paused to look up, spotting him emerging from the door and stepping into the passageway. It seemed her son was equally eager to see her. "Welcome home," Zhang's mother greeted joyfully, her eyes filled with maternal affection. "Take your time." She noticed her son approaching and hastily cautioned him. "I know," Zhang Guangming replied confidently. Familiar with the alley despite his blurred vision, he could still discern light and direction, navigating the uneven ground with a steady gait. "Mother, let me help you." He assisted her in pushing the cart and continued to chatter. "Today, my sister brought home a brother. He's quite wonderful, and we shall have fish for dinner tonight." Zhang's mother felt a sudden pang of anxiety. This impoverished household could ill afford any unexpected troubles, and any disturbance could potentially wreak havoc. She quickened her pace toward home. Zhou Bingkun also emerged from the door, calling out without hesitation, "And Zhang, it's good to see you again." Zhang's mother halted once more. Recognizing the youth with whom she had shared lengthy conversations not long ago, she distinctly remembered Zhou Bingkun's visage. Her heart, which had been heavy, now lightened. And she smiled broadly, saying, "Ah, it's you. No wonder Guangming is so cheerful." In the entryway, a pot of fish soup simmered, and Zhou Bingkun helped by temporarily leaning the cart against the wall. Zhang's mother, beaming, grasped his hand and said, "I never expected you to visit our home. What a delightful surprise. This is fate." Zhou Bingkun encouraged Zhang's mother and Zhang Guangming to enter the house first, adding, "I will finish preparing this pot of soup before joining you for a chat." The enticing aroma of fish wafted through the air, further uplifting Zhang's mother's spirits. After enduring hardships for so long, anyone who offered assistance to her family was indeed a benefactor. Zhang Wan urged her mother to enter the house, her blue cotton coat dazzling Zhang's mother's eyes. "What has happened? How have you changed so much?" Chapter 32. Zhang's mother's gratitude. Zhang Wan felt embarrassed under her mother's intense gaze. Noticing Zhou Bingkun seated by the entryway stove, continuing to tend to the fish soup with her brother beside him sharing hushed whispers, she gently pulled her mother to a corner of the Kong. Under her mother's curious and inquiring gaze, she began to recount the day's extraordinary events, still feeling somewhat disoriented from the day's happenings. "As I ventured out early, I observed some activity in the river bend, ultimately deciding to gather wild vegetables." She recounted her experience in an orderly manner, her complexion gradually becoming more vibrant as she endeavored to recall every detail, for she could not afford to forget this unforgettable day. "While I stood on the stones by the river, plucking the bountiful wild greens, a sudden shout startled me, causing me to stumble into the water." She gestured animatedly, seemingly recreating the scene. "Oh dear." Zhang's mother grew anxious, fully aware that the river's waters in March were icy and piercing, and she couldn't help but worry for her daughter's predicament. Zhang Wan hurriedly reassured her mother, urging her not to fret, and continued her narration. Her eyes sparkled with vivid memories, drifting back to their initial encounter. The dashing young man appeared by her side like a deity, using his rifle to pull her ashore. Showing concern for her well-being, he led her into a small earthen cave, where she donned his warm cotton coat and enjoyed a hearty meal of roasted fish and buns. As if she were in a fairy tale. Only after the young man had departed did she regain her senses. "Amitabha, may the Buddha bless." Zhang's mother clasped her hands in gratitude, thanking the Bodhisattva for protection. In the afternoon, he returned, bringing clothes discarded from his home. Zhang Wan pointed to the open bundle on the Kong, feeling a bit shy as she remarked that she had initially hesitated to ask. However, his affectionate address of sister made her feel as if he were family, dispelling any embarrassment. Zhang's mother, barely hearing the latter part of her daughter's words, followed her gaze to the large bundle, her eyes lighting up as she climbed onto the Kong to rummage through the pile of garments. She exclaimed in delight, discovering the soft, fine clothes, including summer attire and intimate wear. How thoughtful. Zhang's mother momentarily forgot her original intent, joyfully inspecting the contents of the bundle. Zhang Wan, slightly at a loss, watched her mother attentively unfold and compare the clothes, realizing that her mother had shifted her focus before she could convey the crux of her story. With no choice but to tidy up the household clutter to create more space, she decided it would be best to reorganize once more, even though she had already done so earlier. The lid of the pot began to rattle, and the experienced Zhang Wan recognized that the porridge was ready. She carefully lifted the pot used for steaming buns off the stove, set it aside, and prepared to stir-fry the wild vegetables, intending to be generous with the oil for added flavor. As she was cooking, she noticed Zhou Bingkun bustling in, bringing both fish and pot into the house, calling for her to add ginger, garlic, and salt to the broth, which was now perfectly simmered. He then stepped outside to extinguish the fire in the small stove, tidy up the space, and bring Zheng's mother's little cart inside. Zheng's mother, having finished sorting through the clothes, joyfully clapped her thighs, exclaiming her gratitude towards Zhou Bingkun and his family. Zhang Guangming approached his mother, saying, "Brother Bingkun, tomorrow I need to discuss with Aunt Hu about my sister's rural assignment. He believes Aunt Hu's understanding of the rural policy is one-sided and incorrect, and we must seek justice for our family." Zheng's mother grasped her son's hand, exhilarated, exclaiming, "Really? This is now the foremost concern of our household." Zhang Guangming nodded in affirmation. "My sister is aware of it too." She brought him back, believing that Aunt Hu was still at my home, and returned to seek an explanation. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. Zhou Bingkun neatly placed the small cart into the entryway and pulled the damaged outer door shut before entering the inner room. Zheng Wan was inside, calling out that dinner was ready. Zheng Mu descended from the Kong but grasped his hand, attempting to kneel on the ground, feeling that such a significant gesture of support warranted her deepest gratitude through bowing. Zhou Bingkun swiftly pulled Zheng Mu back, exclaiming, "Aunt Zheng, what are you doing? This would embarrass me." He felt somewhat startled, for he had indeed harbored intentions toward Zhang Wan, a reason he could not voice. Zheng Wan, taken aback by her mother's overwhelming reaction, hurried over to his sister. "Mother, what are you doing? Don't frighten Bingkun." Although Zheng Wan had limited experience, she understood that the younger generation had long since abandoned such customs of kneeling in gratitude. She was also uncertain why Zhou Bingkun treated her family so well. Yet she believed in his words, feeling that their connection was fated and did not require excessive scrutiny. Zheng Mu continued to murmur, "He has saved our family's life. Such immense kindness, such immense kindness." In her perspective, if Zheng Wan were sent to the countryside, she and her son would truly be unable to survive, and no amount of gratitude would be excessive. Zhou Bingkun gently seated Zheng Mu by the stove and explained, "And Zheng, you need not be so formal. A few days ago, I bought popsicles at your stall, and we had a delightful conversation. Today, meeting Sister Zheng Wan by the riverbank is yet another stroke of fate. If you express your gratitude in such a manner, it would diminish this bond. I might hesitate to visit in the future." Zheng Mu agreed to refrain from kneeling in thanks. "Indeed, I consider Guangming a brother. I enjoy our conversations immensely. Let us not create distance. It would be wonderful to regard each other as family, without dividing into notions of help and gratitude. What is urgent now is to resolve the issue of Zheng Wan going to the countryside and find ways to earn more money for Guangming's eye treatment, correct?" Zhou Bingkun's sincere tone moved Zheng Mu deeply. "Yes, being family is wonderful, but such a great kindness, how can my family repay it?" Zheng Mu continued to murmur. As Zhou Bingkun listened to her words, his eyes sidelong glanced at the beautiful Zhang Wan, locking onto her sparkling gaze. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Wan felt a rush of anxiety, her cheeks flushing crimson. She remembered the intense gaze he had cast upon her when she donned the blue cotton coat by the riverside. It had been so fervent, leaving her to suspect his intentions. Yet, she had felt joy then, secretly delighted, wishing to showcase her beauty before him. Lowering her eyes, she dared not gaze at Zhou Bingkun any longer, neglecting the affairs at hand, her heart in disarray as she hurried to set the table with the dishes. Before long, the dining table was arranged by the fire Kong, as there were insufficient stools in the home. The fish and meat soup, along with the pot, was placed firmly in the center, steaming and fragrant. 2 plates of vibrant wild greens were also set on the table, exuding a unique aroma. A bowl of well-prepared corn porridge, thick and satisfying, was brought forth, golden and enticing. A basket containing freshly steamed buns was positioned at the corner of the table, bursting with the delightful scent of wheat. The family gathered together, with Zhang Wan first serving a bowl of fish soup to her mother, Zhang Mu, and then to Zhou Bingkun. Zheng Mu, her face full of gratitude, said to Zhou Bingkun, "Child, please eat more. You know my home is quite a mess, and there is not much to offer you." Zhou Bingkun quickly accepted the bowl, smiling as he replied, "Aunt Zhang, please don't be so polite. We are all family here." Zheng Wan handed a steamed bun to her younger brother, Zheng Guangming, softly saying, "Guangming, eat more to help you grow." Zheng Guangming took the bun, took a bite, and contentedly declared, "Sister, this bun is truly fragrant. This two-horned flour bun is far superior to the corn bun." Zhang Mu tasted the fish soup and exclaimed, "This soup is incredibly fresh. It's been ages since we've had fish at home, thanks to Xiaoxiu." Zhang Wan quietly sipped the fish soup, secretly observing Zhou Bingkun, her mother, and her brother laughing and chatting, a warm current flowing through her heart. Thus, everyone enjoyed their meal while conversing, creating a cozy and harmonious atmosphere that filled the formerly modest room with laughter and joy. Chapter 33. Memories of Zhou Zhigang after the meal. Zhou Bingkun did not linger for long. After repeatedly assuring the Zheng family that he would come by the next morning around 8 o'clock, Zheng Mu, along with her daughter Zheng Wan and son Zheng Guangming, saw him to the door. Zhou Bingkun smiled and waved goodbye as he turned to head home. The distance from Taiping Hutong to his home was too far. Just a little over a kilometer. The night had already deepened, but fortunately, a few stars shone through the clouds, barely illuminating the path ahead. As he walked, Zhou Bingkun's thoughts wandered, replaying the series of events from the day, particularly the scene of the fight with Luo Kai and his companions, which continued to flicker in his mind like a movie reel. He pondered to himself, uncertain if this intense conflict would leave any unforeseen repercussions. As for the meeting with the street office regarding Zheng Wan the following morning, Zhou Bingkun felt relatively at ease. After all, there were no strict regulations mandating that people be sent to the countryside as educated youth. Persuasion was the usual approach. However, the women responsible for this matter often treated trivial issues as significant orders, disregarding the actual circumstances, merely to fulfill their tasks with a misguided sense of authority. When Zhou Bingkun reached his doorstep, his mother, Li Suhua, heard the noise and quickly ran out to greet him. With concern etched on her face, she asked, "Kunzi, why are you home so late today? Have you encountered some trouble?" Zhou Bingkun hurriedly smiled to reassure her, saying, "Mom, don't worry, there is nothing serious. I just went to deliver some clothes to someone, and their family was very hospitable, insisting that I stay for dinner before coming back. I really couldn't refuse. So I had to agree." As he spoke, he closed the courtyard door and followed his mother into the house. Engaging in conversation, Zhou Bingkun accompanied his mother into the dining and reception room, which was also where the family discussed matters. At that moment, his father, Zhou Zhigang, was seated at the table, chatting with Zhou Zi and Zhou Rong, reminiscing about the past with a sense of nostalgia. "In our youth, as villagers from Shandong ventured northward, we painstakingly borrowed funds to construct 2 modest rooms. This was a remarkable achievement in our humble abode, and I felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing I had firmly established our roots here. I brought your grandparents to this new place, as I am the sole heir of the Zhou family, and it is my duty to honor them." The atmosphere was heavy, with Zhou Bingkun gently supporting his mother as they quietly took their seats at the table, listening to their father's nostalgic reflections. "He then married your mother, and soon came Bingi and Ronger, coinciding with the establishment of the new nation, and later, Bingkun." He reminisced about the arduous past, recalling how, during times of scarcity, your grandparents, in their compassion, chose to return to their hometown to spare you from hunger. "I harbored resentment, feeling their departure was a consequence of my inadequacies. Not long after their return, they passed away, and each time Zhou Zhigang revisited this chapter, tears streamed down his face, leaving him with a lifetime of regret. My relentless efforts were driven by a desire to honor my parents and to forge better opportunities for you. This time, as I support the third-line construction, it will also serve as your political backdrop." At last, he poured out his heart, moving his 3 children deeply. Mother Zhou gently caressed Father Zhou's back, acknowledging that everyone bears their own responsibilities. Father Zhou believed he had fulfilled his duties toward his 3 children. Zhou Zhigang would soon be dispatched as a senior construction technician to aid in the development of the far northwest, a journey that felt immeasurably distant. Filling him with profound reflections, Zhou Bingi and Zhou Rong endeavored to comfort their father, dreaming of brighter days ahead. Gradually, the heavy atmosphere lifted, giving way to a lighter mood. Zhou Zhigang spoke again, saying, "Bingi, this month you will also go to the countryside with Dongmei to work as an educated youth. Once there, strive diligently, take good care of Dongmei, and support each other." He held a fondness for his daughter-in-law, hoping for a lasting bond between them. Zhou Bingi solemnly nodded, assuring, "Father, do not worry, I understand. I will not disappoint your expectations. I will write to you often once I join the production team." Turning his gaze to Zhou Rong, he earnestly advised, "Ronger, you have an impulsive nature. In the future, think carefully before acting and avoid being rash." Zhou Rong responded obediently, "Father, I will remember your words. I will miss you and write to you frequently." He also subtly reminded her to take her romantic matters seriously, hinting at the importance of avoiding any embarrassing situations, yet he chose to leave it at that, cherishing his considerate daughter. Zhou Rong lowered her head in silence. Then, Zhou Zhigang turned to Zhou Bingkun and remarked, "Bingkun, I am aware you harbor grievances against me, feeling I am biased. But ask yourself, from childhood until now, how much more worry have your mother and I endured for you compared to your siblings?" Zhou Bingkun sighed, opting for silence. "Regardless, you must assist your mother more with household chores, show her filial piety, and commit to your studies and work. Do not waste your days idly." Deep down, Zhou Zhigang held a lesser regard for his youngest son. Zhou Bingkun could only acquiesce. Mother Zhou felt a tinge of sadness at the prospect of a long separation from her husband. Reluctantly, she grasped Zhou Zhigang's hand, urging him to take care of himself while away. The family shared their heartfelt sentiments, reveling in deep conversation until the night grew late. The military compound of Jiangliao province is quite expansive, having once served as the forward command post during the resistance against foreign aid in the 1950s. Following the conclusion of the war, it became a stronghold against the Northern Bear. Although many troops have since been withdrawn, a group army remains stationed in this border region. While the families of high-ranking officers predominantly reside in the compound's family quarters, Luo Kai's father serves as a military advisor with a division-level rank, a position of considerable stature. Upon entering the home with his face concealed, his father immediately sensed something was amiss. Confounded, he wondered if anyone would dare to bully his son, who attended Guangzi Middle School alongside his mother's workplace. Luo Kai dashed into his bedroom, feeling utterly humiliated. He wished to keep his parents oblivious to the incident, which he found indelicate to disclose. After all, he had instigated the altercation, called for help, and ended up being beaten to a pulp. How could he possibly justify his plight? Meanwhile, his mother was in the kitchen preparing a meal when Luo's father entered, remarking that they would need to wait for another dish to finish cooking. He recalled having heard the door, wondering if their son had returned. Without turning her head, Luo's mother inquired if that was indeed the case. She noted that something seemed off with their son, who had hurriedly retreated to his room with his face covered. Could it be that he got into a fight? He wields considerable influence at school. Who would dare challenge him? His mother expressed her surprise. There are many who would dare to confront him. But if someone were to bully him, he would surely come home to report it. Yet today is unusual. It seems he may have been in the wrong and suffered a defeat, unable to disclose the details. Luo's father, possessing a more analytical mindset, quickly deduced that it was unlikely he had been overpowered by others. Based on his understanding of his son's character, he surmised that Luo Kai had likely fallen victim to a cunning trap. "Let's wait until dinner to inquire further," suggested Luo's mother. However, Luo's father interjected. "We must consider his pride. After dinner, I will step out for a bit, and you can gently coax the truth out of him." The couple exchanged knowing smiles. Acknowledging that no child experiences an unblemished path, sometimes, the lessons learned from hardship are invaluable. Chapter 34, Conversations in the Luo household. Luo's father's strategy proved to be astute. As the three of them gathered for dinner, they all keenly sensed the subtle shift in Luo Kai's demeanor, yet they feigned normalcy, completing the meal as if everything were as usual. Afterward, Luo's father excused himself under pretense and left the room, leaving only Luo's mother and son. "Your brother called earlier, mentioning he will participate in a major competition at the military district, so he will be home later than expected," she said, beckoning Luo Kai to her side and initiating a conversation about mundane family matters. Luo Kai held his elder brother, Luo Jun, in high regard, and thus eagerly engaged in recounting amusing anecdotes from his brother's time in the military. All boys harbor dreams of military glory, yearning to wield weapons and prove their valor on the battlefield, filled with youthful fervor. As their conversation progressed, Luo's mother abruptly shifted the topic. "Today, a colleague's child from your school came to the district government, claiming he was bullied. I thought to myself, with how boisterous you are at school, could it be that you were the one doing the bullying?" She preemptively assigned blame, knowing that young people cannot easily bear such indignities. In his heart, Luo Kai muttered to himself that while such a scenario might have been plausible in the past, today he had been thoroughly chastised himself. He lacked the audacity to bully anyone else. Moreover, having not attended school in the afternoon, he felt that his mother harbored doubts about him. He hurriedly denied the accusations, asserting confidently, "How could I possibly bully anyone? Do not slander me recklessly." His mother's expression revealed skepticism. Something was amiss. A colleague of hers had mentioned that her child was no pushover either, claiming he had retaliated, even striking the other boy. "Oh, Xiao Kai, what happened to your face? It couldn't possibly be your doing, could it?" Luo Kai was momentarily taken aback, pondering how astute his mother-esque deductions were. Surely, she must have noticed the imprint of a slap on his face. Alas, with her perceptive nature, how could he possibly conceal anything from her? He hung his head like a wilted eggplant, choosing silence as his only form of protest. At that moment, his mother-esque voice returned, gentle yet unwavering. "Do not worry. Tomorrow I will take the time to inquire at your school, and I shall uncover the truth. No one dares to deceive me. Fine, I'll tell you the truth." "It's quite embarrassing," Luo Kai mumbled, beginning to recount the events that transpired. He dared not hide anything, for his mother was notoriously meticulous. And even his father held her in a certain regard. Luo's mother listened intently to her son's account, her mind conjuring the image of the classmate who had caused her son and his friends distress. This boy, having been relatively unknown in class, likely held little interest in mingling with peers. Thus, it was reasonable to assume his social circle was of a superior caliber, perhaps consisting of friends from the upper grades. His attire, though superior to that of his classmates, bore no trace of fashion obsession, suggesting he came from a traditional, well-off family of ordinary workers. In the face of her son's provocations, he might initially retreat, yet he would resolutely reject any unreasonable demands. Should his son escalate the threats, he would retaliate decisively, leaving the scene without hesitation. When Luo Kai pursued him, the boy skillfully led them to a secluded area, sparing no superfluous words as he struck with the force of thunder, swiftly subduing the entire group. Although Luo Kai and his friends had suffered a defeat, they managed to retain some dignity, avoiding humiliation in public. Such an intriguing individual, Luo's mother mused. "Mom, you know well we can't speak of such matters indiscriminately. We've truly encountered a setback this time. We are at a loss regarding how to retaliate." Having shared the details, Luo Kai sought his mother-esque counsel on how to proceed. "Do not provoke him for the time being, given his capabilities. He might even rival your brother. I shall investigate his background," Luo's mother advised. "As long as you refrain from antagonizing that classmate named Zhou Bingkun, he will not seek trouble with you. However, if you push him to his limits, the situation could escalate unfavorably. I intend to do just that. He has already bested us. Surely he wouldn't spread word of it at school?" Luo Kai expressed his lingering concerns about his reputation. "Rest assured, based on what you've described about his character, he is not one to speak of his actions. He seems to be a person of action rather than words." Luo's mother affirmed confidently, her vast experience lending weight to her perspective. The mother and son conversed for a while longer. Upon carefully inspecting the palm print on her son's face, Mother Luo confirmed that it was merely a superficial injury and posed no serious threat. She then urged her son to wash up and retire for the night. Father Luo timed his return perfectly. Shortly after his son entered his room, he came home. Glancing around, he noticed no signs of activity from his son and gestured towards the boy's room. Mother Luo nodded in understanding, indicating that their son had indeed returned to his quarters. Father Luo promptly joined his wife, settling beside her with a cheerful demeanor. "So, what is the situation?" he inquired. He was struck, naturally. The perpetrator is a classmate of his, and it was a 1-against-7 confrontation, an overwhelming assault, yet executed with a degree of restraint. The injuries are superficial, the most severe being a few lost teeth, Mother Luo replied with a hint of detachment. Father Luo inhaled sharply, astonished. It seems they've encountered a formidable opponent, one who possesses a considerable level of composure. Does Xiao Kai know his background? His name is Zhou Bingkun. He has an unremarkable appearance and is rather inconspicuous in class, seldom interacting with his peers and never instigating trouble. From Xiao Kai's account, he generally opts for avoidance in conflicts, Mother Luo elucidated. Then how did he end up in a brawl with Xiao Kai? Father Luo pondered, having a modicum of understanding regarding the demeanor of skilled fighters. He was aware that many in the military had dabbled in martial arts during their youth, with masters often advising their disciples to exercise restraint and not to leverage their skills to bully others. There is a limit to retreating. Your son has been rather arrogant, asserting dominance within the school. When others were engaged in studying, he would reprimand them. The first time, they acquiesced. The second time, he even commanded them to perform tasks. After they declined, he threatened them directly. "You must understand, young people cannot tolerate such indignities." Mother Luo expressed her discontent regarding their son's behavior. "Is it true that he was simply beaten?" Father Luo inquired. "Not quite. That classmate, Zhou Bingkun, grasped Xiao Kai's fingers, which caused him to retreat in fear. After exiting the classroom, Xiao Kai, unwilling to accept defeat, gathered 6 friends to confront him. And guess what? He ended up on the receiving end of a beating. This is hardly surprising, she continued. Clearly, you underestimate him, Father Luo interjected. He knows how to avoid confrontation. Xiao Kai and his friends spotted Zhou Bingkun leaving the school and pursued him, cornering him in a secluded alley. I suspect that young man intentionally lured them to an isolated spot, demonstrating considerable foresight. Xiao Kai initially intended to intimidate him into submission before delivering a lesson. But to their surprise, Zhou Bingkun didn't waste time on idle chatter. He swiftly knocked Xiao Kai to the ground. By the time Xiao Kai regained consciousness, all 6 of his friends were sprawled on the ground as well. Zhou Bingkun left without a trace, efficient and decisive, Mother Luo remarked, revealing a modicum of admiration for Zhou Bingkun. What a promising candidate for the military. Father Luo exclaimed earnestly, I must find an opportunity to meet this young man. Oh. Spare me, Mother Luo retorted with a dismissive glance. You're always so eager to funnel people into the military. What is so great about it? Look at Xiaojun. How often can he return home? It's always one mission or another, as if the military cannot function without him. The role of a mother is inherently contradictory. She yearns for her children to soar to great heights, yet simultaneously desires their constant presence by her side. This sentiment is indeed quite perplexing. Father Luo, hesitant to delve deeper into this topic, redirected the conversation. What do Xiao Kai and his companions intend to do? Will they seek vengeance or simply endure this injustice in silence? Given the circumstances, Xiao Kai was already in the wrong. His adversaries possessed superior strength. Pursuing them further would only lead to greater chaos unless they resorted to weapons, which would be an even more troublesome affair. Xiao Kai understood this logic. He would have to accept this loss with grace. Mother Luo remarked with a cold smile, it is perhaps beneficial to teach them a lesson. Their behavior at school has become increasingly unruly. It is time they learn to be more subdued. However, we must investigate that classmate named Zhou Bingkun to uncover his background. Although we cannot retaliate for our son's injuries, we ought to be aware of the character of his assailant. Father Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, from what you describe, this young man possesses remarkable skill. Taking on 7 opponents with ease and demonstrating restraint indicates he has honed his abilities. It is essential that we make his acquaintance. Chapter 35. My mother wishes to acknowledge her as a goddaughter before dawn. Zhou Bingkun rose as he did every day, embarking on a vigorous 2-hour workout in the Hewan area. He no longer engaged in fishing, for he had plans to visit Zheng Wan's home later that morning. After igniting a fire beside the large stone stove, he prepared 5 steamed buns to satiate his hunger. He then washed himself briefly by the river, changed into clean clothes from a small earthen cave, and set forth on his journey, and who, known for her zeal, was a prominent figure in the neighborhood. Though not formally employed, she took an active interest in community affairs and was a familiar face at every community-organized event. This involvement brought her several advantages. Firstly, it allowed her to gain a deeper understanding of national policies and political landscapes. Should she excel, she might attract the attention and recognition of party organizations or street offices, enhancing her hopes of joining the party or securing a position within the system. Secondly, her participation in various political campaigns and mobilizations significantly elevated her political awareness and organizational skills, gradually establishing her as a respected figure within the community. More importantly, she garnered a high social standing and reputation within the area, earning the respect and trust of the residents. She became a model citizen in the community, and her family enjoyed admiration and support as a result. Through these activities, she formed connections with numerous street officials, party members, and activists from various fields, greatly expanding her social network and accumulating valuable resources that would create more opportunities and assistance for her personal growth in life. Despite the general scarcity of material resources during that period, her active participation occasionally rewarded her with essentials and food following significant tasks or special occasions. Moreover, she often had the advantage of being first in line for temporary or permanent job opportunities within the street or community, such as positions in community service or street factory work, undoubtedly providing an additional source of income for her family. Madame Hu, a diligent auxiliary staff member and enthusiastic community volunteer at the street office, possesses an intimate knowledge of every household in Taiping Alley. Recently, her efforts in mobilizing youth for rural work have yielded remarkable results. Over half of the 20 eligible young individuals at the alley's entrance have already been persuaded, earning her accolades from the street office. With her second daughter set to graduate from junior high this year, Madam Hu ponders how easy it will be to secure her a decent job through the street office. Today, her mission leads her to the home of Madame Zheng in the middle section of Taiping Alley. With Zheng's daughter now 17 and idling at home, Madame Hu is determined that she must go to the countryside for re-education, lest she remain in the city living off others. Yesterday, when she visited the Zheng residence, only a young child was present who lamely claimed that his sister had gone visiting relatives. However, everyone in the vicinity knows there are no relatives to speak of. They're all well acquainted. Madame Hu had issued a stern warning then, stating that if they continued to defy state policies, she would have no choice but to take coercive measures, a threat meant to instill fear. Humming a tune, Madame Hu ambles towards the Zhang household. The two homes are not far apart. Hers is at the alley's entrance while Zheng's is situated roughly 700 to 800 meters away, taking about 10 minutes to reach. Upon arriving at the Zheng doorstep, she notices the dilapidated condition of the outer door and cannot help but grimace, reflecting that a household without a man to provide support is undeniably struggling. The small cart at the entrance remains, suggesting that Madame Zheng has chosen not to venture out today, likely a sign that yesterday's notice had an impact. Jianzi, are you home? Madame Hu calls out, pulling open the half-closed, worn-out outer door without hesitation. The inner door remains ajar, with lights streaming through. What a waste of electricity in broad daylight. Zhang Wan emerges from the inner door, her face adorned with a smile as she softly replies, I'm here, Madame Hu. Please, come in. Today, Zhang Wan is not clad in the striking sky-blue cotton coat she wore yesterday, which was too fitted and attention-grabbing, leaving her feeling somewhat self-conscious. Instead, she has donned a plain, patched yellow cotton coat, a gift from Zhou Bingkun, which appears much more modest. Every time Madame Hu encounters Zheng Wan, she cannot help but silently admire her beauty, pondering how fortunate Madame Zheng must be to have such a treasure in her family. Stepping confidently into the inner room, Madame Hu notices that the household has been tidied up considerably, creating ample space. A stark contrast to her previous visit when finding a place to sit was a challenge, forcing them to converse on the Kong, which felt quite undignified. Madame Zheng sits on the Kong, mending clothes with needle and thread, seemingly resigned to not setting up shop today. Zhang Guangming, afflicted with a visual impairment, squints toward her, appearing somewhat dazed. Suddenly, Madame Hu spots a tall young man standing in the room, smiling in her direction. Oh, a visitor at home? She exclaims, somewhat taken aback, to her knowledge. The Zheng family has no relatives, so where has this young man come from? Hello, Madame Hu. Zhou Bingkun greeted her politely, moving the only chair in the room to the edge of the Kong for her convenience. My sister visited my home yesterday, and today I came to pay her a visit, he explained with a smile. Zheng Wan graciously poured a glass of water for Aunt Hu and then seated herself on a small stool. Aunt Hu understood somewhat, pondering that Zheng Wan must have gone to fetch reinforcements yesterday, but she wondered from where this ally had emerged. The young man appeared somewhat familiar, undoubtedly a local. Aunt Hu inquired, young man, which family do you belong to? What is your relation to Aunt Zheng? Zhou Bingkun also sat on a small stool, responding with a smile. Aunt Hu, I am the third son of the Zhou family from Guangzi Street. My father is Zhou Jigang. Oh, so you are the son of Master Zhou, the skilled worker. It has only been a few days since I last saw you, and you've grown into quite the young man. At first glance, I hardly recognized you. Aunt Hu remarked with a sense of nostalgia. So, what is the connection between your family and the Zhengs? Zhou Bingkun, having anticipated this question, concocted a plausible excuse, stating, Aunt Zheng shares a good relationship with my mother. My mother even wishes to adopt Zheng Wan as her goddaughter, so naturally, I must refer to her as sister. Isn't that the case, Aunt Hu? After some idle chatter, Zhou Bingkun remained patient, yet Aunt Hu grew increasingly anxious and irritable. She had come with a purpose today. It was evident that Zhou Bingkun was there to support the Zheng family, but they were merely an ordinary working-class family. Did they dare defy national policy? Aunt Hu's expression darkened as she stated sternly, Bingkun, let us keep the small talk to a minimum. I have come here at the behest of the street committee. The state has long called for urban youth to go to the countryside, and Zheng Wan cannot evade this responsibility. At this point, the Zheng family grew tense, their gazes turning towards Zhou Bingkun, eager to see how he would respond. Zhou Bingkun exchanged a reassuring glance with Zheng Wan and her family, then, with a beaming smile, addressed Aunt Hu, you speak wisely. No one dares to contravene the resolutions. As soon as my elder brother heard the news, he immediately registered, and the destination has already been confirmed. His earnest demeanor evoked a favorable impression. Aunt Hu concurred, your family certainly has a high level of awareness. Yet, Some individuals fail to grasp the significance of this policy, only thinking about evasion. That's simply one do. Zhou Bingkun continued, and who, when this policy was first announced, my brother and sister diligently studied it with our entire family. Would you like me to recapitulate it for you? Perhaps you could help ensure I am accurate? And who was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had been in a situation where she was the one being informed about the policy. However, she felt it inappropriate to decline, so she smiled and said, all right, I shall review it again. Listening a few more times certainly one hurt. Zhou Bingkun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he straightened his posture, declaring with conviction, this year, our superiors have issued directives for educated youth to go to the countryside to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants, a necessary instruction. Upon hearing this, the three members of the Zheng family and Aunt Hu immediately sat up straight, each in their hearts silently comparing it to their previous understanding, marveling at Zhou Bingkun's seriousness. Zhou Bingkun continued with a grave expression, explaining that according to the directive, the policy of sending youth to the countryside primarily aims to address three issues. Firstly, it seeks to alleviate the employment crisis by encouraging young people to move to rural areas. The policy aims to relieve the urban employment pressures and redirect surplus labor from cities to the countryside. Secondly, it fulfills the demand for education in underdeveloped regions. There is a prevailing belief that young students should go to rural areas for re-education, where they can temper themselves in challenging environments, thereby cultivating resilience and a strong work ethic. Thirdly, it aims to ease social tensions during this period, ensuring effective governance of public safety on the streets, allowing citizens to live and work in peace and security, while also addressing the issue of tight supply in urban areas. The audience nodded in agreement, having thoroughly discussed these points before, and there were no dissenting voices. Zhou Bingkun proceeded to elaborate on the target demographic for this policy, which primarily encompasses the old three classes of students, nearly including all eligible urban youths, with the exception of those who have enlisted in the military. Virtually everyone else is subject to conscription. The resettlement methods mainly consist of two models: the sit-down approach, where educated youth are assigned to rural production teams, earning work points and food rations like regular members, and the production and construction corps, a quasi-militarized large-scale production format, where youths engage in agricultural and industrial work. After concluding his explanation, Zhou Bingkun turned to the attentive Aunt Hu and inquired, "Aunt Hu, have I presented this correctly?" "Indeed, you have," Aunt Hu interjected. "Zheng Wan is also an eligible urban youth, and she too must respond to the call, mustn't she?" Zhou Bingkun did not engage with her comment, but continued, "However, the policy also states that special circumstances will be taken into account during implementation. For instance, if a family faces particular hardships, such as needing to care for a seriously ill member, some children may be permitted to remain in the city. Furthermore, if there are children already serving in the military or working in factories, which are considered other key resettlement channels by the government, the arrangements for the remaining children will be adjusted based on the actual situation." "Well, how does this relate to Zheng Wan's family?" Aunt Hu remained perplexed. Zhou Bingkun replied, "This is quite significant, Aunt Hu. Firstly, the recipients of this policy must be urban youths, but do Zheng Wan and Zheng Guangming possess urban household registration?" Aunt Hu paused, uncertain, and turned to Zheng's mother, asking, "Aunt Zheng, does one have?" Zheng's mother replied curtly, "I've mentioned this to you numerous times. I would like you to speak to the street committee about getting urban household registrations for my children, or else this meager ration is simply insufficient." Aunt Hu felt a pang of embarrassment. Zhou Bingkun continued, "Moreover, Zheng Guangming suffers from a severe eye condition, rendering him unable to care for himself. And there is a hospital diagnosis to substantiate this. Given their family's considerable difficulties, according to policy, they should be allowed to remain in the city." Zhou Bingkun's argument was well-founded, leaving Aunt Hu without grounds for rebuttal, and she hesitated to further persuade Zheng Wan to relocate to the countryside. With a forced smile, she said, "I will return and gather more information before making any decisions." With that, she attempted to rise and leave, feeling at a loss for words. "Aunt Hu, since you've come, do stay a while," Zhou Bingkun urged. "Today, I brought some fish, and I thought we could enjoy a meal here before departing." Zhou Bingkun spoke up to persuade them to stay, simultaneously casting a knowing glance at Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan, quick to grasp the unspoken intent, promptly rose from the bed, approached Aunt Hu, and gently took her arm, saying, "Aunt, you have cared so much for my family. Today we have fish and steamed buns. You simply must join us for a meal." Although she was not entirely clear on Zhou Bingkun's motives, her keen intelligence allowed her to interpret his gaze. Zhou Bingkun added, "Zheng Wan is quite the cook, and I would also like to seek your wisdom on a few matters. And who? Would you grace us with your presence for a meal today?" Seeing their enthusiasm, Aunt Hu felt it would be impolite to decline, especially with the promise of fish, a rare delicacy. She settled back down, saying, "I really shouldn't tea, but let us allow Zheng Wan to prepare the meal while we chat." Zhou Bingkun shifted a stool closer to Aunt Hu. Zheng Wan hurried to the kitchen, showcasing a fish weighing over a pound to Aunt Hu, who couldn't help but shower her with compliments. Zhou Bingkun first praised Aunt Hu for her unwavering support of the community and extolled her spirit of selfless dedication. As she listened to these kind words, Aunt Hu modestly replied, "We are all neighbors. It is only right." Afterward, Zhou Bingkun clarified his intentions. He hoped Aunt Hu would corroborate the de facto adoption relationship between Zhang Wan, Zhang Guangming, and their mother to facilitate their household registration. Zhou Bingkun had familiarized himself with the current adoption policies, which generally encompass three scenarios. The first is de facto adoption, wherein, in today's societal context, if an adoptive parent establishes a genuine relationship with the adopted child, recognized by the community and local organizations, they may apply for household registration with the local authorities. Generally, this requires proof of the adoption, such as witness testimonies from neighbors or certifications from the neighborhood committee or village committee, which, upon verification, allows for the registration process. The second scenario involves the adoption of abandoned infants, where the adoptive parent must report to the local police, who will attempt to locate the biological parents. If the biological parents cannot be found, the adoptive parent may apply for registration after obtaining the relevant documentation from the police. The third scenario pertains to special cases of adoption, such as orphans or children unable to be supported by their parents. After approval from the relevant departments, such as civil affairs or public security, the adoptive parent can finalize the adoption and secure registration. The situation of the Zheng family aligns with the first and second adoption scenarios. Previously, they had difficulty securing registration due to Zheng's mother not following up persistently and the weak ties within the community that left them without support. Now, with the kind-hearted aunt who willing to attest to their situation and with some additional paperwork, the household registration for Zhang Wan and Zheng Guangming could be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 37. Household registration during the midday meal, and who savored her food with immense satisfaction. The Zheng family indeed demonstrated genuine sincerity. She managed to consume 3 fluffy steamed buns and savor 2 large bowls of fragrant fish soup, ultimately succumbing to a series of hearty belches. What delighted her most was the charming words of the young man, who spoke of understanding the real circumstances of underprivileged families and earnestly resolving their issues, lauding her as a true advocate for the common people. This thought filled her with a sense of elation. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. She tirelessly traversed the streets, mobilizing the youth and disseminating policies, always considering the greater good. Today, she had even assisted the Zheng family in resolving a long-standing dilemma. Who else would take such initiative if not herself? After the meal, and who promptly decided to accompany the Zheng family to the street office to voice their concerns. She confidently asserted that she knew many officials and could ensure that the street authorities would take the issue of the siblings' household registration seriously. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bingkun discreetly pulled Zhang Wan aside and advised her softly, "When you go to the street office, do not be afraid. The street office and the police station are in the wrong regarding this matter. In fact, they should offer compensation to your family. So, hold your head high and speak assertively. Do not show any hesitation." Thus, that afternoon, the Zheng family, emboldened by Aunt Hu's enthusiasm, made their way to the street office. While Zhou Bingkun chose to fish for a few more catches, mindful not to overshadow Aunt Hu's efforts. Throughout the journey, Zheng Mu appeared somewhat apprehensive, her heart filled with trepidation at the thought of dealing with officialdom. In her memory, the authorities had never been reasonable with the common folk. Yet, she chose to trust Zhou Bingkun's words. Her daughter and son's household registrations should have long been established, and the current government ought to be reasonable. Zheng Wan held her brother's hand while Aunt Hu strode ahead with vigor. However, the Zheng family, elderly and weak, struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, young Zheng Wan engaged Aunt Hu in conversation about topics she enjoyed, prompting Aunt Hu to slow her pace, allowing them to chat as they approached the street office. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the Taiping Street office. Aunt Hu instructed the Zheng family to wait briefly in the lobby while she ventured to address their concerns, cautious not to recklessly usher them inside. The Taiping Street office comprised 2 buildings, The one with a lobby served as the administrative office, while the rear three-story structure housed the leadership, finance, and storage facilities. And who proceeded to the Civil Affairs Department office appointed by them for this purpose. Upon locating the familiar Clerkshin, she conveyed her intentions. Clerkshin. This morning I was at Aunt Zheng's home in Taiping Alley discussing her daughter's thoughts on going to the countryside. It came to my attention that both her daughter and son lack household registration. Aunt Hu elaborated for several minutes, clarifying the situation's intricacies. Essentially, the crux of the matter was that the siblings had not been registered, which contradicted the policies for rural relocation, and their lack of registration was a historical issue. Since she had uncovered it, she felt it imperative to assist the community in rectifying this problem. Mr. Chen, feeling the weight of his responsibilities, accompanied Aunt Hu to the hall where they encountered the Zheng family of three. Finding a table in the hall, he began to meticulously inquire about the reasons behind the absence of their household registration. After a lengthy and trembling explanation from Mother Zheng, Mr. Chen finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Mother Zheng was a nun who returned to secular life after the liberation, lacking in education and survival skills. And she harbored a profound fear of social interaction, never remarrying. Her household registration was issued by the government, yet she had not reported the adoption of her daughter, Zheng Wan, and son, Zheng Guangming, to any governmental authority at the time, nor had she pursued any inquiries with government officials. Such matters tend to linger when the individuals involved are not urgent and lack support. Of course, the neighbors in Taiping Hutong were well aware that Zheng Wan and Zheng Guangming were adopted by Mother Zheng, and Aunt Hu stood by to testify to the truth of their relationship. Mr. Chen then escorted Mother Zheng and the siblings to the office of the head of the Civil Affairs Department. This was no trivial matter, as only the head's certification and seal would render it valid. Aunt Hu followed closely behind, as this was her initiative, and she felt a sense of responsibility to see it through. Indeed, this situation highlighted the negligence of the street office, indicating a failure to adequately address the issues faced by vulnerable populations. Upon relaying the circumstances to the department head, Mr. Chen immediately garnered the head's utmost attention. The head inquired thoroughly into Mother Zheng's situation and sought verification from Aunt Hu regarding the facts. With a serious demeanor and a furrowed brow, the head remarked, "This is indeed an oversight on our part. It has not been easy for Mother Zheng to care for two children all these years. We must resolve this issue promptly." With that, the head took up a pen and swiftly drafted a letter of verification, solemnly affixing the official seal. The document was not handed to Mother Zheng but instead given to Mr. Chen. The head then instructed him with gravity, "Young Chen, you are responsible for ensuring this matter is addressed today. Mother Zheng should not have to run around anymore. Take her daughter Zheng Wan and son Zheng Guangming to the Household Registration Department at the police station to finalize their registrations." Mr. Chen accepted the verification, affirming, "I will ensure the task is completed." As a civil servant, he was acutely aware that the prolonged absence of registration for Mother Zheng's children was a failure on their part, and it was imperative to rectify it without delay. The head retained Mother Zheng in the office, requesting Aunt Hu to stay with her, and began to inquire in detail about her living conditions, including family income, housing circumstances, and the children's education. This information would also need to be reported to the director of the street office. Mr. Chen then led Zheng Wan and Zheng Guangming to the police station, not far from the street office. He first brought the siblings to the office of the head of the household registration section, explaining their purpose and presenting the verification letter. The head of the section took the letter, scrutinized it carefully, then looked up at Zheng Wan and Zheng Guangming, kindly assuring them, "Do not worry. We will process your registrations shortly." He retrieved a substantial household registration ledger, diligently searching for the pertinent information, and began to meticulously fill in the personal details of Zheng Wan and Zheng Guangming on a blank page. Subsequently, he took out a pristine yellow household registration booklet from his drawer, painstakingly inscribing their names, places of origin, dates of birth, and other crucial information, before solemnly stamping it with the official household registration seal. The situation progressed remarkably smoothly. Neither of the siblings left the office. The responsible official personally facilitated their household registration and issued the household registration booklet. Zheng Wan finally felt a surge of excitement. Having a household registration meant access to food supplies, signifying that they would no longer face hunger. She and Zheng Guangming repeatedly expressed their gratitude to the head of the registration department. Subsequently, they returned to the street office, where Clerk Chun escorted the siblings to the certificate management section to register their information. The street office would liaise with the grain and commerce bureaus to provide them with monthly grain rations and vouchers in the coming days. Furthermore, the street office director personally met with and comforted the Zhou family with a warm smile. The director expressed regret for the hardships the family had endured due to the oversight of the street office staff and offered a special apprenticeship position at the Songhua soy sauce factory for Zhou Nan as compensation. Additionally, staff members would come to their home the following day to assist with repairs. Zhou Nan, overwhelmed with surprise and gratitude, repeatedly thanked the director and the street office for their care and support. This brought immense joy to Zhou Nan, as she recognized the street office's concern for their family and admired her brother, Zhou Bingkun. Chapter 38. The Zhou family emerges triumphant, Aunt, who was particularly elated today. The street office director praised her publicly for her diligent and meticulous work, highlighting her sense of responsibility and her commitment to the community's needs. She was lauded for eliminating political hazards in the street, earning her considerable recognition, with a promise of honor at the year-end commendation ceremony. The Zhou family felt immense gratitude towards her, though their expressions of thanks were repetitive platitudes that had become tiresome to hear. After once again expressing their appreciation to Aunt Hu at the street corner, the Zhou family set out on their journey home, their hearts brimming with excitement. The once narrow and constricted alleyway seemed to widen significantly. Upon entering their home, the previously dim room appeared much brighter. With a snap, Zhou Nan turned on the light. Although the daylight filtering in was sufficient for visibility, today felt different. The radiant light mirrored the uplifted spirits of everyone, illuminating the hope within their lives. Today truly heralded a cascade of good fortune. Zhang Wan and Zhang Guangming successfully obtained their household registrations, securing a fixed grain supply along with various vouchers for fabric and living essentials, alleviating their fears of hunger. The issue of rural relocation was effortlessly resolved, as the street office had arranged employment for Zhang Wan, rendering the need for young individuals to relocate unnecessary. However, Zhang Mother's permit to sell goods in the market was revoked. Given her age, the demands were too strenuous, and with someone in the family now employed, the opportunity rightfully belonged to those in greater need. Zhang Wan was also relieved that her mother would no longer have to endure the hardships of street vending. With free medical assistance, her brother Zhang Guangming could receive treatment for his condition, which, while not entirely curative, would at least alleviate his symptoms. Furthermore, he could attend school for free. Despite his visual impairment, he could still discern things up close, making school attendance far preferable to remaining at home. Tomorrow, the community workers will come to repair the house. The chilly draft from the west will finally be addressed, and the once dim abode will undergo a much-needed restoration. In past winters, when heavy snow fell, the family lived in constant trepidation, with Zhang Wan having to courageously climb onto the roof to clear the snow. A desperate measure indeed. Zhang's mother could not help but shed tears of relief, finally seeing a glimmer of hope after enduring such hardships. She was acutely aware of the struggles faced by street vendors in the biting cold, the anguish of persevering while overexerting themselves. A painful chapter that now seemed to belong to the past. The family's situation was beginning to stabilize, with promising prospects on the horizon. Zhang Guangming, though still young, felt a profound joy, understanding that he would have enough to eat, warm clothing, and the opportunity to attend school. He had heard the community director promise that the district hospital would provide free treatment for his eyes, a beacon of hope indeed. This transformative turn of fortune stemmed from their encounter with Zhou Bingkun, the kind-hearted young man still pursuing his studies. Initially, they regarded his humble gift of a steamed bun as a mere act of kindness, unaware that it would usher in such significant change, like discovering a field of hope. Regrettably, he could not share his joy with Zhou at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun was nearing home, having caught 3 fish by the riverside that afternoon. It was not for lack of trying that he did not catch more. The fish in that stretch of river had become increasingly elusive, having learned to be wary, with bloodstains of their kind often found along the banks. Tomorrow, his father would embark on a long journey. Although their relationship was not particularly warm, he felt compelled to put on a show of filial piety. Upon returning home, he needed to prepare the sun-dried salted fish, ensuring his father could take it with him, which would be viewed as a commendable gesture of filial respect, bringing comfort to his mother. Upon arriving home, the atmosphere was lively, with Zhou Bingyi's girlfriend, Hao Dongmei, and Zhou Rong's suitor, Kai Staoguang, engaged in spirited discussions about literature, art, and ideals, their laughter resonating in the courtyard and lifting the spirits of Zhou's parents, who were chatting nearby. Zhou Jigang, rarely patient, sat with his wife, savoring the moment before his impending departure, knowing it would be years before they would reunite, making it difficult to part. When Li Suhua, his mother, saw her youngest son, Zhou Bingkun, enter, she greeted him with a smile. Kunzi, off to catch fish again. Her fondness for her youngest son was evident as she beamed at him. Zhou Bingkun's face lit up with an innocent smile befitting his age. He pulled 3 fish wrapped in leaves from his bag and exclaimed, I never return empty-handed. Brother and sister Dongmei will have their salted fish. In stark contrast to Li Suhua's warm smile, Zhou Jigang habitually wore a stern expression, reprimanding, the house does not need your few fish. You should spend more time studying. That is the priority. Despite the current unfavorable educational environment, he believed his son should learn from his elder siblings, who had never neglected their studies. In his eyes, his eldest son and second daughter excelled academically and comported themselves well, bringing him pride, while he felt his youngest son fell short and needed occasional admonishment to prevent him from straying off course. Li Suhua gently cleared her throat and subtly tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from scolding Bingkun upon his arrival, lest it drive a wedge between them. The words of his father elicited a sense of disdain in Zhou Bingkun, causing his smile to vanish in an instant. He turned his gaze towards the salted fish hanging in the courtyard. Initially intending to bring 12 to his father, he now resolved to take only 6. Planning to sell the remainder in the black market for some money and supplies, which seemed a reasonable alternative. Bingkun, you have truly been elusive of late. I've come to your home twice without catching a glimpse of you, came the cheerful voice of Kai Xiaowang. Zhou Bingkun turned around to see him emerging from the room, followed by his elder brother, sister, and Hao Dongmei, who had all joined him in the courtyard, indicating that their discussions had reached a temporary conclusion. Kai Xiaowang sported the quintessential attire of a spirited youth, complete with a military cap and a high-neck Zhongshan suit, with 2 pins adorning his upper pocket, exuding the confidence and superiority typical of a high-ranking youth. Xiaowang, you know the school schedule well. We have political lectures in the morning and labor in the afternoon. I've come to realize that fishing for multiple catches is the practical approach, so whenever you visit, I'm either on my way to fish or actually fishing. Zhou Bingkun replied, shedding his usual timidity and joking with ease. This exchange prompted hearty laughter from the group, with Hao Dongmei teasingly remarking, it seems Bingkun's sense of humor has flourished. Clearly, your fishing efforts have not been in vain. The light-hearted banner created a more relaxed atmosphere, and Kai Xiaowang, intrigued, stepped closer to examine Zhou Bingkun's haul for the day, continuously praising, I never knew you had such a knack for this. Your progress is commendable. His words implied not only an acknowledgement of Zhou Bingkun's fishing skills but also a recognition of his overall development in social interactions. Zhou Bingkun then unwrapped the leaves concealing the fish and asked, Xiaowang, which one catches your eye? Take one home today. I've benefited from your kindness before, so let me treat you. Oh, you're quite sweet-tongued now. I shan't hold back today. I'll take both fish and food, Kai Xiaowang replied, feeling pleased at Zhou Bingkun's words, which were now music to his ears. Zhou Bingkun carefully rewrapped the fish chosen by Kai Xiaowang and added, there's quite a bit of salted fish hanging here. I'll take one more when we leave. As more people gathered, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Approaching 5 o'clock, Zhou's mother began preparing dinner, which promised to be a lavish spread, complete with meat, fish, and eggs. After the meal, Kai Xiaowang rose with a smile, politely informing everyone of his need to take his leave. Residing in the bustling city center, he had to be mindful of the time. If he did not set off soon, navigating the bike ride home in the dark could prove challenging due to poor visibility, and any mishap would be a regrettable consequence. Conversely, Hao Dongmei had no such concerns, as Zhou Bingyi was personally escorting her home. Moreover, her residence was not far from here, and a slight delay posed no significant issue. Their relationship had long been established, and she had effectively become a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. Thus, even if the hour grew late and she wished to linger, the Zhou family would always ensure a comfortable place for her to rest. At this moment, Zhou Bingkun was meticulously wrapping a salted fish in oil paper and securing another fresh fish with a sturdy piece of twine. He then placed both items into a cloth bag, ensuring that the 2 fish were neatly contained within the same pouch, making it convenient and secure to carry. In contrast, Zhou Rong remained seated steadily in her chair, showing no inclination to rise, and bid farewell to Kai Xiaowang. Deep within her heart, she consistently believed that the scion of a prestigious family harbored a genuine affection for her, as if he were persistently pursuing her, impossible to deter. Although she had never truly attempted to repel him, to some extent, the sensation of being ardently pursued was one she relished. Of course, in regard to the various gifts of food, clothing, and other items that Kai Xiaowang presented, Zhou Rong outwardly maintained an air of disdain, as if she found these offerings beneath her. Yet, only she understood that her facade of being an unmaterialistic and shallow woman was merely a pretense. Nevertheless, since someone was willing to lavish such fine gifts upon her, she accepted them with a half-hearted acknowledgement, all the while striving to uphold her image of aloofness. Zhou Rong was engaged in hushed conversation with her father, who appeared enraptured by her words, clearly appreciating the sentiments of his beloved daughter. As Kai Xiaowang made his way to the courtyard, both Zhou Bingkun and Zhou Bingyi accompanied him to see him off. Xiaowang, ride carefully. You've had quite a bit to drink with my father today, Zhou Bingyi cautioned. It's nothing. You know my capacity for alcohol. Look, I'm not even swaying. Kai Xiaowang shrugged, indicating his steadiness. Zhou Bingyi scrutinized his friend's demeanor, noting that he did not appear intoxicated, merely a bit flushed compared to his usual complexion. Relieved, he and his brother escorted Kai Xiaowang out of the gate. Zhou Bingkun secured the bag containing the fish to the back of his bicycle and tied it firmly with another piece of rope to ensure it wouldn't fall. Bingkun, walk with me for a bit. We just had a meal, and a stroll will aid digestion. Besides, we haven't had much chance to chat lately. Kai Xiaowang suggested to Zhou Bingkun. All right, let me help you with the bike, Zhou Bingkun replied, moving to the left front of Kai Xiaowang to take the handlebars and push it forward. After bidding farewell to Zhou Bingyi, Kai Xiaowang caught up with Zhou Bingkun. Walking alongside him, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply, exhaling the lingering tension from his mind. The sky still held a trace of the twilight glow, marking a moment that was not quite dark yet, and the streets were considerably less crowded. Kai Xiaowang pondered his words while casting a glance at Zhou Bingkun, who had matured into a sturdy young man, still with potential to grow, yet noticeably more composed than before. Bingkun, I heard from your mother that your relationship with your sister has become a bit strained. It's not strained. I just don't feel like engaging with her. It's rather pointless, Zhou Bingkun replied, focused ahead as he diligently pushed the bike. Oh, I see you've developed a temper. That is quite unexpected. Kai Xiaowang jested. It seems you harbor quite a grievance against your sister. The manly demeanor of a true gentleman should not be burdened by such narrow-mindedness. After all, she is your sister. So what if she is my sister? If her character is lacking, am I not justified in keeping my distance? Otherwise, I might find myself on the receiving end of her wrath. Wouldn't that be unfair? Zhou Bingkun maintained a calm tone, as if discussing someone else's affairs. Kai Xiaowang chuckled. You speak of character? What do you, a mere child, know of such matters? Having spent considerable time with your sister, I am well aware of her character. In any case, my judgment undoubtedly surpasses yours. A soft laugh escaped Zhou Bingkun, but he quickly stifled it, choosing silence thereafter. This response incensed Kai Xiaowang. How dare this child mock him? He could not help but adopt a more serious tone, declaring, Be serious, I am discussing important matters with you. With a stern expression, Kai Xiaowang exuded an air of authority. After all, he was the commander of the rebellious faction at the municipal vocational school, with many subordinates and significant power, naturally commanding respect and instilling a hint of fear when reprimanding others. Brother Xiaowang, I genuinely admire you. As a child of the elite, you remain unpretentious, displaying warmth and loyalty towards your friends. You possess knowledge, a rich spiritual world, artistic sensibilities, and an optimistic outlook on life, along with loyalty and love. Yet, your discernment of character leaves much to be desired. Zhou Bingkun countered earnestly, asserting that Kai Xiaowang had the audacity to claim superior judgment. How ironic. The boy's assessment of him was not low, yet he dared to refute it. Indeed, today was a revelation. Kai Xiaowang quelled his irritation, preparing to engage this self-assured Zhou Bingkun in earnest discussion. While you may have conflicts with your sister, that does not justify a denial of her character. Such a mindset is unacceptable. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances, but rather seek the essence through circumstances. Brother Xiaowang, please describe what kind of person my sister is, and I will elaborate. Should your assertions hold merit, I shall return to apologize to her without hesitation. Zhou Bingkun stood firm in his challenge. His words were solemn enough to compel Kai Xiaowang to take them seriously. I met your sister in middle school. In my eyes, she is beautiful, brave, resilient, independent, full of vitality, eager to help others, not yielding to authority, and never oppressing the weak. She possesses compassion and a strong sense of responsibility. Her interests are diverse, and she is sincere with people, exhibiting exceptional learning capabilities. Of course, she has her moments of arrogance and the capriciousness typical of young women. Can these traits truly negate her character? Zhou Bingkun coldly retorted, Indeed. The lover's eye perceives only beauty. Yes, because she is beautiful, she is proud. Because someone shields her from life's storms, she exhibits courage and resilience. Since she lacks for nothing, she stands independent and strong. Her sense of responsibility is strong only because she does not need to bear it. Her capriciousness stems from selfishness and a veneer of false superiority. Kai Xiaowang was taken aback, utterly astonished by Zhou Bingkun's profound resentment towards his sister, evident in every dissatisfied and accusatory word he uttered. Indeed, in Kai Xiaowang's view, Zhou Bingkun's harsh words regarding Zhou Rong stemmed from long-held grievances. This is not right, Bingkun. What experiences have led you to regard your own sister in such a manner? It is essential to acknowledge that her character has garnered unanimous approval from classmates, family, and friends alike. If you cannot clarify your stance today, I assure you, I shall not relent until we have thoroughly dissected this matter. Do not blame me for my lack of leniency when that time comes. Kai Xiaowang felt compelled to awaken Zhou Bingkun from this extreme emotional state, whether through earnest persuasion or by adopting a firmer approach to teach him a lesson. Chapter 40. The affectionate fool Zhou Bingkun continued to leisurely push his bicycle forward, unaffected by Kai Xiaowang's tone, for he understood that his intentions were genuinely well-meaning. Kai Xiaowang was indeed a commendable individual. He began, "Allow me to recount how Zhou Rong has treated me, and subsequently, how she has treated you. Stay out of it, and do not speak irresponsibly, or I shall retaliate." Kai Xiaowang felt a flicker of anger rising within him. Among my 3 siblings, my elder brother excelled academically, was well-behaved in his youth, possessed good looks, and treated others with utmost courtesy, making him the ideal son in my father's eyes. Hence, my father adopted the most amiable approach in his education. My sister, too, was beautiful, obedient, and academically gifted, often charming my father with sweet words, and thus, she became his favorite, receiving the utmost indulgence and unconditional trust. As for me, throughout my upbringing, I struggled with poor academic performance, was mischievous, and appeared rather dull-witted, which earned me my father's disdain. This you are already aware of. My father's method of education towards me was one of reproach and discipline. If I erred and faced his punishment, I accepted it. However, a significant portion of the beatings I endured was to shield Zhou Rong from the consequences of her actions, often for reasons that were utterly nonsensical and absurd. For instance, when she wore a particularly lovely dress to elementary school and returned in a state of disarray, my mother inquired how it happened. She claimed that I had pushed her into the mud, resulting in my father punishing me despite my protest of innocence. During her middle school years, when she played with her classmates, I was sent by our parents to call her home. She instructed me to return first, and when she came home late, she accused me of not having called her, despite my insistence that I had. My father, not believing me, punished me once more. Recently, our parents discovered poetry copied from her bedroom, and she claimed I had given it to her, leading to my hospitalization from the severe beating I received, one that nearly claimed my life. No, I was already dead in spirit. How could I dare to associate with her further? She has been dragging me down for over a decade without remorse. Zhou Bingkun let out a long sigh. Xiaoguang, tell me, where is her integrity? Where is her sense of responsibility? Even after the fact, when I am reluctant to admit fault, my brother also corroborates my account. Yet she continues to wear that pitiful expression. This behavior is truly repugnant. Kai Xiaowang remained silent, having gathered from Zhou Rong's words that a minor misunderstanding existed between her and Zhou Bingkun. However, Zhou Bingkun's understated yet petty recounting led him to believe that as a man, one should possess a broader perspective. Little did he anticipate that the situation had escalated to the extent of Zhou Bingkun being hospitalized. He organized his thoughts. If what you say is indeed true, then Zhou Rong is at fault. I will communicate with her properly in a couple of days and ensure she offers you a sincere apology. Just you? Zhou Bingkun scoffed derisively, his expression unmistakably one of disdain towards him. This time, Kai Xiaowang could no longer bear that expression, and his anger flared. Zhou Bingkun, what do you mean? He snorted a couple of times, showing no sign of restraint despite Kai Xiaowang's irritation, continuing to speak. Brother Xiaowang, my father asked Zhou Rong why she hasn't clarified her relationship with you, as both my parents hold you in high regard. Do you wish to know how she responded? He turned to gauge Kai Xiaowang's reaction, but regrettably, there was no expression on his face. As if he was indifferent to the matter, almost as if it was an accepted reality. Zhou Rong said she and you are merely friends, ordinary friends. Isn't that amusing? Zhou Bingkun chuckled mockingly, further provoking Kai Xiaowang. Kai Xiaowang finally darkened his expression and retorted, what is so funny about that? I admit I am pursuing Zhou Rong, but since she does not accept me, does that mean we cannot even be friends? You are truly remarkable. I extend my highest regards to you. As long as you are pleased, that is what matters, Zhou Bingkun replied with a sarcastic tone. To my knowledge, Zhou Rong indeed has a lover. Kai Xiaowang remained impassive, yet did not deny it, seemingly already aware. His dissatisfaction with Zhou Bingkun's words intensified. I merely feel it is unfair for you. Did you already know about Zhou Rong's lover and who he is? Zhou Bingkun's tone shifted from mockery to earnestness. Brother Xiaowang, I genuinely regard you as a brother. Kai Xiaowang was finally moved. He gazed at Zhou Bingkun for a long while before sighing. His tone tinged with resignation as if reminiscing. Yes, I know she has a lover, and I know who that lover is. Your brother Zhou Bingi is also aware. They will find out sooner or later. There is no point in concealing it. Before Zhou Bingkun could inquire further, Kai Xiaowang seemed to be confiding, as if lost in his own thoughts. In middle school, she was innocent and carefree, pursuing all that was beautiful. Poetry became the most exquisite means of expressing emotions. The school was swept by a wave of recitations and poetry exchanges, with your sister at the forefront of it all. Later, I learned that she began corresponding with a poet from the capital during her second year. A year later, the poet was persecuted and imprisoned. Although he was eventually released and permitted to continue publishing poetry, his life became increasingly difficult. One day, Zhou Rong sought my help, confessing her love for him. But their correspondence had ceased. She urged me to assist her. At that moment, I felt as though the sky had fallen. I could not comprehend it. Yet, she spoke to me of love, asserting that it could not be hindered by time, place, age, appearance, or status. Love is sacred. She even showed me the letters and postcards exchanged with the poet, imbued with a holy light and an air of irreverence, articulating her philosophy of love while completely disregarding my humble yearning for her affection. At last, I succumbed, unable to witness her tear-streaked face and shattered heart. Thus I provided her with some financial support and helped her board the train to the capital. Her purpose was to seek out the poet for whom she harbored an all-consuming love. Subsequently, I masqueraded as her suitor, shielding her. For I was her steadfast friend, a bond deemed more sacred than love itself. Kai Xiaowang engaged in self-hypnosis. I willingly sacrificed for her. If she were Lucy, I would be the uncomplaining Cardan. Ha. Zhou Bingkun suddenly burst into laughter, leaning over the handlebars of his bicycle, shaking with mirth as he pointed at Kai Xiaowang. Gasping for breath, he bellowed, that worthless poet is a fraud, a grand deceiver, while Zhou Rong is nothing but a love-stricken fool, a green TBTCH, and you, Kai Xiaowang, are a sycophant, a sycophant, a sycophant. Self-righteousness exchanged for mere self-indulgence, harming others, oneself, and loved ones. Zhou Bingkun roared, startling Kai Xiaowang. Yet, he was infuriated by Zhou Bingkun's total dismissal of him, and the derogatory term sycophant drove him to the brink of madness. Zhou Bingkun, you will apologize to me immediately, or I shall flatten you. I speak with conviction, so while I still possess my reason, hasten to apologize. Kai Xiaowang's face flushed crimson. Unsure whether it was the shattering of his illusions or the effects of alcohol that provoked his fury, he raged at Zhou Bingkun from across the bicycle. Chapter 41. Assisting tyranny apologize? Nonsense. Have I spoken falsely? Is that poet not a fraud? How old was Zhou Rong in the second year of junior high? 15? Not yet an adult. And that poet? In his 20s or 30s. Seducing underage girls. What else could he be but a deceiver? He should also be charged with lewd conduct. It would not be an exaggeration. Zhou Bingkun, unfazed by Kai Xiaowang's furious outburst, continued. Zhou Rong, ensnared by a few lines of nonsensical poetry, rendered utterly confused, her intellect reduced to naught. What else could one call it but a love-struck fool? She is quite shrewd when it comes to you, comfortably accepting your generosity, utilizing your resources while engaging in romance with others, a veritable green TBTCH. Just as Zhou Bingkun turned his ire towards Kai Xiaowang, he found himself receiving a powerful kick aimed at him, a forceful strike born of irrationality. Intending to teach Zhou Bingkun a lesson, Kai Xiaowang's father had been an officer, having trained him like a soldier from a young age. Kai Xiaowang, diligent in his training, possessed exceptional physical fitness and remarkable combat skills. He had never lost a fight in school. At the vocational technical school, he had risen to become a leader of rebellion. With no one daring to challenge him, one could easily imagine that his intention to strike Zhou Bingkun would be effortless. Alas, that was the Zhou Bingkun of yore. Now, Kai Xiaowang's swift and fierce kick appeared slow and floating in his eyes. With a sly grin, he quickly stabilized his bicycle, which still bore fish. He then lunged forward, slightly shifting his body to evade the kick, seizing Kai Xiaowang's ankle with his right hand and the fabric of his abdomen with his left, abruptly twisting his body to the right, flinging Kai Xiaowang backward. In the astonished gaze of Kai Xiaowang, he was hurled 5 or 6 meters into the air, landing in a disoriented heap, his feet pointing skyward. Clapping his hands, Zhou Bingkun continued, Kai Xiaowang, you have brought this upon yourself. Do you fear the opinions of others? You are a sycophant who, in the end, possesses nothing. You believe yourself to be noble for providing cover and support to that pair of deceitful souls. But do you think they will be grateful? Humph, let me enlighten you. Zhou Rong looks down on you from the depths of her heart. You are merely a tool to her. That fraudulent poet is undoubtedly mocking you for being a fool, selflessly devoted to your rivals. Should Zhou Rong end up with that charlatan, it would surely send my parents to the hospital in distress. Do you think my parents would thank you? Or would they curse you for aiding and abetting, leading their precious daughter into that inferno? I truly wonder where your intellect has vanished to. Standing beside his bicycle, Zhou Bingkun coldly observed Kai Xiaowang, who lay on the ground in a daze. After a long pause, Kai Xiaowang rose, fixed his gaze on Zhou Bingkun for a moment, and then silently walked over, ignoring him entirely, before pushing his bicycle away. As Zhou Bingkun watched Kai Xiaowang ride off swiftly, he himself turned back towards home, feeling a sense of ennui, hoping that Kai Xiaowang might heed his words. The following morning, upon returning from his exercise in the riverside area, Zhou Bingkun took a detour through Typing Alley. He noticed a number of neighbors congregated outside Zhengwan's home. From their conversations, he learned that today, street officials had brought several construction workers to repair her house. Naturally, he did not wish to intrude and proceeded to school instead. As for the conflict with Luo Kai, a day had passed without anyone coming to seek him out. It seemed Luo Kai had chosen to keep quiet. This was for the best, as they could all pretend nothing had happened and continue their lives undisturbed. At the school gate, he encountered his neighbor, Xiao Chunyan. She looked at him in astonishment, prompting Zhou Bingkun to greet her first. Wow, Zhou Bingkun! Xiao Chunyan exclaimed as she hurried over, pulling at his arm without reservation. Are you not afraid of Luo Kai's retaliation for coming back to school? Zhou Bingkun subtly extricated his arm from her grasp and replied calmly. Men do not hold grudges like women. We are classmates, and this is but a trifling matter, not worth escalating into violence. You've already incurred his wrath, and you still say it's nothing? I've heard that Luo Kai is not one to easily forgive, and his influence at school is considerable. If you end up getting beaten, don't claim I didn't warn you, she cautioned, genuinely concerned for Zhou Bingkun's well-being, as she viewed him as an innocent child. Zhou Bingkun smiled appreciatively at her kindness, assuring her, there is no need for alarm. At school, we must adhere to reason, wouldn't you agree? Besides, I cannot neglect my studies. I would have no explanation to offer my family otherwise. Xiao Chunin wore an expression of despair, lamenting his naivety, exclaiming, What a fool you are! How can you be so oblivious to the malice of others? As they exchanged idle chatter, they entered the classroom, and Zhou Bingkun disregarded the astonished gazes of his classmates as he took his seat. In the current academic environment, formal classes have become a rarity. Even when they do occur, instructors hastily deliver their lessons, apprehensive about lingering too long for fear of drawing scrutiny from discerning individuals. Nonetheless, there are those eager to learn. Resorting to textbooks and self-study, should any questions arise, they may seek guidance in the teacher's office, where educators exhibit remarkable patience in addressing their inquiries. However, the majority of students seem absorbed in political discussions, lamenting that cultural studies hold little value in these times. Lin Jiji, fiddling with Dong Shui, whispered, It's rather peculiar. Yesterday, both Luo Kai and Zhou Bingkun were absent, yet today Zhou Bingkun is here while Luo Kai is not. What is the situation? Dong Shui glanced back at Zhou Bingkun, who was engrossed in his reading, then at the empty seat of Luo Kai, furrowing her brow. She replied softly, I haven't inquired. We can simply ask Zhou Bingkun later. Never mind, there's no need to pry further. You and Zhou Bingkun don't quite get along. Let us not complicate matters, Lin Jiji said, apprehensive about potential trouble. However, Dong Shui was undeterred. She had yet to face any significant grievances at school and had recently found Zhou Bingkun rather irksome. It's fine, I'll just ask him a question. It's not like I intend to argue, she asserted, rising from her seat and making her way towards Zhou Bingkun amidst numerous curious gazes. Knocking on the desk with her knuckles to gain his attention, she inquired, Zhou Bingkun, Did you have any conflict with Luo Kai yesterday? Why were both of you absent? That girl certainly meddles in affairs that do not concern her, and her boldness is quite remarkable. Zhou Bingkun, noticing the familiar disdain in her expression, maintained his composure. Despite her penetrating gaze, I had some matters at home yesterday, which is why I wasn't present. Did I have any conflict with Luo Kai? Men are not as petty as you might think, he retorted, casting a brief glance at a rather inappropriate direction. With a frown, Dong Shui shot him a contemptuous look before returning to her seat. Chapter 42. The Inside Story Observing Dong Shui's haughty departure. Zhou Bingkun could only shake his head in resignation. He began to grasp the profound implications of the educator's teachings, understanding that from a historical perspective, the breadth of his thoughts was unattainable for ordinary mortals. Immersed in this grassroots movement, he felt a profound empathy for the plight of the people. His past was intertwined with history, while his future lay with the populace. The former adapted to circumstances, while the latter rebelled against fate. His unwavering commitment to the people remained intact. He was merely delaying time for their eventual maturation. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Zhou Bingkun had 2 more classes to conduct in the morning, after which he would accompany his family to the train station to bid farewell to his father. At the entrance of the classroom, a figure appeared, Luo Kai, with an impassive expression, entered. He noticed Zhou Bingkun but chose to ignore him, settling into his seat. Dong Shui couldn't help but glance back, scrutinizing the expressions of both Luo Kai and Zhou Bingkun, unable to detect any hint of discord. She nudged Lin Zhiji beside her with her elbow. Lin Zhiji was naturally curious about what had transpired between the two, particularly how their conflict diverged from what everyone had imagined. It seemed rather peculiar. Upon receiving a hint from Dong Shui, she rose with her textbook in hand and walked toward Luo Kai, undoubtedly capturing the attention of many in the classroom. Lin Zhiji took a seat beside Luo Kai and quietly inquired, "You and Zhou Bingkun seem a bit off." Luo Kai sighed inwardly, yet a faint smile of resignation appeared on his face. He was acutely aware that his current actions starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor and completely deviated from his typical conduct. However, to candidly disclose that he had attempted to confront Zhou Bingkun, only to be soundly defeated, would surely lead to a loss of face and utter humiliation. With this thought lingering, Luo Kai feigned composure and casually retorted, "Is there something amiss? I believe everything is perfectly normal." Standing nearby, Lin Zhiji widened her eyes in disbelief. Questioning him, "The other day, you had a conflict with Zhou Bingkun. Are we just going to let that slide?" She simply could not fathom how Luo Kai, who was known for his vindictiveness, would so readily forgive Zhou Bingkun. Luo Kai shrugged, adopting an air of magnanimity, and replied nonchalantly, "We are all classmates, after all. It is inevitable that minor frictions and disagreements will occur. They are not deep-seated enmities. There is no need to dwell on it, right? Let bygones be bygones." His words not only astonished Lin Zhiji but also drew the attention of their fellow classmates. It was well known that Luo Kai had a reputation for being petty and vengeful. Many had fallen victim to his schemes, and some timid classmates even refrained from attending classes out of fear of his retribution. Who would have imagined that he could so nonchalantly brush off the public humiliation of being humiliated by Zhou Bingkun in front of so many? Still unsatisfied, Lin Zhiji fixed her gaze on Luo Kai, threateningly stating, "Don't think you can fool us. We all know what kind of person you are. There must be some undisclosed reason behind this. You better spill it." Upon hearing this, Luo Kai sighed in resignation. He understood that Dong Shui and Lin Zhiji were quite popular in school, possessing a considerable following. If they were determined to uncover the truth, it would indeed be challenging to keep it hidden. Fortunately, he had prepared for this, and the efforts of the past few days had not been in vain. Lowering his voice to a near whisper, he cautiously said, all right, I'll tell you, but you must promise not to spread it around." Lin Zhiji eagerly nodded. Resembling a chick pecking at grains, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if she could hardly wait to hear more. At this moment, Luo Kai lowered his voice and softly remarked, "Zhou Bingkun has a sister of remarkable beauty, named Zhou Rong. You must be aware of this, right?" Lin Zhiji nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her knowledge of the matter. Previously, she had heard Dong Shui mention that Zhou Rong was undoubtedly the belle of the 3rd middle school. Luo Kai continued to elaborate. His sister, Zhou Rong, has an ardent admirer, a certain Kai Xiaoguang, the leader of the rebel faction at the city's vocational technical school. Kai Xiaoguang is no ordinary individual. He sought me out through others, and I had no choice but to keep my distance. After saying this, Luo Kai feigned a helpless demeanor, shaking his head with a sigh. He added, "As for me, I'm merely splashing around in this small pond of our middle school. But Kai Xiaoguang is a formidable figure with considerable influence throughout the city. How could I dare to disregard his face? I am not foolish. His explanation was indeed reasonable. And Lin Zhiji nodded in agreement, her face reflecting her understanding as she softly consoled him. Oh dear, who would have thought that Zhou Bingkun concealed such depths? It appears his connections are quite formidable. You truly stumbled upon a hard truth this time. You must learn from this lesson and avoid adopting such an arrogant demeanor in the future. Although Lin Zhiji's words somewhat embarrassed Luo Kai, he restrained his displeasure, recognizing that it was unbecoming to argue with these young ladies over trivial matters. Therefore, he chose to ignore Lin Zhiji and picked up a newspaper from the side, perusing it for any intriguing news or stories. Having successfully gleaned the information she sought, Lin Zhiji did not linger further. She swiftly returned to Dong Shui's side and, in hushed tones, began to recount the news she had just acquired. After listening, Dong Shui couldn't help but exclaim, as for Zhou Bingkun, he is truly nothing remarkable. But he is fortunate to have such an outstanding brother and sister. No wonder he is unafraid of Luo Kai. Thus, the entire morning passed in a state of tranquility within the classroom. It was not until the bell rang at noon to signal the end of classes that Zhou Bingkun slowly stood up, organized his backpack, and began his walk home. Unexpectedly, Qiao Chunyan followed him. The two had rarely interacted before, primarily due to Zhou Bingkun's reluctance to chat with girls. However, since their enjoyable conversation on the way to school last time, Qiao Chunyan decided to catch up with Zhou Bingkun, ensuring that the journey home would not be dull. Chapter 43. Farewell. Upon exiting the school gates, Qiao Chunyan chattered incessantly like a lively sparrow. Oh, there must be some unspoken arrangement between you and Luo Kai. This morning, when Lin Zhiji approached him with questions, I could tell from her expression that she certainly uncovered the reason. Come on, tell me all about it. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Bingkun, with an expression of helplessness, promptly shook his head in denial, saying, I am not even clear about it myself. How can I possibly tell you? Why not do this? You can personally inquire with them this afternoon. Witnessing Zhou Bingkun's demeanor, Qiao Chunyan immediately grew displeased, pouting as she complained, Humph, you are truly dull. You won't even share such trivial matters with me. However, her tone swiftly shifted, and with curiosity, she inquired, by the way, isn't the city mobilizing the educated youth to go to the countryside? What are your elder siblings planning to do about it? There was no need to conceal anything regarding this matter, so Zhou Bingkun answered candidly, my brother signed up a long time ago. I heard he has already been assigned to the construction corps. He is currently handling the transfer of his household registration and various other paperwork. As for my sister, she probably wishes to find a job in the city. After listening to Zhou Bingkun's words, Qiao Chunyan couldn't help but sigh, a hint of distress appearing on her face as she said, alas, it seems both my older sisters will likely be sent to the countryside. My mother initially hoped to secure a job for my second sister in the city, but without connections, it simply isn't feasible. I really wonder if we will also be persuaded to go to the countryside after we graduate. Just the thought of the harsh living conditions in rural areas makes me shudder. I truly cannot endure such hardships. Qiao Chunyan furrowed her brows, her expression heavy with worry, as if a great weight pressed upon her heart. Observing her state, Zhou Bingkun quickly offered words of consolation. Chunyan, do not fret. Look, your older sisters are going to the countryside, so the government surely won't send you as well. They must leave a job position for your family. So there is nothing to be concerned about. Upon hearing this, the previously dull light in Qiao Chunyan's eyes sparkled with a flicker of surprise. She widened her eyes, incredulous as she asked, really? If that is the case, then it would be truly wonderful. Her joy was palpable. However, Zhou Bingkun intentionally lowered his voice, saying, but this matter is still internal news. The policy has not been officially announced yet. So you must keep this to yourself. If your two sisters find out, and they refuse to go to the countryside, then the three of you will have to draw lots to decide who stays. As he spoke, he donned a knowing expression. Indeed, Qiao Chunyan quickly glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, before cautiously leaning closer to Zhou Bingkun and whispering, then what about you? Her intent was unmistakable, after all. If Zhou Rong from the Zhou family did not have to go to the countryside, then wouldn't Zhou Bingkun, as a young man, have to take her place after graduation? In response to Qiao Chunyan's concern, Zhou Bingkun chuckled nonchalantly, patting his chest, and declared, hey, I am a man. What is this trivial matter? Moreover, with my sister's frail disposition, how could my parents possibly allow her to endure hardships in the countryside? Rest assured, if it comes to it, I will simply go to the countryside. His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance, and his tone was remarkably carefree. earning him considerable admiration from Chao Chunin upon first hearing. After the Zhou family finished their meal that afternoon, they prepared to set off for the train station. Not even borrowing a bicycle. 2 young men and a young woman were ready to carry their somewhat cumbersome luggage on foot. Zhou Zhigang, on this journey, had an impressive amount of baggage, consisting of 2 enormous bundles and a smaller parcel. The 2 brothers each hoisted one of the larger bundles, while the petite Zhou Rong carried the smaller parcel on her shoulder. Li Suhua gently linked arms with her husband, Zhou Zhigang, and thus the family embarked on their grand excursion to the train station. The distance was no trifling matter, requiring nearly 2 hours of walking. Zhou Bingkun had packed his bag with the salted fish he had prepared, meticulously wrapping 10 pieces in multiple layers. 3 layers of packaging demonstrated his earnest intentions, all to ensure a flawless gesture. As for whether these salted fish would affect the other items within the larger bundle, Zhou Bingkun was unconcerned. He felt that as long as his good intentions were conveyed, that was sufficient. Along the way, Zhou Bingyi found himself pondering why, despite both carrying heavy burdens, was he already panting and drenched in sweat while his younger brother Zhou Bingkun appeared utterly unfazed? Not only that, but this fellow had the leisure to glance around, appreciating the local scenery, even occasionally bouncing over to their mother, Li Suhua, to exchange a few words. After approximately half an hour, Zhou Bingyi could endure no longer. His legs felt weak, and his steps faltered, nearly causing him to collapse. Quick-witted, their father Zhou Zhigang promptly took over the burden from his shoulder, teasingly remarking, "Bingyi, this bundle weighs just over 10 kilograms. With your physique, you shouldn't be struggling this much." Zhou Zhigang had once carried loads exceeding 100 kilograms and walked several miles. Yet carrying and shouldering burdens were entirely different matters. Nevertheless, with years of experience, Zhou Zhigang possessed some understanding of how to manage a load. He placed one hand on his hip, while the other reached around to firmly grasp the large package, striving to maintain its balance. Most of the weight concentrated on his right shoulder, which indeed made him feel considerably lighter. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun utilized the most common method of carrying for most people. He firmly secured the neck of the package with both hands at his right chest, tightening it against his right shoulder before swinging it onto his back. This method relied heavily on the strength of his hands, although it could become painful over time for the now much stronger Zhou Bingkun. This minor discomfort was merely a piece of cake. Thus, Zhou Bingyi and Zhou Zhigang alternated in carrying the same large package, while Zhou Bingkun shouldered the other bundle alone. As for Zhou Rong, the small package she carried weighed merely around 10 pounds and featured a convenient strap, allowing her to traverse the journey without uttering a word of complaint. Instead, she engaged in cheerful banter with everyone, creating a delightful atmosphere. Eventually, the group arrived at the train station. It is worth noting that traveling by train during such tumultuous times was no simple feat. Merely possessing a ticket was insufficient. One must also present a letter of introduction to board. Otherwise, even with a purchased ticket, one's efforts would be in vain. Of course, there were those bold enough to resort to clandestine boarding, but that required a skillful game of hide-and-seek with the train police. Chapter 44. Melancholy. The train station was bustling with people, the air filled with a cacophony of voices and shouts, rendering the scene chaotic and noisy. Zhou Zhigang struggled to push through the throng, finally reaching the entrance where he negotiated with the staff. After a considerable exchange of words, he successfully convinced them and waved to his family waiting nearby, signaling them to hurry and follow him into the station. The family, laden with various bags, painstakingly maneuvered through the crowded flow of people and descended from the ticket-checking area, ultimately arriving at the platform. By this time, the train had begun boarding, and the announcements urged passengers to board promptly, reminding everyone that there were only a few minutes left until departure. Fortunately, Zhou Zhigang had secured a seat by the window. Once he located his place and settled in, he called out to Zhou Bingkun outside, "Pass me those 2 large bags and the small one." Upon hearing his father's call, Zhou Bingkun promptly responded, carefully handing the heavy packages through the window into the carriage. Simultaneously, Zhou Bingyi joined his father in organizing their luggage aboard the train. Due to the height of the overhead luggage rack, it proved quite challenging for one person to stow the larger bags. Thus, Zhou Bingyi and Zhou Zhigang collaborated, exerting great effort to hoist the cumbersome bag into place. Afterward, Zhou Zhigang remembered to take out a thin rope, meticulously securing the luggage to prevent any shifting or falling during transit. Li Suhua stood quietly not far from the window, gazing up at the father and son diligently arranging their belongings inside the train. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well in the corners of her eyes, her heart heavy with the sorrow of sending off the man who would soon depart. Sensing his mother's emotional shift, Zhou Bingkun gently approached her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders in a comforting embrace, saying, "Mom, don't be too sad. This separation is only temporary, and it paves the way for our better reunion next time. If you have anything you wish to say to Dad, now is the time. Look, he is calling for you through the window." Zhou Zhigang, filled with urgency, urged his eldest son to hurry off the train while he himself stood firmly at the window, leaning slightly forward, stretching his head out of the window with fervor. His weathered face was etched with concern and reluctance, his gaze fixed intently on his wife standing on the platform, his lips murmuring incessantly, "Suhua, you must take good care of yourself at home and ensure our family is well looked after." Li Suhua stood still, nodding vigorously, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential flood, unstoppable. Her lips quivered slightly, yearning to respond to her husband's admonitions, yet her throat felt as if it were constricted by a mass of cotton, rendering her speechless. She feared that if she uttered a word, the suppressed sobs would burst forth like a mountain torrent. At that moment, their eldest son, Zhou Bingkun, finally managed to squeeze himself out of the crowded carriage. He hurried to his mother's side, gently patting her shoulder, and in a low, tender voice reassured her, "Mom, please don't worry too much. Dad is going to the Northwest to contribute to the country. Though this parting may last 2 to 3 years or even longer, our hearts will always remain connected as a family. Rest assured, I will be here for you." Nearby, their daughter, Zhou Rong, also called out, "Dad, you must take care of yourself over there. I will write to you often. We will miss you dearly, so remember to write back." Just then, a clear and melodious departure bell rang out, slicing through the station's previously chaotic atmosphere like a sharp blade. Following this, the station's announcement echoed repeatedly, "Attention, passengers. The train bound for destination is about to depart. Please, friends and family, step back beyond the safety line to avoid any danger." The voice resonated like a heavy bell, reverberating throughout the station. As the massive train began to move slowly, the sound of wheels grinding against the tracks pierced the air. Li Suhua gazed at the slowly departing train, her surging emotions overwhelming her reason and strength like a flood breaching its banks. She trembled, covering her mouth with her hands, trying to stifle her sobs, yet those quiet whimpers slipped uncontrollably between her fingers. Farewells are always heart-wrenching. Zhou Bingkun tightly embraced his mother's trembling form, his eyes fixed on the slowly departing train. He observed his father leaning out, vigorously waving goodbye, his face filled with reluctance and concern. At that moment, Zhou Bingkun felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, and his eyes instinctively moistened. After returning from the station, Zhou Rong remained by her grieving mother's side, softly comforting her. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingyi hurried out to greet his girlfriend, Hao Dongmei, who was coming over for dinner, hoping her presence might lift their mother's spirits a bit. Simultaneously, Zhou Bingkun quietly entered the kitchen, busily preparing the evening meal. Their mother, lost in sorrow over her husband's departure, simply had no inclination to cook. And as for Zhou Rong, it was well known that she was not one to lend a hand in the kitchen, so no one expected her assistance. After the relocation of her household registration, Hao Dongmei found the complexity of the process to far exceed that of Zhou Bingyi. After all, she hailed from a so-called Black 5 categories family, which necessitated rigorous scrutiny at every stage, requiring approvals and meticulous discussions. This was not an intentional hindrance by anyone, but rather a mandatory procedure that had to be followed according to regulations. Today, she held the farm's acceptance certificate as she arrived at the Household Registration Division of the Municipal Public Security Bureau for another round of identity verification. The entire process was exasperatingly convoluted. Upon exiting the registration office, she spotted her boyfriend Zhou Bingyi waiting for her outside the bureau. Hao Dongmei inquired about the afternoon's arrangements to send Zhou Zhigang off to the train station. Zhou Bingyi expressed his bittersweet feelings about the farewell, mentioning his mother's sorrow, and urged Hao Dongmei to offer her mother some comfort upon returning home. As they strolled together, conversing, they embarked on their journey home. With a beaming smile, Hao Dongmei exclaimed to Zhou Bingyi, "At last, the household registration transfer certificate has been successfully issued. It has truly been a challenge, and I owe a debt of gratitude to Kai Xiaowang for his assistance." The mention of Kai Xiaowang elicited a hint of regret from Hao Dongmei, as she remarked to Zhou Bingyi, "How could such an outstanding young man as him be overlooked by Zhou Rong? I truly cannot fathom her thoughts. In all of Jichuan City, it seems there are scarcely any young men with better qualifications than he." Zhou Bingyi held a slight suspicion regarding his sister Zhou Rong's feelings but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He merely responded, "Perhaps Zhou Rong has her own unique perspective." Matters of the heart are indeed challenging for outsiders to intervene in. Chapter 45. Returning home after 2 days of intensive renovations. Zhang Wan's once dilapidated home has finally undergone a comprehensive restoration. The repair efforts, spearheaded by the street office, not only provided manpower but also ample materials, genuinely aiming to compensate the Zheng family for the grievances they have endured over the years. Initially, the workers carefully removed the sagging, decrepit roof, then meticulously installed sturdy rafters to enhance the structural stability. Following that, they laid down a thick layer of tar paper atop the rafters, ultimately covering it with a soft, delicate layer of straw clay, ensuring the roof was solid and dependable. The meager 5-square-meter entryway, typically serving as a kitchen, also functioned as storage for coal and firewood, as well as fuel for the heated Kong in the back room. However, due to the Zheng family's previous dire conditions, this space had long been relegated to a dumping ground for miscellaneous items and a parking spot for a small cart. Now, taking advantage of this renovation opportunity, the tiny entryway was restored to its original purpose. The workers first opened a new window in the outer wall and installed double glazing, transforming the previously decorative window in the inner room into a genuine source of light, allowing sunlight to stream into the interior. Moreover, this newly opened window serves a remarkably practical purpose, enabling the effortless transfer of coal from the outside directly into the innermost coal bin of the entryway, thereby significantly streamlining the daily operations associated with coal usage. Simultaneously, a brand new stove has been reconstructed near the entrance, allowing for cooking and food preparation to take place here, thus freeing up space in the main room. Consequently, the interior feels considerably more spacious, making the living environment far more comfortable and inviting. Additionally, to further enhance the home's insulation, diligent workers painstakingly sealed all the walls with a mixture of straw and mud, effectively blocking any drafts within the room. The large heated bed also required some restoration, and after a thorough repair, the family's dilapidated furniture has been reinforced by skilled craftsmen, ensuring its usability for at least another decade. When the Zheng family commenced renovations, the street officials kindly arranged for their temporary accommodation elsewhere, which lasted a full 2 days. On the third day, filled with excitement and anticipation, the Zheng family finally returned to the home they had sought refuge in for many years. Standing outside, one could observe the familiar exterior walls, now adorned with a new, bright window. Furthermore, the previously precarious front door has been securely reinforced, fulfilling its protective function. Upon entering the entryway, one is greeted with a delightful surprise. The entire space has become spacious and luminous, resembling a completely transformed area. Venturing further inside, one's gaze naturally settles on the innermost coal bin, which is now filled with substantial chunks of loose coal. Next, attention shifts to the fire pit in the entryway. The previously obstructed flue has been meticulously cleared, allowing for unobstructed airflow. With a simple nudge of the small iron plate covering the flue, one can ignite coal and kindle warmth for the chilly winter days. Similarly, the everyday cooking stove near the front door has undergone a clever transformation. It is now not only constructed with great practicality, but also features a chopping board of comparable width adjacent to the stove. This configuration greatly facilitates meal preparation, while the space beneath is perfectly suited for storing firewood and other items, optimizing both space and organization. Even more ingeniously, the chimney outlet of the stove and the flue of the heated bed have been flawlessly integrated, channeling smoke through a principal flue that extends from the interior wall to the roof. Such exquisite design and craftsmanship elicit admiration and accolades for the experienced artisans. At this moment, Zheng's mother is moved to tears. She meanders through the revitalized abode, her trembling hands gently caressing every rejuvenated corner, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. Meanwhile, Zheng Wan smiles as she accompanies a warm and friendly street official, the two engaged in soft conversation. The craftsmen have assured that all areas capable of being repaired or restored have been thoroughly addressed. Even in the depths of winter, when the snow falls like feathers, there is no cause for concern, for the beams are arranged with remarkable tightness. Furthermore, regarding the small cart your mother previously utilized, the craftsmen have dismantled it. After all, your mother will no longer be able to set up her stall for business. The female official consistently maintained a warm and pleasant demeanor, patiently elucidating every detail to Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan, with a smile, expressed her gratitude, stating, "We are truly satisfied with the current situation." She then inquired, "I would like to understand the specific process for my brother's eye examination." The female official smiled gently and replied in a measured tone, "Tomorrow, You should accompany your brother to the Gongla District Hospital. Once there, simply seek out Dr. Liu from the ophthalmology department. Our street office has already made arrangements with them. She continued, as for your brother's schooling, next week, take him to meet the principal at Guangli Primary School. The school will facilitate his enrollment free of charge. The female official meticulously conveyed all the necessary details to Zhang Wan. At that moment, the window, which had once been merely decorative on the wall near the heated bed, had been replaced with brand new glass. Through the newly installed window, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the entire room, rendering artificial lighting unnecessary even during the day. Zhang Guangming cautiously followed his mother, his hands outstretched, slowly meandering through the house. All the clutter and useless items had been cleared away, and the furniture, such as tables and cabinets, was neatly arranged against the walls. After this thorough tidying, the room finally offered some space for standing and movement. Chapter 46. The self-righteous fool. After bidding farewell to the kind-hearted street official, the Zheng family settled onto the heated bed, enveloped in an indescribable emotional atmosphere, prompting heartfelt reflections from all three. Zhang's mother exhaled a long, heavy sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. A satisfied smile blossomed upon her face as she murmured, "At last, we can live a stable life. We are truly blessed by the Buddha." In expressing her profound gratitude to the heavens, she clasped her hands together and bowed reverently towards the sky. At that moment, Zheng Guangming, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, "Mom, you're mistaken. It's not the Buddha's blessing. It is clearly brother Zhou Bingkun who is watching over our family. If it weren't for him, however." He was hastily interrupted by Zhang's mother, who admonished, "Oh dear, children shouldn't speak so recklessly. Indeed, Xiao Zhou has helped our family, but he is still young and cannot be spoken of in terms of blessings." Zhang's mother reprimanded her son with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Zheng Wan, listening to the exchange between her mother and brother, could not help but picture Zhou Bingkun's sunny, honest visage in her mind. It is this benevolent and robust young man, akin to a warm beam of light, who has illuminated the lives of those previously ensnared in the depths of despair, forcefully extricating them from the abyss of hopelessness. Yet, for reasons unknown, he has not been seen in recent days. Contemplating this, a subtle sense of loss surged within Zheng Wan's heart. "My dear Wan, when the next opportunity arises, you must invite Xiao Zhou over again to express our gratitude. This kindness is deeper than the sea, and no amount of thanks or repayment would be excessive." Zheng's mother turned her head, gazing affectionately at her daughter as she imparted this advice. Zheng Wan dutifully nodded and softly replied, "I understand, Mom." The mother and daughter then resumed their conversation about her brother Zheng Guangming's visit to the hospital for an eye examination. Their dialogue infused with aspirations and expectations for a brighter future. At that moment, the small room seemed to be suffused with an atmosphere of happiness, evoking warmth and beauty. On the western side of the Hezi district, adjacent to the River Lake Park, lies the residential area designated for provincial and municipal leaders. The area is systematically divided into residential quarters for various organizations, such as the one where Kai Xiaowang resides, which is intended for employees of the Provincial Department of Commerce. Naturally, his father, Kai Tinkai, is the director of the Revolutionary Committee of the Provincial Department of Commerce and a significant member of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, holding considerable authority. Their residence is a prominent two-story Russian-style brick house, enclosed by a wooden fence. Kai Xiaowang's mother, who passed away during his high school years due to illness, had served as a medical aide during the resistance, having sustained injuries and received commendations. Kai Tinkai was previously a colonel in the military before transitioning to civilian life in Zhangliao province. Shortly after his wife's death, he remarried. His stepmother, Zhang, is a confidential secretary from the military, whom Kai Xiaowang affectionately refers to as Aunt Zhang, and she is considerably younger than his father. Together, they have a daughter named Kai Lele, who is now around 11 or 12 years old. As evening approached, Kai Tinkai exited his vehicle, accepting a briefcase from his secretary as he entered the family home. A domestic helper was present, tending to the household duties, currently busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. His wife, Zhang Ping, along with their daughter Lele, were in the living room listening to the radio. Upon seeing him return, they promptly stood to greet him, assisting in removing his coat and hanging it on a rack. Kai Tinkai took a seat on the sofa, embracing his little daughter Lele, who excitedly shared amusing stories from school, eliciting hearty laughter from him. Zhang Ping leaned in, speaking softly. "Xiaowang has been acting strangely these past couple of days, appearing dazed, even inattentive during meals. I've asked him several times, but he remained silent. Understanding that a serious conversation was unfolding, the young daughter resumed her focus on the radio. Kai Tinkai remarked, I hadn't noticed. It shouldn't be school-related. The only matters likely troubling him would pertain to his romantic life. Is he home? I'll have a good talk with him at dinner. In the upstairs room, Zhang Ping advised, just remember not to impose your authority as a father or leader. Xiao Wang is no longer a child. He values his pride. The relationship between Zhang Ping and Kai Xiao Wang was relatively harmonious, as she gently counseled her husband. Within our home, there is no hierarchy. You should listen attentively and offer insights. Xiao Wang is a thoughtful individual. The people and matters that weigh on his mind are surely complex. Kai Tinkai replied with a smile. The housekeeper brought the dishes to the dining table, which included steamed buns, stir-fried pork, cabbage, egg soup, and some pickled vegetables. A bottle of Beidahong liquor was also placed on the table. Upon hearing the call, Kai Xiao Wang descended the stairs, his expression impassive as he took a seat at the table. Just as he was about to reach for a bun, his father stopped him, saying, Xiao Wang, let us share a drink today. You seem a bit out of sorts. Zhang Ping promptly set a filled cup of liquor before Kai Xiao Wang and added, if something is troubling you, don't keep it to yourself. Speak up. Your father has a wealth of experience and might be able to offer some advice. Kai Xiao Wang's face darkened as he stared at the cup of liquor, feeling quite embarrassed to discuss matters of the heart with his father and Aunt Zhang. Observing his discomfort, Zhang Ping exchanged a glance with her husband, Kai Tinkai, and continued, Xiao Wang, at this stage, your concerns are primarily about work and relationships. We have faith in your professional abilities, so the remaining issue pertains to your love life. There is no need to feel shy about it. When a man grows up, he should marry, and a woman should wed. Aren't you involved with that girl from the Zhou family in the Guangzi district? I've met her once. She is lovely and of good character. We oppose it. Kai Tinkai chimed in. This struck a nerve with Kai Xiao Wang, who took a sip of the liquor, his facial features contorting as if the drink was particularly harsh. Speak up, don't be so evasive, Kai Tinkai said, a hint of impatience in his voice. As he detested such reticence, Zhang Ping shot her husband a disapproving look and then turned to Kai Xiao Wang, speaking softly, if it's difficult for you, take your time. Speak whenever you feel ready. In recent days, Kai Xiao Wang was indeed troubled, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts filled with Zhou Bingkun's harsh and venomous words. His initial reaction was to consider Zhou Bingkun's intentions as insincere. He was deeply moved by Zhou Rong's spirit of selfless love, a truly poignant romantic tale. Yet, how could it be distorted into something so base in Zhou Bingkun's mouth, labeling her as someone who disregards familial and friendly ties, merely a self-serving egoist? Ensnared by a few nonsensical love poems, lost in a muddle of confusions, and labeled a foolish romantic, a green tea btsh. How cruel. His behavior was mercilessly ridiculed, referred to as a lickspittle, such an unpleasant term, a self-deceived fool. Oblivious to being exploited by this green tea btch, Chapter 47, the one thrown out the atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly oppressive. After consuming 3 cups of liquor, Kai Xiao Wang finally spoke. Zhou Rong and I are merely friends. She has a boyfriend. What? Kai Tinkai slammed the table, visibly angered. How can this be? Engaging with 2 at once? That's rather unethical. Zhang Ping echoed her husband's condemnation of Zhou Rong, exclaiming, how can a girl behave like this? She has no shame. Kai Xiao Wang waved his hand, insisting, it's not like that. I used to pursue Zhou Rong, but when I confessed my feelings, she told me she only sees me as a friend and has someone else she likes. No, that's not right, Xiao Wang, his father frowned. Just recently, I saw you and her out shopping together. What is going on? You often go to her house for meals, don't you? Kai Xiao Wang found himself compelled to elaborate on the romantic tale of Zhou Rong and the poet Feng Huaqing. Indeed, the story of Zhou Rong and Feng Huaqing is profoundly romantic. Their bond was forged through poetry, friendships nurtured by the written word, and emotions conveyed through letters. With their hearts destined to intertwine across distances, social status, age, and geographical separation could not hinder their unwavering devotion. Such a tale is both commendable and deeply moving. Kai Tinkai and Zhang Ping exchanged glances, observing their son's visibly stirred demeanor, rendered speechless. They struggled to comprehend the thought processes of today's youth. If a young woman had no desire for a romantic relationship, why refer to friendships in such a manner, inviting misunderstandings? Kai Xiao Wang, too, was perplexed. Zhou Rong had already declared she had a boyfriend, Yet she continued to draw closer, and he found it bewildering that he was moved by their love story. Zhang Ping cautiously inquired, Xiao Wang, since Zhou Rong is in love with that poet, why do you still pursue her? She has evidently overlooked you. And there are plenty of beautiful and well-bred girls available. Kai Xiao Wang explained, the romance between Feng Huaqing and Zhou Rong must remain concealed. Feng's background is problematic. Should it be revealed, both her teachers and family would oppose it. Hence she implored me to act as a shield, and I acquiesced. Kai's father regarded his eldest son with disdain, stating coldly, why do you not focus on your own romantic pursuits instead of shielding her? If her family learns of this, they will surely blame you. Cease this thankless endeavor. Zhang Ping, too, perceived that Kai Xiao Wang was losing his reasoning and advised. Do not concern yourself with Zhou Rong any further. Do not jeopardize your own future. Yet she furrowed her brow and added, what has been troubling you these past few days? You appear quite distracted. Indeed, Kai's father returned to his senses, questioning, do you truly wish to wrest Zhou Rong from that poet? Am I that kind of person? Kai Xiao Wang set down his chopsticks, recognizing that dining was futile. He resolved to express everything at once to prevent further inquiries from his father and Aunt Zhang, while also seeking their perspectives. A few days prior, Zhou Rong's father was to assist in the third front construction, and I attended a gathering where I found common ground with her brother, Zhou Bingkun. We became good friends. Oh, his girlfriend is the daughter of the former vice-governor, Hao Dongmei. Ah, Kai Tingkai expressed mild surprise. The Zhou family is quite remarkable. Zhou Rong is not only beautiful but also academically gifted. It seems their eldest son is a person of distinction as well. Certainly, in terms of appearance, talent, and character, they are all exceptional. Kai Xiao Wang praised Zhou Bingkun. Discussions on politics and literature with them reveal unique insights. Do not digress. Zhang Ping urged Kai Xiao Wang to continue. At the Zhou household, Zhou Rong confided in me about minor conflicts with her brother, Zhou Bingkun, and asked for my assistance in mediating. In the past, her brother respected me quite a bit, so I agreed. Kai Xiao Wang's expression grew solemn once more. Initially, he perceived this task as straightforward. After all, siblings can hardly harbor significant discord. I thought a mere gesture would suffice. Her brother is only 16, in the 9th grade, a mere lad. Surely he would accept my help. Kai's father nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for someone to extend a hand to the stubborn youth. Sigh, Kai Xiao Wang exhaled, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Upon my return, I feigned a reason for her brother to accompany me, intending to speak about him. However, as soon as I began, he interrupted, declaring that his sister had questionable character and that he should keep his distance from her. Kai's father interjected, remarking that the youngest son of the Zhou family certainly was not to be underestimated, finding it amusing that he would say such things about his sister in front of outsiders. Indeed, I initially perceived it as mere childish banter, and with a stern demeanor, I chastised him for such a view of his sister. In response, he retorted that my judgment was lacking and that I misjudged people. He recounted how his sister had framed him, leading to his father's unjust punishment and a beating that landed him in the hospital, citing several instances, including that last unfortunate incident. Kai Xiao Wang spoke passionately, and Zhang Ping timely offered him a glass of water. Kai's father nodded in agreement, stating that the young man spoke the truth. If what he said was indeed factual, then Zhou Rong certainly left much to be desired. Was there truly a sister capable of causing such distress to her brother? Oh, you wouldn't consider reprimanding him, would you? That would be unwise. You lack justification. No, I maintain the intention of fostering harmony within the family, encouraging him to be more magnanimous. And I plan to persuade Zhou Rong to apologize so that the siblings could reconcile. Kai Xiao Wang, however, vehemently denied this. Yet, the tone shifted as he furiously exclaimed that Zhou Bingkun had the audacity to criticize him, calling him presumptuous and an enabler of wrongdoing, even accusing him of being a mere sycophant for that treacherous pair. At that moment, Kai's father, who had been sipping his drink, erupted in laughter upon hearing the term sycophant, causing wine to splatter across the table in an unfortunate mess. Zhang Ping stifled a chuckle, finding the label all too fitting. Yet she felt a pang of concern. Kai Xiao Wang had a temper and was prone to violence when provoked. She quickly inquired, you didn't strike him, did you? Please refrain from violence. He's only 16, and you must be careful with your strength. Undoubtedly, I did strike him, Kai's father replied, unable to suppress his amusement. Whoever dared to speak such words to me, I would deal with them first and ask questions later. But heed caution. Remember to temper your actions. What is with that expression? Kai Xiaowang's face was a tempest of emotions. Speak up, quickly, Kai's father urged. In my fury, I was beside myself. Who dares insult me? Not even the mightiest could withstand such affront. That impudent child needed a lesson, and I charged at him with a kick. Why are you kicking him? Just a light smack on the backside would suffice. He is still so young. Zhang Ping began to voice her dismay as I escalated the situation. Kai's father also expressed concern, asking, You didn't injure him, did you? You haven't been fretting about this matter at home, have you? Kai Xiaowang, suddenly dejected, confessed. I missed my target and was thrown out instead, at least 6 meters away. Kai's father gasped, narrowing his eyes and solemnly inquiring. Wait, you didn't just miss and fall. You were actually thrown out? In the ensuing chapter, only meeting you is like a blue lotus. Kai Xiaowang blushed under his father's scrutiny, exhaling deeply as he lamented. I truly kicked with some force. Ordinarily, one wouldn't evaded. Upon reflection, I broke into a cold sweat. Zhou Bingkun actually managed to steady his bicycle after witnessing my kick, sidestepping just in time, and seized my ankle, pulling me backward with such force that I was flung 5 or 6 meters away. As he spoke, Kai Xiaowang began to illustrate the scene, vividly reenacting the moment. Come. Kai's father, now filled with enthusiasm, stepped into the center of the spacious living room, gesturing for his son to come over and review the situation. From a young age, Kai's father had begun training his son, and he had become quite adept at the martial skills of his unit. Kai Xiaowang complied, positioning himself 5 meters in front of his father and recounted, At that time, I was just this far from Zhou Bingkun. He was leaning against his bicycle, facing me, engaged in a heated debate. In a moment of anger, I stepped forward and kicked out, aiming for his chest. At his father's signal, Kai Xiaowang swiftly advanced a step, unleashing a powerful kick towards his father's chest. Kai's father attempted to sidestep, but alas, Kai Xiaowang's movements were incredibly swift. He landed a kick on his father's left chest, executing the action with precision and grace. Kai's father observed the footprint on his chest and let out a couple of awkward chuckles, pondering that he had been prepared, hoping to catch his son's leg, yet Kai Xiaowang's actions were so swift and fluid. His daughter, Kai Lele, clapped her hands and exclaimed, Colonel Kai has lost. Colonel Kai has lost. Their mother, Zhang Ping, playfully patted her mischievous daughter from behind, saying, Your father is just letting your brother win. Don't speak out of turn. Humph. I can tell that my brother is now stronger than dad. As the teacher would say, the student surpasses the master. The new generation pushes the old. Kai Lele, still unconvinced, pouted and shouted, even making faces at her father. Kai's father particularly adored this clever little girl and responded eagerly, Yes. I, Colonel Kai, am about to become a junior officer. That is not true. Kai Lele ran up to her father, brushing off the dust from his chest, declaring, The teacher said that each generation grows stronger, and the country will prosper even more. Dad, you are still Colonel Kai, and my brother will become General Kai in the future. Laughter filled the household. Kai Xiaowang, suppressing his laughter, wore a rueful expression and said, at that moment, My movements were even faster and stronger, but Zhou Bingkun easily dodged and countered, sending me sprawling. I can only imagine the gap between us. He was merely 16. Kai's father nodded in admiration. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. That Zhou family's third son, whom you once described as simple and unambitious, is truly remarkable and full of hidden talents. In the past, Kai Xiaowang had often looked down upon him, but now he realized he had misjudged him. Well, when you have the chance, invite him over to our home. I would like to meet him, Kai's father expressed, with newfound interest in Zhou Bingkun, instructing Kai Xiaowang. Kai Xiaowang felt somewhat conflicted. Having lost face, it seemed awkward to seek him out again. Zhang Ping, chuckling, remarked that Zhou Bingkun will not remain an ordinary person. It would be wise to befriend him. Kai's father grew serious again, adding, As for Zhou Rong, you must refrain from getting involved with her any further. Her brother is right. She only cares for herself and loves only herself. Any assistance you offer her will only bring harm to her family. The father deemed this sentiment noble, establishing a tone of protection for Zhou Rong and the poet's love, coupled with the internal struggles of recent days. Kai Xiaowang had to acknowledge that he too had become ensnared in the pretense Zhou Rong had described. I acknowledge my past mistakes with a sense of shame, but I have come to understand the right course of action. Kai Xiaowang is indeed a clever individual, albeit somewhat swayed by his emotions. However, upon awakening to reality, he is capable of discerning right from wrong. Kai's father humorously rebukes him for his current lack of ambition and then adds, Do not forget to invite that young fellow Zhou Bingkun over for a visit. Although he is still quite young, he harbors profound depths that I must uncover. Father, you aren't considering pushing him into the military again, are you? He might not agree to that, Kai Xiaowang replied. Why the urgency? His father retorted. In a few days, I will invite him over, and he can tell you himself. I'm merely giving you a heads up. Zhang Ping chimed in. As long as he comes to visit, what is the big deal? He is only 16. Is he really that remarkable? Indeed, it's all just hot air. Kai Lele concurred. In her bedroom, under the soft glow of the lamp, Zhou Rong repeatedly perused the letter from her beloved, her soulmate. The one for whom she would sacrifice everything. Her mind wandered, transporting her back to the past. When she first entered junior high at the age of 10, she had stumbled upon a poem in the newspaper that captured her heart. The lines read, I see all mountains adorned with grass and trees, yet only you stand out as the azure lotus. May there be years to look back upon, and may we grow old together in deep affection. Enthralled, she fervently collected the works of the poet Feng Huaqing, becoming ensnared in the sea of love he had woven. A person capable of crafting such romantic verses must possess a heart that is both delicate and tender. By her second year of junior high, she began corresponding with the poet, feeling the unparalleled brilliance and romance radiating from his words. Gradually, he confided in her that he had once been imprisoned but was now free to publish poetry, albeit facing new dangers, and would have to sever their correspondence. Yet Zhou Rong could not bring herself to stop. She was unequivocally in love with him. Thus, she resolved to find a way to meet him in the capital. With the assistance of her friend Kai Xiaowang, she finally arrived in the city and encountered the poet who haunted her dreams. However, their meeting was far from dignified. The poet was being publicly denounced, branded as an unrepentant and obstinate element in opposition to the masses. His poetry was dismissed as a disgraceful facade, a duplicitous ruse. Amidst the fervent cries of condemnation, Feng Huaqing inexplicably lifted his gaze and met hers. In that silent exchange, they recognized each other for the first time. During the public denunciation, Feng Huaqing refused to bow his head, despite the forceful attempts to subdue him. Ultimately, what began as a literary critique devolved into physical punishment. Leaving his brow lacerated by a belt, blood streaming profusely, yet a smile graced his lips. Zhou Rong, in contrast, wept uncontrollably, her heart aching as if pierced by a knife. This encounter marked their only meeting. Subsequently, they managed to maintain sporadic correspondence, and in his latest letter, he informed her of his assignment to labor reform in Guangzhou, a departure that would stretch for years, sealing their fate apart. Yet she refused to accept this outcome. She believed fervently that this was a test from the heavens regarding their love, one she was determined to withstand. She wrote back, assuring him that Zhou Rong would not give up. She would resolutely seek him out and urged him to wait for her. Chapter 49. Understanding one's own predicament. Zhou Rong withdrew her thoughts, neatly folding the letter and tucking it back into the envelope, before contemplating her next course of action. With her father already engaged in supporting the third-line construction, he could no longer impose restrictions upon her. In time, she would explain her circumstances to him, confident that he would comprehend and empathize with her plight. Her elder brother was also on the verge of heading to the frontier for the construction corps, thus providing him no opportunity to interfere in her affairs. He should possess a deeper understanding of the grandeur and impulsiveness of love. As for her naive younger brother, she had already taken measures to ensure he could remain in the city, which should inspire a sense of gratitude within him. Consequently, it was only natural that the responsibility of caring for their mother would fall upon his shoulders. Their mother might initially struggle to accept this situation, but time would undoubtedly reveal the correctness of her decision, allowing her to grasp her daughter's choices made in the name of love. After all, Zhou Rong was striving for love, and she ought to be compassionate towards herself. Now, she needed to devise a plan to secure the necessary documentation from the youth office for her transfer to Guangzhou. This presented a bit of a challenge, as most of the youth from Jichuan with favorable conditions and connections had already joined the construction corps, and there were only arrangements for northern farms and rural areas, with none for the province of Guangzhou. Yet, this was not an insurmountable obstacle, for she had a capable friend, Kai Xiaowang, who wholeheartedly supported her endeavor for love. As long as he assisted her, it would be manageable. However, how could she conceal her intentions from her mother and that bothersome younger brother? This required careful consideration. Nevertheless, with Kai Xiaowang's ingenuity, she believed he could help her navigate this deception and handle the concluding tasks. All of this needed to unfold discreetly, for revealing her plans to her mother would lead to emotional turmoil, placing her in a predicament. There was no immediate rush. She would execute her plan gradually after her brother joined the corps. Yet, she needed to contact Kai Xiaowang soon to ensure he was prepared and had established the necessary connections, trusting he could manage everything adeptly. That morning, the weather was pleasant. Kai Xiaowang rode his bicycle towards Guangzi Middle School, intending to seek out Zhou Bingkun. There was no avoiding it. His father had inquired twice already. And despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, he steeled himself for the visit. Just as he approached the school gate, someone called out to him. Turning around, he recognized the familiar face but could not immediately place it. It seemed to belong to a child of someone from the military compound. Kai-gyo. Luo Kai rushed over, brimming with enthusiasm. This compelled Kai Xiaowang to halt his bicycle, gazing at him in confusion. Oh, I am Luo Kai, son of the military advisor. We conversed during the provincial government annual meeting this year, Luo Kai noted, aware that Kai Xiaowang likely did not recall him. Kai Xiaowang's memory began to stir. After all, they were both from influential families, and such connections warranted acknowledgement. He dismounted his bicycle, extended his hand to Luo Kai, and said, I recall now. You study here as well? Without your reminder, I might have forgotten. Indeed, this school is close to my mother's workplace. Kai-gyo, are you here for something related to our school? Luo Kai inquired. I'm looking for someone. Do you know Zhou Bingkun? Kai Xiaowang ventured to ask. Luo Kai's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. He's in my class, so I naturally know him. What is it, Kai-gyo? Are you looking for him? How delightful. Xiao Luo, please do me a favor and call upon classmate Zhou Bingkun, informing him that I am waiting here to discuss a matter. Kai Xiaowang, elated, promptly addressed Luo Kai with a pleasant demeanor. Luo Kai, with confidence, readily agreed, secretly pondering that his intel was indeed accurate. Fortunately, he had refrained from causing further trouble for Zhou Bingkun. After all, Kai Xiaowang's father was a member of the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, wielding considerable influence. As Kai Xiaowang watched Luo Kai enter the school gate, he leaned against his bicycle to smoke. Luo Kai composed himself and greeted various acquaintances along the way with a cheerful disposition, finally entering the classroom. Inside, students were clustered in groups, animatedly discussing an editorial from the newspaper, the atmosphere quite boisterous. A quick glance revealed Zhou Bingkun seated, conversing with a classmate named Qiao Chunin. Taking a deep breath, Luo Kai maintained a smile and approached Zhou Bingkun's desk with a nonchalant air. Both Qiao Chunin and Zhou Bingkun looked up at Luo Kai. Qiao Chunin appeared somewhat apprehensive, while Zhou Bingkun seemed puzzled. If Luo Kai was indeed here to confront him, his demeanor would not be so genial. Fearing further misunderstanding, Luo Kai, upon catching Zhou Bingkun's gaze, promptly adopted a friendly tone. Bingkun, Kai-gyo is waiting at the school gate and sent me to fetch you. Haha. Zhou Bingkun, not one to misinterpret the situation, recognized that Luo Kai was merely delivering a message, thus he responded amicably. Thank you, Luo-go, for relaying the message. I'll step out for a moment. Their exchange was natural and familiar, leaving their classmates bewildered, save for Dong Shui and Lin Zhizhi, who appeared to grasp the situation. Zhou Bingkun was unclear why Kai Xiaowang sought him out. Perhaps it was due to the incident where he had pushed him away before. But he doubted it. Such an obvious disparity would deter anyone from seeking further conflict. Reluctant to ponder too deeply, he soon spotted Kai Xiaowang leaning against his bicycle, smoking. Without hesitation, he approached and greeted, Kai-gyo, did you call for me? Kai Xiaowang's cigarette trembled slightly in his hand, but he quickly regained composure, forcing a smile while momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou Bingkun, sensing his discomfort, grinned wider and jested, Kai-gyo, it's been days since I last saw you. Are you inviting me for a meal? Of course I am. With that, Kai Xiaowang found his footing, his tone becoming more fluid. My father asked me to invite you for a simple meal. How did you suddenly become so impressive? I never noticed it before. Do share the details. With a youthful bashfulness, Zhou Bingkun shyly replied, I can't disclose that. It's a secret. Yet, he quickly shifted the topic, inquiring, what has prompted your father to suddenly express interest in inviting me for a meal? Is there something noteworthy? Kai Xiaowang, observing Zhou Bingkun's consistently earnest smile, felt a sense of incredulity, unable to fathom how he could keep such depths concealed. With a wry smile, he explained, it's because I mentioned to my father how you sent me flying several meters away. Naturally, he became intrigued by you. Shrugging nonchalantly, Zhou Bingkun replied, such a high-ranking official is concerned with trivial matters. I suppose I shall grace your home today. I will arrive around 5 this afternoon. Why wait for the afternoon? Let us depart together now. You can dine at my home at noon, and when my father returns in the evening, we can share a drink, suggested Kai Xiaowang. I should inform my mother first to prevent her from worrying, Zhou Bingkun replied, feeling agreeable. He was no longer the shy person he once was. He had grown a thicker skin. All right, you ride your bicycle and take me home. We shall inform your mother, then proceed to my house, Kai Xiaowang urged. Pushing his bicycle forward, Zhou Bingkun hesitated, saying, I need to go back to the classroom to retrieve my backpack. Please wait for me a moment. With that, he turned and jogged back to the classroom. Chapter 50. A day of renown. Zhou Bingkun rode his bicycle, a sturdy model, carrying Kai Xiaowang as they sped toward his home like a gust of wind. Kai Xiaowang, perched on the rear seat, animatedly recounted amusing stories from their past, eliciting hearty laughter from Zhou Bingkun. Their laughter floated on the breeze, seemingly transporting them back to those carefree, innocent days of yore. Soon, the conversation shifted to Kai Xiaowang's work arrangements following his graduation from vocational school. I will be assigned to the tractor manufacturing plant in Jichuan City. It aligns with my field of study, so my education will be put to good use, Kai Xiaowang informed Zhou Bingkun. The latter's eyes sparkled with envy as he sincerely exclaimed, in all of Jichuan City, the tractor factory is indeed a premier establishment. Congratulations, Xiaowang. Kai Xiaowang chuckled and gently patted Zhou Bingkun on the back, saying, if I can strike a good rapport with my father, perhaps he could pull some strings to get you into the tractor factory as well. Zhou Bingkun smiled at the thought, replying, that would be wonderful, though I fear I may not have such fortune. Amidst their cheerful banter, they soon arrived at Zhou Bingkun's doorstep. Kai Xiaowang took the bicycle, stating, I shall not enter. You understand my intent. Zhou Bingkun nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation as he entered his yard. He placed his backpack in the bedroom and then informed his mother. Xiaowang has a matter to discuss with me, so I want to be home for lunch or dinner. Zhou's mother, while meticulously advising him to be polite, adjusted his clothing with care. Amidst her tender reminders, Zhou Bingkun stepped out of the house once more, mounting his bicycle to escort Kai Xiaowang toward his home. As they rode, their laughter continued to flow, as if all unpleasantness had been cast aside, dissipating into the air. Before long, they arrived at Kai Xiaowang's residence. Upon entering, Kai Xiaowang instructed Zhou Bingkun, my stepmother is at home, so simply refer to her as Aunt Zhang. I also have a half-sister named Kai Lele. You may call her Lele. When my father returns this afternoon, it is best to address him as Colonel Kai. He enjoys being called that. Zhou Bingkun nodded attentively, acknowledging the information. Upon entering, Zhang Ping warmly welcomed Zhou Bingkun, offering an array of fruits and candies, treating him as if he were a child. At noon, when Kai Lele returned from school, the family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a delightful lunch together. Kai Lele was filled with curiosity towards the seemingly simple Zhou Bingkun before her, pondering how he possessed such formidable skills that allowed him to leave her brother far behind. Like a cheerful little bird, she chirped incessantly with questions. Zhou Bingkun, where did you go to school as a child? Did you ever get into fights at school? How did you become so skilled in martial arts? Did a deity teach you some sort of magic? Her lively and playful demeanor was quite amusing. After dinner, Kai Lele took a brief rest before preparing to head back to school. She tugged at Zhou Bingkun's sleeve and sweetly said, Zhou Bingkun, you must wait for my return. I have so many more questions to ask. After Lu Ping sent her daughter out, she returned with a smile and remarked to Zhou Bingkun, my daughter is quite the chatterbox. Zhou Bingkun responded with a smile, that's a good thing. An outgoing girl is less likely to suffer. In the afternoon, still early, Kai Xiaowang brought Zhou Bingkun upstairs to converse in the study. Although it was called a study, the name was somewhat misleading. In this era, the visible books were few, and most of the reading material in Kai Xiaowang's home pertained to politics. The study was simply furnished, featuring 2 rows of bookshelves, a desk, a couple of chairs, and a small bed for resting. Once Zhou Bingkun was seated, Kai Xiaowang also took a seat across from him. He sighed softly and said, perhaps you were right. My father and Aunt Zhang are quite angry with my actions, yet deep within my heart, there is a voice that echoes, believing that fulfilling a beautiful love is a noble sentiment. Indeed, in the narrative, Kai Xiaowang wholeheartedly assisted Zhou Rong, always at her beck and call, viewing her as the moonlight of his heart, silently dedicating himself for years. Even after Zhou Rong's divorce, he willingly waited and aspired to walk hand in hand into the sanctity of marriage, showcasing his deep affection and loyalty. Although the words of others had touched him, they could not eradicate the obsession that lingered in his heart. A faint smile graced Zhou Bingkun's lips as he said, Kai Ge, what do you think that poet is like? Just as Kai Xiaowang was about to respond, Zhou Bingkun raised his hand to signal him to hold his tongue and continued. Let me take a guess and see if I am correct. Under Kai Xiaowang's puzzled gaze, Zhou Bingkun began to elaborate. To the average person, a poet embodies romance. Brimming with talent and passion, unshackled by worldly constraints, persistently pursuing his ideals. Kai Xiaowang nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Bingkun's tone abruptly shifted, but in my view, that poet is frivolous, lacking in responsibility, self-centered, and of low character. He shamelessly seduces underage girls, using his so-called romanticism to deceive those innocent, flower-like girls who have yet to experience the world. Do you still consider him virtuous? This is clearly a crime. It is laughable that at that time, you did not expose him, did not report him, and even provided them with cover. Is that not absurd? These words struck Kai Xiaowang's heart like a heavy blow. Indeed. At that time, Zhou Rong was in her youthful prime, a dreamer by nature, yearning for beauty and romance. However, the poet Feng Huaqin cruelly sought to entice her. A testament to his deplorable character, Kai Xiaowang abruptly rose and declared, "Let us go and persuade your sister to unveil the true face of that Feng Huaqin." Yet, from Zhou Bingkun's eyes, Kai Xiaowang discerned a flicker of disdain, followed by Zhou Bingkun's piercing words, "How can someone as intelligent as you harbor such childish thoughts?" Zhou Rong is already an adult, and after years of influence from that poet, she has become thoroughly enamored with love. For the sake of affection, she is willing to sacrifice everything, including family and friends. Those who treat her well will ultimately suffer the most. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on what you have gained from your sacrifices over the years for her. Hearing this, Kai Xiaowang slowly sat down, his expression desolate and silent. Zhou Bingkun chuckled and said, "Kai, I've come across a poem and some lines that I wish to share with you. Please do not take offense." Kai Xiaowang looked at Zhou Bingkun in bewilderment. 10 years of unrequited love, unnoticed by the world. 1 day of romance, known by all. If you cherish a girl, ensure her tears do not fall. The moment she beckoned me to hide in the wardrobe, I realized that someone more deserving of her love had returned. When I was pulled from the wardrobe, I understood that love cannot be concealed. The instant our eyes met, I knew that love cannot be escaped. When that man questioned me about my presence in the wardrobe, I recognized that love cannot be explained. And when his fist was raised against me, I learned that loving someone inevitably leads to pain. Kai Xiaowang listened in silence, initially filled with anger, then confusion. Yet, as he absorbed the words, a faint smile began to grace his lips, and he couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of life. Look. The poet could articulate such a lamentable circumstance with such poetic elegance and romantic flair. Zhou Bingkun delivered another blow. Chapter 51. The essence of Tai Chi. Kai Xiaowang's chest heaved dramatically as he exhaled a heavy sigh, as if to release the long simmering frustrations that had accumulated within him. His shoulders trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, burying it deeply between his knees, curling up as if crushed beneath an invisible and weighty mountain. Succumbing to profound fatigue and helplessness, time passed silently, and he was unaware of how long it had been until he finally stirred. Gradually, he lifted his head, and in that moment, his eyes no longer appeared dim and clouded, but rather shone brightly, as if pierced by a beam of light, radiating vigor and brilliance. A gentle smile, one of relief, graced his lips as he remarked, "Aunt Zhang mentioned to me yesterday that she wishes to introduce me to someone. According to her, she is the belle of the municipal hospital. I must find Aunt Zhang shortly to respond and ask her to arrange for us to meet. How does that sound? Quite promising, wouldn't you agree?" At this moment, Kai Xiaowang was entirely devoid of the earlier air of despondency. His face radiated with a smile as brilliant as the warm sun of spring, as if he had just freed himself from the shackles of darkness and was basking in the light once more. Beside him, Zhou Bingkun observed this transformation in Kai Xiaowang. Instantly enlightened, it appeared that this fellow had finally extricated himself from his past obsessions and had turned a new leaf. Reflecting on the past, he remembered how deeply Kai Xiaowang had been infatuated with Zhou Rong, faithfully following her like a devoted shadow, willing to play the role of the silent, self-sacrificing admirer. However, it seemed he had finally awakened to the realization that such unreserved devotion had only brought him endless pain and disappointment, proving to be utterly unworthy. The burdens of unrequited love were better left for others to bear, for Kai Xiaowang had long since lost heart and was unwilling to continue serving in such a manner. Upon this realization, Zhou Bingkun couldn't help but nod in approval. After all, without Kai Xiaowang's unwavering support and the silent backing of the Zhou family, it was hard to imagine where Zhou Rong's capricious nature would lead her. Perhaps, when no one was left to shield her from the storms of life, she would have to navigate the tempest alone. How far could she sustain herself in such turbulent waters? In high spirits, Zhou Bingkun exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear! The flower of the courtyard. What exquisite beauty that must be! Should I, with my keen insight, offer my counsel?" Hearing this, Kai Xiaowang shot Zhou Bingkun a glare, feigning annoyance as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, go away, find somewhere cool to linger. This matter is not for you to meddle in. I can handle it myself." With that, he straightened his posture, adopting an air of pride and confidence. In that instant, joyous laughter rippled through the study, echoing and lingering. As if to completely dispel the earlier gloom and depression, Kai Tenkai returned home early that day, and upon entering, his wife, Zhang Ping, softly informed him that Kai Xiaowang had agreed to a blind date with Luo Beiyin from the municipal hospital during their conversation in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Kai Tenkai's face lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This lad has finally come to his senses. Let Zhou Rong, that crooked-necked tree, find her own shade. Don't speak carelessly. Her brother is still upstairs. Lele has gone up too. She and Zhou Bingkun get along quite well, chattering away nonstop." Zhang Ping, recalling her daughter's lively demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Their conversation caught the attention of the three upstairs, who were playing and laughing in the study. Kai Lele was the first to rush down, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." This vibrant girl of 11 or 12 resembled a spirited little sprite, bouncing over to her father with excitement, saying, "Bingkun Gij knows so many stories. I was completely captivated." Just as the father and daughter engaged in conversation, Zhou Bingkun and Kai Xiaowang also descended the stairs. Zhou Bingkun politely called out, "Colonel Kai," a title Kai Xiaowang had advised him to use beforehand. "Ha, ha." Kai Tenkai burst into hearty laughter, nodding repeatedly, "Good, good, young man, very well." With some time left before dinner, the group settled onto the sofa, embarking on a casual chat. Zhang Ping deftly prepared a cup of tea for each person, the fragrant aroma wafting through the room, enriching the cozy atmosphere with a touch of tranquility. Kai's father, with a hint of curiosity, scrutinized Zhou Bingkun from head to toe before inquiring, "I heard from Xiaowang that you effortlessly tossed him several meters away. Pray, tell me, what martial art do you practice?" In truth, Zhou Bingkun had already identified a fitting origin for his unique martial prowess. Interestingly, his father, Zhou Jigang, had once rescued a fellow villager named Li Jingwu during his journey from Shandong to Jichuan. In gratitude, this villager bestowed upon Zhou Jigang 2 books, one titled Tai Chi Push Hands and the other the classic of Tai Chi Chuan. In their youth, the 3 siblings of the Zhou family had casually perused these books. Zhou Bingyi and Zhou Rong showed little interest, treating them as mere old tomes, while Zhou Bingkun had amusingly practiced from these volumes for several years, albeit without guidance, resulting in little notable achievement. However, after his soul traversed into this new existence, Zhou Bingkun discovered that his physique had significantly strengthened. Previously, he had managed a fitness club and had practiced bagwazang with others. By chance, he unearthed Tai Chi Push Hands in the classic of Tai Chi Chuan. Through exploration, he gradually became acquainted with the techniques and energy pathways contained within. Though he had yet to cultivate any extraordinary skills, he could at least provide a plausible explanation for his abilities. Upon hearing Kai's father's inquiry, Zhou Bingkun recounted the origin of his skills, providing a reasonable account. Kai Xiaowang, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Are you saying that since you began practicing the classic of Tai Chi Chuan at the age of 12, your strength has greatly increased and your physical condition has undergone a qualitative leap? How is that possible? Could it be that you have cultivated inner strength?" Kai Xiaowang had seen the 2 books from the Zhou family and had even studied them closely. In his view, there was nothing miraculous about them. One merely explained techniques while the other discussed internal energy. Zhou Bingkun calmly addressed Kai Xiaowang's queries. "I simply feel that my strength has increased somewhat, and my agility has improved compared to before. Whether this constitutes inner strength, I cannot say." The father and son from the Kai family exchanged astonished and puzzled glances. Ultimately, Zhou Bingkun agreed to bring the 2 martial arts books for them to examine next time, bringing the matter to a temporary conclusion. Chapter 52. You are also a great poet. As the dishes were served, Zhang Ping warmly invited everyone to the table. The lively Kai Lele sat beside Zhou Bingkun, incessantly chattering. "Bingkun Gij says he can eat 8 steamed buns in one meal. I must count them. He's just bragging, claiming he can spear fish with a stick." Kai Xiaowang gently patted his sister's head, remarking, "He's not exaggerating. He really can eat 8 steamed buns along with 2 bowls of porridge and a bowl of vegetables. Otherwise, where would his strength come from? And he is not bragging about spearing fish. The last fish I brought home was caught by him in the river. Everyone laughed, and under Zhang Ping's invitation, they began to enjoy their meal. Kai's father and Kai Xiaowang had both indulged in a bit of alcohol, while Zhou Bingkun unapologetically seized a white steamed bun. Taking a bite and remarking, "Is it any wonder that the impoverished are inclined towards literature while the affluent pursue martial prowess? Those who practice martial arts expend significant energy. Thankfully, my father's salary is substantial. Otherwise, I would surely go hungry." Kai's father took a sip of his drink and observed, "From your words, it seems your attitude towards your sister is rather unfavorable." Zhou Bingkun glanced at Kai Xiaowang and replied, "In the past, I genuinely admired my brother and sister. They exhibited excellence in public. Yet, they have repeatedly inflicted wounds upon me, the one closest to them. It was only then that I came to a profound realization. One must consider how others treat you. Even family is not exempt from this reciprocity. For some individuals, while you regard them as kin, they merely see you as a tool. Thus, no matter how close, it is unwise to invest your sincerity." His voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction. Kai Xiaowang opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He too reflected on his interactions with Zhou Rong, recalling that she only showed warmth when she needed something from him. Otherwise, he was the one who sought her out. It was truly demeaning. Kai's father sighed and remarked, "Your tone hardly befits a young man. One must not view matters so absolutely. As you step into society, be cautious. They are aware of these dynamics. No need for your lectures." Zhang Ping shot her husband a glance and added, "Every family has its own struggles. We know our own affairs best. Let us not dwell on unpleasantness. Young Shou, you are graduating from middle school this year. Will you be able to attend high school?" After swallowing a mouthful of bun, Zhou Bingkun replied, "High school hardly imparts anything of real substance. It would be better to enter the workforce sooner and support myself." Kai's father, unfazed, nodded in agreement. "Have you found a place to go? Any factories in mind? Do you need my assistance?" Kai Xiaowang looked at his father in surprise. It was unusual for him to offer help so readily, suggesting that Zhou Bingkun had piqued his interest. "First, I must express my gratitude for your kindness, Kai Daxiao. I will search for opportunities, and if I find none satisfactory, I shall trouble you again." Zhou Bingkun promptly thanked him and clarified his stance. His demeanor brought great joy to the Kai family, enhancing the lively atmosphere at the dinner table. Kai Lele chimed in, "Studying is so tedious. I want to start working too." This elicited a scolding from her mother, prompting Kai Lele to protest, shaking Zhou Bingkun's arm and saying, "Brother Bingkun, you think studying is boring too, don't you? How could studying be devoid of interest?" He replied, "My former teacher once told me that those who read are individuals who look upward while bowing their heads. Even when confined to a small corner, one can gaze upon the vast world. Though ordinary, one is never mediocre. They are composed and enlightened, neither dogmatic nor obstinate. For books not only reveal the world but also facilitate self-discovery. A person devoid of learning is perpetually ensnared by time and space, only perceiving the trivialities of the present. Yet, when one immerses oneself in literature, regardless of their location, they can always glimpse the distant horizon. What is seen extends beyond mere necessities. It encompasses the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, and flowers. One can venture into countless diverse realms, engaging in profound dialogues with the sages and philosophers of ages past. As I observe the birds soaring above the river, I am reminded of the phrase, "The setting sun and solitary wild goose fly together, and the autumn waters blend with the vast sky." Upon reaching the mountain summit, one cannot help but reflect on the notion that to stand atop the peak is to behold all other mountains as mere hills. Books are akin to medicine. When read wisely, they can cure ignorance, dispel confusion, and combat mediocrity. The words transport you to places you cannot reach, and the narratives introduce you to lives you have yet to experience. Reading is a journey that expands the horizons of existence. Kai Lele, with her mouth agape, faintly grasped that these were exhortations to read, and she felt a sense of awe. Kai Xiaowang patted Zhou Bingkun on the shoulder and remarked, "Surely, you have been concealing your talents. Why is it that when my brother, sister, and Dongmei discuss literature, you seldom express your views?" Kai's father exchanged a glance with his wife, acknowledging the remarkable talent. Zhou Bingkun was not incapable of reading. He merely preferred to remain understated, yet talent will inevitably surface. With a shy smile, Zhou Bingkun replied, You all tend to discuss the romantic and grand aspirations found in literary works, which feels distant to me. Those truths have long been imparted to us by our ancestors through their writings. Ah, so you are mocking us for our idle banter, Kai Xiaowang teased. What are you reading these days? Selections of great figures, esteemed Western classics, far more interesting than so-called foreign masterpieces, Zhou Bingkun responded with a smile. Zhang Ping also smiled, saying, Your thoughts are quite mature. You shall not suffer in the future. Kai's father shook his head, recalling, Xiaowang was once quite enamored with foreign classics and fine poetry, burning the midnight oil until he lost sight of the world. Kai Xiaowang did not deny it, admitting, I do admire those poets and writers for their ability to craft such beautiful phrases. Kai Gu, do not belittle yourself. You simply do not devote all your time to pondering the intricacies of language as poets do. If you were to focus, anyone could become a poet, Zhou Bingkun asserted. Wanting to dispel the romanticized notion of poets, whom he regarded as cultured scoundrels. Ah, who would have thought, Bingkun, let us see you write a few verses. It takes great talent to compose poetry, Kai Xiaowang countered. Yet Kai Lele interjected, what Bingkun just said about reading was poetic in itself. Kai Xiaowang cast a teasing glance at Zhou Bingkun. Do not chase after galloping horses. Instead, plant fragrant grass and await the spring blooms. When flowers blossom, the fragrance will abound, and a herd of fine steeds will be at your disposal. Do not exert effort merely to please others. Rather, use that time to enhance your own talents. When your abilities are exceptional, like-minded companions will surely accompany you. Zhou Bingkun also recited a poem with a smile, adding, This is for you. Kai Lele tugged at Zhou Bingkun's arm, asking, What does it mean? Please tell me. Reluctantly, Zhou Bingkun explained in plain language. Do not pursue a horse. Use the time you would spend chasing it to plant grass. When spring arrives, you will have a choice of fine steeds. Do not strive to please someone. Instead, use that time to better yourself, and when your capabilities shine, those who share your aspirations will walk alongside you. Now understanding, Kai Lele clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Bingkun Gij, you are truly talented, a great poet indeed. Chapter 53, Warmth. As Kai Xiaowang returned home with his sister. Having just seen Zhou Bingkun out, he turned to her with a frown and said, You seem to converse quite amiably with him. Yet you have little to say to me. We are siblings. We cannot let our elbows stray outward. Kai Lele pouted and remarked, You wear that cold expression all day, as if the world owes you something. It's utterly pointless to converse with you. There's nothing to discuss. With that, she ignored her aloof brother and skipped into the house. Today, Bingkun had told her that she possessed an artistic flair and even remarked on her innate charm. Nestled beside her mother, Kai Lele's eyes sparkled with joy. Kai Xiaowang sat beside his father, rubbed his face, and said, Today, Zhou Bingkun didn't say much, did he? Did you discern anything? Well, I learned a bit today. That young man is quite impressive and worthy of friendship. Xiaowang, be sure to maintain contact with him, but do refrain from pursuing his sister. Kai's father replied with a serious tone. Zhang Ping interjected, Tomorrow, Xiaowang is going on a blind date with Luo Beiyan. What does Zhou Rong matter now? With Xiaowang's excellence, so many would vie for his hand. How could she dare to consider him a backup? After returning home, Zhou Bingkun prepared to wash up when Zhou Rong appeared before him. This morning, she learned that Kai Xiaowang had matters to discuss with Zhou Bingkun. Yet he had the audacity not to greet her. This was rather irritating. Bingkun, what business did Kai Xiaowang have with you? Why didn't you come in to say hello? She had matters she needed Kai Xiaowang to attend to. Approaching him herself would be beneath her dignity, especially since she hadn't encountered him lately. As she silently grumbled, she noticed her mother, Li Suhua, nearby. Zhou Bingkun calmly responded. Xiaowang's unit assignment has been finalized at the city tractor factory. I was merely helping him celebrate. With a tight schedule and heavy tasks, there was no time for idle chatter. Besides, whether or not he comes in is beyond my control. Xiaowang is a decent fellow who does not flaunt his privileged background. Nurturing a good relationship with him could open many doors for you. Li Suhua advised her son. Understood, Mom, Zhou Bingkun replied with a smile. Zhou Rong interjected. Then please convey a message to Kai Xiaowang for me. Stop right there. Kai is extremely busy at the moment, and I cannot afford to disturb him. Zhou Bingkun firmly rejected her, unwilling to entertain her demanding demeanor. Zhou Rong, feeling snubbed by her brother's lack of respect, stomped her foot in frustration and stormed away. Li Suhua frowned and approached, lightly tapping Zhou Bingkun's arm. How could you speak to your sister that way? Zhou Bingkun merely chuckled foolishly and engaged in a light-hearted conversation with his mother before retiring for the night. In the morning, after exercising, Zhou Bingkun patiently waited by the riverbank for about 20 minutes before spearing a grass carp weighing around a pound. After tidying up by the river, he skillfully kindled a fire, placing the fish on to roast while also skewering 2 buns. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a flash of blue approaching from the hillside, making its way toward the river bend. Turning to focus, he beheld a beautiful figure, reminiscent of a graceful fawn. Light and lively. Zheng Wan still embodied the essence of a 17-year-old girl. Once burdened by the hardships of life, she now radiated beauty and confidence. Her youthful spirit as refreshing as a spring breeze, invigorating the soul. How could you not recognize me? Look at that foolish expression on your face. Zheng Wan, undeterred by Zhou Bingkun's bewildered demeanor, donned the fitted blue cotton jacket he had gifted her and gracefully took a seat amidst his astonished gaze. Zhou Bingkun smiled bashfully, as if transported back to his youth. Sister, it has been so many days since we last met. I have missed you dearly. Oh, really? Then why haven't you come to my house during this time? Your words do not match your heart, Zheng Wan gently reproached him. Naturally, she took the bun he was toasting and began to turn it slowly over the fire. Isn't it that you all have been quite busy lately? I didn't want to be a burden. Moreover, your home has become the focal point of Taiping Alley. I will surely visit once things settle down, Zhou Bingkun hastily explained. Zheng Wan nodded slightly, offering him the toasted bun while skewering another to roast over the flames, her gaze tenderly fixed on his actions. The street office helped us renovate the house. It's much improved now. The furniture and stove were also repaired, and they provided us with a good amount of daily necessities. My brother and I have now registered our household, and we have received our ration cards. Guangming underwent a re-examination at the hospital, but unfortunately, Jichuan is not eligible for surgery here. We must go to the capital for that. However, the hospital provided antibiotics and eye drops to alleviate his condition. Guangming has started school, and our mother insists on picking him up and dropping him off every day. The government has prohibited her from setting up a stall, and she can't sit still at home either. She is also responsible for the household meals. As for me, I am to report to the Songjiang soy sauce factory tomorrow and start working. I will be a factory worker and earn a salary. Zhou Bingkun silently ate the bun, quietly absorbing Zheng Wan's account of the myriad changes at home. He understood her implication. She recognized that all these transformations were gifts he had bestowed upon her family. The breeze by the river had grown gentle and moist, softly caressing the two as they conversed by the water's edge, everything feeling dreamlike and beautifully unreal. That's wonderful. Since Guangming is studying now, let him teach you to read and write in the evenings. Reading more is always beneficial, Zhou Bingkun suggested gently. Additionally, I graduated from junior high this year. My family will be sending one person to the countryside. If my sister stays, I will have to go. Don't forget about me then, he added with a hint of teasing. Zheng Wan turned to him, her gaze earnest and affectionate. If you go to the countryside, I will wait for you, I promise. Her expression was resolute and determined. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding flowed between them. Zhou Bingkun chuckled. That may not be certain. My sister yearns for the outside world, and perhaps I will remain here. A flicker of joy danced in Zheng Wan's eyes, and she averted her gaze momentarily, softly saying, Then I will come to help tidy up your home when I have time. A slight blush adorned her cheeks. Zhou Bingkun laughed heartily. My mother would be overjoyed. This beautiful girl who has seemingly fallen from the sky, she surely won't let you leave. Zheng Wan grinned mischievously. Didn't you mention that your mother is prepared to adopt me as her goddaughter? This would be precisely to her liking. Zhou Bingkun had previously mentioned to the amiable aunt that his mother was inclined to recognize Zheng Wan as her goddaughter, noting their familial connection. Now, it had become a playful jest for Zheng Wan, lifting the burdens of life, allowing anyone to become radiantly cheerful. Oh, you have been assigned to the soy sauce factory. A commendable establishment indeed. I have heard that the monthly benefits are quite substantial, so you must strive diligently to save some money. With the possibility of traveling to Beijing for eye treatment, Zhou Bingkun deftly shifted the conversation. Indeed, Zheng Wan concurred. I have asked the municipal hospital to inquire about hospitals in Beijing that perform eye surgeries. I am saving money, determined to ensure his vision is restored. Chapter 54. Love at First Sight. After escorting Zheng Wan to the street corner, Zhou Bingkun proceeded to school. Spending the mornings immersed in books at school was rather pleasant. Every morning, Hao Dongmei would seek out Zhou Bingyi, who was reluctant to return home and become a third wheel. During this time, Qiao Chunin made every effort to gravitate toward Zhou Bingkun. Finally, there was a boy willing to engage her in conversation, filling her heart with joy. As soon as Zhou Bingkun settled down, she approached him without hesitation, taking a seat beside him and initiating a lively chat. What happened yesterday? When did you become so close with Luo Kai? Xiao Chuanyin's curiosity ignited. Earlier, class leader Dong Shui had been chatting amiably with me, yet now, she hardly acknowledges me. Not a whisper of news was shared. Presently, Xiao Chuanyin resembled a spirited tigress, proving to be an engaging conversational partner. Zhou Bingkun smiled and remarked, "There is an old saying that goes, you cannot know a person without conflict. It is not a matter of deep-seated enmity. A smile can dissolve grievances. Do not be too quick to judge others. After all, we are classmates and reasonable individuals. Must one always resort to shouting and violence? Really? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Xiao Chunin expressed doubt, yet found no flaws in his sincerity. "You are undoubtedly concealing something." Zhou Bingkun shrugged his shoulders, inviting her to believe whatever she wished. "You know my situation well. Sometimes it is merely a fleeting impulse. Once clarity is gained, it is not a significant issue." Xiao Chunyin chose to trust him and shifted the topic to other matters. "My two elder sisters have seized a fortunate opportunity. They have been reassigned to the Heilongjiang Construction Corps, with a salary to boot, much like your brother. They are absolutely thrilled. I heard that not many volunteered this time. So they grasped the chance. Are you aware of that Tu Jichong from the back street? Rumor has it he has joined a gang called the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles, which seems quite formidable. The police only discovered this when they came to investigate." Infuriating his father. "What is the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles? Allow me to elaborate." This is akin to his song sung by the elderly, persuading the youth to venture to the countryside. Many reluctant individuals have even ceased returning home. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Those unwilling to go to the countryside, tired of the nagging from the aunts and grandmothers, gather together to find warmth and solace in solidarity. However, the police have reported that they have engaged in numerous illegal activities, stirring trouble everywhere, resulting in chaos on the streets. Tu Jiqiang is reportedly tangled up in this mess. I have heard that the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles committed a serious crime, prompting a significant police response, and now their whereabouts remain unknown. Xiao Chunyan rambled on excitedly, her enthusiasm growing by the moment. Her mother was also an active community member, responding to the street's call to visit households, urging the youth to head to the countryside while spreading gossip everywhere. Xiao Chunin had inherited her mother-esque genes, her eyes sparkling with fervor, her demeanor animated, and words flowing freely. During this period, public safety has indeed been deteriorating. Young people on the streets engage in daily brawls, overwhelming the local police station. While petty thefts have noticeably increased, the black market is under someone's control, boldly flaunting its presence. Failing to send these hormonally charged individuals to the countryside poses a significant challenge to the urban security. Finally, Xiao Chunin, still longing for more, returned to her position, granting Zhou Bingkun a moment of tranquility. As he glanced up, he met the icy gaze of the class monitor, Dong Xuebing, to whom he returned a smile, only to receive a haughty turn of her head in response. Luo Kai had not come to class. His responsibilities were numerous, organizing proactive students and contending with school leaders and teachers to prevent local delinquents from wreaking havoc in the school, making his tasks quite intricate. Zhou Bingkun then recalled his sister, Zhou Rong, who sought Kai Xiaoguang, likely hoping he would assist in transferring her to the side of that poet in Guizhou. Unfortunately, Kai Xiaoguang had been enlightened and would certainly refuse her request. Having awakened to reality, he no longer played the sycophant, and thus would naturally decline Zhou Rong's appeal. Presently, he was pedaling his bike to the city library for a blind date. His stepmother, Zhang Ping, had already informed him that they would meet at the library. The girl had previously encountered Kai Xiaoguang, and upon arrival, she would greet him. If all went well, they would have lunch at a state-run restaurant and perhaps catch a movie in the afternoon. There was no need for extensive details. Kai Xiaoguang was expected to possess sufficient discernment. The library was bustling with readers. As Kai Xiaoguang surveyed the entrance, he scanned the interior several times. But due to the obstructing bookshelves, he could not spot many attractive young women, prompting him to venture further inside. Luo Beiyan had already noticed Kai Xiaoguang. She sat beside a bookshelf near the entrance, enjoying a clear view of those entering, while remaining in a blind spot for library patrons. She recognized Kai Xiaoguang, a classmate from middle school, during which he had been quite the prominent figure, while she had been rather inconspicuous, somewhat chubby with a rather rustic appearance. As a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of affection, she had harbored feelings for him, yet at that time, Kai Xiaoguang's gaze was solely fixed on the school beauty, Zhou Rong, leaving her feeling like an ugly duckling. After graduating from middle school, she attended a nursing school and subsequently became a nurse at the city hospital. The saying "girls change dramatically by 18" truly applied to her. With her long, lustrous black hair, delicate willow leaf eyebrows framing her bright, expressive eyes, a petite, well-defined nose, and full, luscious lips, her heart-shaped face still bore traces of baby fat, harmoniously proportioned. Beneath her fair neck, her figure was statuesque, and the woolen sweater beneath her overcoat seemed as though it might burst open at any moment. Even while seated in the shadows, she attracted the attention of numerous male visitors in the vicinity. Just as Kai Xiaoguang intended to step further inside, a waft of fragrance caught his attention, followed by a gentle pat on his shoulder, accompanied by a melodic voice. Kai Xiaoguang, came the voice of Luo Beiyan, who had approached him from behind, lightly tapping his shoulder with her rolled-up book. Turning around, Kai Xiaoguang found himself momentarily breathless. Perhaps love was not so sacred, often ignited by mere attraction. Yet he preferred to define it as love at first sight. "I am Luo Beiyan, your date for today," she introduced herself, extending her hand graciously. "Hello. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful," Kai Xiaoguang responded, hastily shaking her hand, which was warm and soft. Numerous eyes turned towards them, captivated by their striking beauty. Upon hearing his compliments, Luo Beiyan felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. She glanced around before suggesting, "There are many people here. Let us dine first." Kai Xiaoguang promptly replied that although it was a bit early, they could still chat at the restaurant. He mused internally that this girl was quite remarkable, rivaling Zhou Rong. Indeed, he found himself constantly comparing them. Unlike Zhou Rong's lofty demeanor, Luo Beiyan exuded a warmth reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Luo Beiyan readily agreed, placing her book back in its rightful place before exiting the library with Kai Xiaoguang. Nearby stood a reasonably large state-run restaurant. They exchanged smiles before stepping inside. As it was still before 11 o'clock, the restaurant was relatively empty. Kai Xiaoguang chose a secluded table in a corner, shielded by a large pillar, rendering it less conspicuous. After inquiring about Luo Beiyan's dietary restrictions, he approached the service desk to order, requesting the meal be served around 11:30. The server readily acquiesced, accustomed to couples resting after a long day. Chapter 55. You are more beautiful than her. After placing the order and settling the bill, Kai Xiaoguang returned to find Luo Beiyan gazing at him with a beaming smile. He playfully inquired, "Haven't we met before?" "Indeed," Luo Beiyan affirmed. "We were classmates in middle school. I was in 7th grade while you were in 9th. Kai Xiaoguang furrowed his brow, responding, "That cannot be. You are far too beautiful. If I had seen you, I would certainly remember." The moment he spotted Luo Beiyan in the library, her stunning beauty had left a lasting impression. Had they met during their school days, he would have undoubtedly recalled her, much like the stirring feelings he experienced at first sight of Zhou Rong. Luo Beiyan shyly smiled and remarked, "Back then, I was a bit chubby and dressed quite plainly. I could hardly compare to Zhou Rong." "You are familiar with Zhou Rong?" Kai Xiaoguang retorted, immediately regretting his inquiry and quickly adding, "But you are far more beautiful than her now. Is that why you invited me to dinner?" Luo Beiyan continued to smile at him. Kai Xiaoguang, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "It is a fact that you are more beautiful than her, which has nothing to do with the invitation." Luo Beiyan seemed satisfied with his response and playfully commented, "Your outfit is quite nice as well. A young man must present himself well for a date." Kai Xiaoguang, coming from a well-off family, donned the latest fashionable bomber jacket paired with crisp military trousers, embodying the image of a dashing soldier. "I didn't dress like this just for you. It simply suits the occasion," he remarked, displaying his emotional intelligence and undeniable charm. Luo Beiyan smiled, clearly pleased. Rumors circulated that Kai Xiaoguang only had eyes for Zhou Rong and dismissed other girls, but it appeared those rumors were unfounded. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to discern the true nature of Kai Xiaoguang's relationship with Zhou Rong. If there were lingering ties, it would be quite disheartening. "Kai," she began, "Luo Beiyan is indeed exceptionally astute. The manner in which she addresses Kai not only fosters a sense of closeness between them, but also maintains a certain sense of distance, allowing for both advancement and retreat." Kai Xiaoguang responded affirmatively, gazing at her, anticipating her continuation, for it seemed the light-hearted banter had concluded, and they were poised to delve into a deeper understanding of one another. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Beiyan ventured, "Since you are here for a blind date, I presume you do not have a girlfriend?" This statement bore both the certainty of affirmation and the nuance of inquiry. "Naturally, I am not so unreliable," Kai Xiaowang replied without hesitation, offering an explanation. I am aware of your impending question. The tale of Kai Xiaowang and Zhou Rong's romantic entanglement had become a topic of intrigue among their classmates, widely circulated throughout the school. I have never been in love with Zhou Rong. The reason many assume we are an item is that I have been serving as her decoy. As she already has a boyfriend, Kai Xiaowang confessed candidly. Luo Beiyan furrowed her brow and inquired, Are there not classmates more exceptional than you at school? Oh. What I mean to say is, your overall qualities are unparalleled. Those who are more handsome than I lack my familial background. Those with superior circumstances do not possess my charm. I am witty, have a refined literary taste, and command respect. Surely Zhou Rong is not blind to these attributes. Are you attempting to deceive me? She remarked with a playful smile. Awakened by Zhou Bingkun's rebuke, Kai Xiaowang found himself incensed by his past foolishness. Yet, he knew he could not belittle himself now. He must elevate his image. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze slightly elevated at a 45-degree angle, as if engaging in self-reflection. During my academic years, I valued friendship over love. While others believed I was romantically involved with Zhou Rong, we were merely providing cover for our respective purposes. I was inundated with love letters from female classmates, which became quite burdensome, and I had no desire to be entangled in romantic affairs. Meanwhile, Zhou Rong had long been exchanging letters with a poet in Beijing, secretly engaged in a romance of their own, yet they dared not reveal it. Thus, we found common ground, each fulfilling our own needs. Kai Xiaowang's words were so convincing that even he nearly believed them. Yet, how could a young lady be so easily deceived? You bring her delectable treats, present fashionable garments and accessories, and assist her in overcoming numerous challenges. Therefore, the credibility of your claims is quite low, Luo Beiyan remarked with a frown. You have indeed been in a romantic relationship with her. There is no fault in that, and there is no need for concealment. Kai Xiaowang raised an eyebrow and replied. Zhou Rong has an older brother named Zhou Bingkun, an outstanding student at the city's prestigious #1 high school, whose girlfriend is the daughter of a former provincial official. I share a strong rapport with her brother, often engaging in discussions about literature and art, and we resonate quite well. Additionally, Zhou Rong has a younger brother named Zhou Bingkun. Though his grades may not be remarkable, he is undoubtedly more exceptional than his siblings. The two brothers have requested me to look after Zhou Rong, which is hardly a significant task, merely a simple favor. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Noticing a hint of impatience in Kai Xiaowang, Luo Beiyan decided not to press further. Since he had already acknowledged that he and Zhou Rong were not in a romantic relationship, there was no need to pry any deeper. She shifted the conversation and began to share amusing anecdotes from her time at nursing school and her experiences working in the hospital. Once, during a night shift at the hospital, as I traversed the corridor, I felt an eerie gust of wind emanating from a room at the end. Curiosity compelled me to peep inside, and in a fleeting moment, I seemed to glimpse a figure clad in a white patient gown dart past. Terrified, I hurried back to the nurse's station and dared not return for the rest of the night. Luo Beiyan vividly recounted tales of supernatural occurrences within the hospital. Kai Xiaowang, undeterred, recounted his own experience. While attending a chemistry lab at the Municipal Vocational Technical School, our instructor tasked us with a simple chemical reaction experiment. Unfortunately, a classmate beside me accidentally mixed 2 reagents, resulting in a loud bang as black smoke erupted from the lab table, startling everyone, including our teacher, whose face turned pale. The two engaged in lively conversation, and before they knew it, time had flown by, and noon had arrived. A waitress approached with a smile, reminding them, Comrades, your meal is ready. Kai Xiaowang promptly stood and briskly walked to the counter, carefully bringing their order to the table. Before them lay an array of enticing dishes, succulent braised pork ribs, each piece glistening and infused with a rich aroma, savory twice-cooked pork, the meat slightly curled, adorned with green peppers and garlic shoots that made one's mouth water, refreshing stir-fried bean sprouts, each sprout crisp and glistening, and a steaming bowl of tofu soup, where tender white tofu floated delicately. The staple was fragrant steamed rice, each grain plump and inviting. Kai Xiaowang cheerfully beckoned Luo Beiyan. Come, let us dine. With such presentation, the flavors here should be delightful. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of rib into Luo Beiyan's bowl, encouraging, try this rib. It smells divine. Luo Beiyan, her cheeks flushed, softly replied, Thank you. You should eat as well. She sampled the twice-cooked pork and praised, The taste is indeed delightful. You should have more. Their meal was filled with flavor and punctuated by laughter. Chapter 56. 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles. As Kai Xiaoguang and Luo Beiyan exited the restaurant, it was noon in the northern city, with the sun yet to reach its zenith. The sunlight graced her face, allowing Kai Xiaoguang's peripheral vision to capture the fine down on her fair complexion, rendering her particularly endearing. The People's Square area was the most bustling part of the city, bustling with cinemas, department stores, post offices, banks, and cultural halls. The streets buzzed with life, teeming with people. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Kai Xiaoguang inquired. None, replied Luo Beiyan, her cheeks slightly flushed, for spending such an extended time alone with a boy was a novel experience for her, though she genuinely appreciated Kai Xiaoguang. Their essay movie, Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Shall we go see it? Kai Xiaoguang proposed, organizing their subsequent activities. Luo Beiyan gently nodded, following him as they strolled toward the nearby cinema, both basking in the sweet, romantic moments of their date. The square in front of the city cinema was the most chaotic, filled with numerous vendors and a diverse crowd, while a queue formed at the ticket counter. Kai Xiaoguang gestured for her to wait by a pillar in the cinema as he went alone to purchase the tickets. The ticket booth was bustling with a myriad of individuals. Some were purchasing tickets, others engaged in idle chatter, while small groups huddled together, playing cards, creating an atmosphere of disorder. Particularly conspicuous was a cluster of young men and women gathered by the railing at the far end of the cinema. Among them was a stout young man of average height, whose fierce countenance suggested a hint of menace. He sported a military canvas satchel slung around his neck, with both hands thrust into his pockets, brazenly surveying each passerby and occasionally exchanging words with the group behind him. His gaze sharpened as he spotted Kai Xiaoguang and Luo Beiyan, who were also at the cinema to buy tickets. The burly youth instinctively straightened his shoulders and called out, "Xiangzi, Xiangzi." A young man, who had been playfully teasing a girl nearby, responded and hurried over to the burly youth. "Sing, Brother Chun, did you call for me?" "Xiangzi, look over there," said the youth, gesturing towards Kai Xiaoguang. "See that person in the flight suit? Go check him out and see if we can strip him of that attire." Brother Chin's eyes glinted with avarice at the sight of Kai Xiaoguang's stylish flight suit. Xiangzi hesitated, squinting to get a better look. After a few steps closer, he recognized Kai Xiaoguang's face and quickly retreated, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. "Brother Chin, I know that person. He is a friend of my neighbor. His family holds a position of authority. We cannot provoke them." "You're pulling my leg. Your family lives in the impoverished area, and you claim to know someone from a powerful family?" Brother Chin roughly slapped Xiangzi on the head. "Anyone who can afford a flight suit certainly comes from a well-off background." Rubbing his head, Xiangzi replied with dissatisfaction, "Brother Chun, I wouldn't deceive anyone but you. The family behind my house has a small courtyard. You remember, right? The one whose daughter you remarked was beautiful. They're not impoverished. He is a skilled construction worker earning a decent wage, and his son is quite accomplished, known as a promising youth in the neighborhood." Mingling with a few children of officials, Brother Chun's fierce gaze softened. He considered the connections of his brother, but maintained a coarse demeanor. "For your sake, I'll let him be. But the audacity to flaunt such attire in front of us 9 tigers and 13 eagles is truly brazen." Xiangzi flattered him, indeed. "Today he is simply fortunate. Otherwise, with your prowess in wrestling and boxing, you could easily send him home empty-handed." Brother Chin proudly clenched his fist. "It's not that exaggerated, but someone like you? I wouldn't even bat an eye at 3 or 5 of them." Xiangzi eagerly echoed his sentiments. Then Brother Chin shifted the topic. "What about those fellows from the black market at North Street? How do you know them?" "Yesterday, they had gone to the black market to lend money, but were pressured by the leaders there. It was Xiangzi who mediated, ensuring both sides made concessions to avoid conflict. They're from the impoverished area too. How could I not know them, Brother Chin? They are formidable characters, armed and ready to act decisively, but they value harmony." Xiangzi felt somewhat exasperated with Brother Chun. He had once perceived him as righteous and strategic, but after a few months in, it seemed he relied solely on brute force. After listening, Brother Chin let out a heavy grunt. "We, the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, fear no one. Even the officials cannot do anything to us. So why should we be afraid of a few petty ruffians?" Xiangzi inwardly lamented, realizing he must placate Brother Chun to prevent his arrogance from swelling further. He felt a twinge of regret for joining the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, yet he was reluctant to part with the camaraderie and revelry of this group. Finding himself in a dilemma, The so-called 9 tigers and 13 eagles are a gang of rogues, with the males referred to as tigers and the females as eagles. Among the 13 eagles, the youngest is merely 17, while Guangzi, being the youngest of the 9 tigers, is 19. The 9 tigers and 13 eagles are comprised of middle school students, entrenched in their rebellious youth, ungoverned by their families. They are scrutinized and admonished by the neighborhood Andes, who urge them to heed the call of returning to the countryside. They resolutely refuse to leave the city and are irritated by the incessant nagging of these women, resulting in their erratic wanderings throughout the city, often neglecting their homes. Consequently, these young individuals, sharing common experiences and emotions, form bonds and establish the 9 tigers. This, in turn, attracts like-minded girls, forming the 13 eagles. They roam the city, facing considerable survival pressures, which lead them to instinctively acquire skills for living: pickpocketing, theft, fraud, and robbery, with some employing the allure of the eagles to achieve their ends, often with success. Their audacity grows, and they even begin to target locations beyond their province, claiming to act on behalf of justice, specifically preying on cadre members, stealing watches, bicycles, high-end semiconductor radios, leather coats, shoes, and any items that could fetch a good price on the black market. Naturally, money and tickets are also targets. Young, resourceful, and ruthless, they even dare to strike in the soft sleeper compartments of trains, causing significant disturbances, prompting the Jichuan City Public Security Bureau to file a case against them. Tu Jiqiang, by chance, met the leader of the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, Brother Chun, who boasted of their exploits in the underworld, igniting a yearning in Tu to join their ranks. Tu Jiqiang resides in the Guangzi area, on the street behind Zhou Bingkun's home. His mother passed away when he was young, leaving his father to raise him alone. His father worked at a timber processing factory in a different district far from home, as an experienced saw operator. After Tu entered middle school, his father began living at the factory, often returning home only once a week. As the only child of a deceased mother and a busy father, Tu developed a reclusive and introverted personality. However, he possesses a strong sense of loyalty and longs for the adventurous life depicted in tales, maintaining good relations with his peers in the Guangzi area. Today marks a moment of relaxation for the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, as they return to Jichuan City, laden with spoils from their ventures in the outer city. Having spent the previous night reveling, they feel somewhat fatigued. Chapter 57. The dilemma of Tu Jiqiang. Kai Xiaowang inadvertently caught a glimpse of a gaze filled with malice, causing a sudden jolt of alarm within him, instantly heightening his vigilance. It is essential to recognize that during these tumultuous times, societal order is in disarray. With the city government in turmoil and schools engulfed in chaos, even the streets are rife with disorder. As for the police station, it is overwhelmed with tasks, juggling the organization of various learning initiatives while managing an array of cases, leaving little attention for the petty disturbances occurring on the streets. In a fleeting moment, various unsavory characters began to surface, stirring up trouble. However, positioned amidst the bustling crowd, Kai Xiaowang remained largely unfazed. He possessed a considerable confidence in his abilities. After all, a mere trio or quartet of individuals posed little threat to him, rendering these minor players inconsequential in his mind. Nevertheless, as the adage goes, a cautious sailor avoids shipwrecks, and exercising a modicum of prudence is never detrimental. With this thought in mind, Kai Xiaowang quickened his pace and approached the ticket booth. A lengthy queue had formed at the ticket counter, as numerous patrons eagerly awaited their chance to see a film. Some anxiously craned their necks, while others murmured complaints about the slow progress of the line. Yet, Kai Xiaowang remained undeterred, patiently standing at the end of the queue. After a while, it was finally his turn to purchase tickets. Without hesitation, he produced his money and acquired 2 tickets for the taking of Tiger Mountain. Once he secured the tickets, he wasted no time and promptly turned towards the place where Luo Beiyin awaited him. Before long, he spotted the familiar figure of Luo Beiyin, who waved at him. Kai Xiaowang raised the tickets in his hand, and they exchanged smiles before walking side by side. They checked their watches and noted that there were still over 2 hours until the film commenced. After a brief discussion, they decided to explore the nearby department store first. For couples, shopping not only serves as a delightful way to pass the time, but also provides an excellent opportunity to deepen their connection. Thus, the pair entered the lively department store, filled with laughter and chatter. Meanwhile, in the cinema's gathering area, Chenggu and Tu Jiqiang returned, shrouded in mystery as they began to inquire about various matters. Chenggu, nonchalantly leaning against an eagle statue, offered Tu Jiqiang a cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. He took a leisurely puff before reclining against the statue, his other hand brazenly roaming over the woman beside him, eliciting playful protests from her. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Chen Ge raised an eyebrow and addressed Tu Jiqiang. Hey, do you remember that girl we encountered last month, the one you helped push a cart for her mother? Tu Jiqiang, momentarily taken aback, nodded and replied, Of course, her name is Zheng Wan, and she lives over by Typing Alley. I mentioned her to you last time. Didn't I? He pondered silently, uncertain about why Chen Ge suddenly brought her up. With a mischievous grin and a hint of frivolity on his face, Chen Ge continued. Last time we were in a bit of a rush with Lazy coming to make a move, so we didn't think much of it. Now that the storm has passed, it's high time we let loose a little. I must say, that girl Zheng Wan is quite lovely. Don't you have any thoughts about her? He nudged Tu Jiqiang playfully with his elbow. Upon hearing this, Tu Jiqiang's expression shifted to one of discomfort. He was a man of principle, and given that they were all neighbors, how could he even entertain such a morally dubious notion? Consequently, he quickly shook his head and waved his hands in refusal. Chen Ge, please don't jest about such things. Zheng Wan's family bears the burden of an elderly and frail mother, alongside a blind brother who requires support. Their lives are fraught with hardship. As neighbors, we should not take advantage of her situation. Yet, I recall, Jiangzi, that you previously mentioned her family's struggles. If we were to deliver a substantial sum of money along with ample provisions, would we truly fear that she would refuse our generosity? Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, acknowledging that not everyone possesses the resolve to withstand such generous offers when faced with poverty. Noticing Tu Jiqiang's reluctance, Chen scoffed, Jiangzi, I am doing this out of our good relationship, extending you a favor. Just inquire on my behalf. After all, there is little to lose for you. Perhaps they will eagerly accept this fortuitous opportunity. He assured Tu, emphasizing that the benefits would undoubtedly extend to him as well. Hearing this, Tu Jiqiang realized he could hardly refuse further, yet he felt compelled to voice his reservations. Very well, I shall ask. However, let it be understood that if they are unwilling, we must not press them. We are neighbors, and I would feel embarrassed to face them should any discord arise. Fear not. I, Chen, am a man of reason and integrity. We do not engage in coercive dealings. Everything must be consensual, Chen declared. Though his expression bore an unsettling intensity, he continued to offer Tu a plethora of advice before providing him with the latest details regarding the meeting place. Ultimately handing him several banknotes and gesturing for him to depart hastily. With a heavy heart and troubled thoughts, Tu Jiqiang trudged towards Guangzi. His father was often busy and rarely home, while Tu's introverted nature had earned him a decent reputation among the locals. Chen's proposition weighed heavily on him. Zheng Wan was indeed beautiful, yet one should not pursue a neighbor's daughter so shamelessly. It was a vexing predicament, but having made a promise, he felt compelled to find a solution. Given Zheng Wan's circumstances, an aging mother and a blind brother, her family already faced significant adversity. To approach her home and offer money and provisions in exchange for her companionship would likely be met with hostility. It appeared he would have to seek a private moment to gently inquire of Zheng Wan, hoping she might agree, yet understanding the delicate nature of her situation. Regardless of her response, he was certain her youthful innocence would prevent her from spreading word of their conversation. Chapter 58. Unrequited love burdened by his thoughts. Tu Jiqiang hurried home, knowing the distance from the city center to Guangzi was considerable, requiring over an hour's walk. An inexplicable sense of guilt enveloped him. As he approached Guangzi, he raised his collar, tucked his hands within his sleeves, and hurried along, careful to avoid familiar faces. Yet, fate had other plans. As a voice called out to him from an alleyway, the sound, though not loud, resonated clearly in his ears, striking a familiar chord. He halted and turned to behold two figures standing at the mouth of the alley. The one who called out to him was a burly man clad in a thin cotton coat, his hair styled in a distinct side parting, exuding an air of menace that suggested he was not to be trifled with. The other individual, shorter in stature, wore a traditional long coat and was wrapped in a lengthy scarf that concealed the lower half of his face, revealing only his eyes. His head was adorned with a leather cap, and he remained shrouded in the shadows of the alley, as if wary of the light. Tu Jiqiang, with determination, approached them, and the two men instinctively retreated deeper into the alley. Maintaining a distance of several paces, the shorter man positioned himself toward the right, moving at a slow pace, revealing a limp that indicated a leg injury. However, the imposing figure beside him followed suit with an unhurried demeanor, hesitating to surpass the limping man. The trio turned into a dilapidated courtyard, which could hardly be called a courtyard at all. It was merely a room with a completely collapsed roof. Surrounded by walls on the left, right, and rear, entering through the undamaged front door gave the illusion of stepping into a courtyard. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to this roofless structure as a courtyard, a place that had become a refuge for the city's outcasts. The limping man paused in a corner of the courtyard, slightly out of breath, indicating he had exerted himself to walk swiftly, despite the impediment of his injury. Tu Ziqiang followed the taller man into this decrepit space, reaching the corner where the limping figure stood. With familiarity, Tu Ziqiang initiated the conversation. "Brother Shui, Brother Bin." His tone was warm and natural, signifying a deep-rooted acquaintance among the three, who were well aware of each other's backgrounds. The tall man took up a vigilant position at the entrance, his actions exuding practiced ease, ensuring the two could converse in relative privacy. The limping man adjusted his scarf, revealing a distinctly feminine visage with delicate features that, if adorned with longer hair, could easily be mistaken for that of a striking young woman. Tu Ziqiang retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the limping man, flicking another to the tall sentinel, and keeping one for himself. The limping man adeptly placed the cigarette between his lips, prompting Tu Ziqiang to produce a kerosene lighter, expertly igniting it for him before lighting his own. Neglecting the man at the door. "Brother Shui, you called for me?" Tu Ziqiang inquired, his voice low yet distinctly audible. He addressed the limping man with respect, indicating the latter's considerable influence. "It has only been a short while since we parted. Let us not be so formal," Brother Shui replied, his voice soft and high-pitched, almost feminine in tone. "The goods you provided yesterday may have encountered significant trouble." Tu Ziqiang dismissed the concern. "We have crossed 2 cities. Who would have known they were stolen items from officials on the train? We have done this many times before and are quite skilled at it. You must have lost your wits to dare pilfer from officials in their sleeping cars. Their investigation notices are rampant in the city. And you brazenly peddle goods on the black market. A bullet is prepared for you." Brother Shui's voice carried an icy chill that would send shivers down anyone's spine upon hearing it. This cannot be. How could this incident escalate to such proportions? Is even the Lei family from Jichuan City involved in the investigation? Tu Ziqiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Fearful that the authorities might take their investigation seriously and that their days of freedom would be numbered. Perceiving Tu's trepidation, Brother Shui softened his tone, reassuring him. "Fortunately, I have concealed that batch of goods completely. I advise you to lay low for a while and refrain from being overly brazen. Otherwise, Lazy will catch wind of it and come rushing in." A chill coursed through Tu Ziqiang at Brother Shui's words, which he knew could not be mere fabrications. Despite having associated with the 9 tigers and 13 eagles for several months, his courage was lacking, his innocent nature remained. And he naturally harbored a fear of the police after committing wrongful acts. He stammered slightly as he spoke. Brother Shui interjected. "What happens to them is of no concern to me. My worry lies with you. You should find a reason to withdraw, lest you fall into trouble unexpectedly." Concern radiated from Brother Shui's voice as his slender fingers rested gently on Tu's arm, his eyes glimmering with a seductive allure. Tu Ziqiang replied, "If we exercise caution, we should be fine. But withdrawing may not be appropriate. They would never consent to that. After all, we made a blood oath when we joined." Brother Shui moved in closer. "Your situation resembles that of children playing house. If you truly wish to withdraw, I will negotiate with them. They cannot dictate your fate." His words exuded immense confidence. Indeed, to him, those so-called 9 tigers and 13 eagles were nothing more than mere jesters. The tall man guarding the entrance cast a sidelong glance at the two, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. From his vantage point, it was evident that Brother Shui seemed to lean almost entirely against Tu Ziqiang, a posture that, if they were of different sexes, would appear intimate. Yet, as they were both men, it felt rather awkward. Nevertheless, neither felt any discomfort. Tu Ziqiang hesitated, lowering his voice. "You know, I still have some reluctance. Being with them had its perks. He dined well, enjoyed himself, and the 13 eagles were quite indulgent in their revelries, which became quite addictive. The sight of those faded flowers and distorted fruits lost their novelty." Brother Shui pondered for a moment, suggesting, "Why not find a proper girl to marry?" His words carried an underlying meaning. The 13 eagles were indeed not the most attractive, though in the dark, it hardly impeded their affairs. "I will think about it." Tu Ziqiang's thoughts were in turmoil, yet a warm feeling coursed through him. This was a distorted affection, one that would be deemed heretical in this era. Yet, at times, love knows no bounds of age, status, or even gender. Previously, Brother Shui had proposed this very plan, aimed at ensuring they could remain together. Indeed, Feelings had blossomed between Brother Shui and Tu Ziqiang. Brother Shui had been striving to preserve their bond, and had even suggested finding Tu Ziqiang a compliant spouse who could provide them with cover. However, Tu Ziqiang had shown resistance, ultimately becoming entangled with the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, relishing that connection and allowing this twisted fate to fizzle out. Now, as Brother Shui revisited the subject, Tu Ziqiang found himself wavering. Associating with Chun Gu and his crew posed considerable risks, leaving him perpetually on edge. Yet he clung to a final thread of stubbornness, insisting he needed to think it over. Brother Shui flashed a captivating smile, leaving Tu Ziqiang momentarily spellbound. "What brings you back today?" Brother Shui inquired about Tu Ziqiang's purpose for returning. Tu Ziqiang gathered his thoughts and sighed, remarking that Chun Gu was indeed a man of lascivious tendencies. The last time in Taiping Alley, he happened upon the daughter of a nun and was so captivated that he instructed Tu Ziqiang to probe the girl's sentiments, with the intention of purchasing her. Chapter 59. Water flows naturally. The sky cast a slightly gloomy hue, and the atmosphere within the courtyard of the alley exuded a hint of allure. A tall man, akin to a clay statue of a bodhisattva, fixed his gaze intently on the narrow street outside. Tu Ziqiang had already wrapped his arms around his waist, his voice barely a whisper. The full name of Water Brother was Shui Ziliu, a name imbued with profound meaning, like flowers drifting in the wind. Water flows naturally. Do not rush, simply follow my instructions, and I assure you there will be no repercussions. Do you remember what I said? Shui Ziliu nestled completely in Tu Ziqiang's embrace, embodying the delicate posture of a bird relying on its mate, his voice exuding gentleness. I remember. Tu Ziqiang thought it best not to disrupt this tender moment. Yet time was indeed of the essence. We have plenty of time ahead. Shui Ziliu, more decisive than Tu Ziqiang, took a step back, severing their physical connection. You know our rendezvous point. Should I be absent, simply inform my brothers, and they will relay the message to me. The richness in Shui Ziliu's voice was palpable at that moment. Tu Ziqiang nodded in acknowledgement, glanced skyward, and turned to depart. As he exited the courtyard, he exchanged a greeting with the tall man. Luogu, I shall take my leave now. Luogu's expression twitched slightly as he replied, travel safely. He then watched Tu Ziqiang vanish around the corner of the alley before turning back to Shui Ziliu. Water Brother, let us return to Beijikyu. Shui Ziliu acquiesced. Luogu promptly exited the small courtyard, while Shui Ziliu leisurely stepped out. Minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the alley, where Luogu awaited him, mounted on a sturdy bicycle. With agility, Shui Ziliu leaped onto the rear of the bicycle, and they set off together, accelerating smoothly into the distance. Indeed, his father had not returned home, and a layer of dust had settled over the house. Tu Ziqiang tidied up a bit, changed into a cleaner outfit, wrapped a long scarf around his face, and collected some eggs in a cloth bag before stepping out. He was well aware of the old nun's residence in Taiping Alley, which was merely a 10-minute walk from his home. Now emboldened, he felt justified in his visit. With Shui Ziliu having paved the way for him, Zheng Mu was busy preparing dinner by the stove, a smile gracing her face as she occasionally turned to glance into the inner room. While she could not see her children, she was aware they were engrossed in their studies. Indeed, the siblings were diligently learning to read and write. Zheng Guangming would return from school each day to teach his sister, Zheng Wan, the characters he had mastered. The resourceful sister had even crafted 2 small sand trays for practicing writing with chopsticks, convenient and economical. The words adorned both sand trays. Sister, today the teacher taught me these 8 characters, and I have practiced them thoroughly at school. Do you remember the stroke order? Zheng Guangming inquired earnestly, leaning in close to ensure he could discern the characters clearly. I remember. Look, I have written them all out. Zheng Wan replied, her face beaming with joy. Zhou Bingkun had once told her that as long as one could recognize around 1,500 to 2,000 commonly used Chinese characters, they would not be considered completely illiterate. This would suffice for basic reading and writing needs, such as understanding simple letters, notices, slogans, and filling out personal information forms. Zheng Wan had already commenced her employment at the Songhua soy sauce factory. She recalled the moment she joined, when a clerk from the Human Resources Department inquired whether she could read. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the clerk, accustomed to such situations, did not press further but merely expressed regret, informing her that had she been literate, she could have been assigned to the Labor Protection Department as a warehouse manager. But now she could only work in the warehouse as a cleaner. Reflecting on her entry into the soy sauce factory brought a smile to her face. Clad in a sky blue fitted cotton coat, she had followed a clerk through the labor and personnel departments, bustling back and forth within the factory. The entire facility had been abuzz. Her beauty stirred quite a commotion in the modest plant. Workers, especially the younger men, gathered in small groups, secretly observing her, eliciting waves of admiration. Even the head of the Human Resources Department, a poised woman in her 30s, remarked with a hint of jealousy that her future workplace in the warehouse would likely be a lively place. She felt a mix of fear and pride, inadvertently lamenting to Zhou Bingkun in an exasperated tone about the many idle onlookers. Zhou Bingkun responded with a tone of disbelief, questioning the point of her showing off in front of him. The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of vinegar, a delightful thought. Zheng, I'm cooking. What a coincidence. Oh, I'm Tu Jiqiang from Guangli Backstreet. Yes, I'm looking for Zheng Wan regarding a matter. Voices from outside revealed a conversation between Zheng's mother and another, which Zheng Guangming and Zheng Wan overheard. Shortly after, Zheng's mother exclaimed, "Neighbors, why are you bringing so many eggs? It's too much, please come in, she's at home." The inner door swung open, and Zheng's mother entered, carrying gifts from Tu Jiqiang, a bag of eggs. The siblings tidied up their toys and Zheng Wan rose to greet the newcomer, demonstrating her politeness. The visitor was a young man, around 20, named Tu Jiqiang, of average height, with a scarf draped around his neck, wearing a friendly smile. "Wan, this is Tu Jiqiang, the son of the carpenter from Guangli Backstreet. He says he has something to discuss with you." Zheng's mother introduced as she cheerfully placed the eggs into a basket, intending to return the cloth bag. "Hello, comrade Tu. Please have a seat," Zheng Wan said, shifting a chair and pouring water. As a guest, especially a neighbor from the same area, she was aware of his location behind Zhou Bingkun's home. She felt it was only proper to offer hospitality. The room was tidy and bright, with minimal furnishings. Although not affluent, it was far from shabby. Their eyes met, and Tu Jiqiang momentarily lost his composure. He had seen Zheng Wan before. Her features were somewhat attractive, yet he had forgotten them until now. Gazing at her closely for the first time, he felt a disconcerting flutter and became somewhat awkward in his movements. "Comrade Tu, here has some water." "Oh." Tu Jiqiang accepted the water somewhat dazedly, taking a sip before regaining his composure. Zheng's mother still needed to prepare the meal, so she placed the bag beside Tu Jiqiang and stepped out, feeling a flicker of joy at this unexpected gift. "Here's the situation." Tu Jiqiang inhaled deeply and began, "My friends are seeking assistance with cooking and miscellaneous tasks." He hesitated, suddenly realizing that introducing such a beautiful girl like Zheng Wan to the likes of Jiao Hu and Shi Sanding felt like a transgression, and thus he paused. However, he quickly resumed, "It's at the North Street corner, requiring meals and chores for about 7 or 8 individuals." Tu Jiqiang resolved to earnestly recommend this job, intending to approach the black market of Shui Ziliu for assistance, leaving any concerns stemming from Brother Chen to Shui Ziliu to handle. The pay was 50 cents daily, inclusive of 2 meals. He doubted Zheng Wan would refuse, swiftly outlining the conditions. The offer was quite appealing, especially for her family facing hardships. Chapter 60. I lack a sense of mission. Zheng Wan sat at the table alongside Zhang Guangming, both quietly listening as Tu Jiqiang explained his intentions. Initially, she noticed his discomfort, but it soon transformed into a sincere demeanor. At that moment, Zheng Wan began to believe that Tu Jiqiang's motives were genuine. Had it been in the past, she would have eagerly accepted such a fortunate opportunity, recognizing it as a chance to improve her family's circumstances, even if it entailed some risks. However, her situation had changed. She was now employed at the soy sauce factory, a respectable job with an apprentice salary of 18 yuan for the first 3 months, increasing to 27 yuan upon confirmation of her position, along with benefits such as 2 bottles of soy sauce and a packet of monosodium glutamate each month. As she hesitated on how to decline this kind neighbor's generous offer, who had come to her home with eggs, she felt he was undoubtedly a good person, and she did not wish to offend him. Tu Jiqiang sensed her indecision, mistakenly believing she was concerned for her safety, and quickly reassured her, "You need not worry about any issues. I reside in Guangzi District on Guangli Street, and the individuals requesting your assistance are also from the same area. Neighbors certainly would not harm each other." "You misunderstand," Zheng Wan replied with a faint smile. "I truly appreciate your kindness. You may not be aware, but recently the street office recognized my family's difficulties and found me a job. I have already started working, so I must regretfully decline your generous offer." Her smile was captivating. Shui Ziliu had spoken the truth. Those eagles truly were nothing but misfits. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Yet upon hearing Zheng Wan had secured employment, Tu Ziqiang felt an overwhelming sense of loss, as if he had lost something precious. In a daze, he bid her farewell, walking a considerable distance before coming to his senses, holding the cloth bag containing a salted fish, her token of gratitude. He glanced back towards Zheng Wan's home, sighed deeply, lamenting the missed opportunity with such a beautiful girl, unable to shake off his disappointment. At home, Zheng's mother set the dishes on the table, muttering about the abundance of good people, remarking on Tu Ziqiang's commendable character. I know his father, a master carpenter at the lumber factory, renowned in Guangzi district for his kindness. His son must be just as admirable. Zheng Guangming nodded in agreement, of course. Just look at Zhou Bingkun's father, also a master and a great person. I quite like Zhou Bingkun, though he rarely visits our home anymore. Zheng Wan was in high spirits, juggling multiple responsibilities. She diligently studied at school each day and returned home to teach me with equal dedication. Brother Zhou Bingkun dared not disturb her. It won't delay, Zheng Guangming murmured, expressing his discontent. He was indeed clever, having received numerous praises from teachers. Dinner time, dinner time. Today we have steamed buns made from mixed flour, fragrant and enticing. Mother Zheng beamed with joy, feeling as though life was a paradise. Indeed, these were good days. And Zheng once shared this sentiment, her thoughts drifting to the sunny, somewhat simple-minded young man who occupied much of her heart, Zhou Bingkun, whose intentions were not entirely pure. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun was being led by his brother into the cellar, an air of mystery surrounding them, evoking a sense of excitement akin to that of underground operatives. Zhou Bingyi moved aside a large pile of cabbage, with Zhou Bingkun assisting him. They unearthed a small hole in the corner of the cellar, covered by a wooden board and artfully concealed beneath the cabbage. Upon removing the board, they discovered a wooden box made of elm, approximately 40 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. At his brother's signal, the two siblings worked together to lift the box out. Zhou Bingyi, with a serious expression, opened it to reveal a collection of neatly organized books. Without needing to be told, Zhou Bingkun knew that his brother often brought books home from outside. Alongside contributions from Hao Dongmei, Zhou Rong, and Kai Xiaowang, who occasionally added 1 or 2 volumes, resulting in this overflowing box over time. Zhou Bingyi caressed the books for a long while before placing a hand on his brother's shoulder, entrusting him with the mission of safeguarding these precious tomes. Zhou Bingkun understood the reverence that the youth of this era held for literature, and despite his outward trepidation, he solemnly questioned why they were not entrusted to Zhou Rong, admitting his lack of interest in these books. Most of the volumes within the box were foreign classics that captivated the intellectual youth of the time, resonating with tales of love, hatred, and profound national sentiment. His brother, Zhou Bingyi, remarked that she would surely go to the countryside, for her ideals could not be contained here. Zhou Bingkun scoffed at this. Their words were so sweetly spoken. Cloaked in the guise of lofty ideals while serving selfish ends, let them be. Believing that his brother felt pressured, Zhou Bingyi reassured him. Do not let these books cause you distress. The most perilous times are behind us. Once your sister and I depart, it will be just you and mother at home. We belong to the working class. Even if we were reported and discovered, it would not be catastrophic. They would not do anything severe to you. But you must remain diligent. These books are invaluable. For a long time to come, they will be hard to find in this country. I hope future generations will be fortunate enough to read them. Sometimes, the most terrifying aspect is not hunger, but a barren mind. Zhou Bingyi was an idealist, a martyr, yet also a callous individual, possessing countless justifications for his actions. He continued to explain, most of these books belong to others, teachers, classmates, and like-minded comrades. Due to the impracticality of retaining them at home, they were all entrusted to me. Thus, this has become our solemn mission. I chuckle inwardly. Had the 16-year-old Zhou Bingkun been here, he would have solemnly assured that the books would remain with their owner. However, now he merely nods lightly. This leaves Zhou Bingyi somewhat dissatisfied, as such a grand and solemn occasion has been utterly undermined by Zhou Bingkun, who treats it as casually as accepting a few coins. Zhou Bingkun closes the box effortlessly, shoving it into a small earthen hole, covering it with a wooden plank. In a moment of astonishment for Zhou Bingyi, he expertly seals the wooden opening with mud, blending it seamlessly into the surrounding earth, rendering it indistinguishable from its surroundings. Don't you wish to see them again in the future? Zhou Bingyi cannot fathom the fate of these books being sealed away. In his imagination, his younger brother would cherish and return them to their rightful place, retrieving them in times of uncertainty, seeking answers to profound thoughts, rather than relegating them to obscurity. Zhou Bingkun brushes off the dirt from his hands, nonchalantly stating, "Look, This is much safer than your half-hearted method of stacking cabbages. Rest assured, as long as you remember the location, they will still be here when you return. Frustration mounts in Zhou Bingkun, who feels an urge to knock some sense into this brother of his, wondering if his head is filled with straw. It seems futile to discuss ideals and missions with someone so oblivious. Chapter 61. No indulgence. The two brothers emerged from the cellar, and Zhou Bingkun chose to ignore his thoughtless and mercantile brother, retreating to his own room. Originally, today was meant to be a small gathering with his siblings and Hao Dongmei before parting ways, but this oblivious brother truly has a knack for ruining the atmosphere. Zhou Bingkun, resigned, followed him inside. He had to respect his future sister-in-law Hao Dongmei's wishes. After all, appearances must be upheld. Hao Dongmei was sitting beside Zhou Rong, engaged in a quiet conversation about aspirations, discussing current affairs, and savoring literature, occasionally giggling. At a reading event in the library 2 days prior, someone read Bing Xian's Little Orange Lantern. "Ah, I found it profoundly enlightening," Zhou Rong remarked, sharing her reflections on the piece. The story is depicted with succinct language, enveloping a warm and hopeful narrative. It conveys warmth in times of adversity, instilling a sense of optimism and strength, encouraging a love for life regardless of the circumstances. Zhou Rong expressed her feelings about the article, to which Hao Dongmei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that pre-liberation writers often embodied a romantic patriotism. Indeed, they were sentimental and compassionate, using the most beautiful poetry to touch the depths of our souls. Zhou Rong resonated deeply with this sentiment. At this moment, Zhou Bingkun and Zhou Bingkun entered the room, one after the other. Zhou Bingkun entered with a smile, taking a seat to listen to the two women converse, while Zhou Bingkun leaned against the doorframe, beaming. Zhou Rong, undeterred, raised her voice slightly. Mr. Shen Kanwen, a lifelong dedication to writing, with an impressive oeuvre, is regarded as the father of local literature. He presents the beauty of rural humanity through his unique depiction of the Xiangxi world, with his works rich in local color, highlighting the distinctive charm and grace of rural life, providing education and inspiration. His literary style is distinctive, leaning towards romanticism while integrating realism, dreamlike elements, and symbolism. The language is characterized by an archaic elegance, with concise yet impactful sentence structures that are both simple and profound, evoking vivid imagery. It is undeniable that her observations are remarkably astute, reflecting a broad range of knowledge and deep insight. Zhou Bingkun also expressed his admiration for Zhou Rong's articulations, further adding a note about the poet Su Jima, whose verses are fresh and harmonious, adorned with novel metaphors, rich imagination, and exquisite imagery, evoking a sense of ethereal thought and artistic individuality. Hao Dongmei, not one to be overshadowed, mentioned Guomera, whose poetry collection The Goddess is a seminal work in modern Chinese poetry, pioneering a new poetic style that liberated itself from traditional constraints and vividly reflecting the spirit of the May 4th era. His poems are imbued with a critical engagement with contemporary issues and incorporate modernist techniques, possessing a potent artistic resonance, alongside his contributions to drama and academic research. Zhou Rong cast a fleeting glance at her brother Zhou Bingkun, leaning against the doorpost, and grasped Hao Dongmei's hand, expressing a yearning to engage in profound discussions on life and the art of eloquence, asserting that only individuals of such noble character could comprehend the creation of timeless works. Unlike certain individuals, who are unlearned, narrow-minded, and complacent, akin to parasitic beings, this sentiment seemed to hint at underlying frustrations, as she had been feeling rather vexed and out of sorts lately, that Kai Xiaoguang had seemingly vanished from her life, derailing her plans. She had asked her brother several times to help locate Kai Xiaoguang, but he consistently evaded the task, preoccupied with his own trivial pursuits. Showing little regard for her plight as an elder sister, Zhou Bingkun seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to Zhou Bingkun, venting his dissatisfaction with the current situation. Bingkun, it is always beneficial to read more. Books are the staircase to human progress. While you may not aspire to be literary giants like Shen Kangwen, Su Jima, or Guomorua, at least you should be able to contribute to our conversations. Otherwise, it's akin to listening to a foreign tongue, devoid of meaning. Hao Dongmei, dissatisfied, tugged at Zhou Bingkун's sleeve, coming to Zhou Bingkun's defense. Do not underestimate Bingkun. He possesses great potential, merely lacking in expression. Zhou Rong scoffed. I fear he wouldn't even know who Bingxian or Shen Kanwen are, and to ask him to articulate thoughts would be utterly nonsensical. Zhou Bingkun replied with a cold chuckle. Sister Dongmei understands me well. I have read their works and am aware of their histories. Their talents are abundant, yet their characters are lacking. As for literary figures, Lu Xun once remarked that 9 out of 10 would falter, leaving only me as the immortal phoenix. You think Bingxin, who wrote Little Orange Lamp, is a paragon of virtue? In reality, during the war, she exploited military vehicles to transport her mattresses, condoning her son's infidelity while abandoning his ailing wife. Her jealousy over Lin Weiyin, whom she admired, led her to spread rumors and even pen articles satirizing her. As for Shin Kongwen, you believe he loved only one woman at the prime of her life. Yet during his teaching years, he fell for his student Zhang Zhaoa, writing thousands of love letters despite her clear rejection, due to the lack of response. There were even threats of suicide. Ultimately, the two married, and shortly after Zhang Zhaoa gave birth to their child, he was unfaithful within a year. The Su Jima you envision is akin to a quietly departing melody, yet in truth, he resembles a treacherous figure, in pursuit of Lin Weiyin. He even compelled his pregnant wife to undergo an abortion and sought a divorce. The Guomorua you imagine, with a flower representing a world and a leaf symbolizing enlightenment, is actually a notorious libertine, having been married 3 times and involved with 4 mistresses, 2 of whom met tragic ends due to him. It is no wonder that our literature teacher remarked that the righteous often belong to the base, while the heartless tend to be scholars. Such is the lamentable character of literati from the Republican era, their moral standing hardly deserving of admiration. Thus, can I truly engage with someone who is superficial, lacking depth, and merely schemes the surface of literature? The 3 exchanged glances, and now Zhou Bingkun's words were sharp, seemingly exuding disdain for their company. Zhou Rong furrowed her brows. Her demeanor icy as she retorted, "How can you speak so? Those who can compose such beautiful poetry and prose are not as despicable as you claim. Do not cast aspersions on others merely because your own reading falls short. Such actions will only diminish your own worth." Zhou Bingkun was not inclined to tolerate her, sneering. "Have you read so much that you've become foolish? Cannot you see the historical truths? Literati, huh? They embellish their own failings with eloquence, using sentiment to mask infidelity, and principles to disguise heartlessness. Do not merely judge by appearances, reflect more deeply. Cease your daily unfounded accusations and bask in the sun to evaporate the vapidity in your mind." Zhou Bingyi, unable to contain his anger, declared, "Is this brother merely here to create discord? And now he speaks in such a manner. Do you not regard our brotherhood and sisterhood? How have you become this kind of person? I must admit, I misjudged you." Zhou Bingkun, amused, replied, "See, you're enraged now, aren't you? I speak the truth. Am I not allowed to voice my thoughts? What kind of logic is this?" Zhou Bingkun, no longer inclined to indulge them, retorted boldly, "Who am I afraid of?" Chapter 62. The Black Market at North Street entrance. When words do not resonate, silence prevails. As Zhou Bingyi and Zhou Rong glared in anger, Zhou Bingkun wisely withdrew. The farewell ceremony had become somewhat awkward. He had no intention of disrupting it, yet his elder siblings did not regard him as significant. Hao Dongmei cast a scornful glance at Zhou Bingyi and followed Zhou Bingkun out the door. If others do not respect you too, yet you still maintain your airs, it is truly deserving of reprimand. In her heart, she felt that her brother was, in fact, speaking with merit. In the courtyard, the waning sun bled crimson. Zhou Bingkun turned to see Hao Dongmei pursuing him, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. "Sister Dongmei, I'm fine. I am no longer a child." Hao Dongmei was quite amiable, regardless of the past, present, or future. As long as he acknowledged her, that sufficed. "You haven't even graduated from middle school and you're still a child. Your brother still treats you like a child," she quipped playfully. She did not wish to depart on an unpleasant note with her younger brother, especially since it was not his fault. They had retreated to the doorway. Yet they were still subjected to their veiled hostilities. Feeling indignant was only natural. His intellect has waned. He cannot even deceive a child anymore. "Sister Dongmei, you must rely on yourself more," Zhou Bingkun teased, jesting lightheartedly. "Oh, there seems to be a deeper meaning in your words. Come, share it with me." Hao Dongmei replied with a smile. "My brother is truly unreliable. One must remain vigilant. I must once again and again remind you that at the farm, when drawing water from the well, utmost caution is imperative. Many have fallen into that well during winter, so do not take it lightly. In this frigid weather, preparation is essential for fetching water." At this moment, Zhou Bingkun wore a serious expression. In the play, Hao Dongmei fell into the well while drawing water, resulting in her loss of fertility, which is indeed a regrettable matter. All he can do now is to remind her repeatedly. Seeing Zhou Bingkun more concerned than herself warmed Hao Dongmei's heart. She nodded earnestly, assuring him that she would remember. "Be careful, careful," and again, Careful, important matters deserve repetition, Zhou Bingkun declared, clenching his fist and waving it as if making an oath. His exaggerated gestures, coupled with a playful tone, elicited laughter from Hao Dongmei. All right, I truly am fine. You should return to your room. Once at the farm, do not forget to write to me. After all, I am your sister. Zhou Bingkun prepared to conclude the conversation. Very well, Hao Dongmei replied, relieved to see that Zhou Bingkun was not upset. But you must also remember to reply. Otherwise, when you return, I shall give you a good thrashing. Zhou Bingkun made a gesture and proceeded to his mother's room, where she was sadly sorting through Zhou Bingyi's clothes alone. Mother, what are you sorrowful about? Brother still has a salary in the army, with his high education. He might even get promoted. He is pursuing his future, after all. Moreover, I and sister are here to keep you company. Zhou Bingkun comforted her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. I am not sad at all. You, my child, are becoming increasingly peculiar. Are you feeling mischievous? Mother Zhou playfully chastised her son. Hit me, go ahead. If you don't hit me for 3 days, I become unbearably restless, Zhou Bingkun quipped, moving behind her to massage her shoulders. Rest assured, I will definitely stay home with you. In a couple of years, I will even find a dutiful daughter-in-law for you to scold. By then, she will bear you 10 or 8 grandchildren, and you can chastise them from dawn till dusk. Ha, ha, ha. This quip rendered Mother Zhou in fits of laughter, and she playfully pinched his waist, exclaiming, You mischievous child, just wait until I catch you. Laughter echoed through the room, and after a while, it subsided. The mother and son resumed their preparations for dinner, for Mother Zhou was no longer in a sorrowful mood. Yet, some were indeed mournful, such as Tu Ziqiang, who felt he had fallen in love, but before it could even blossom, it had already withered away, leaving him quite despondent. Sighing heavily, he lamented, Why did I not see Zheng Wan's true face sooner? Oh, I was too preoccupied with frivolities. The year before, his father had suggested helping him marry a wife to settle him down. Yet, he had been too carefree, indulging in reckless joy. Why did I not heed the advice? My father must have wanted me to marry Zheng Wan. I have truly squandered my chance by letting go of such a beautiful bride. Returning home, he lay on his bed, with Zheng Wan's face occupying his thoughts whether his eyes were open or closed, almost entranced. He lost track of time in this daze until persistent knocking at the door broke through. The sound continued relentlessly. Who is it? Tu Ziqiang hollered irritably, Coming, coming. How annoying. The knocking ceased, and as he emerged from his room to open the door, he was greeted by the sight of a tall man clad in a cotton suit. Brother Ben, what brings you here? Tu Ziqiang inquired, his demeanor softening. This Brother Ben was indeed a formidable character, having suffered great losses before. Shui Ge sent me to escort you to Beijiku to discuss matters. Brother Ben smirked slightly, as if to smile. Oh, very well, Tu Ziqiang replied, closing the door and following Brother Ben outside, swiftly riding on the back seat of his bicycle towards Beijiku. Beijiku in Jichuan was a lawless place, chaotic beyond measure. In other locales, chaos might merely be a descriptor, but here, it was an active verb. Why does the government not intervene? How could they? In 1966, a devastating fire had ravaged the area, causing numerous casualties. The government had initially planned to relocate the indigenous residents to Guangzi district for 2 years, during which they would allocate funds to uniformly reconstruct Beijiku, allowing the residents to return afterward. However, as preparations for reconstruction began, a political storm arose. The responsible officials were scrutinized, and the project was halted, leaving the matter unattended. Subsequently, the authorities became preoccupied with internal strife, pushing responsibilities aside, resulting in an utter lack of progress. The indigenous populace initially protested, but to no avail. Eventually, the urban denizens infiltrated the area, engaging in constant conflict amidst the ruins. Each day brought news of casualties, and when the police arrived, they found only hardened criminals. This dissuaded any further investigation, hastily concluding cases as mere brawls. Consequently, the ruthless grew ever more savage, while the weaker sought refuge elsewhere. The indigenous people ceased their protests, officially settling in Guangxin Street, finding a semblance of comfort in their crowded existence. Presently, Shui Zilia reigned as the ruthless king of this territory, a creator of rules amidst brutality. Though he was not physically imposing, his intellect was sharp and his heart was steely. He maneuvered among the various factions of hardened individuals. He united a group of about 10, implementing a strategy where the compliant thrived, while the defiant perished. The demise was genuine, leaving no room for regret. Shui Ziliu ultimately subdued the rogues at Beijiku, and expelled the rebellious thugs. He established a stronghold there, instituting regulations and creating revenue streams by establishing a black market, sending subordinates to procure local goods and seeking out sources to attract trade. He understood the importance of sustainability, forbidding coercive practices and identity inquiries within the black market. Gradually, the black market gained a reputation, becoming increasingly renowned far and wide. Of course, he discreetly contributed to the authorities, ensuring they turned a blind eye. Thus, he maintained connections in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Shui Ziliu remained clear-headed, his objective being wealth rather than animosity. He was fair to his subordinates, justifying any violent actions with rationale. Consequently, Beijiku experienced an aberrant prosperity during the nights when the black market flourished. Chapter 63. A final farewell. Upon entering the territory of Beijiku, the number of individuals greeting Brother Bin gradually increased. These wayward youths mostly donned military uniforms stripped of their insignia, wearing military caps. In these times, such attire was considered the height of fashion, exuding an air of authority. Yet, their appearance was somewhat incongruous, making them look like misfits. Ordinary individuals venturing into Beijiku might mistakenly believe they had stumbled upon a stronghold of national soldiers or military thugs. The bicycle came to a halt before a relatively orderly courtyard. The surroundings have been tidied up, presenting a semblance of order. The main entrance stands wide open, with a continuous flow of individuals entering and exiting. This is the headquarters of their group. Brother Shui is in the northern room. You should head over there. Brother Bin swiftly pushed his bicycle into the courtyard, and Tu Ziqiang hurriedly followed suit. Brother Bin's movements were brisk, leaning the bicycle against the wall before striding towards the other side. Tu Ziqiang, keeping an eye on his retreating figure, quickly slipped into a side room, catching a fleeting glimpse of a red garment fluttering by. The main room in the northern house was easy to locate, the door still ajar. Tu Ziqiang entered alone, finding only a few tables and benches within. In the room, Shui Ziliu was engaged in conversation with several individuals. He wisely settled in another corner to wait. The living space was quite spacious, with additional rooms on either side, lending it an air of grandeur. Noticing Tu Ziqiang's arrival, Shui Ziliu promptly concluded the discussion. That will be all for now. I must reiterate, keep a close watch on your subordinates. If there are further threats or violence directed at our patrons, do not expect my leniency. The others hastily assured him of their vigilance before exiting the room. Once the coast was clear, Tu Ziqiang sat across from Shui Ziliu, his demeanor despondent as he lamented, "Brother Shui, this plan cannot proceed any further. The street office has arranged a job for Zheng Wan, and she no longer requires assistance." Shui Ziliu responded nonchalantly, "Isn't that for the best? Just inform that Brother Chen that she has become a worker and has no interest in his trifles. Do not dwell on respectable people." He continued, "As for your severance from the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, that can easily be managed. They are nothing but a bunch of petty tricksters. And tomorrow I shall devise a means to expel them from Jichuan." His tone was imbued with confidence. Tu Ziqiang's mood remained bleak, prompting Shui Ziliu to assume he was reluctant to part with the 13 eagles, having become accustomed to their ways. With a chuckle, he reassured, "There are plenty of impoverished girls in Guangzi. I guarantee I can find you a beautiful and obedient one. Who could possibly surpass Zheng Wan's beauty?" Tu Ziqiang murmured, seemingly to himself, without looking at Shui Ziliu, yet his words resonated clearly. Shui Ziliu was taken aback, realizing that Tu Ziqiang had developed feelings for Zheng Wan, complicating matters. With her now employed, bribery would be futile, and threats might jeopardize the situation, causing him to furrow his brow slightly, believing he still had moral boundaries. Shui Ziliu refrained from exploiting the impoverished. "Ziqiang, tell me about Zheng Wan's family situation. We shall devise a long-term plan." Shui Ziliu moved closer to Tu Ziqiang, placing his hand on his leg. Tu Ziqiang recounted what he knew, mentioning that her mother had once been a nun, and that she had a younger brother she had taken in. He sighed, concluding, in Guangzi, aside from Zhou Bingkun's sister, she is the most beautiful. Another long sigh escaped him. Shui Ziliu perceived that Tu Ziqiang was genuinely affected and offered comfort. Success is within reach. Anything is possible if we collaborate. Indeed, I have seen Zhou Rong, and she is truly beautiful. However, I cannot believe that Zheng Wan surpasses her in beauty. Why would I deceive you, Brother Shui? If I could marry Zheng Wan, I would heed your every word henceforth." Tu Ziqiang affirmed his intentions. Shui Ziliu nodded thoughtfully. He realized that if he wished to share a life with Tu Ziqiang, he must find him a wife to maintain appearances. Given Tu Ziqiang's declaration, he understood that he needed to devise a strategy. However, Shui Ziliu found it hard to believe that Zheng Wan could surpass Zhou Rong in beauty. Zhou Rong was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the area, possessing both talent and grace, making others feel inadequate in her presence. Indeed, Zhou Rong bore the title of the most beautiful woman, and few dared to aspire to her level. At this moment, Zhou Rong lay restless in her bed, struggling to find sleep. Without Kai Xiaowang's assistance, she felt lost and bewildered. In the past, she could face any problem with composure, knowing someone would always have her back. For instance, when she wished to venture to Qian province to seek a poet whose soul resonated with hers, Kai Xiaowang would handle all the arrangements and logistics, requiring nothing more than a few polite words from her in return. Yet now, she felt like a headless fly, aimlessly colliding with obstacles. She had consulted the youth office, where the staff informed her that with her qualifications, she would undoubtedly be assigned to the most favorable construction brigade if she applied to go to the countryside. When she inquired about the possibility of going to Qian province, the staff were taken aback, clearly stating that none of the youth stations within the province were at full capacity, and thus, no youth would be sent to Qian province. Furthermore, there was virtually no communication between the two local offices, making arrangements impossible. Consequently, she found herself compelled to swallow her pride and seek Kai Xiaowang's help once more. Yes, to set aside her pride. Previously, she believed that asking him for minor favors bestowed him with an opportunity to showcase his abilities before her. There are too many mediocre individuals in the world who fail to grasp the greatness of love, rendering everything rather trivial. Some even resort to fabricating rumors to tarnish others' reputations out of jealousy, as her brother Zhou Bingkun had done. She once thought him merely foolish and simple-minded. Unaware of the malicious thoughts lurking within him, she decided to put such thoughts aside. Tomorrow morning, she must see off her brother and Hao Dongmei. They were departing on the same train, and it was only fitting to bid them farewell. In the afternoon, she would inquire among classmates about Kai Xiaowang's whereabouts, as he had suddenly disappeared. She might even have to seek him out at the vocational school, truly a remarkable endeavor for him. The following morning, Zhou's mother arose early, inadvertently waking Hao Dongmei, who had spent the night at Zhou's home, sharing a bed with her. As soon as Zhou's mother moved, the rest of the household began to stir. They were to see Zhou Bingyi and Hao Dongmei off on the morning train, and time was of the essence. Zhou Bingkun had skipped his morning run and quickly got out of bed. Zhou Bingyi also sat up, shaking off his sleep. "Dongmei, let me handle it." Zhou Bingkun interjected as she attempted to assist in the kitchen. "You should double-check your belongings to ensure nothing is left behind." Hao Dongmei graciously accepted his kind offer, finding the young man quite considerate. After exchanging a few words with Zhou Bingkun, she returned to the room to reorganize her luggage. Everyone was efficient, and Zhou Bingkun prepared hot water for everyone to wash up before they all shared breakfast together and headed out. Zhou Bingyi and Hao Dongmei carried a large bundle and a small backpack each. Zhou Bingkun took the lead, carrying Hao Dongmei's larger package, while Zhou Bingyi shouldered his own. Fortunately, they were taking the bus this time, making the journey less arduous. Zhou Rong and Hao Dongmei walked alongside Zhou's mother, engaging her in conversation to alleviate her sadness. Farewells were always melancholic, and this parting would stretch for years before they could reunite. Chapter 64: A small favor after the train departed. Zhou Bingkun accompanied his slightly melancholic mother as they strolled back, offering her words of comfort along the way. His mother was an emotional person. Meanwhile, Zhou Rong needed to seek out Kai Xiaowang, for he was the only one who could wholeheartedly assist her. Naturally, she first turned to her classmate and confidant. This classmate, currently studying at a technical school, shared a close bond with Zhou Rong. By reaching out through her, Zhou Rong could avoid considerable awkwardness in contacting Kai Xiaowang directly. Upon Zhou Rong's arrival, her classmate was filled with excitement and warmly urged her to sit in her dormitory for a good chat. It was thanks to Zhou Rong's support that she was able to enroll in the technical school. When she encountered a minor issue during her political examination, she sought Zhou Rong's help. Zhou Rong generously obliged, informing Kai Xiaowang and asking him for a small favor. However, upon investigation, Kai Xiaowang discovered that the political examination was no trivial matter and was somewhat reluctant, advising Zhou Rong to refrain from assisting with such requests. Zhou Rong was displeased, believing that her classmate's exceptional academic performance should not be subjected to such scrutiny. She even chastised Kai Xiaowang for his perceived hypocrisy, threatening that if he did not help, their friendship would be at stake. Left with no choice, Kai Xiaowang consulted his father and, after considerable effort, managed to secure approval for her classmate to enter the school under the stipulation that she could still be educated. Naturally, Her classmate was immensely grateful to Zhou Rong, recognizing that this assistance had the power to alter her life. The cost of this favor was merely the inability to share praises and grievances with Zhou Rong, a transaction more than worthwhile. Approaching noon, her classmate invited Zhou Rong to share lunch in the cafeteria. During the meal, she finally inquired about Zhou Rong's purpose for visiting. Zhou Rong smiled and replied, "I just sent my brother off on the train today and, having some free time, thought I would come see you." Her classmate, perceptive and astute, sensed Zhou Rong's disingenuousness. They usually planned outings to shop, visit libraries, or attend friends' book clubs and poetry gatherings. Yet today, Zhou Rong had come to the technical school, indicating that her motives were more complex. "Why didn't Kai Xiaowang come to see your brother off? Don't they frequently discuss literature at your home? Aren't they quite close? It seems you haven't seen him for a while. Do you know what he has been up to?" Zhou Rong countered with a question. After a moment of contemplation, her classmate replied, "He is nearing graduation and is rumored to be assigned to a tractor factory. He is quite the prominent figure at school, so he likely has many responsibilities. I heard the student council is having a meeting this morning. He should be presiding over it. Could you please help me summon him? I have a small matter to discuss." Zhou Rong finally revealed her intent. Her classmate understood and said, "All right, I will go find him. Please wait here." Zhou Rong nodded in agreement. The two quickly finished their meal and exited the cafeteria together. Zhou Rong then found a quiet spot on campus to wait. Meanwhile, Kai Xiaowang was engaged in a meeting, dealing with the myriad affairs of the student organization, including studying doctrines, denouncing adversaries, and coordinating activities in a classroom. He sat at the podium, delivering a speech. "All reactionaries are but paper tigers. As long as we unite, we shall undoubtedly achieve ultimate victory." The audience erupted in fervent applause. Kai Xiaowang pressed his palms downward, signaling for silence, and continued, "In a short while, I will graduate alongside some classmates and embark on new professional journeys to contribute to our nation." He then invited the new leader to share their insights on sports and strategies for struggle. Eventually, the meeting concluded, and a few individuals surrounded Kai Xiaowang, chatting and laughing as they exited the classroom, preparing for a group meal. "Kai, chairman." A girl at the end of the hallway waved and called out to him. Within the school, everyone referred to him as Chairman Kai, given his position as the president of the student council. Kai Xiaowang glanced over and recognized her as a friend of Zhou Rong. It was he who had facilitated her admission to the technical school. Though their interactions had been limited, he gestured for his classmates to proceed while he approached her, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Zhou Rong came to visit the school. "I came to let you know she's waiting for you by the small pavilion in front of the cafeteria," the girl replied with a smile. Eager to curry favor with this influential figure within the school, Kai Xiaowang frowned slightly. Zhou Rong was a proud individual. Why would she seek him out? He had resolved to distance himself, no longer willing to play the sycophant. "Well, you see, there are numerous matters at school. Let us leave it for today. She is here to see you, so I want to go," he stated. The girl had already surmised that tension existed between Zhou Rong and Kai Xiaowang, and she believed Zhou Rong's intention was indeed to reconcile. Not wanting to exacerbate any rift, she urged, "Zhou Rong is here for you. I'm merely delivering a message. Come on, what is the point of harboring grievances with a girl?" Reluctantly, Kai Xiaowang realized that further hesitation would make him appear petty. He also wished to clarify matters today to avoid future complications. Reflecting on it all, he recognized Zhou Rong as an idealist, discontent with this, and that, leading to numerous troublesome situations that he had often resolved for her. As they exited the teaching building, the girl discreetly refrained from following them. Romantic matters were not her place to intrude upon. With a beaming smile, Kai Xiaowang greeted, "Zhou Rong, hello. What brings you to school today?" Zhou Rong tucked her hair behind her ear, tilting her head to glance at Kai Xiaowang. "I sent my brother and sister Dongmei off at the train station this morning. Since I had some free time, and it has been a while since we last saw each other, I thought I would come to visit you." As they strolled leisurely along the campus path, engaging in casual conversation, Zhou Rong eventually broached the main topic. "Xiaowang, I came today to ask for a small favor." Sure enough, as Kai Xiaowang had surmised, she only spoke to him in such a gentle tone when she needed his assistance. Otherwise, she often resorted to sarcasm, embroiled in petty power struggles with others, exemplifying bureaucratic behavior. You see, with graduation approaching, I've been inundated with tasks and may not have the time to assist. Perhaps you can understand?" Kai Xiaowang replied indirectly, subtly indicating his stance. He had indeed been busy. His new girlfriend was quite clingy, providing both sweetness and annoyance, leaving him hesitant to help Zhou Rong. The last thing he needed was for his girlfriend to find out. That would spell trouble. Zhou Rong was taken aback, not expecting Kai Xiaowang to refrain from making the usual promises he always did. It was not a significant matter. With a sense of patience, Zhou Rong continued. As you are aware, Feng Huaqing has been sent to Guizhou province for reformation due to issues with his background. I, too, will likely be encouraged to go to the countryside. I intend to settle in Guizhou, where Feng Huaqing is undergoing his transformation. I believe this is a trivial matter that you could easily facilitate. She paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance at Kai Xiaowang, who appeared to be listening intently, and continued. Surely, I need not intervene. You can simply submit an application to the youth office yourself. It is a noble endeavor to support the most challenging mountainous regions. How could the youth office possibly refuse such a commendable act? Kai Xiaowang responded in a calm tone, analyzing the situation. Zhou Rong felt a flicker of annoyance. She had already explained the circumstances, and this was indeed a minor favor. Given his status, a mere word from him could resolve it, yet he was still so evasive. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and explained, I have inquired with the youth office, and they informed me that the youth offices of Jiangliao province and Guizhou province have not yet established communication, and thus, they cannot take responsibility for this matter. Kai Xiaowang found it somewhat amusing. What was a policy-level issue had become a trivial matter in Zhou Rong's words. Of course, he could indeed handle it, but it would require some effort. He would need to establish connections with the youth office in Guizhou to secure their agreement to accept her. He was confident that a phone call could potentially resolve it with a simple request. However, the process of finding the right contacts would demand his social capital. With a resigned gesture, Kai Xiaowang replied, I have no viable solutions. If the two provincial youth offices have not established contact, do you expect me to facilitate that? His words were flawless. If he did not wish to assist, he had a plethora of justifiable reasons to decline without leaving any room for reproach. Zhou Rong halted her steps, turned around, and fixed her gaze on Kai Xiaowang, her expression displeased. Xiaowang, you are my dearest friend, my confidant. You understand me. I am not seeking your help for personal enjoyment, but for the sake of my love. You should comprehend that love is a mutual endeavor. In his time of greatest difficulty, I simply wish to stand by his side. Is this small favor too much to ask? Zhou Rong had always looked down upon the abuse of privilege, yet she recognized that privilege could bend principles and render the impossible possible. Kai Xiaowang's father was a prominent official in the province. That he refused to even attempt assistance was perplexing. Kai Xiaowang smiled faintly, also coming to a stop, gazing at Zhou Rong's exquisite and beautiful face. Once, he had been utterly captivated by her, yet now he found her somewhat blinding. Before we consider whether I can assist with this matter, may I ask you one question? Do your family members know about this, particularly your parents? Kai Xiaowang inquired. What does that have to do with them? I am an adult now, entitled to pursue my ideals and my love. Oh, Kai Xiaowang, what is wrong with you today? Were you not once so understanding and supportive of me? Why have you changed? Zhou Rong was incensed, her voice rising as she began to interrogate Kai Xiaowang. With a sigh, Kai Xiaowang replied, I am simply that kind of person. There were certain matters I failed to comprehend before, but now I understand. One must not be excessively selfish. Consideration for family and friends is essential. What do you mean? Zhou Rong discerned the implication behind Kai Xiaowang's words. He was accusing her of selfishness. How dare he say such a thing? Clarify your statement. How am I selfish? With a cold laugh, Kai Xiaowang retorted. I am merely reminding myself not to be selfish. Don't take it personally. However, since you inquired, let me ask you this. If you left for Guizhou without a word, would your parents be heartbroken upon learning of it? If they discovered I assisted in your departure, would they resent me? His tone was condescending, and that is a mild concern. Do you know who Feng Huaqing is? He is labeled a counter-revolutionary, a despicable intellectual marked as one of the 5 black categories. Associating with him will bring trouble to your family. Do you understand? Kai Xiaowang's eyes glimmered with disdain. If you are unwilling to assist, then refrain from spouting baseless and absurd justifications. My family will undoubtedly support and comprehend my choices. Your claim that I would bring trouble to my family is laughable. Feng Huaqing is merely someone with a questionable background. What fault lies with him? You cannot thwart my resolve. Zhou Rong realized that Kai Xiaowang had indeed changed his heart. All her past kindness towards him had been in vain. With a resentful glare directed at him, she turned and strode towards the school gates, her pride refusing to allow her to grovel any further. She was astute enough to deduce that Zhou Bingkun must have colluded with Kai Xiaowang to conspire against her, believing that such tactics would compel her to yield. What a delusion. However, She also recognized that since her brother Zhou Bingkun had returned from the hospital, misfortune had befallen her, and now even her staunchest ally, Kai, no longer fawned over her. All of this turmoil could be attributed to Zhou Bingkun. At that moment, Zhou Bingkun had just exited Taiping Alley and happened upon the local police officer, Gong Wei's, who was patrolling the area, clad in his uniform. Gong Wei's called out to Zhou Bingkun, his expression grave. "Bingkun, why are you not at school? What brings you here?" Zhou Bingkun was quite familiar with Gong Wei's, who was only a few years older than him, around 21 or 22, and they were neighbors. However, since he had become a police officer, the young men in the neighborhood looked upon him with envy and affectionately referred to him as Little Uncle Gong. "Little Uncle Gong," Zhou Bingkun greeted, jogging towards him. "There is nothing happening at school this afternoon, so I'm just wandering around." "That is nonsense. I distinctly saw you emerge from Taiping Alley. And I have been standing here for quite some time. It appeared someone accompanied you out of the alley." Gong Wei's exposed Zhou Bingkun as deception. Since becoming a police officer, he had adopted a much more serious demeanor. "You must have misunderstood. It was likely just a fellow traveler," Zhou Bingkun defended himself. "Humph. Do you think I'm blind? I clearly saw you laughing and chatting with her. Though it was a bit distant, I can still make that judgment." Gong Wei's believed Zhou Bingkun was questioning his perceptiveness. "Bingkun, you are only 16, not yet 17. This Taiping Alley is not a safe place. Do not let the beauty of the girls here enchant you, or you may find yourself in significant trouble in the future," he advised earnestly. Zhou Bingkun's family circumstances are among the most prestigious in the Guangzi district. Should any vulnerabilities be exploited, it would be too late for regret. "Uncle Gong, as a public security officer, you ought not to categorize people into ranks," Zhou Bingkun retorted. "How can the residents of Taiping Hutong be labeled as villains in your eyes? Let us not delve into trivial matters. I am merely cautioning you to choose your friends wisely and to remain vigilant," Gong Wei's admonished sternly. "Society is rife with chaos. Many young individuals, like yourself, neglect their studies and stir up trouble. I must keep a close watch." He continued, "You are aware of Tu Jiqiang from your back street, right? His family background is quite affluent, yet he is left unchecked. Look at how he has turned out, associating with delinquents from the northern part of Taiping Hutong. Now, he has become lawless, mingling with those notorious street thugs known as the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles. The police station is currently investigating them, mark my words. This will lead to dire consequences, and imprisonment is inevitable." Gong Wei's expressed his concern with palpable anguish. Zhou Bingkun understood the gravity of the situation. Earlier that afternoon at Zhengwan's home, she had mentioned that a certain Tu Jiqiang had visited, seeking to offer her a job, which she had, of course, declined. Zhengwan regarded the incident as a jest, yet Zhou Bingkun took it to heart. In the narrative, Zhengwan is ostensibly Tu Jiqiang's wife, and the circumstances of their union may have involved some underhanded tactics, prompting him to remain cautious. "Uncle Gong, I believe I saw Tu Jiqiang wandering around our vicinity yesterday," Zhou Bingkun reported. "Is that so?" This revelation instantly captured Gong Wei's attention. Chapter 66, Fierce young police officers are always eager to prove their mettle. Though his current duties involve patrolling the streets and mediating neighborhood disputes, any opportunity to showcase his capabilities would be seized without hesitation. He led Zhou Bingkun to a corner, his tone softening as he elaborated. "The children from the Zhou family are generally well-mannered and truthful, making their words highly credible. Zhou Bingkun has numerous friends in Guangzi, thus acquiring ample information, especially with the gossipy Qiao Chunin providing him with inside news. Yesterday, Tu Jiqiang returned home in the afternoon, then strolled around Taiping Hutong before heading back, only to be picked up later by a tall man in a cotton jumpsuit riding a bicycle. That is all I know." Zhou Bingkun chose to conceal his visit to Zhengwan's home, as he wished to keep his relationship with her under wraps. Being still young, he feared unwarranted gossip. The news of Tu Jiqiang's return to Guangzi is of paramount importance. The provincial authorities have issued requests for cooperation across various regions, following a significant incident in the neighboring city's railway system where valuable items belonging to several officials were stolen from a sleeper carriage, causing considerable outrage. Consequently, a thorough investigation of all suspects is underway, including those associated with the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles. Naturally, the Guangzi police station seeks to locate Tu Jiqiang, who has been seen mingling with these street thugs. The information you provided is crucial. I will report this to the station shortly. Moreover, upon receiving any news of him, kindly inform us at the earliest opportunity, and we shall undoubtedly reward you with a certificate of commendation." Gong Wei eyes painted a grand vision for Zhou Bingkun before hastily departing. Zhou Bingkun, gazing at Gong Wei's retreating figure, fell into deep contemplation. He must sever the insidious hand that Tu Ziqiang had extended towards Zheng Wan. He was certain that even if Zheng Wan rebuffed his introduction, the matter was far from resolved, for their methods were indeed treacherous. Indeed treacherous. Brother Chun of the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles fixed a menacing glare upon Tu Ziqiang, saying, "You've been gone for quite a while. And you come back merely to tell me that someone else has found work? Is it sufficient to simply not show up?" Tu Ziqiang shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "As I mentioned before, it takes 2 to tango. If she does not consent, what can I do?" Brother Chen was somewhat taken aback by Tu Ziqiang's composure. In the past, such fierce inquiries would have left him trembling in fear, yet today he displayed an uncharacteristic calm in the face of Chen's harsh words. With the backing of Shui Gong and others from Beijiku, Tu Ziqiang was no longer intimidated by the likes of the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles. Should Brother Chen strike him, Shui Gong and his companions would have every right to seek retribution. However, Brother Chen contemplated that perhaps Tu Ziqiang had intercepted the opportunity himself. How could such a coincidence occur? Finding work in this day and age was no simple feat. What kind of job has Zheng Wan secured? Do not deceive me. I shall verify it, Brother Chen inquired. Tu Ziqiang inwardly cursed, lamenting the lack of trust from these individuals. Nonetheless, he had not intended to introduce Zheng Wan into the den of thieves that was the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles. He had initially hoped to place her at Beijiku, where she would at least have Shui Gong as protection, thus avoiding any mishaps. Now that Zheng Wan had indeed found employment and declined his introduction, he was able to express this with a clear conscience. Her position was arranged by the street office. She is working at the Songhua soy sauce factory. Am I to deceive you? Tu Ziqiang feigned a look of grievance. Brother Chen scrutinized Tu Ziqiang's expression, sensing he was not lying. Yet he was reluctant to part with the lovely girl. None of his 13 Eagles possessed such appealing features, rendering them rather uninteresting. Chen pressed for further details about Zheng Wan's family background, her work schedule, and her commuting route. Such a beautiful girl was not someone he wished to let slip away. They had grown quite bold, traversing the city to commit their misdeeds without concern for the addition of one more incident. Unable to fathom Brother Chen's motives for such inquiries, Tu Ziqiang nonetheless divulged all the information. Finally, he added, "Brother Chen, my father has secured a job for me. I no longer wish to drift aimlessly. I am the sole heir in my family, and should I be apprehended, it would grieve my father immensely." Brother Chen abruptly rose, his jowls trembling as he barked. "Do you wish to withdraw from the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles? We have sworn oaths, shedding blood, and vowing allegiance. Do not be foolish." Tu Ziqiang, suppressing his fear, retorted, "Brother Chen, that is unreasonable. You previously stated that I could leave freely. Our oaths bind us not to betray our brothers and sisters. And I have not betrayed anyone." With a swift kick, Brother Chen sent a nearby stool flying, striding over to Tu Ziqiang and seizing his collar, pinning him against the wall, rendering him immobile. The other individuals in the room were startled by the commotion and, upon witnessing the conflict between Brother Chen and Tu Ziqiang, gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Some even attempted to mediate, urging the two to speak amicably, asserting that they were all brothers. Amidst the crowd, Brother Chen suppressed his inner fury and addressed everyone, declaring, "This Tu Ziqiang seeks to betray us. Can we let him off the hook?" With all his might, Tu Ziqiang struggled to pry Brother Chen's hands from his collar, pressing him against the wall, and shouted, "Brother Chen, don't speak recklessly. When have I ever betrayed everyone? My father found me a job. I merely wished to settle down." His words evoked envy among many members of the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles. They too desired a departure from such aimlessness, but lacked opportunities. Nevertheless, no one spoke up, acknowledging that Tu Ziqiang's desire to leave their organization could indeed be construed as betrayal. Brother Chen sneered, "Do you think severing a chicken's head and drinking its blood is a jest? If I don't break your legs, do you think the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles are a bunch of pushovers?" The others were intimidated by Brother Chen's ferocity, and Tu Ziqiang, trembling with fear, felt his legs weaken. Despite his attempts to explain, it was futile. Brother Chen ordered someone to fetch a blade, asserting that if he did not make an example of Tu Ziqiang, their team would become unmanageable. Fueled by a surge of defiance, Tu Ziqiang pushed Brother Chen away and shouted, "Do you think I fear you? I have allies. Brother Shui at the North Street corner is my comrade. If you dare lay a finger on me, you won't fare well either." Brother Chen stumbled back, infuriated, and lunged again to seize Tu Ziqiang, yelling, "What are you all standing there for? Restrain him. Watch me break his legs." In that moment, Tu Ziqiang dashed toward the door, calling out, "Brother Shui, help." He had come prepared, knowing he had backup. Shui Zilio had brought several men to wait outside the courtyard. Had the 9 tigers and 13 eagles not troubled Tu Ziqiang, they would not have revealed themselves. After all, conflict between factions often leads to casualties. However, with Brother Qin's ruthless intent to cripple Tu Ziqiang, he had no choice but to seek assistance. Chapter 67. The clash. Tu Ziqiang's voice, filled with terror and desperation, seemed to penetrate every corner of the desolate and quiet place, echoing far and wide. Just then, Shui Zilio sprang to his feet, waving his arm, and from behind him surged forth a dozen fierce men, each gripping a wooden club, charging menacingly into the courtyard. They bore no knives. Against a minor group like the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, wooden clubs sufficed to intimidate. After all, they had come merely to support Tu Ziqiang's stance. The already dilapidated door appeared weak and feeble, capable only of repelling the likes of upstanding citizens. How could it withstand this pack of ferocious and savage thugs? Meanwhile, the 9 tigers and 13 eagles found themselves momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that the seemingly isolated Tu Ziqiang had such a trick up his sleeve. Since the moment Tu Ziqiang cried out for help, these once fearsome tigers and eagles have remained paralyzed with trepidation, reluctant to take even a single step forward. Even Chen Gu, who boasts of being the leader, has become nothing more than a blustering coward in this moment. After all, they are all still young. Although they previously clamored to sever Tu Ziqiang's legs, their bravado was merely a fade intended to intimidate him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the courtyard door was brutally kicked open. In an instant, a horde of thugs wielding wooden clubs surged into the room, transforming the once spacious area into a claustrophobic space. Brimming with tension, Tu Ziqiang pressed himself tightly into the corner, gripping a stool with all his might. Yet his slightly trembling legs betrayed the profound fear lurking within him. On North Street, strength speaks volumes. The locals are seasoned warriors, exuding an indomitable spirit forged through countless battles. In stark contrast, the 9 tigers and 13 eagles appeared notably timid, lacking the courage to confront their adversaries. Despite the palpable tension, a genuine altercation failed to materialize. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd, drawing the collective gaze of those present. The individual, shrouded in a scarf that obscured much of their face, revealed only a pair of penetrating eyes. It was Shui Zilio. He scanned the room, and upon noticing the visibly shaken Tu Ziqiang, his gaze momentarily faltered before shifting towards the 9 tigers and 13 eagles. Chen Gu, upon seeing Shui Zilio's arrival, instantly donned a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, "Brother, you have come." It was merely a jest, intended to frighten him a little, nothing more. It became evident that they were not strangers to Shui Zilio and his associates. They had previously engaged in various dealings together. Thus, they were acutely aware of their formidable reputation and dared not provoke them, recognizing that they were a ruthless bunch. Consequently, when confronted by Shui Zilio's inquiry, they exhibited an unusual sense of decorum. Shui Zilio, disregarding Chen Gu, turned his attention to Tu Ziqiang and inquired, "Jiangzi, how do you intend to handle this? Remember, it was you who initially called for help, thus you possess the unequivocal authority in this matter." Upon hearing Shui Zilio's question, Tu Ziqiang steadied himself, releasing his iron grip on the stool before swiftly approaching Shui Zilio. At that moment, the weight on his heart finally lifted, clearing his throat. He coughed softly and said, "Brother Shui, I believe it would be best to let this matter go. After all, we once made a pact with them. There is no need to escalate tensions unnecessarily." Precisely. Chen Gu immediately echoed Tu Ziqiang's sentiment, hastily producing a large stack of cash from his pocket. With a beaming smile, he presented it to Tu Ziqiang, saying, "Consider this as a token to alleviate your shock, Brother Tu. Today we have encountered one another without conflict. Let us part amicably. We were indeed momentarily foolish. I implore your forgiveness." Although Chen Gu felt a twinge of anxiety within, he mustered a modicum of courage and took 2 steps forward. Without hesitation, he swiftly pressed the banknotes into Tu Ziqiang's palm. Then, he hurriedly retreated to his original position, his gaze fixed intently on Shui Zilio across from him, his body trembling slightly, clearly still very much on edge. At that moment, Shui Zilio strode over with a group of people, exuding an intimidating presence. Initially, they had no intention of escalating the matter. They merely sought to impart a minor lesson. Upon noticing that Tu Ziqiang seemed unwilling to pursue the issue further, and that this group was tacitly backing down, Shui Zilio felt his objective had been achieved. He then spoke, There can be a first time for such matters, but absolutely no second. Chang has shared a bond with you for some time. There is a degree of camaraderie involved. Henceforth, it would be wise for you to refrain from provoking him again, or you shall bear the consequences. Hearing this, Chinga nodded vigorously in agreement. It won't happen again, I assure you. Given the current unfavorable circumstances for his side, his response was particularly resolute. Satisfied with this, Shui Zili nodded approvingly and, with a grand gesture, turned to lead Tu Ziqiang and his entourage away, their movements brisk and devoid of any lingering hesitation. Once Shui Ziliu and his group had completely vanished from sight, the gang known as the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles awoke from their stupor, exchanging bewildered glances, each wearing an expression of lingering shock. After a prolonged silence, one of the more timid henchmen cautiously approached Qin Ge and inquired, "Boss, do you think they might come back for revenge?" Qin Ge took a deep breath, striving to appear calm and collected, and gently clapped his hands, saying, "Rest assured. They are not without their own blemishes. They likely lack the audacity to escalate this further. Besides, Chang is quite loyal. He wouldn't want to put us in a difficult position. Now, enough of this idle speculation. Quickly send 2 men to close the door. Let us resume our activities and unwind." Qin Ge, feeling a wave of frustration, stood up and muttered to himself about the futility of overthinking. It was time to enjoy themselves. He beckoned to one of the eagles, who obediently approached. The others cast aside their worries and began to revel in the moment, heedless of the future. The relationship between the tigers and the eagles was rather chaotic. They regarded matters of romance with indifference, viewing them as a bridge to maintain intimacy and a means to enhance camaraderie, indulging in the highest forms of entertainment. Conventional morals and ethics were cast aside. The youth were reckless, their guiding principle being to seize the moment, a fixed tradition that rarely caused discord among them. Naturally, they harbored no fears regarding consequences. Contraceptives were not easily accessible to the average person, yet they had no shortage of such items, as pharmacies were akin to their private gardens. Some of the tigers and eagles hailed from esteemed families, their lineage having once belonged to high-ranking officials, albeit now fallen from grace. However, they remained well-versed in the ways of the world. Tu Ziqiang was irresistibly drawn to their openness, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Had it not been for the deceptive charms of Shui Ziliang, he might have mustered the resolve to depart from this paradise. Chapter 68. I will pick you up from work in the early morning at the Zheng family home on Taiping Hutong. The 3 of them gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Zheng's mother looked on at her 2 children with a beaming smile, her heart filled with joy as she gently urged, slow down, slow down. There is plenty of time. Zhang Wan was the first to finish her meal. Rising from the table, she announced, I just started my job at the factory and cannot afford to be late. You 2 take your time. Guangming School is nearby, so there's no rush. I'll head out first. Zheng Guangming nodded obediently, his heart brimming with happiness at the prospect of attending school, having a full meal, and returning home daily to teach his sister how to read and write. He was blissful and carefree. Zheng Wan wrapped her scarf around her mouth and nose, donning the gray-blue uniform of the soy sauce factory as she stepped outside. Though it was still not yet 7 o'clock, the journey to the factory was not short, requiring nearly an hour of walking, hence her need to set off early. The street was already bustling with pedestrians, most of whom hurried along, whether heading to work, school, grocery shopping, or running errands. Familiar faces exchanged brief greetings as they passed. Zheng Wan had seldom ventured into the limelight and was not particularly well acquainted with her neighbors. During her commutes to work, she often kept her ears and nose covered, head bowed, avoiding interaction with those who were irrelevant to her. Each day on her way to the factory, she would pass by the home of Zhou Bingkun, the very first house on Guangli Street, a fact she was well aware of. With each passing, her steps would unconsciously slow, and her gaze would slightly veer towards the quaint little yard. Her brother resided there, and today was no different. Her pace naturally decelerated, her eyes drawn to the small courtyard, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, the yard door creaked open, startling Zheng Wan as Zhou Bingkun emerged, their eyes meeting momentarily. Amidst the throng of passers-by, Zhou Bingkun gestured discreetly, signaling her to continue on her way. In silent understanding, Zheng Wan nodded after their exchange of glances and proceeded forward. Zhou Bingkun lingered for a moment at his doorstep, exchanging pleasantries with a few acquaintances before slowly following in Zheng Wan's wake. In a slightly secluded corner, Zheng Wan waited for a few minutes until she spotted Zhou Bingkun approaching. Kunzi, Zheng Wan beamed at him, lowering her scarf to reveal her lovely face. She had taken to calling him Kunzi, which felt particularly endearing. Yesterday, I encountered Uncle Gong, the young police officer who often patrols the Guangzi area. He informed me that two Ziqiang associates with dangerous individuals, which is why I've been ensuring your safe passage to and from work during this time, Zhou Bingkun stated succinctly. Zheng Wan frowned slightly. That can't be true. I find Tu Ziqiang quite honest. Better to be cautious than to regret it later when it's too late, Zhou Bingkun advised. After I drop you off at work, it won't be late for me to head to school, especially since you are nearing graduation. Zheng Wan's heart swelled with joy. She was elated that he could find time to escort her to and from work. Just walk as you normally would. I'll follow behind you, Zhou Bingkun added. Oh. Zheng Wan felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped they could converse while walking. With a hint of melancholy, she glanced at Zhou Bingkun, yet she nodded understandingly. Thus, Zheng Wan walked ahead, while Zhou Bingkun leisurely blended into the crowd, appearing as an indifferent passerby from a distance. Only after Zheng Wan entered the soy sauce factory did he turn towards the school, having ceased his running exercises and abandoned fishing. He realized that no matter how much he trained, his physical condition no longer improved. It was to be expected. The benefits of his reincarnation could not be boundless. His dietary habits had returned to normal, indicating that his body's energy requirements were sufficiently met. As graduation approached, the camaraderie among classmates grew increasingly harmonious. Past disputes were momentarily set aside, and laughter filled the air. Bingkun, why are you so late today? I've been waiting for quite a while. Xiao Chunyan chimed in as she approached. There were few who enjoyed listening to her chatter, but Zhou Bingkun was among them. There's much to do. My father and brother are both out of town, leaving me as the sole laborer at home. Isn't it normal to leave a bit later? He retorted, responding as if they were old friends who could speak freely to one another. How is your aunt doing? Should I go keep her company? I'm sure she would be delighted, Xiao Chunyan suggested enthusiastically, much like her mother, who was now an active member of the community. Tirelessly visiting the streets to alleviate the troubles of the residents, finding joy in her endeavors. By the way, my mother plans to invite yours to join the active members as well, saying that when it comes time to allocate tasks, they might be prioritized, she continued without pause. That's true, Zhou Bingkun agreed. Better than being cooped up at home all day. You're absolutely right, Xiao Chunin exclaimed, playfully patting Zhou Bingkun on the shoulder. I'll have my mother visit your home. However, she might bring up the community work, which can be a bit tedious. Bingkun, come here, called Luo Kai from the entrance. The vanguard has an event. Luo Kai was quite enthusiastic, and during this period, he had developed a good rapport with Zhou Bingkun. You've proven yourself. There are good people around you, Luo Kai remarked, aware of Zhou Bingkun's strength and connections, thus drawing closer to him. Just days prior, he had insisted on bringing him into the school's vanguard. This student organization held more influence in the school than the administration and teachers themselves, embodying the spirit of the Red Guards, unyielding and confrontational. Today, members from another school's vanguard had come for an exchange, prompting Luo Kai to summon Zhou Bingkun from the classroom. Together we shall fight, and together we shall progress, he declared. Zhou Bingkun stood and left for the door, while Xiao Chunin frowned, annoyed that he had left just as their conversation was heating up. She wondered why the school's vanguard always seemed to be so busy. Under Zhou Bingkun's persuasion, the vanguard had shifted their confrontations with the school leaders and teachers from physical to ideological battles, arguing that physical confrontations resulted in injuries that hindered teaching. Ideological struggles were far more beneficial, allowing for intellectual transformation and mutual progress, achieving multiple objectives at once. Organized members of the vanguard from another middle school arrived for a joint event. The two factions shouted slogans on the playground, such as "Unite all forces that can be united," and "Down with the reactionaries." They sang revolutionary songs together, performed synchronized dances, and fervently waved red books while reciting quotations. Everything felt so surreal, leaving Zhou Bingkun somewhat embarrassed, yet, as long as he himself did not feel awkward, it was others who bore the embarrassment. At last, the avant-garde leader Luo Kai stood on the platform, passionately delivering a fervent speech, his voice hoarse with enthusiasm. The people do not simply dine at a banquet. We are at the forefront of the national strength. Zhou Bingkun reflected that in this era, despite the distortions and excesses of behavior, the minds and thoughts of the people still cared deeply for the fate of the nation and the future of the race. Chapter 69. To my beloved Rong, dearest Chung. As I read your letter, it feels as if I am face to face with you. I have received your correspondence and learned of your arduous situation in the mountains of Guizhou. My heart is gripped with anguish, a pain that resonates deeply within me. I can almost envision your suffering in that harsh environment while I am unable to be by your side immediately. This sense of helplessness torments me greatly. However, watching, you must firmly believe that I have never entertained even the slightest thought of giving up. I am tirelessly seeking a way to reach you. Even if the journey is fraught with challenges, as if separated by mountains and rivers, I am aware that our love is not understood by the masses. They deem me foolish and impulsive. Yet, how could they fathom the profound affection that binds us? To me, you are my one and only true love in this life. For the chance to be with you, for the sake of our love, I am willing to sacrifice everything, even my very life, if necessary. Do not fear, nor should you overly worry. I will soon be by your side. My family background is commendable. My father is a skilled technician sent to aid the third line and is also a model worker, while I am a young person of exemplary character. I firmly believe that my arrival will shield you from the storms of discrimination and hardship. Together, we shall confront these trying times, allowing our trials to serve as the crucible for our love. I am confident that our love will endure these tests and radiate with even greater brilliance. Watching, please take good care of yourself and patiently await my arrival. I will hasten to your side, and together we shall navigate these difficult days. Yours lovingly. Rome, April 1968. Zhou Rong reviewed the letter once more, then placed 2 10-yuan notes and 10 national food coupons into the envelope, which she then tucked into her satchel to mail in the afternoon. Now that Kai Xiaoguang was unwilling to assist, she had to devise her own way to Guizhou. She had meticulously planned her day. First, to the post office to send the letter, and then to her father's former workplace. She had been there before with her father, and there were always colleagues and leaders who recognized her. Confident in her striking appearance, she believed she had left a lasting impression on her father's associates. She wished to go to Guizhou, but the local youth office was unwilling to process the necessary documents for her journey. Thus, she sought assistance from her father's workplace. She had already prepared her reasoning, claiming that the unit she was to work with was classified and that she would be gone for 10 to 8 years. She hoped to seize the moment while she still had time to see her father once more. And she sought the leaders of the unit to assist her in obtaining a letter of introduction that would allow her to travel to Guizhou. In these times, without such a letter, one could scarcely make any progress. Even purchasing a train ticket would be nearly impossible. Moreover, at her father's workplace, she fabricated the notion of preparing to go to the countryside, citing the high level of confidentiality and strict political scrutiny of the receiving unit. She requested the organization to issue a certificate of her father's various awards and honors, duly stamped with the official seal. In doing so, she first resolved her travel concerns. Subsequently arriving in Guizhou province. There, she sought out the youth office where the poet Feng Huaqing was located. Asserting that her father's contributions to construction in arduous circumstances compelled her to follow suit and voluntarily apply to become a young educated worker in the region. She believed that the Guizhou youth office would undoubtedly be moved by her noble ideals, thereby facilitating her endeavors. This plan was nothing short of flawless, and she could not help but commend her own cleverness. Without the butcher Zhang, would they resort to eating pigs with hair? She was taken aback to discover that Kai Xiaoguang was also rather pedestrian, thinking that by not assisting her, he could separate her from Feng Huaqing, thus allowing him to take advantage of the situation. How absurd and laughable. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she bid farewell to her mother. And amidst her mother's incessant reminders, she stepped out of the courtyard, her spirits remarkably buoyant. A beautiful love was beckoning her, and she was striving for the vow she had made with Feng Huaqing. This dedication was so profound that even she found it moving. Zhou Bingkun too was struck by the fervor of the people in these times of scarcity, their enthusiasm seemingly boundless, willing to devote everything for their ideals. He began contemplating his own future path. Clearly, he could not compete with his sister, whose romantic inclinations and pronounced self-serving nature drove her to resolutely pursue her love. Therefore, respecting her fate and relinquishing the idea of helping her was the wisest choice. The sole concern remained his mother. This required a multifaceted approach to alleviate her sorrow. Encouraging her to join Xiao Chun's mother as an active member of the street office, engaging her daily with endless responsibilities, was one such strategy. Additionally, he needed to find the right moment to introduce Zhang Wan into his mother's life, effectively diverting her thoughts of longing and worry for her daughter. In these times, all economic activities relied on the collective and the government, necessitating that he first secure a reliable and manageable job. He pondered the various industrial enterprises in Jichuan City, weighing his options repeatedly until he finally set his sights on Zhongliao Publishing House. Working at the publishing house promised a respectable and easygoing environment, with exposure to a higher social echelon. Yet the entry barriers were equally formidable. Nevertheless, with proper preparation, success was assured. He was filled with confidence. Progress must be made step by step, and ideals gradually realized. Before long, noon arrived, and the joint activities of the two schools had long concluded. He exited the school gate, preparing to return home. Xiao Chunyin came rushing after him, breathless, chiding him for being such a simpleton, remarking on how she had simply spoken with others for a while and then lost sight of him. It was so dull to walk alone. Indeed, her stomach was growling with hunger, and Zhou Bingkun chuckled, realizing she was merely making conversation rather than truly reprimanding him. As expected, once the topic of food arose, Xiao Chunyin began to complain about her mother. My mother, bless her, is perpetually busy from dawn till dusk. Sometimes she returns home later than I do and still has to prepare dinner, which is quite exasperating. However, one should not speak so lightly. Your mother is a model citizen of the community, tirelessly striving to secure a good job for you. You ought to express your gratitude towards her. Zhou Bingkun gently reassured the naive girl from the northeast. He then shifted the conversation to his own mother. Chunyin, you should talk to your mother and encourage her to join mine in their endeavors as exemplary citizens. It would provide companionship for both. There is nothing wrong with that. I'll certainly mention it to her. My mother would be delighted. She often remarks that our families, one at the street's end and the other at the beginnings, share a peculiar fate and should socialize more. Don't you agree? Xiao Chunyin expressed her full support, embodying a spirited determination. Indeed, as they chatted, the journey seemed remarkably brief. Upon reaching Xiao Chunyin's doorstep, she marveled at how swiftly they had arrived, wishing the road had been longer. Zhou Bingkun, however, found such frequent conversations somewhat tiresome and could hardly endure them. As he entered his own yard, his mother was busy preparing lunch, and he felt compelled to lend a hand. Amidst her incessant chatter, he noted that his sister had left early that morning and had yet to return, leaving him perplexed about her relentless busyness. Chapter 70. A heroic rescue with the ringing of the closing bell. Sister Zhang from the labor protection warehouse immediately began tidying her accounts and counting supplies, while also calling out to Zhengwan, who was still engaged in cleaning the storage room. Having spent some time together, this new girl proved to be quite delightful. She was attractive, her voice melodious, and she was diligent and willing to assist, making her exceedingly likable. Juan, the bell has rung. You've already cleaned twice today. No need to exert yourself so much. She kindly reminded Zhengwan. The warehouse only needed to be presentable. No one truly inspected it. Well, this corner is rather neglected if not meticulously cleaned, came Zhengwan's cheerful voice from within. The work in the warehouse was quite leisurely, and without tasks to occupy her time. Sister Zhang's incessant chatter could become rather grating. Not long after, she joined the outer storage area, skillfully helping Sister Zhang to organize the disarrayed labor protection items. Performing small tasks within her capacity fostered a harmonious relationship among colleagues. 1. How about I introduce you to someone? Sister Zhang couldn't help but chatter on upon seeing the youthful and vibrant Zhengwan. Zhengwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. This matter seemed never-ending. Sister Zhang was wonderful in every way except for her incessant prattling and her enthusiasm for matchmaking. Zhengwan had clearly expressed her disinterest. Yet Sister Zhang persistently brought it up. Sister Zhang, really, there is no need. As I've mentioned, my family situation is special. I have a younger brother with vision problems, and until he receives treatment, I'm not considering personal matters. Zhengwan swiftly assisted Sister Zhang in completing their tasks. Sister Zhang wore a look of disappointment. There were indeed many fine young men in the factory, and she hoped Zhengwan wouldn't miss her chance. With her small bag slung over her shoulder, filled with feminine trinkets she preferred to keep hidden from prying male eyes, she headed towards the factory gates, becoming a striking figure that caught the attention of many single young male workers in the factory. As she stepped out of the factory gate, her gaze sharpened, immediately catching sight of the familiar figure leaning against the corner of the building across the street. This sight ignited a spark in her eyes and uplifted the corners of her mouth, as if the sky had suddenly transformed into a clear expanse. Elated, she recalled their agreement. He was merely there to protect her from the shadows. Zhengwan felt that he was overly concerned. In this vast world, how could there be so many nefarious individuals? Yet, having a reason for his vigilance was ultimately a positive thing. Their unspoken understanding carried its own charm. Zhengwan did not believe anyone would wish her harm. In broad daylight, on a bustling street, how many wrongdoers could there possibly be? However, this matter was not for her to decide. Tu Ziqiang received word that Brother Chun from the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles had no intention of letting such a beautiful girl slip away. After indulging in coarse grains for far too long, what was the harm in savoring some fine delicacies? When the time came, with the heavens high and the emperor distant, who would dare disturb them? Thus, he assembled 5 companions, totaling 6, to surveil Zhengwan's return route. Each of their operations was meticulously planned, considering the timing, routes, escape paths, and contingency plans for failure. These individuals were not lacking in intellect. They had perused numerous books on criminal investigations, and in their own words, they were perpetrators of high IQ crimes. Yet, this was not their territory, but rather the domain of the local forces led by Shui Ziliu. They fancied themselves undetectable, yet their every move was observed by others. Tu Ziqiang looked at Shui Ziliu and asked, "Should I go warn them? Make them retreat? Are you foolish?" Shui Ziliu replied, "If you do that, how will that girl, Zhengwan, know you saved her? What purpose does that serve?" He guided Tu Ziqiang, who, scratching his head in anxiety, finally smiled and remarked, "What a splendid opportunity for a hero to save a damsel in distress. Why not seize it?" Tu Ziqiang's eyes lit up. Indeed, the hero saving the beauty could lead to winning her heart. But then he furrowed his brow. "Then, Shui Gu, you must send more people to assist me." Shui Ziliu smiled warmly. "Whatever plan maximizes your impact, I've already devised it. I've dispatched Luo Sherbin with 2 others to keep an eye on those 9 tigers. You should set out soon. The workday is nearing its end. When you see the 9 tigers abducting someone, charge in to save them. Taking a few hits is inconsequential. Sustaining some injuries will only lend authenticity to your heroism. Luo Sherbin will be watching closely and will act accordingly." Shui Ziliu was occupied daily with numerous trivial matters at the North Street entrance, but dealing with those small fry was well within Luo Sherbin's capabilities. Meanwhile, Public Security Officer Gong Wei's encountered Zhou Bingkun on his way home. He called out from across the street, "Kunzi." However, amidst the bustling noise, Zhou Bingkun did not respond. Continuing to saunter leisurely along the sidewalk, Gong Wei shook his head, thinking Zhou resembled a street idol, and quickened his pace towards him, choosing not to call out again to avoid wasting breath. Sensing something, Zhou Bingkun suddenly turned around. The rhythm of the approaching footsteps was unmistakably directed towards him. As his instincts were remarkably sharp, Gong Wei was taken aback by Zhou Bingkun's sudden gaze, which was piercingly sharp, as if it were a blade. His expression stiffened momentarily, yet he suspected it might be a mere figment of his imagination. Upon closer inspection, he observed Zhou Bingkun's face adorned with a warm, endearing smile, his eyes brimming with vitality and spirit, devoid of any sharpness. "Uncle Gong, what a coincidence," Zhou Bingkun greeted with a smile, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the distant figure of Zhengwan. "What coincidence? I finish work at this hour every day. Why are you wandering around here today?" Gong Wei's inquired as he walked alongside Zhou Bingkun, questioning his presence. "No, Uncle Gong, is this really your concern? I haven't done anything wrong," Zhou Bingkun protested. "Can we afford to ignore it? It would be too late once you've committed a wrongdoing." Since his promotion to the police force, Gong Wei's could not resist adopting a didactic demeanor, instilling both respect and a hint of fear. Zhou Bingkun replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I am rather timid and incapable of wrongdoing. Besides, with you overseeing this area, nothing bad should happen, right? The society is a bit chaotic nowadays. The public order in the entire city is not particularly good. You all must be cautious, especially at night," Gong Wei's cautioned. "In our Guangzi neighborhood alone, there have been numerous incidents this year." Gong Wei's harbored a genuine fondness for Zhou Bingkun, the young man, and began to cite examples to educate him. "Just this year, there have been over a dozen incidents of fights resulting in injuries. Robberies and thefts are even more frequent. Last month, at the entrance of that old alley, there was a daylight rape case where a young woman was dragged from the alley into the rear woods and assaulted. It's utterly heinous, and the case remains unsolved to this day." Zhou Bingkun was familiar with that old alley, which had originally been a 3-way intersection. A newly constructed road had diverted traffic away from the alley, leading to fewer passers-by. A row of trees dividing the street obscured visibility, thus providing an opportunity for wrongdoers. Chapter 71. A strike. The location where Brother Chun and his companions lay in ambush was precisely the old alley entrance, a site ideally suited for abduction. A row of towering trees partitioned the road into 2 narrow, dimly lit paths. Furthermore, an abandoned side path presented an ideal escape route. The alley offered numerous hiding spots, And with the juxtaposition of light and shadow, pedestrians entering from the well-lit street would require time to adjust to the dim conditions, an opportune moment for their nefarious actions. Brother Chen spotted Zhang Wan entering the shadowy confines of the narrow alley, clad in her clean soy sauce factory uniform, although her scarf concealed her mouth and nose. Her lively, sparkling eyes left an indelible impression on him. She's coming, walking with such grace. Zhang Wan was utterly unprepared. Having traversed this path for quite some time, she felt entirely at ease. Moreover, it was broad daylight. Who could imagine such lawlessness? Thus, when a group of men suddenly emerged from the shadows, she was momentarily taken aback. Two pairs of hands skillfully seized her arms, and only then did she realize. Crying out for help, her voice barely escaping her lips before a large hand covered her mouth through the scarf. Recognizing the peril she was in, she struggled fiercely. Yet it proved futile. The grip of several men ensnared her like a vice, rendering her immobile. Simultaneously, her legs were hoisted, and she was swiftly carried away in a frantic rush. At least 5 individuals acted in unison, displaying remarkable proficiency in the blink of an eye. The old alleyway returned to its usual appearance. Tu Jiqiang felt a surge of adrenaline as he witnessed the entire process unfold. This sequence of events was familiar to him, having practiced it among the 9 tigers and 13 eagles. During a robbery, they would surge forward, swiftly relocating their target to a secluded area with precision and efficiency. Brother Chen was responsible for lookout and coordination, while the 5 tigers executed the physical actions. One member covered Zhang Wan's mouth to stifle her cries for help. 2 restrained her arms, while 2 others secured her legs. Even a hefty pig would be bewilderingly carried away under such circumstances. Thus, everything proceeded with remarkable speed and efficiency, capturing, silencing, lifting, and relocating all in one seamless motion. Tu Jiqiang burst forth from his hiding place, calling out to Luo Shibin and his companions, who were concealed nearby, and then resolutely pursued the 9 tigers who were carrying the victim. Fear was far from his mind. He was on a noble quest to rescue a damsel in distress, a splendid opportunity to win her affection, a pursuit for his own happiness. The 9 tigers had already turned into a deserted path, having run a considerable distance. Brother Chen, hearing commotion behind him, turned to see Tu Jiqiang springing forth from behind a pile of bricks, shouting, "Put her down! Put her down!" Truly, it was absurd. This fellow aimed to thwart their plans, clearly having set his sights on their operation. Tu Jiqiang's expressions were exaggerated, and he rushed towards them with fervor, outpacing those who were carrying the victim. If he could just delay them for a moment, Luo Shibin and his comrades would arrive to assist him, thus ensuring his heroic endeavor would be a success. "Move quickly," Brother Chen hissed to the 5 tigers, while he charged at Tu Jiqiang, bellowing, "You coward! Dare to ruin my plans." In a rapid sprint, Brother Chen launched the first strike, a well-practiced kick aimed directly at Tu Jiqiang's chest. The force of the blow silenced Tu Jiqiang's shouts, causing him to crumple to the ground in agony, his mind consumed by pain as he writhed and cried out. Zhou Bingkun vaguely heard a delicate cry nearby, a jolt of realization striking his heart. Something was amiss. Ignoring the incessant chatter of Gong Wei eyes beside him, he exclaimed, "There is trouble ahead," and dashed toward the old alleyway. Luo Shibin and his 2 subordinates emerged from the shadows, following the sound of Tu Jiqiang's voice toward the deserted path, while they also noticed Zhou Bingkun sprinting towards them. "Ah, a foolish young man eager to be a hero," Luo Shibin remarked, signaling one of his subordinates to hasten their pursuit of Tu Jiqiang. There were plenty of hot-blooded youths. A mere beating would suffice, Luo Shibin mused, confident in his men who were accustomed to handling tough characters from North Street. As Zhou Bingkun entered the alley, he saw 3 men advancing toward the deserted path, one of whom stepped forward to obstruct him while the other 2 hurried into the alley. The absence of Zhang Wan confirmed that the delicate cry had indeed originated from her. Upon encountering the assailant, the individual intended to seize Zhou Bingkun. However, he was unexpectedly met with a swift punch to the face, followed by a painful kick to his thigh, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Gong Wei was initially startled by Zhou Bingkun's sudden sprint, yet he discerned the urgency in his call and, disregarding everything else, began to run as well. Though his speed could not match the lightning-like agility of Zhou Bingkun, he was not slow either. His years of service in the police force endowed him with commendable physical prowess. After a few strides, a chilling scream echoed from the alleyway, tightening his chest with anxiety, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the alley, he spotted a man writhing on the ground, clutching his leg in agony, while Zhou Bingkun's figure swiftly darted past a fork in the path, veering into a desolate road. Gong Wei paid no heed to the fallen man, assessing that the injury sustained was severe but not fatal, and continued his pursuit down the desolate path, where shouts reverberated from ahead. As Zhou Bingkun plunged into the desolate road, the scene before him became clear. Some 200 meters ahead, 5 or 6 individuals were escorting Zheng Wan at a brisk pace, while a short distance away, 2 men were assisting a collapsed figure on the ground. He sprinted forward, startling Luo Shibin, who was taken aback that his men had failed to intercept this young man. It appeared this daring youth was overly confident in his own abilities, while he himself was the kingpin among street thugs. Luo Shibin narrowed his eyes, preparing to teach the young man a lesson. The youth maintained his speed, charging forward with determination. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Shibin lunged forward, executing a knee strike while delivering a punch. Drawing upon years of combat experience, he aimed for a powerful combination, a punch to the face followed by a knee to the abdomen, both executed with remarkable speed and ferocity. Zhou Bingkun regarded him with disdain. While running, he slightly curled his foot inward, swiftly altering his direction to effortlessly evade Luo Shibin's punch and knee strike. In one fluid motion, his left elbow shot out, striking Luo Shibin with a resounding blow to the side of his ear. The force behind this elbow strike was tremendous, intensified by their opposing momentum. The elbow, being the hardest part of the arm, struck Luo Shibin's ear with formidable power. He felt a dizzying spin, his vision blurred, and he collapsed backward, unconscious. Another subordinate, who was assisting Tu Ziqiang, was taken aback, releasing Tu and bewilderedly attempting to grab Zhou Bingkun, only to be met with a devastating kick. All obstacles hindering Zhou Bingkun's advance were swiftly dispatched. The unfortunate recipient of the kick let out a cry, clutching his face as he fell backward, inadvertently landing atop Tu Ziqiang, both men howling in distress. Brother Chen, hearing the commotion, turned in astonishment. Utterly shocked by the unexpected turn of events, such a meticulously planned operation had attracted so many people. Chapter 72. Overwhelmed Gong Wei dashed past the 3 men sprawled in the middle of the path, accelerating toward the unfolding scene ahead. The urgency of the situation intensified, and he grew increasingly concerned for Zhou Bingkun's safety. The foremost group of ruffians had taken a girl hostage. These wretched individuals were utterly lawless. Simultaneously, he observed Zhou Bingkun approaching the group with the speed of a high-speed train. The impetuous youth, emboldened by naivety, displayed remarkable prowess that caught everyone's attention. Brother Chen swiftly made a decision. Without neutralizing the 2 assailants charging forward, escape would be impossible. He instructed one of them to restrain Zheng Wan while he and the others turned to confront Zhou Bingkun. Today had turned exceedingly unfortunate. What was merely a common mugging had escalated. First, that scoundrel Tu Ziqiang attempted to seize a share, followed by this reckless youth, and then another fool appeared. It seemed inevitable that they would have to subdue them all to resolve the matter. The 5 formed a menacing encirclement around the young man. Could he truly ascend to the heavens? Zhou Bingkun, an adept fighter, swiftly identified one target, darting in with a flicker of motion, delivering a powerful hook to the face, while simultaneously thrusting his knee into the opponent's abdomen. His speed was akin to lightning. Before the man could even raise his clumsy fist, he received a crushing blow. How vicious this youth was! The assailant clutched his face with one hand and his stomach with the other, his eyes reddening and bulging, veins protruding on his forehead as he collapsed to the ground. Howling in agony, the sound grotesquely distorted. Brother Chen, quick to react, noticed that the young man had taken down one of his comrades in a single encounter. He dared not underestimate the threat and seized the opportunity to deliver a kick to Zhou Bingkun's side. Having undergone rigorous training, he was experienced in combat, timing his strike perfectly. Unfortunately, he was up against Zhou Bingkun. The latter, with enhanced physique and acute senses, coupled with martial training, evaded the attack by sidestepping, slipping out from the remaining assailant's encirclement and crashing into Brother Chen's side, knocking him into another thug. The collision left that thug dazed, stumbling backward several meters. Brother Chen, realizing his kick had missed its target, intended to pivot for another strike, but Zhou Bingkun was already at his flank. With a combination of punches, he struck, bang, bang, one to the face, another to the back of the head, followed by a powerful kick. Brother Chen was momentarily dazed, his mind spinning from the blows as if being struck by a pneumatic hammer, the sound of cracking bones echoing in his ears. The kick landed squarely on his right rib, stealing his breath away, and he crumpled to the ground like a deflated sack, motionless. The other 2 thugs stood frozen, fists raised high yet devoid of purpose, instinctively retreating as they gazed at the figure charging towards them after incapacitating Brother Qin. Gong Wei, having followed closely behind, seized the moment as one thug stumbled near him, executing a shoulder throw that showcased his formidable combat skills. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun dispatched another thug, delivering a swift kick that left the man writhing on the ground in despair. With unyielding determination, he pressed forward towards the assailant, holding Zheng Wan. His gaze as cold as ice. Zheng Wan, just released by her captors, still had her mouth covered, her right hand bound behind her back, trembling with fear. The thug who had held her hostage, now at a loss, was confronted by the fierce figure of Zhou Bingkun, who had taken down 5 men and now charged at him with an overwhelming ferocity. In an instant, he anxiously attempted to threaten his adversary. Yet everything transpired with the swiftness of lightning. As he opened his mouth, a fist narrowly grazed past Zheng Wan's ear, followed by a powerful strike to his face, causing his head to jerk back violently and his body to involuntarily tumble backward. Zhou Bingkun's right fist connected with the thug's face, seamlessly transitioning to grasp Zheng Wan's shoulder, pulling her protectively behind him, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Whispering soothing words into the still trembling Zheng Wan's ear, he reassured her, "Do not fear. Do not fear. I am here." Finally, overwhelmed by terror, Zheng Wan clung to Zhou Bingkun's arm and wept. Though the span from her abduction to her rescue was scarcely 10 minutes, it had subjected her to an immense transformation from sheer dread to profound relief. Gong Wei's eyes stared in astonishment at the groaning figures sprawled on the ground, casting a bewildered glance at Zhou Bingkun. Had he just witnessed a miracle? When had these street thugs become so feeble, so fragile? Zhou Bingkun continued to murmur comforting words to Zheng Wan, cautioning her, "Do not appear too familiar with me. Uncle Gong is over there, and he is in charge." Zheng Wan, feeling somewhat weak in the knees, leaned on Zhou Bingkun's arm as she made her way to where Gong Wei's had subdued the thug. "Uncle Gong, that man is trying to escape, and I have this one under control." Zhou Bingkun stood firmly on the back of the subdued thug. Gong Wei's turned his head to see Tu Ziqiang helping 2 others to their feet, preparing to depart. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Keep an eye on this one." Before sprinting towards Tu Ziqiang, at the dimly lit entrance of the old alley, a figure lying on the ground, writhing in pain, stood out conspicuously. Passers-by began to gather, inquiring with concern about what had transpired, spontaneously maintaining order. At that moment, a few sharp-eyed individuals suddenly noticed several bodies lying not far away on the deserted path. It appeared that a significant incident had unfolded here. Although they felt a twinge of fear, they summoned their courage to investigate. "I am Gong Wei's from the police station. Everyone, please help me keep an eye on these criminals." Just as the crowd began to murmur, Gong Wei's voice rang out. It turned out he had successfully apprehended Tu Ziqiang and completely subdued him. Meanwhile, Luo Sherbin and another individual, having long lost their combat effectiveness, could only lie helplessly on the ground, unable to move. It must be said that the people of this era are indeed warm-hearted and brave. Upon hearing Gong Wei's identify himself and signal for assistance, the crowd responded in unison, expressing their willingness to fully cooperate with the police. They immediately shouted and rushed over to offer their help. Witnessing such an enthusiastic scene, the heavy weight that had burdened Gong Wei's heart finally lifted. He let out a slight sigh of relief and began to methodically direct the eager bystanders. "Everyone, please ensure these criminals are firmly held. We must not allow them to escape. Moreover, I must inform you that these scoundrels attempted to abduct a young woman at this alleyway. They are indeed heinous criminals. So please exercise utmost caution." Once everything was arranged, Gong Wei's swiftly scanned the crowd and singled out a sharp-looking young man. He called out loudly, "Hey, young fellow, could you do me a favor? Hurry over to the Guangzi police station and request some assistance." Without hesitation, the young man sprinted off in the direction of the police station. Chapter 73. A certificate of merit. The police response was remarkably swift. Within 20 minutes, 6 or 7 officers, led by the station's veteran chief, arrived on the scene. The young informant conveyed the situation with great urgency, panting and gesturing animatedly, which stirred the officers into action. At the old alley entrance, a woman had been kidnapped, the assailants were numerous, and the struggle had been fierce. Inciting a throng of onlookers, the chief, not daring to take the matter lightly, quickly assembled his team, leaving only 2 clerks behind at the station and sending one to recall the off-duty officers, as they would need to work overtime today. The old alley was now bustling with excitement. As word spread, and people flocked to witness the commotion. The criminals had been apprehended on the spot, bringing relief to the crowd. Thankfully, the onlookers exhibited a sense of decency, with some even helping to guard the culprits. Gong Wei's moved about, directing and maintaining order, occasionally glancing towards Zhou Bingkun and Zhou Nan, who stood beside him with their faces partially obscured by a scarf. The chief, accompanied by his officers, pushed through the gathering crowd, and Gong Wei's hurried to explain the situation, gesturing towards Zhou Bingkun and Zhou Nan. The number of criminals was considerable, and the throng of spectators was even greater. This was not a place for conversation. The likes of Jiu Hu, Luo Shibin, and Tu Ziqiang had regained their senses. Initially, Tu Ziqiang and Luo Shibin had boisterously claimed to be acting heroically, but their disheveled appearance had already earned them a few well-deserved blows from the crowd, leaving them fortunate not to have endured more. All 6 members of Jiu Hu hung their heads low, having met a significant downfall today. The surrounding crowd, eager and watchful, hurled insults their way, and it was only a matter of time before the simmering anger of the people could ignite a violent reaction. The chief acted decisively, ordering the apprehension of the criminals before the situation escalated further. With so many civilians present, it would be disastrous if the crowd, in their righteous fury, turned on these miscreants. Thus, he commanded his officers to escort the offenders back to the station. Feeling pain? Just walk it off, he said. Can't walk? Support each other. They were criminals now, and there was no room for complaints about police batons. At that moment, their rights were non-existent. Jiu Hu and Tu Ziqiang, nursing their injuries, were reluctant to rise, but a few well-placed jabs from the enthusiastic crowd revived their spirits. Trembling, they leaned on each other and hurried along. They had no choice as the number of onlookers eager to see them punished was overwhelming, and the police could hardly keep up. The procession was a grand spectacle. As they reached the main street, the crowd had swelled even larger, spontaneously applauding and cheering, expressing their deep-seated disdain for these lawless street thugs. Gong Wei's walked alongside Zhou Bingkun and Zhou Nan, inquiring about Zhou Nan's ordeal along the way. Zhou Nan's mind was still somewhat muddled. She recounted how, shortly after entering the old alleyway, she was seized by a few individuals who covered her mouth and carried her away, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. Ultimately, she was rescued by the police. The facts were clear and straightforward, leaving Gong Wei's at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun, standing nearby, spoke as if addressing Zhou Nan, yet his words seemed equally directed at Gong Wei's. You are indeed fortunate, just as fate would have it. Uncle Gong was returning home from work. He continued, recounting a recent incident of assault that had occurred at this very alley, lamenting the fact that the perpetrator had evaded capture. When your cries for help reached him, Uncle Gong immediately sensed something was amiss. Zhou Bingkun lowered his voice, though both Gong Wei's and Zhou Nan could hear him clearly. I am but a good Samaritan. Of course, following Uncle Gong's lead and dutifully stepping in to do the right thing. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Gong? Zhou Bingkun inquired, glancing at the frowning Gong Wei's. Zhou Nan, feeling embarrassed, thanked Gong Wei's, refraining from calling him Uncle Gong and opting for comrade instead. Gong Wei's waved his hand dismissively, stating, it was merely a fortuitous encounter. I have been keeping an eye on this alley lately due to the severity of the previous case. He felt a twinge of insecurity, sensing that Zhou Bingkun's remarks were clearly embellishing his role. This was no small case, one that would merit recognition, yet he had merely followed Zhou Bingkun, feeling somewhat ashamed. Uncle Gong, I too lent a hand while following you, so surely I deserve my share of the accolades. After graduation, it could aid me in securing employment. Zhou Bingkun's voice rang out, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd, even drawing smiles from nearby officers. A bystander chimed in, young comrade. What contribution did you make to warrant a certificate? Your awareness could use some improvement. This sparked a chorus of laughter, as the people's spirits were lifted in this moment of collective relief. The Guangzi Police Station was a grassroots precinct under the jurisdiction of the Gongli District Police Bureau, comprising merely 18 officers, including the station chief and administrative staff. In light of such a significant incident, all off-duty and on-leave personnel were summoned back. The veteran chief dispatched officers to oversee the numerous suspects and conduct interrogations. Gong Wei's was to report the situation to him personally, and Zhou Bingkun was also called into the chief's office. As the victim, Zhou Nan was required to provide a statement, a necessary procedural step. Inside the chief's office, the seasoned chief, in good spirits, invited Gong Wei's and Zhou Bingkun to sit and personally poured them a glass of water before turning to Zhou Bingkun to inquire about the situation. During the incident, Gong Wei's had mentioned that this young man, Zhou Bingkun, was from the same neighborhood, and since he had been involved from start to finish, it was only fitting to question him first before delving into the details with Gong Wei's. Zhou Bingkun showed no signs of timidity, his somewhat foolish expression adding to the intrigue. I was at a friend's house today, and on my way back, I happened to be caught by Uncle Gong, who gave me quite the lecture. He mentioned that the recent public safety situation has been rather poor and urged me not to stray onto the wrong path. The cries for help echoed, which was precisely the direction Uncle Gong had just warned about, where incidents frequently occur. Uncle Gong is formidable, and I am clever as well. With my wits about me, while Uncle Gong confronted them directly, I launched a surprise attack. They were unprepared, and soon a multitude of righteous citizens arrived. Under Uncle Gong's command, none managed to escape, and I couldn't help but think that I deserved a grand accolade. At last, Zhou Bingkun emerged from the director's office and settled into a chair in the hall. The director had asked him to wait outside, so he complied. Inside the office, the elder director addressed Gong Wei's, saying, "Young Gong, you have made a significant contribution this time." He first set the tone before meticulously inquiring about the details. Gong Wei's, being astute and perceptive, understood Zhou Bingkun's intentions. Zhou hinted several times that should he fail to seize this opportunity, he would be foolish. Without hesitation, Gong Wei's claimed much of Zhou Bingkun's credit for himself, knowing that Zhou would have little use for it, though a commendation for bravery was undoubtedly forthcoming. The director, visibly pleased, patted Gong Wei's on the shoulder and said, "Well done. Always remain vigilant. This time you truly made a name for yourself." Chapter 74. The beauty of your thoughts. The office door swung open as a police officer hurried in, clutching a stack of papers. He set them before the elder director and announced, "Director, there are new developments." The 9 tigers could not withstand interrogation. With a mere hint of intimidation, they divulged everything. Not only did they confess to the recent kidnapping of Zheng Wan, but also to past offenses, revealing an ever-growing list of crimes. The interrogating officers promptly reported the latest information to the director. They had previously received a request for assistance regarding a major theft on a sleeper train, which was also perpetrated by this group. The officer who entered appeared elated, recognizing the credit they would gain, as their small precinct was destined for glory. Recently, the entire provincial police system had been in turmoil, and this was a stroke of luck. Listening attentively, the elder director felt a surge of excitement within. Though he maintained a composed exterior, gripping the phone tightly, he confirmed, did they all provide consistent accounts? He needed to clarify this information to avoid a potential blunder. The officer hesitated before responding. Well, Chun, the leader, is quite stubborn, but the other 5 have all confessed. He explained that the others were hiding in an old house in the southern part of Jichuan City, having kidnapped Zheng Wan today, with plans to flee again in the following days. As the leader of the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, Brother Chen undoubtedly possessed a stronger psychological fortitude. But the rest could not endure the pressure. The elder director no longer hesitated and rose to his feet. Return to the interrogation, be thorough, and leave nothing out. I will immediately report this to the Bureau and initiate the arrest of the remaining 9 tigers and 13 eagles. This matter required decisive action, and the corroboration from others had effectively substantiated the truth of the situation. Therefore, the case could not be delayed. Stepping away from his desk, the elder director turned to Gong Wei's and instructed, draft a report detailing the events of this case. Off you go. Yes. Gong Wei's promptly stood, saluted, and accompanied the elder director out of the office. The former director proceeded to the confidential office, where the telephone was located. He intended to promptly report the situation to the Bureau in order to swiftly apprehend the remaining individuals. Meanwhile, Gong Wei's entered the hall and noticed Zhou Bingkun languidly seated in the corner's lounge area. He approached with a warmer tone, "Kunzi." "Uncle Xiao Gong," Zhou Bingkun replied. Rising to his feet, "Am I free to leave now?" "Oh, I was sent out to compose a case report. But I shall inquire if there are any matters concerning you." Gong Wei's hesitated, aware that writing a report and verbal accounts were indeed 2 distinct matters, and he remained uncertain of Zhou Bingkun's true sentiments. Upon hearing that Gong Wei's was there for a report, Zhou Bingkun understood and smiled, responding, "Uncle Xiao Gong, I maintain my previous stance, but since you have been promoted, do take care of me." "You sly one." Gong Wei's felt a sense of relief. "Very well. I shall inquire on your behalf." With that, he strode energetically inward. Before long, a female police officer emerged, accompanied by Zhang Wan. The officer addressed Zhou Bingkun, Comrade Zhou. Let us go. I am responsible for escorting both of you back. Our director assured that your commendation is guaranteed. Zhou Bingkun grinned foolishly and glanced at Zhang Wan, noticing her composed demeanor, which further eased his mind. The Jichuan City Public Security Bureau received the report from the Guangzi substation and promptly dispatched officers, swiftly raiding the hideout of the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, successfully capturing the remaining individuals. This incident became a sensational event in Jichuan, elevating the Public Security Bureau's reputation within the province. Naturally, the Guangzi substation would receive accolades, especially the primary contributor, Gong Wei's. However, that was a matter for another time. The female officer escorted Zhou Bingkun and Zhang Wan back, intending to explain the situation to their families to prevent any unfounded rumors from circulating in the streets. Li Suhua listened with surprise to the officer's account, suppressing her anxiety, and shot Zhou Bingkun a sharp glance before saying, "Comrade officer, I appreciate your assistance." This thrilling incident left her heart racing. Her child was truly a cause for concern. Zhang Wan stepped forward, grasping Li Suhua's hand. "Auntie, we must sincerely thank Comrade Zhou Bingkun. If it weren't for him," her tears began to flow like pearls unstrung. Reflecting on the incident indeed filled one with trepidation. Had no one intervened, this young girl's life could have been irrevocably altered. Noticing the beautiful girl weeping, Li Suhua hurried to comfort her. "Child, why are you still crying? Did the police not capture all the wrongdoers?" Anyone would stand up in such a situation. As Li Suhua consoled Zhang Wan, the female officer also offered words of comfort. Eventually, Zhang Wan ceased her tears, holding Li Suhua's hand as she declared, "Auntie, I shall return tomorrow to visit you and express my gratitude to Zhou Bingkun in person." "There is no need for thanks," Li Suhua replied, also holding Zhang Wan's hand. "You have been through a fright. It is best to return home and rest, for your family must be worried." As the public security officers and Zhang Wan departed from the hospital, Li Suhua, who had been wearing a cheerful smile moments ago, instantly darkened her expression. Grasping Zhou Bingkun's ear tightly, she scolded, "You've become quite audacious, haven't you? How could you dare to play the hero? What would I do if something happened to you?" Overwhelmed with fear, she began to weep while holding her youngest son. In these turbulent times, the thugs could be ruthless. Numerous individuals who acted bravely had been injured, maimed, or even killed, with several such incidents occurring each year. As a mother, she could hardly bear the thought of her loved ones risking their lives for others, not only due to the immediate dangers, but also the fear of potential retaliation afterward. "But, Mom, I had no choice. I was walking with Uncle Gong at the time. Besides, with Uncle Gong around, I was merely cheering and shouting from the sidelines." "What danger could there be?" Zhou Bingkun replied, his face a picture of grievance as he shifted the blame onto Gong Wei's. "Moreover, today was a case of hero saving beauty. Did you see how beautiful that girl was? What if she feels grateful and, He chuckled foolishly, his naive calculations echoing in the air. This earned him a slap from his mother. "What foolish dreams are you having? That girl, Zhang Wan, was indeed stunning. But she was clad in a soy sauce factory uniform. She must be a worker there. Do you really think someone like her would take an interest in a good-for-nothing like you? Stop dreaming." Li Suhua was both exasperated and amused. Yet, she couldn't deny that the girl named Zhang Wan was indeed remarkable. Alas, she likely would not be drawn to her ordinary-looking youngest son. "Oh, come on, Mom. Doesn't the book say that a hero saving a beauty often leads to her feeling indebted and offering herself in return? This is a wonderful story." Zhou Bingkun continued to banter with his mother, alleviating her anxiety. Chapter 75. A visit of gratitude. This incident had a significant impact on the community, elevating the notoriety of the old alleyway. The neighborhood committee took this crime-prone area seriously, organizing residents to construct a wall with mud bricks along the segment of the alley leading to the desolate path, as well as cutting down several trees in the middle to brighten the area. Enthusiastic volunteers began patrolling the streets in pairs, calling out loudly to deter any suspicious activities, and successfully rallying nearby residents to apprehend criminals. Indeed, this approach proved remarkably effective, curtailing numerous instances of brawls and leading to the capture of several theft cases, revitalizing the atmosphere of the community. The collective strength of the local women was undeniably formidable. The day after the incident, the Songhua soy sauce factory learned that their female employee, Zhang Wan, had been kidnapped by criminals on her way home from work. Fortunately, with the assistance of Officer Gong Wei's and the support of concerned citizens, she was successfully rescued, and the perpetrators were apprehended. The factory promptly prepared a banner of gratitude, celebrating their appreciation with drums and gongs as they presented it to the police station. They even invited a reporter from the Jiangliao Daily for coverage. This gesture brought immense joy to all the officers at the Guangzi police station. The old chief engaged in extensive discussions with the factory leaders about the camaraderie between the police and the community, vowing to enhance their efforts in maintaining public safety and combating crime. Gong Wei's also received commendation from the Jichuan City Public Security Bureau and was informed that once the case was closed, he would be recognized during a celebratory meeting. The apprehended Qin Gu and several members of the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles, including 2 Ziqiang, have been taken away by the Municipal Bureau, while Luo Shibin and his 2 subordinates remain detained at the Guangzipian police station. According to their testimonies, they claim to be acting out of a sense of justice, which has led to some misunderstandings. Thus, the police station continues its investigation until the truth is revealed and they can be released. In the afternoon, Zheng Wan, her mother, and Zheng Guangming collectively set out, bearing gifts to express their gratitude to the Zhou family. Given the magnitude of the situation, it was only fitting to personally convey their thanks. As the Zheng family made their way, neighbors, upon hearing of their actions, expressed their support and followed along, turning the journey into a lively spectacle. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Gong Wei was engaged in a leisurely conversation with Zhou Bingkun. He had eagerly arrived at the Zhou home earlier that afternoon to recount the events in detail. 2 Ziqiang's intentions towards Zheng Wan were far from honorable, as the Zheng family had previously endured considerable hardships. However, recently, the community had resolved many of their challenges, repairing their home, securing employment for Zheng Wan, and even providing free medical treatment for her brother's eyesight and facilitating his education. Naturally, the Zheng family would not acquiesce to 2 Ziqiang's unreasonable demands, especially in their moment of vulnerability. From 2 Ziqiang's account, it was revealed that the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles had targeted Zheng Wan with criminal intent, and he, along with several associates, had come to her rescue. However, our swift actions led to the unfortunate misunderstanding. Gong Wei, wearing a beaming smile, felt truly fortunate for the assistance of Zhou Bingkun, having made a significant contribution. This kidnapping case represented a notable achievement, as it also aided the Municipal Bureau in apprehending the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles and solving several major cases, all of which would be duly recognized. Zhou's mother, Li Suhua, listened intently as her son was acknowledged for his bravery, receiving the recognition of the police station. According to Comrade Gong, a certificate of commendation would be awarded, which could certainly enhance future job prospects. At that moment, a loud knock echoed from outside the courtyard, stirring quite a commotion. Li Suhua hurried to the door, while Zhou Bingkun continued to chat with Gong Wei in the yard. Upon opening the door, Li Suhua was astonished to find the courtyard filled with people. Soon, she spotted the rescued young woman, Zheng Wan, holding gifts, accompanied by an elderly woman with a kind visage, clearly Zheng Wan's mother, who was smiling warmly at her. As soon as Zheng's mother saw Li Suhua, she grasped her hand tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Sister, if it weren't for your son Bingkun and Officer Gong yesterday, my daughter would have faced great peril. You cannot imagine how restless I was all night, thinking of how to thank you all." Zheng Wan deeply bowed to Zhou's mother, her expression earnest and her eyes glistening with tears. "And Zhou, I can't thank you enough. Without your son, I shudder to think of what might have happened." "Nonsense. It was nothing," Zhou's mother quickly interjected, pulling Zheng Wan closer. "My little rascal was merely caught up in the excitement. The real heroes are the police." She could hardly contain her joy. Zheng Guangming quietly tugged at Zhou's mother's sleeve, saying, "Brother Bingkun is really amazing. He saved my sister." This delighted Zhou's mother even more. Just then, Zhou Bingkun and Gong Wei exited the courtyard, prompting cheers and praises from the neighbors gathered outside. Gong Wei, a man of considerable experience in significant events, recognized that while it was a commendable act to express gratitude, the gathering of onlookers was inappropriate. He stepped forward and proclaimed to the crowd, "Dear neighbors, you have witnessed this joyful occasion. Now, let us disperse to allow the 2 families to converse privately." Observing this, Mother Zhou promptly ushered the 3 members of the Zheng family inside, while Zhou Bingkun, with a demeanor reminiscent of the martial arts world, expressed his gratitude to the neighbors with a polite fist salute, endearing himself to all present. The spectators, appreciating the moment, exchanged light-hearted banter before gradually making their way home. Gong Wei and Zhou Bingkun shared a knowing smile before returning to the courtyard. Mother Jing repeatedly expressed her thanks to Gong Wei, exclaiming, "Officer Gong, you are truly our family's benefactor. If it weren't for you, Her voice trembled with emotion. Gong Wei's, ever humble, insisted, such praise is unnecessary. We in law enforcement are merely upholding public safety and safeguarding the lives and properties of the people. Zheng Wan, standing beside Mother Zhou, softly interjected, Auntie. Both you and Zhou Bingkun are lifesavers to our family. This kindness will never be forgotten. Mother Zhou, holding Zheng Wan's hand, remarked, What do you mean by life-saving? It was merely a matter of circumstance. Who wouldn't lend a hand in such times? Oh, those wicked villains are truly heartless. They must have frightened you terribly. Zheng Guangming, groping his way to Zhou Bingkun, said, Bingkun brother, I must sincerely thank you this time. Zhou Bingkun playfully pinched his nose, murmuring, We are all family. There is no need for thanks. Zhang Guangming beamed, clutching the hem of Zhou Bingkun's attire. He understood that Bingkun brother was indeed his family's great benefactor, deserving of his gratitude and affection. As everyone gathered in the Zhou family's dining and living area, they sat around the table. Mother Zhou inquired about the Zheng family's situation, initiating casual conversation. Zheng mother and Mother Zhou, seated together, held hands and shared stories about their families. Mother Zhou was surprised to learn of the Zheng family's hardships, expressing her sympathy, but ultimately offered reassurance. Isn't it true that hardship precedes happiness? Zheng Wan has secured a position at the Songhua soy sauce factory, and Zheng Guangming is pursuing his studies. Everything is turning around for the better. Indeed, we are grateful to the community, Zheng mother added, her hands clasped in prayer. Chapter 76. Removing obstacles. Zhou Rong gently pushed open her gate, and the laughter emanating from within enveloped her like a warm spring breeze, soothing her heart and reflecting her exuberant spirit. Today had been fruitful, at last, through her remarkable performance that could only be likened to that of an acclaimed actress. She had embodied the image of a devoted daughter yearning to reconnect with her father before his departure to a classified unit. She had perfectly portrayed a talented young woman, eager to visit her father's workplace and reminisce, showcasing her filial piety before the leaders of her father's former unit. The leaders, once colleagues of her father, one a politician and the other a technician, had always shared a close bond. They commended Zhou Rong for her devotion and were well aware of Zhou Jigang's affection for his daughter, having previously seen him bring her to the unit. After clarifying the situation, they unreservedly facilitated her journey, providing not only a letter of introduction for her trip to Qian province, but also compiling a record of the honors Zhou Jigang had received, along with official documents confirming their father-daughter relationship and his accolades. With the obstacles to her journey to Qian province removed, how could she not feel elated? She is about to embark on a journey for love, facing challenges alongside her beloved. Li Suhua heard the sound of the courtyard door opening and peered out, only to see her daughter walking in, cheerfully calling out to Zhou Rong. Rong, come to the living room. We have guests. Gong Wei clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, The children of the Zhou family are all exceptional. I truly wonder how they were raised. Throughout the neighborhood, who does not know the esteemed Zhou family? The patriarch is a master craftsman earning a handsome salary and is known for his integrity and kindness. The eldest son and the second daughter have stood out since childhood, often regarded as the exemplary children that others aspire to emulate. In contrast, the third child, Zhou Bingkun, seemed rather ordinary, simple, and unremarkable, but it appears he possesses a quiet depth of character. Today, Zhou Rong was in high spirits, eager to please her mother, especially as she planned to quietly depart to a distant land, feeling a pang of guilt towards her mother. With guests present, she obediently acknowledged her mother and walked into the living room. Zheng Wan looked up, and indeed, a well-dressed, elegant, and beautiful intellectual woman appeared at the door. Living up to her reputation, Zhou Rong entered the living room with a smile, surveying the scene. She recognized Uncle Gong, a police officer, sitting on a bench beside her brother Zhou Bingkun, both facing the entrance. Her mother and another elderly woman occupied another bench, with her mother already rising to introduce everyone. Clearly siblings, the pair smiled warmly at her. The little boy's eyes were noticeably squinted, while the girl was quite lovely, evoking the phrase round and lustrous. In her heart, Zhou Rong silently praised the beauty of this girl named Zhang Wan. She politely greeted everyone, embodying the image of a well-mannered daughter. After a round of pleasantries, Zhou Rong graciously took a seat. During the earlier conversation, she learned of the guests' identities and the circumstances surrounding their visit. She unexpectedly praised Zhou Bingkun, as if the siblings shared an intimate bond, devoid of any barriers. Zhou Bingkun speculated that perhaps his sister had encountered some good fortune that day. Otherwise, she would not be so patient in chatting with the neighbors, as she would typically just exchange greetings before retreating to her room, rather than sitting down for a conversation as she was today. Zheng's mother glanced at the sky, realizing that it was getting late and deciding it was time to take her leave. She stood up and said to Zhou's mother, Li Suhua, "Sister, it's getting late. We shouldn't impose any longer." Zhou's mother quickly placed a hand on Zheng's shoulder, smiling as she insisted, "You must stay and have dinner with us. There is still plenty of time." She was unwilling to let them depart so soon, eager to share a meal as she was feeling particularly joyful that day. Zheng's mother immediately became flustered, her face displaying anxiety as she hesitated to accept the invitation. Zhou Bingkun interjected, "And Zheng, please don't be shy. My mother truly wishes for you to stay for dinner. If you refuse again, it might come off as distant." Yes, Li Suhua chimed in, feigning annoyance as she urged Zheng's mother to sit back down, while she rose from her seat, asserting that it was just a simple family meal, no need for formality. Her demeanor was resolute and warm-hearted. Zheng Wan discerned her mother's embarrassment and also received a subtle yet unmistakable glance from Zhou Bingkun. In truth, she was quite eager to share a meal, hoping to strengthen her bond with Zhou's mother. Thus, she spoke up, saying, "Well, I shall impose upon you for a meal then." Zhou's mother joyfully slapped the table, exclaiming, "That's the spirit. No need for formalities." With that, she stepped outside to prepare the dishes. Zheng Wan promptly stood and followed her, saying, "Auntie, let me assist you." Zheng's mother had no choice but to sit back down, continuing to express her polite objections, insisting that the Zhou family was far too accommodating. No, dear child," Zhou's mother said, her voice a blend of mild reproach and delight, gradually fading. She felt both excited and embarrassed by Zheng Wan's willingness to help, wondering how she could allow a guest to lend a hand. Yet, unable to resist the diligent Zheng Wan, she joined her in the kitchen. Inside, the conversation flowed freely as Gong Wei's and Zhou Rong discussed the case involving the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, focusing particularly on Tu Ziqiang, once quite honest and reserved. Tu had befriended a rather unsavory crowd. The 3 individuals apprehended alongside him were all known troublemakers from Beijiku, each with a criminal record. Tu Ziqiang confessed that he had heard news and rushed to rescue Zheng Wan with his friends. Though he may have acted on this impulse, his motives were far from pure. Gong Wei's, having witnessed countless dark corners of humanity in his line of work, could intuitively grasp the sordid thoughts of individuals. What does it matter if the motives are impure when it comes to saving someone? Zhou Rong inquired, her curiosity piqued. Gong Wei's explained that Tu Ziqiang harbored feelings for Zheng Wan, desiring to play the hero. While he may not have committed a significant offense in this instance, his involvement in numerous cases related to the 9 tigers and 13 eagles was far from trivial. Alas, poor Tu's father was in our station yesterday, weeping uncontrollably, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. As they chatted, time slipped away swiftly. With Zheng Wan's assistance, Li Suhua soon prepared a sumptuous feast. The group gathered around the table, where Zhou's mother warmly encouraged everyone to dig in. Zhou Rong picked up a piece of fish, meticulously removing the bones before placing it in Zheng's mother's bowl, smiling as she said, "Annie, do try this." Zheng's mother expressed her gratitude profusely, her face radiant with joy as Zhou Rong continued to utter kind and charming words. Zhou's mother, in turn, repeatedly served Zheng Wan, playfully teasing, "Eat more. You're so thin, a gust of wind could carry you away." Zheng Wan blushed, softly replying, "That's enough, I can't eat so much." Gong Wei savored the dishes and continuously praised Li Suhua's culinary skills, declaring, "This flavor surpasses that of any restaurant." Li Suhua beamed with delight, saying, "If you like it, please eat more. Don't hold back." Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun tended to Zhang Guangming, serving him dishes and offering reassuring words to put him at ease. As everyone dined and conversed, laughter resonated throughout the room, creating a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. This meal was infused with a profound sense of warmth and kinship, with every face glowing with happiness and contentment. Chapter 77. Renowned at the entrance of the small courtyard, Zhou's mother tightly grasped Zheng Wan's hand, saying, "Wan, dear." Their relationship had grown increasingly intimate, and she affectionately addressed her as Zhuanzi. "Do come by often to visit, no need for formality." Zhou's mother genuinely cherished this beautiful, gentle, and industrious young woman. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly, and, "I will certainly visit often. Please do not treat me as an outsider," she playfully joked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Bingkun, who was smiling at the entrance of the courtyard. After exchanging a few more words, the Zheng family departed. Zhou's mother, Li Suhua, turned back, murmuring to herself, "What a considerate young girl." Gongwei had already left. As he was scheduled to work the night shift and could not afford to be late, it was indeed a crucial moment. Li Suhua took her younger son into the courtyard, conversing as they walked. Aunt Xiao from the street has suggested to me several times that we should become active members of the community together. I wholeheartedly agree. Your father and brother have gone to contribute to the construction efforts. You should also shine and contribute. She continued, with your amiable nature, eloquence, and patience, you would surely excel in such a role. Zhou Bingkun enthusiastically praised his mother, echoing her sentiments. I share your thoughts, with so many idle youths on the street. Why is no one addressing this? They should either find meaningful work or go to the countryside to aid rural development, rather than spend their days causing trouble. Li Suhua found merit in this idea. At times, being alone at home felt quite lonely, and engaging with others in the community would be far more enjoyable. Zhou Bingkun put his arm around his mother's shoulders, saying, Indeed, maintaining order on the streets relies on dedicated individuals like you. Moreover, soon enough, either my sister or I will be dispatched to the countryside, leaving you even more alone at home. Upon hearing this, Li Suhua's spirits dampened once again. Yet, it was an unavoidable circumstance. The national policy dictated such arrangements. Mother, consider this. Our children have grown up and must spread their wings. They will return with their spouses and grandchildren, bringing joy to us all, Zhou Bingkun reassured her. Your sister seems quite cheerful today. Has she encountered something delightful? Li Suhua shifted the topic, speculating about her daughter's situation. Recently, her daughter had been leaving early and returning late, and Li Suhua was unaware of her activities. Mother, my sister is an adult. She knows her responsibilities and is undoubtedly striving for her future. You need not worry, he replied, as the mother and son exchanged warm banter, fostering a deeply affectionate atmosphere. As time passed, Li Suhua increasingly felt a bond with her son, able to share her innermost thoughts with him. Zhou Bingkun's act of bravery quickly spread throughout the neighborhood and school. The street's reaction was relatively calm, with passers-by merely giving him a thumbs up in appreciation. However, the school buzzed with excitement, as Zhou Bingkun's deeds had been confirmed. The police station presented him with a certificate of bravery and a commendation during a school assembly. The entire campus erupted in enthusiasm, particularly Qiao Chunyan, who promptly learned the details and became a loudspeaker for Zhou Bingkun's heroic story, even boasting that his achievements were influenced by her progressive ideas. Luo Kai, placing an arm around Zhou Bingkun's shoulders, remarked, with your skills, those street thugs would be no match for you. He had a profound understanding of Zhou Bingkun's capabilities. Do not exaggerate. I merely seized an opportunity by following the police. I am not as remarkable as you all claim, Zhou Bingkun replied with a chuckle. Such audacity is required to take action, especially given the rumors of numerous arrests. Luo Kai is well informed, and those from cadre families tend to have a clearer understanding of such matters. A crowd of curious classmates gathered around. Regarding Zhou Bingkun with newfound respect, he appeared to be an honest boy yet displayed the courage to act heroically. It is said that he even rescued a damsel in distress, a girl of remarkable beauty. Luo Kai exaggeratedly jested that perhaps he had returned with a prospective bride, provoking hearty laughter and playful teasing from the surrounding students. They speculated if it was the girl's beauty that transformed Zhou Bingkun into a hero. Indeed, as the tales from novels suggest, when a young lady cannot repay a debt, she may offer herself in gratitude. The conversation grew increasingly absurd, as if Zhou Bingkun were to wed the enchanting girl he had saved the very next day, creating an atmosphere of exuberant merriment. However, the discussion soon shifted to the sensational case of the 9 tigers and 13 eagles. This affair was even more riveting, as the heinous deeds they committed were unveiled, leaving their peers astonished. The members of the 9 tigers and 13 eagles hailed from respectable backgrounds, yet their parents faced scrutiny or were labeled as the Black 5 categories, leading to a loss of restraint. Thus, they engaged in acts of violence and blood oaths, vowing solidarity in life and death. Their escapades spanned various provinces, involving theft, robbery, and a series of audacious crimes that persisted for over half a year. The youth felt a mixture of envy and fear. They admired the freedom of these rogues while fearing the dire consequences of capture, as it was rumored that their leaders would face execution. As graduation approached, only a handful were destined for high school or had prospects, while the majority were poised to enter society, inevitably facing a period of uncertainty. That afternoon, after lunch, Zhou Bingkun opted to forego school and instead read at home. His mother had been taken by Qiao Chunyan's mother to run errands, while Zhou Rong hurriedly left with a package in hand. Zhou Rong was preparing for her journey to Qian province, a place expected to present harsh conditions. Knowing she would be away for several years, she recognized the necessity of having sufficient funds. Previously, Kai Xiaowang would have supported her, alleviating her concerns regarding money. Now, she had to rely on herself, sorting through her clothes, bags, and an assortment of valuable trinkets she had diligently collected. She had a classmate, now a streetwise individual, with whom she still maintained contact. During a previous gathering, he had mentioned the black market, which she had dismissed at the time as mere entertainment. Now, however, she took it seriously. On the black market, fashionable clothing and trendy bags sold exceptionally well, and there was never a shortage of admirers. That morning, she had reached out to her streetwise classmate, cautiously revealing her plans to venture to the countryside, where she could not afford to dress ostentatiously. Uncertain of how many years she would be gone, she pondered the fate of her beautiful garments and bags. Her classmate confidently assured her he could secure a good price for them. Thus, that afternoon, she decided to take a floral fabric dress and a chic leather bag to test the waters. She possessed a plethora of attractive clothing, bags, and exquisite jewelry, most of which had been gifts from Kai Xiaowang, while her father could hardly resist her persistent pleas. Chapter 78. Poetry. The door of the small courtyard was gently knocked upon. 3 polite raps. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Bingkun, having heard the sound, responded before rising to open the door, pondering who could be so courteous. Outside stood a middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles and dressed in a Zhongshan suit. A fountain pen tucked into his left breast pocket, and a briefcase in hand, exuding an air of refinement, though his face was unfamiliar. "Are you Zhou Bingkun?" he inquired politely, still clutching an old edition of Journey to the West, which he had forgotten to set down. The middle-aged man, equally courteous, replied, "Hello, young comrade. I am Xiao Jingwen, a journalist from Jiangliao Publishing House." His voice was deep and resonant. "May I inquire if you are indeed Zhou Bingkun?" Zhou Bingkun was taken aback. Jiangliao Publishing House, Xiao Jingwen. Wasn't this the chief editor of the publishing house with whom he had hoped to establish a rapport? Fortune had favored him, for the opportunity had presented itself without effort. With warmth, Zhou Bingkun responded affirmatively and graciously invited Xiao Jingwen into the courtyard. The afternoon sun shone brightly, and Zhou Bingkun pulled out a chair for him to sit down, brewing a cup of tea before taking a seat diagonally opposite. "Currently, I am the only one at home. My mother is an active member of the community, as you may know, and she has her hands quite full." Zhou Bingkun initiated the conversation. "May I ask what brings you here, journalist Xiao?" Xiao Jingwen regarded Zhou Bingkun with a favorable impression. He could tell that he was a sincere and honest young man. "Your courageous act of standing up for justice deserves to be publicized. The publishing house has sent me to interview you," he explained, taking out his notebook and pen from his briefcase with great seriousness. Zhou Bingkun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Journalist Xiao, such a trivial matter hardly merits coverage, does it?" "Indeed it does," Xiao Jingwen replied. "The assailants were not merely 1 or 2. There were 5 or 6 of them. Moreover, their crimes were numerous, and capturing them caused quite a stir throughout the province." "Could you perhaps omit my name?" Zhou Bingkun made a modest request. "That is certainly feasible," Xiao Jingwen agreed, acknowledging that many involved prefer to keep their identities concealed to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, he found himself intrigued. Zhou Bingkun did not seem inclined to seek the spotlight like many young people. Thus, the interview commenced in earnest. Xiao Jingwen began to inquire about the entire sequence of events surrounding Zhou Bingkun's act of bravery, noting that the police station had only provided a brief summary without the finer details. Zhou Bingkun had previously exchanged knowing glances with Gong Wei's, already having concocted a plan in his mind. Now, as he recounted the story, he detailed the events leading up to his heroic act. "On my way home, I happened to encounter Uncle Gong, who works at the Guangzi police station. We are quite familiar with one another. The young folks in our neighborhood affectionately call him Little Uncle Gong." He mentioned that the streets had been somewhat chaotic lately. Upon hearing cries for help, Uncle Gong made a swift decision to rush out, and I followed suit. He seized the assailant's hand, and I struck from behind. Together, we managed to subdue the perpetrator. And soon after, concerned citizens arrived to assist. Zhou Bingkun spoke animatedly for about 10 minutes, primarily highlighting Gong Wei's bravery and valor, while modestly acknowledging his own contributions. He added that his martial arts training had also been quite effective, alluding to the youthful tendency to embellish one's own exploits. Xiao Jingwen meticulously recorded the detailed process, then inquired of Zhou, "So, it seems you have practiced martial arts. Otherwise, how could your skills be so impressive? Zhou Bingkun, with a proud demeanor, began recounting the serendipitous acquisition of martial arts texts by his father, revealing his childhood fascination with martial arts, which had led to modest accomplishments. Once the formal interview concluded, the two had grown more familiar and began to engage in casual conversation. During their discourse, Xiao Jingwen discerned that Zhou Bingkun's eloquence and knowledge were commendable, further piquing his interest. Journalist Xiao, I have perused numerous poems and articles in various newspapers and magazines. Do you think it possible for me to compose some pieces for publication in your esteemed magazine or newspaper? Zhou Bingkun asked earnestly. Xiao Jingwen chuckled, acknowledging the abundance of literary youths today, each one brimming with ambition. Yet, he did not wish to dampen Zhou Bingkun's enthusiasm, responding amiably, why not? As long as your work meets publication standards and passes our review, we can certainly consider it. Noticing Zhou Bingkun's eager expression, he patiently discussed the current regulations and restrictions surrounding literary works. These were exceptional times. Directives from above mandated the cessation of author remuneration. Thus, contemporary literary creators predominantly produced work out of passion rather than for financial gain. At that moment, China was undergoing significant transformations, with many publishing houses altering their operational models and philosophies. The focus shifted toward publishing works that aligned with political propaganda needs, and the act of creation was often regarded as a duty or contribution rather than a commercial endeavor. Consequently, authors typically received no financial recompense upon publication, deriving instead a sense of spiritual validation, such as accolades for contributing to ideological promotion. Of course, publishing houses were not entirely rigid. They occasionally provided financial assistance to distinguished writers under various guises, an unspoken understanding among them. Additionally, there were constraints regarding political content and stylistic expression. Censorship was exceedingly stringent. A mere misstep could lead to a politically sensitive incident. Zhou Bingkun listened attentively, interjecting with pertinent questions that demonstrated his engagement. Thus, aspiring to publish articles and poems in newspapers and magazines necessitated careful consideration of these political factors, though the foremost requirement remained talent. Xiao Jingwen, seasoned in navigating the literary landscape, recognized this well. Zhou Bingkun nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude for the guidance provided. As time grew late, Xiao Jingwen prepared to take his leave. Journalist Xiao, I recently penned a poem. Would you be so kind as to review it? Zhou Bingkun asked, a hint of shyness in his demeanor, a fitting display for a young man. Xiao Jingwen found it difficult to refuse such a modest request. He felt compelled to assist. Ignoring the paper would surely hurt Zhou's feelings, so he feigned delight, saying, then I shall take a moment to peruse your masterpiece and assess its potential for publication. Thank you, Zhou Bingkun exclaimed, rushing to his room. He had not composed an original work. Rather, he had transcribed a poem from memory just days prior. Ah, the perks of being a time traveler. Xiao Jingwen smiled as he accepted the sheet of paper Zhou Bingkun offered, then unfolded it to read. Loneliness is your long-standing friend. Love shall only occasionally knock at your door. We ought to coexist with solitude, playing the piano, reading books, and shopping for groceries, approaching life with sincerity. A lifetime is fraught with regrets and losses, and we must diligently cleanse our hearts of remorse. Plant new flowers, forget the old acquaintances, and tend to each lamp that lights the depths of night. When love arrives, it whispers softly. When it departs, it does not fear the echoes. I shall remain ever faithful to this fleeting existence, walking through the day until dusk, gazing at the stars by night. I shall pursue the beauty of mountains and rivers, cherishing the warmth of beloved family. Chapter 79. Sunshine. This is a poem by the modern poet Qiao Yun, whom the later generations cherished greatly. He even purchased Qiao Yun's collection, The Thief of Poetry. As a representative of post-obscure poetry, Qiao Yun's verses are imbued with romance and sincerity, a beautiful response to the passage of time, forever honoring the passion for life. This poem does not delve into political discourse or harbor negative sentiments, making it a distinctly positive work. Xiao Jingwen initially cast a fleeting glance over the manuscript before taking a seat, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he reviewed it with renewed attention. From this poem, he discerned innocence and romance, undoubtedly a rare gem. After a considerable time, Xiao Jingwen set down the manuscript and truly began to regard the young man before him. Prior to this meeting, he had inquired from various sources about Zhou Bingkun's past. He learned that Zhou was mischievous in his youth, with grades that left much to be desired, but as he matured, he became honest and unassuming, lacking in eloquence. Today's conversation revealed that this young man was relatively talkative, but only just so. However, this poem shattered his preconceived notions. Indeed, the adage that one should not judge by appearances holds true. Talent is ultimately undeniable. Bingkun, I shall call you that from now on, Zhou Bingkun said, his smile becoming considerably warmer. And you need not address me as reporter Xiao, simply call me brother Xiao. Noticing Zhou Bingkun's hesitance to speak, Zhou Bingkun surmised his concerns and remarked, I am but a few years older than you. That form of address is perfectly appropriate. He then raised the manuscript in his hand. This poem is exceptionally brilliant. I intend to take it back to show the editor. It should certainly pass. Zhou Bingkun's tone grew increasingly assured. The poem is filled with vitality, leaving a lasting impression, intertwining romance with familial and romantic love, reflecting the interplay of life and ideals. Do you have any other poems? If so, please share them with me, he said, his eyes brimming with hope as he looked at Zhou Bingkun. Zhou Bingkun shook his head, responding, I am unsure of the quality of my writing. I have only composed this one. If it gets published, I will strive to create more. Nodding, Zhou Bingkun replied, I will provide you with a prompt response. I have high hopes for this poem. After a brief pause, he asked, do you intend to publish under your real name or adopt a pen name? Let it be a pen name. I shall call myself Sunshine. For I hope this poem will illuminate the lives of many. Zhou Bingkun replied, his gaze reflecting determination and anticipation. Zhou Bingkun inscribed Sunshine on the manuscript, then refrained from further pleasantries and took his leave. Before departing, he advised Zhou Bingkun to begin contemplating new poetic works, expressing his hope that the next time he visits, Zhou would not return empty-handed. Today, Zhou Bingkun is immensely satisfied. Having reaped considerable rewards, not only has he successfully completed his interview assignment, but he has also discovered a poet of remarkable potential. Zhou Bingkun gazes at Zhou Bingkun's departing figure, exhaling a deep breath, having taken his first step in his career, feeling particularly elated. However, the mood of others is utterly dismal, such as Luo Shibin and Shui Ziliu, who find themselves in relative silence at the courtyard of Beijiku. Luo Shibin and his two subordinates have been released after thorough examination and repeated confirmations that they are not connected to the kidnapping case. They endured some hardships at the police station, as law enforcement did not treat these street ruffians with any kindness. They incessantly emphasized their supposed valor in defending justice, their voices hoarse from shouting. Naturally, the police dismissed their claims of heroism. How could a few petty delinquents dare to claim such nobility? Although the kidnapping incident has nothing to do with them, the fact that they were not charged with black-on-black crime is already a testament to the police's leniency. Luo Shibin is deeply frustrated. Not only did he fail to assist, but he also received a beating and spent 2 days locked up, feeling more wrong than Doi. Simultaneously, he has taken a keen interest in the young man Zhou Bingkun, who struck him. He vows to seek revenge. He has never encountered such a significant loss. Shui Ziliu never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. After much effort, he finally established a connection with Tu Ziqiang, and they appeared to be on the path of romantic fulfillment, only for Tu Ziqiang to become embroiled in the case of the 9 tigers and 13 eagles, making escape seem improbable. With their paths diverging once more, he can only lament the whims of fate. He has also utilized his connections to seek information, but the news he receives is far from optimistic. It can only be said that the 9 tigers and 13 eagles are excessively brazen. Their thefts, robberies, and seductions primarily target officials. This is an outright affront to the government, and it is likely they will face severe consequences. Additionally, those in officialdom have conveyed messages, warning him that the black market at Beijiku is too rampant, advising them to temper their activities lest they attract the attention of high-ranking officials, which could incite a large-scale crackdown that would be difficult to contain. Luo Shibin approaches Shui Ziliu, expressing that he and his subordinates have suffered greatly and wish to teach that scoundrel Zhou Bingkun a lesson. Shui Ziliu furrows his brow, advising Luo Shibin to lay low for the time being. Zhou Bingkun currently basks in the glow of his supposed heroism. Seeking trouble with him now would be tantamount to opposing the government. It would be wiser to observe for a while and look for an opportunity to deal with him later. Zhou Rong is once again filled with joy. The items she had taken were quickly exchanged for cash by a classmate. Although the price was somewhat below her expectations, it was not too far off. And the key factor was the swift realization of funds. She has arranged with her classmates to meet again tomorrow afternoon. She calculates that those items could yield around 100 or 200 in cash. The information she has gathered indicates that Xian province is indeed impoverished, desperately so. Having some extra money is always advantageous. Although she has resolved to face the hardships of life alongside the poet, there is no harm in striving for a better existence. As she returns home, dusk descends, and a gentle breeze stirs. Her mother is already busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. While Zhou Bingkun has yet to return from purchasing seasonings, Li Suhua emerged from the kitchen, her expression fraught with concern as she inquired, "Rong, what have you been preoccupied with lately? Why do you return home so late each day?" The outside world is far from tranquil. Her brow furrowed, revealing her deep apprehension. "Mother, I assure you, I am quite safe. I have simply been engaged in discussions about literature and national affairs with my classmates and friends. Besides, I always take the main roads and never venture into those secluded corners. What could possibly happen?" Zhou Rong dismissed her mother's worries with a wave of her hand and a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Nonetheless, you must exercise caution," Li Suhua urged, her unease palpable. She had heard many distressing tales while in the company of the street activists. There are indeed many ruffians about. Although the authorities are strict, one can never be certain that these individuals won't act with audacity and recklessness. As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed. Zhou Rong, resigned, acquiesced to her mother's admonitions. "I understand, and I will be more careful in the future, aiming to return home earlier." Satisfied, Li Suhua nodded and turned back to the kitchen to continue her cooking. Today had been particularly fulfilling. She had even mediated 2 neighborhood disputes, performing a good deed that left her in high spirits. At the dining table, after consuming 2 steamed buns, Li Suhua set down her chopsticks. Zhou Rong had just begun her second bun, while her younger brother, Zhou Bingkun, had already devoured his 5th with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Suddenly, Li Suhua sighed, her expression serious as she remarked, "Today at the street office, I heard the street officials discussing policies. They always ensure that these policies are thoroughly explained to the street activists to prevent any misunderstandings." Zhou Rong paused in her actions, looking up at her mother. "Isn't the city's most significant policy about sending people to the countryside? Must it be reiterated daily?" This topic was what Zhou Rong and her friends discussed most fervently each day, filled with trepidation, joy, confusion, and numbness. She longed to reach Qian province and be reunited with her beloved. The entire nation was in disarray, urban social order was chaotic, and material supplies were scarce, largely due to the overwhelming number of unemployed individuals in the cities, while job opportunities remained limited. Thus, the surplus population was being sent to the countryside, where vast opportunities awaited. Zhou Bingkun feigned ignorance. "Hasn't my brother already gone to the countryside?" He sought to assert his presence. Li Suhua's voice took on a somber tone. "The street officials have stated that the directives from higher authorities are unequivocal. This isn't merely a provincial or municipal matter, but a mandate from the capital, accompanied by official documents. In families with multiple children, only one may remain in the city. The others must be sent to the countryside eventually." As she spoke, her brow knitted in worry, her heart weighed down as if burdened by a heavy stone. The previous mobilization had not yielded favorable results. The principle of voluntary participation was a mere illusion. Who among those with decent living conditions would willingly send their cherished children to endure hardships in the countryside? She added, "They say that going to the countryside is an inevitable path for revolutionary youth. So leaving sooner rather than later is preferable. After all, the sooner one departs, the sooner one can begin their revolutionary journey." This implies that the activists are intensifying their efforts, causing Li Suhua to feel increasingly distressed. Initially, she had no intention of discussing these matters with her 2 children, but she found it impossible to keep her thoughts to herself. Furthermore, Aunt Xiao incessantly chattered on about how her 2 daughters were among the first to go to the countryside, joining the work teams and receiving salaries, even sending money back home. Aunt Xiao was quite open-minded, viewing it as a wonderful opportunity. Earning a salary while working in the countryside was indeed a contribution to the family. With this newfound financial ease, her demeanor had grown considerably more confident. She even mentioned that going to the countryside early would allow one to choose a favorable location, while those who delayed would merely pick up what others left behind. Since the situation could not be altered, she suggested that enduring a brief pain was preferable to a prolonged one. Nevertheless, Li Suhua remained unsettled, her brow furrowing deeper. Zhou Bingkun ravenously devoured the last steamed bun, setting down his chopsticks and declaring, "What is the big deal, Mom? In 2 months, I'll be graduating, and I'll sign up to go to the countryside, choosing the place closest to home. I have a certificate. Surely I'll receive some preferential treatment. I can return home once a week. It will be as if I never left." He spoke with a playful grin, yet occasionally cast furtive glances at Zhou Rong. fully aware that she was quietly preparing to head to Guizhou. His words were intentional. Zhou Rong's expression turned stern as she replied decisively, "You are still young. What do you know about going? I am already inquiring about going to the countryside, and you will stay in the city." Her tone was resolute and left no room for debate. Li Suhua, feeling flustered, interjected, "What are you two arguing about? I have yet to express my opinion." Raising her voice, she interrupted the sibling dispute. Zhou Bingkun settled beside his mother, grinning as he said, "Sister is a girl, and I am a boy. The girl stays with mom to care for her, while I, as a boy, am not afraid to go anywhere, right? Women can hold up half the sky." "Yet your thinking remains so antiquated," Zhou Rong retorted. "You are the youngest in the family. As the elder sister, it is my responsibility to go. This is settled." Tears welled in their mother's eyes as she glanced between her son and daughter, her heart heavy with conflict and reluctance. Zhou Rong attempted to comfort her mother, saying, "Mom, there is nothing negative about my going. The national policy is uniform. Other families also send only one child, so how can we expect to be an exception? Besides, I wish to go myself. I'm nearly 20 years old. Lingering at home all day will only invite ridicule. Why not take the initiative while I can avoid mockery?" As for Zhou Bingkun, he hasn't even graduated yet. He is too young to go to the countryside. Wouldn't that just give others something to gossip about? With her eloquent reasoning, Zhou Rong presented numerous arguments, leaving their mother momentarily speechless. Ultimately, Zhou Mu could only acquiesce to Zhou Rong's decision to go. She grasped her daughter's hand, worry etched on her face, and said, "Rong, I hope you don't go to the work teams. Just join a nearby rural area instead." While earning a salary in the work team seems appealing, they are far from home, and visiting can only happen every 2 years, with military discipline complicating matters. You might not even be able to take leave to return home. By going to a nearby area, you can visit anytime, alleviating my concerns. Zhou Rong smiled and patted her mother's hand. "I'll inquire further before making a decision. The policies for going to the countryside vary according to different groups, and sometimes sacrifices must be made." Her response was deliberately vague. Zhou Bingkun remained silent, as his mother and Zhou Rong had already made decisions, leaving him with no voice in the matter. His mother sighed, urging him to contemplate his future, stating that he must walk his own path, as she herself was devoid of any significant capability. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as Li Suhua assisted her daughter in washing bedding. While engaged in this task, she chattered away, handing Zhou Rong 20 yuan, saying, "Ronger, take this money and buy what you need." Zhou Rong, who spent most of her days away from home, had already devised a plan. The items she wouldn't need in Qian province had been traded with classmates for cash and national food coupons on the black market. She began bidding farewell to her elementary, middle, and high school teachers and classmates. In their eyes, she was a well-liked person, nostalgic, with many close friends. However, she had not seen Kai Xiaowang since, as if they were destined to part ways forever. When her mother inquired about her destination for rural work, Zhou Rong brushed it off, assuring her, "Mom, don't worry. I am so capable that I will surely choose a satisfactory place." Li Suhua believed Zhou Rong was simply trying to shield her from sadness, thinking her daughter wanted to join the army's agricultural brigade. Though reluctant, she prioritized her daughter's future and ceased to press for details. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingkun observed from the sidelines, burdened with his own matters. It was graduation season at school, with various activities unfolding one after another, and Luokai persistently dragged him along, claiming it was to build connections. Luokai genuinely cared for Zhou Bingkun, almost explicitly offering to secure a high school spot for him. However, Zhou Bingkun was disinclined to return to high school, perceiving the environment as overly politically charged and lacking in practical knowledge. He yearned for independence and to chart his own course in life. In Chapter 81, Red Gears, Zhou Bingkun's social circle expanded significantly. Gong Wei's from the police station often sought him out for casual conversations, sharing insights about the local security situation. For instance, the recent crackdown on the 9 Tigers and 13 Eagles had prompted the city to bolster police presence and intensify efforts against criminal activities. Their team worked tirelessly, shouting slogans as they apprehended lawbreakers throughout the streets. The notorious den at the North Street intersection saw the deployment of armed police, leading to the dismantling of the city's largest and most rampant black market and organized crime syndicate. Various local bullies, who had incited public outrage, faced the government's iron fist, and even petty criminals were summoned to the police station to confess their misdeeds. The underlying rationale was to support the youth sent to rural areas, The city was not a paradise for the young and wayward, as dangers lurked. A further sweep was planned for autumn to eliminate the most egregious offenders, for the rampant misconduct must be curbed to restore the public's sense of safety. Gong Wei's sighed as he spoke to Zhou Bingkun. Our old chief is retiring this year, and he has recommended me as his successor. His excitement was palpable. The chief's retirement would elevate him, and he had already been nominated as the head of the Guangzi area police station. With the Bureau's approval awaiting the old chief's departure, he had already begun overseeing the station's operations. He also hinted to Zhou Bingkun that when the time comes, he could assist him in securing a position at that institution, even going so far as to suggest that he could negotiate with the Bureau for a quota. Kai Xiaowang had visited him twice. On one occasion, he even brought along a beautiful young woman, introducing her as Luo Beiyin, his girlfriend, who worked at the municipal hospital, a perfect match in talent and beauty. Kai Xiaowang had already begun the employment process at the tractor factory, boasting a cadre status that afforded him privileges within the factory, filling him with pride. Upon learning that this young man was Zhou Rong's brother, Luo Beiyin instinctively harbored some animosity, deliberately distancing herself from Zhou Bingkun, fixating instead on Kai Xiaowang. Amused, Kai Xiaowang reassured Luo Beiyin that Zhou Bingkun was indeed a capable individual, despite his youth. Naturally, Luo Beiyin dismissed this notion, scoffing at the idea of a mere child attempting to appear profound. The most delightful news came from the journalist Xiao Jingwen, who revealed that his poetry was to be published in the magazine Red Gear, bringing along a sample issue. The magazine, originally known as Popular Arts and Popular Recital, had been renamed due to political reasons. He was also set to assume the role of editor-in-chief of this publication. The two engaged in an extensive conversation, delving into a genuine discussion of artistic and literary exploration. At the Zhou residence, upon Xiao Jingwen's arrival, he found Zhou Bingkun engrossed in reading Journey to the West. This classic led to a discourse on the cultural significance of the era, where every intellectual had surely perused this masterpiece multiple times, articulating its characters and plots with impressive clarity. From a humanistic perspective, the characters of the Tang monk and his disciples each exhibit distinct virtues and flaws. Sun Wukong is clever and brave, yet at times overly impetuous. Tang Xing is kind-hearted and resolute, though at times he struggles to discern good from evil, appearing somewhat pedantic. Zhu Beiji is lazy and gluttonous, yet possesses a certain innocence. Sha Xing is diligent and steadfast, albeit somewhat dull. Their personalities and actions reflect the intricate and varied nature of humanity, and their growth throughout the journey mirrors the process of self-improvement that individuals undergo through trials and tribulations. Xiao Jingwen's understanding of Journey to the West was profound, and he candidly expressed his views. Zhou Bingkun, with an enigmatic smile, remarked, "That is the interpretation of you adults. We youngsters read Journey to the West in reverse." In reverse? How does one do that? Xiao Jingwen asked, his face a mask of confusion. The narrative unfolds as the Buddha sends the Tang monk and his 3 disciples, along with the White Dragon, to the east, embarking on a journey to disseminate the scriptures in Chang'an. Along the way, they encounter various demons, discovering that each possesses a powerful backing, rendering them immune to punishment regardless of their malevolence. Zhu Beiji and Sha Sang, disillusioned by the darkness they witness, seek refuge, one hiding in Gao Laozhuang, the other in the River of Sand. Only Sun Wukong remains steadfast, continuously vanquishing demons, tasked with escorting his master. Sun Wukong's relentless actions eventually provoke the heavenly court to reach a breaking point. They strike a deal with the Buddha, assuring that Tang Xing would safely arrive in Chang'an, provided that Sun Wukong, the thorn in their side, be dealt with. The Buddha acquiesced, and through a series of machinations, the White Dragon was gravely injured and fell into a ravine, leading to Wukong's defeat and entrapment beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Meanwhile, Tang Xing abandoned Wukong and journeyed alone to Chang'an, where, upon completing his mission, he was honored as an imperial disciple, enjoying wealth and prestige until the end of his days. After 5 centuries, Wukong finally escaped from beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, stirring chaos in the heavenly court without uttering a word. The heavenly court, left with no choice, promised to appoint Zhu Beiji as the marshal of the heavenly canopy and Sha Sung as the curtain-lifting general, solely to eliminate Sun Wukong. However, disheartened by fratricide, Wukong sought enlightenment from Master Bodhi. He sealed away his powers and cast his Rui Jingu Bang into the eastern sea, where it became the stabilizing needle of the ocean. He returned to Flower Fruit Mountain to lead a mundane life among his fellow monkeys, ultimately transforming into a stone at the mountain's peak. This, he believed, was the true essence of life, encapsulating its inherent futility. Zhou Bingkun eloquently recounted this tale, leaving Xiao Jingwen astounded, his mouth agape and speechless for a considerable time. The interpretation of Journey to the West in such a manner was profoundly revelatory, challenging his established worldview. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled deeply, exclaiming in wonder at the boundless creativity of Zhou's mind. This reinterpretation unveiled a spectrum of perspectives and emotional experiences, shedding light on the potential cruelty and sorrow that exist in the real world, which Xiao Jingwen remarked upon with admiration. Zhou Bingkun then presented a poem he had meticulously crafted, handing it to Xiao Jingwen for his perusal. The verses contrasted the warmth of bygone days with the starkness of reality. Once one matures, the hometown appears diminutive, akin to an old garment. No matter how one wears it, it seems outdated and ill-fitting. Yet, when the wind and snow arrive, the hometown remains the epitome of cold, the final bastion, the ultimate warmth. This poem echoed the modern verses of Chao Yun, which Zhou Bingkun shamelessly claimed as his own, a common tactic among cultured individuals, bordering on theft. Xiao Jingwen, at a loss for words, found the description of this young man as exceptionally talented to be entirely justified, quietly returning the manuscript to his briefcase. "You are about to graduate, aren't you? What are your plans?" Xiao Jingwen inquired. "Nothing specific," Zhou Bingkun replied earnestly. "However, my friend Kai Xiaowang mentioned he could help me secure a position at the city's tractor factory if I struggled to find a suitable job, but I declined. My father is supporting the construction of the third line, my brother has already gone to the countryside, and my sister is soon to follow. Hence, I must stay with my mother. I prefer not to seek work far from home. The tractor factory is a bit distant, requiring a 2-hour journey." Xiao Jingwen appreciated Zhou Bingkun's filial piety and contemplated for a moment, saying, "I have just been appointed editor-in-chief of the Red Gear magazine. If possible, you could come work with me." The magazine was undergoing reorganization, and as the editor-in-chief, he had a quota to fill. However, until matters were settled, he could only express his intent. Chapter 82. Today, I will cook. Zhou Rong's plans were meticulously crafted. She informed her mother that, wishing to spare her the anguish of parting, she had already moved her belongings out and would depart for the countryside from a friend's home. Her mother, Li Suhua, was infuriated. Her face flushed with anger as she demanded, "Do you not regard me as your mother? The matter of going to the countryside is of great significance. Do I not even possess the right to know where you have been assigned or when you shall depart?" Zhou Rong was instantly overwhelmed with tears, sobbing as her lips quivered, caught in a struggle between words unspoken. The sight of her, resembling a pear blossom weeping in the rain, caused Zhou Mu to swallow the reprimands she had prepared. Indeed, her daughter must be suffering even more than herself. She simply wished to shield her from further heartache. "Mother, forgive my filial impiety. I hope you can understand my obstinacy," Zhou Rong expressed before hastily departing, covering her face. On that gloomy and depressive afternoon, Zhou Bingkun held his grief-stricken mother close, watching the resolute figure of Zhou Rong vanish at the gate, knowing that this farewell would last at least 2 years. Zhou Rong's train was scheduled for the following morning. She would first travel from Jichuan to the capital city, then transfer to Xinxiang in Hunan province, and finally board a train to Guicheng in Guizhou province. The entire journey, including transfers, could take as long as 5 days. The day before, she had left home to stay at a friend's house. On the morning of her departure, several friends accompanied her to the station, where she handed one of them a letter, saying, "Please help me deliver this to my mother. I beg of you." She could not bear to speak to her mother directly, yet she felt it necessary to clarify matters later. Her friends admired her bravery. She sacrificed so much for love. One friend handed her a magazine titled Red Gear. In truth, there were many talented poets, and within its pages was a poem written by a local poet that they believed surpassed her own. Her friends continued to encourage her. Aware of the magnitude of her sacrifice, Zhou Rong accepted Red Gear, softly stating, "Every poet is an angel lost in the mortal realm, in need of salvation." She then boarded the train to Guizhou province, firmly convinced of her righteousness and greatness. The train emitted a mournful whistle, gradually starting with a labored breath, the clattering sounds quickening as Zhou Rong withdrew her gaze only when her friends became mere silhouettes. She opened the magazine gifted by her friends and soon located the poem they had mentioned. "May the author, Sunshine, find that solitude is your long-standing companion. Cherished and beloved kin." This poem resonated with profound beauty in her heart. "My poet, my beloved, I have boarded the train that rushes toward you. Await my arrival." Returning to the previous afternoon, Zhou Bingkun accompanied his mother as they watched Zhou Rong depart, remaining within the confines of their courtyard. For the atmosphere of sorrow was overwhelmingly palpable. Thankfully, while his mother felt melancholy, she did not succumb to excessive grief. She weakly urged her son, Zhou Bingkun, to leave her in solitude. He obediently exited, leaving Li Suhua alone in the courtyard, heaving sighs, lamenting how a daughter grows beyond her mother. Time passed, and the courtyard gate was gently pushed open. The first to enter was Zheng Wan, her face illuminated by a sweet smile as she greeted Zhou Mu, who sat dejectedly beneath the eaves. Her voice was melodious, akin to a refreshing stream that instantly washed away the gloom in Zhou Mu's heart. Instantly uplifted, she exclaimed, "Ah, Wan." Rising quickly, a warm smile blossomed on her face. Zheng Wan briskly approached her, waving a bottle of soy sauce and a packet of monosodium glutamate before Mother Zhou's eyes. "Auntie, this is a benefit from our factory. From now on, I will take care of the soy sauce and monosodium glutamate for your family." Her tone was filled with pride, and she subsequently handed the items to Zhou Bingkun, who had just entered the courtyard. Mother Zhou inquired, "What brings you here today? Did that rascal send you to appease me? How could you think that?" Zheng Wan replied, half teasingly, "I truly missed you, Auntie. Today, the factory distributed wages and benefits, so I brought these for you to try." Zheng Wan possessed an affable charm that quickly elicited a smile from Mother Zhou. Unlike Zhou Rong, who was steeped in artistic temperament, Zhang Wan embodied the quintessential virtues of traditional Chinese womanhood: kindness, gentleness, and approachability. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, they shared neighborhood gossip, discussed family affairs, and talked about daily life, including essentials like food and household needs. This exchange greatly lifted Mother Zhou's spirits. "Oh dear," Mother Zhou suddenly exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "It's time to cook. Wan, you must stay and eat with us." Her tone was firm and left no room for dissent. Zheng Wan grasped Mother Zhou's arm and said, "Auntie, let me cook today. You haven't tasted my cooking yet." "How can that be?" Mother Zhou hesitated, thinking it improper for a guest to cook. However, her foolish son had already led Zhang Wan toward the kitchen. Mother Zhou watched them busying themselves in the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans accompanied by their cheerful banter. What a perfect match, she thought to herself. Yet, a frown soon crossed her face. Could Zheng Wan truly fancy her simple-minded son? Although they lived in Taiping Alley, it couldn't overshadow the girl's beauty, good job, and amiable nature. Nevertheless, witnessing the harmonious scene of the two working together in the kitchen was quite promising. Perhaps there was hope after all. She sat down again, her thoughts growing more delightful, envisioning their wedding and imagining their children sweetly calling her grandma. Such thoughts were indeed lovely. In that moment, she temporarily forgot about her daughter Zhou Rong. At dinner, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Mother Zhou gazed at the spread with astonishment. Zhou Bingkun assisted his mother and Zheng Wan in serving the food, and soon they were gathered around the table. Mother Zhou took a bite of the dish Zheng Wan had prepared, savoring it thoroughly before giving a thumbs up. "Wan, this is truly delicious. Far better than what I make." Zheng Wan smiled shyly. "Auntie, I'm glad you like it." As the three of them ate and chatted, laughter filled the room, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. After the meal, Mother Zhou asked Zhou Bingkun to see Zheng Wan home, as the sky had begun to darken. She was uneasy about letting a young woman return to Taiping Alley alone. Having been an active participant in community affairs for some time, she was aware that although the police were vigilant, there were still risks to consider. Naturally, Zhou Bingkun took it upon himself to escort Zheng Wan home, and along the way, they shared light-hearted conversations. "Thank you for your hard work today, Zheng Wan," he said, scratching his head. "It was no trouble at all." "Seeing you happy makes me happy too," Zheng Wan replied with a smile. The streetlights illuminated at an indeterminate hour, casting elongated shadows upon them, while their laughter resonated with remarkable clarity amidst the stillness of the night. Chapter 83. I am not angry. The morning following Zhou Rong's departure, her friend delivered a letter to Li Suhua, stating merely that it was a missive from Zhou Rong. Li Suhua, unable to read, could only await the return of her son, Zhou Bingkun, to recite its contents for her. In her heart, she understood that her daughter likely feared her reprimands for not heeding her advice and refraining from joining the rural workforce. Was she truly so unreasonable? In truth, Li Suhua's spirits had lifted considerably over the past few days. Zheng Wan would often visit the courtyard after her shifts, offering her warm greetings before departing. She was indeed a thoughtful and kind young woman. The school was bustling with activities, so much so that even during lunchtime, the Vanguard members were content with merely 2 steamed buns each, before resuming their fervent endeavors. Zhou Bingkun found himself ensnared by Luo Kai, unable to extricate himself, and thus had no choice but to follow the crowd and lend his support. The day's agenda revolved around an editorial from the People's Daily concerning the transformation of antiquated ideologies, initiated by the Vanguard. The event sought to denounce certain outdated beliefs and cultures deemed feudal and capitalist, targeting traditional literary works and educational methods that contradicted the prevailing political ethos. One by one, students passionately took to the stage, articulating their viewpoints, denouncing old ideologies, and extolling the virtues of new literature and progressive thought. Zhou Bingkun found the proceedings rather tedious. Yet his classmates were filled with zeal, exuberantly expressing their youthful fervor. As the afternoon drew near, the activities finally reached their conclusion. Zhou Bingkun, on the verge of tears from sheer boredom, vowed never to attend such an event again. Casting a glance at Luo Kai, who was still engrossed in animated discussions with fellow students, he shook his head and made his way toward the school gate, realizing it was time to return home. On the streets, Zhou Bingkun had gained a modicum of recognition. His acts of bravery had become well known in the neighborhood, prompting frequent conversations with neighbors. Today, he encountered his friend and neighbor, Sun Ganqiao, who was accompanied by his younger sister on an errand to the supply store for salt. 18-year-old Sun Ganqiao was slender and of average height, yet his small eyes radiated resilience and sincerity. Clad in simple attire, his work clothes bore the marks of wear and stains. His financial situation was less than favorable, as he had been working odd jobs for 3 years at the tender age of 18. His rapport with Zhou Bingkun was amicable, largely due to Zhou Bingkun's previous earnest and affable demeanor. From a distance, Sun Xiaoning spotted Zhou Bingkun, breaking free from her brother's grasp and calling out as she dashed toward him. This brother, Zhou Bingkun, was exceptionally kind to her, often treating her to sweets. Zhou Bingkun instinctively reached into his pocket, knowing that this mischievous and gluttonous girl could be somewhat exasperating. Fortunately, he discovered 2 pieces of fruit candy left over from a previous encounter with Zhang Guangming. Sun Ganqiao approached with a smile, greeting him. Bingkun, finished with school? He raised the bag of salt in his hand, indicating his purpose for being out. Sun Xiaoning playfully rummaged through Zhou Bingkun's pocket to find the fruit candy, her eyes sparkling with delight as she eagerly unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth, carefully stowing the other in her pocket, her heart brimming with joy. She is not estranged from her brother Zhou Bingkun. He is truly a good person. Zhou Bingkun and Sun Ganqiao exchanged pleasantries about their recent lives. When Sun Ganqiao inquired about the details of his act of bravery, Zhou Bingkun chuckled and replied, "What do you think of me? You still don't know?" At that moment, I was completely dazed, only knowing that I followed Uncle Gong in a frenzy. Perhaps it was my sheer momentum that intimidated those people. But please don't tell anyone. I wouldn't want to tarnish my heroic image. The two burst into hearty laughter, sharing an unspoken bond, while Sun Xiaoning giggled nearby, knowing her brothers were undoubtedly discussing something joyous. Upon entering the house, Zhou Bingkun found his mother, Li Suhua, tidying up the corners of the yard. Upon seeing her son return, she set aside her tools and approached him. "Today, someone delivered a letter for your sister. Read it to me," she urged with urgency. A wave of apprehension washed over Zhou Bingkun. He recalled a similar scene from a television drama where Li Suhua was quite upset. He needed to buy some time. Zheng Wan would be coming over after work soon. He replied, "Mom, why the rush? Let me wash my face and have a drink first." "You child," his mother said, not pressing further, but she did ask about Zheng Wan. "Will Wan be having dinner here today?" "I don't know," Zhou Bingkun responded. "You can just ask her later." Curiously, his mother probed, "Old Geta, do you have feelings for Wan?" Zhou Bingkun laughed, realizing his mother held a fondness for Zheng Wan as well. "She's so beautiful. Of course I like her. But my feelings alone don't matter. She has to agree too. Otherwise, Mom, could you help me find out?" His mother brightened at the prospect. It was delightful that her son had feelings for someone, and they could gradually gauge Zheng Wan's attitude without any rush. If this girl could become her daughter-in-law, she would undoubtedly be an exemplary wife and mother. Before she could finish her thought, a familiar voice resonated from outside. The yard door swung open to reveal Zheng Wan, clad in her work attire, smiling as she entered. Older sister, Zhou Bingkun now affectionately referred to Zheng Wan as sister, adding a sense of warmth. "Can you recognize all the characters now?" "Not yet," Zheng Wan replied. "I've only learned about 500 or 600 characters so far. Anyway, Guangming teaches me every day, and I learn diligently. By next year, I should be able to recognize them all." "Oh, I was hoping you could help my mom read the letter," Zhou Bingkun teased playfully. Zhou's mother turned and entered the house, retrieving the letter sent by Zhou Rong, and handed it to Zhou Bingkun, playfully scolding him. "Stop your nonsense and read it to me. I'm nearly frantic." As Zhou Bingkun accepted the letter, he noted its thinness, reminiscent of Zhou Rong's cool demeanor. He hesitated to open it, first needing to prepare his mother. He said, "Mom, you know my sister's personality. Once she makes a decision, she never listens to us. So if there is any unpleasant news in the letter, please don't get anxious. After all, she is an adult now, and the choices she makes, even if they displease you, should not affect your health." At the same time, Zhang Wan caught Zhou Bingkun's subtle cue and stepped forward, linking her arm with Zhou's mother. "Aunt, Kunzi is right. He worries about your health. If there is anything disappointing in Sister Rong's letter, a few scoldings will suffice. But please don't get upset." Zhang's mother chuckled. "You two are quite in sync." Zhang Wan immediately shook Aunt Zhou's arm, playfully retorting, "Aunt, please do not tease us. You must first promise not to be angry before Kunzi reads the letter to you." "Very well, I shall not be angry. Regardless of her decisions, I will remain calm. She is an adult now. I can no longer control her." Aunt Zhou reluctantly agreed, knowing her daughter was not one to be easily managed. Chapter 84. Soulmates. Under the watchful gaze of her mother, Li Suhua, Zhou Bingkun calmly extracted a single page from the envelope. The letter was brief, consisting of only a few lines, yet the elegant script was exquisite, beautiful, indeed, but devoid of any soul. In her letter, she first sought her mother's forgiveness for not heeding her advice to stay closer to home and work in the local agricultural corps, instead choosing to join a distant province. She articulated her desire to pursue her soulmate, asserting that failing to do so would render her a mere shell of a person, burdened by guilt for a lifetime, thus betraying her parents. The final line was addressed to Zhou Bingkun, urging him to care for their mother and fulfill his filial duties towards their elder siblings. "Is that all?" Li Suhua listened in confusion. Such a significant matter was conveyed in so few words. The letter felt more like a mere notification. What did it mean that she had gone to a different province to pursue her soulmate? What was this talk of being a mere walking corpse? Aunt Zhou grasped these two pivotal phrases amidst the limited text. Zhang Wan, much like Aunt Zhou, eagerly awaited Zhou Bingkun's explanation. The term soulmate refers to a companion for life, and when combined with soul, it denotes two individuals whose thoughts resonate deeply with one another. Zhou Bingkun clarified in the simplest terms that if she did not pursue this path, she would become an unthinking, ordinary person. A soulmate implies a profound spiritual connection, where two individuals deeply understand each other's thoughts, feelings, and values, experiencing a strong emotional resonance. Words become unnecessary, their hearts are in sync, supporting and accompanying one another in an incredibly intimate, idealized marital relationship. It was likely that both mother and Zhang Wan would still remain bewildered. What? Does she mean she has gone to elope with someone in another province? Aunt Zhou's interpretation was rather crude. How could she do this? Where did that leave her as a mother? How would she explain this to her father? Aunt Zhou grew agitated, her voice rising, her eyes reddening. Zhang Wan quickly grasped Aunt Zhou's hand. "Aunt, please do not become upset. It is not good for your health." Zhou Rong, having read extensively, surely possessed insight but perhaps found it difficult to articulate directly to you. Zhou Bingkun added, "Sister's letter implies she has a boyfriend and is likely joining him in his efforts, similar to how brother and Dongmei did. Why are you so anxious?" Could Aunt Zhou not feel anxious? She had raised her daughter for over 20 years, only to have her silently whisked away by someone else, leaving behind nothing but a few cryptic words. How could a mother not be heartbroken? This was enough to drive a mother to despair. Her emotions spiraled out of control, and she began to weep. Zhang Wan hastily consoled her, gently caressing her back. Zhou Bingkun softly remarked, "Mother, you are well aware of my sister's temperament. She is proud and headstrong. Even if she shares her thoughts with you at home, it will not deter her actions. It is better to pray for the Bodhisattva's blessings. Perhaps in a couple of years, she will return with her husband and child to pay you a New Year's visit." These words only made Zhou Mu cry louder, yet the despair had lessened, as she sobbed and cursed. "Bah! I refuse to acknowledge that worthless son-in-law." She refrained from dismissing the grandchild, which indicated a reluctant acceptance of this distressing situation. Zhou Bingkun articulated the worst-case scenario to his mother, which alleviated part of her anxiety. "Your daughter has grown up. We must accept that she has married someone of less than ideal circumstances. Alas, she truly does not regard her mother's feelings. You should write to your father, detailing everything as it is. It is not that we neglect her. Rather, she has matured and is beyond our control. With the comfort from Zhou Bingkun and Zheng Wan, Zhou Mu gradually regained her composure, allowing her husband to fret over this troublesome daughter. Subsequently, she grasped Zheng Wan's hand, choking back tears as she expressed her heartache, recounting how she and her husband had doted on Zhou Rong, how well they had treated her. And yet now she had turned so willful, her disappointment was profound. The emotional release was beneficial for her health. Avoiding the physical toll that had plagued her in the original narrative, she had managed to land softly. Meanwhile, after a 5-day journey, Zhou Rong arrived by train in Guangzi City, Qian Province. Upon her arrival, she inquired about the office responsible for the distribution of educated youth to rural areas, seeking assignment to any arduous location near the third line. She did not mention that her journey to Qian Province was motivated by her affection for the poet Feng Huaqing, classified as one of the 5 black categories. Instead, she invoked her father's name, claiming her intent was to be closer to him, as he had always been her role model. A knowledgeable, attractive young woman from a northern metropolis, arriving alone at the educated youth office in Qian Province, was enough to evoke surprise and admiration. The fact that her father was a skilled laborer supporting the third line endeared her even more to the locals. The people of Qian Province held deep respect for the veteran workers who contributed selflessly to the third line, leading the highest authority of the educated youth office to personally receive her. Having encountered countless complex situations, the leaders of the educated youth office were not easily swayed by mere words, and they subtly expressed their skepticism. Zhou Rong retrieved her documentation from her travel bag, secretly commending her own cleverness. Her meticulous preparations had not been in vain. She presented proof of her relationship with Zhou Jigang, evidence of his support for the third line, and documentation of his accolades. The prominent seals and signatures from the relevant authorities left little room for doubt. In this era, few dared to forge such documents. The demeanor of the educated youth office leader softened, and he personally brewed a cup of fine tea for Zhou Rong before beginning his inquiries. However, the absence of the dispatch documents and household registration transfer from the Jiangliao Province Educated Youth Office complicated matters considerably. Zhou Rong, endowed with the talent of an actress, found her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke of the profound bond between father and daughter. She recounted the dire poverty in Qian Province, as well as her own family's circumstances. This year, the city encouraged the youth to venture into the mountains and the countryside, prompting my brother to enlist. For his background was commendable, and he was educated. He was assigned to the construction corps, earning a monthly salary of 32 yuan. Yet, this was not the ideal I sought. I aspired to follow in my father's footsteps, contributing to the support of the Third Front. Her words were imbued with an idealistic patriotism. But the city's youth office informed me that the youth office of Jianggliao Province and that of Qian Province had yet to establish formal communication, leaving them powerless to assist. Thus, I turned to my father's workplace for help, which could only provide a certificate, and so I arrived here. Chapter 85. Employment at the Red Gear. The leaders of the youth office were deeply moved and astonished upon hearing her story. What an exceptional young woman she was. Given her background, there was no doubt she could join the construction corps in her home province, securing not only a monthly salary of 32 yuan, but also a promising path for advancement. However, driven by her ideals, she resolutely chose to come to this remote and impoverished Qian province. The leaders, accustomed to encountering those who, in pursuit of personal gain, would sever ties with their parents or employ various cunning tricks to evade the call of service, found Zhou Rong to be a refreshing contrast. Without uttering a single revolutionary slogan, her actions alone conveyed her unwavering commitment, marking her as a truly admirable believer in her convictions. The leaders promptly assured her that they would diligently ensure her affairs were managed appropriately, vowing she would not be disappointed. Though they indicated that the matter was significant and complex, necessitating further deliberation in a meeting, Zhou Rong expressed her understanding, stating she would return the following day, and then prepared to leave the youth office to seek accommodation at a guest house. The leader, with a warm smile, remarked, "You have traveled far. Regardless of the hardships in Qian province, we must not let our youth who come to aid us feel slighted." He then arranged for her lodging and meals, waiving all expenses. The next morning, in the office of the youth office leader, he greeted Zhou Rong with a smile, delivering good news. A meeting had been convened specifically to address her situation, and her spirit was deemed worthy of commendation. The youth office would assist her in completing the necessary formalities, thereby ensuring her arrangements were legitimate and proper, essentially providing her with a special opportunity. Zhou Rong was immensely grateful, promptly affirming that she would repay the people of this land with her actions. The The leader then inquired, "Do you know where your father has been assigned?" Zhou Rong mentioned the location of Feng Huaqing's assignment, stating, "This is the last place he communicated from. Although they operate in a mobile capacity, arriving here is sufficient for me." The leader cautioned her, "That area is quite impoverished. We may not be able to provide for you there." Zhou Rong, with a solemn expression, replied, "I did not come seeking comfort. Adversity will only fortify my resolve." After the leader listened, he stepped outside to make a phone call, seeking detailed information about that area. Upon returning, he smiled and informed her that she would be assigned to Jinba village. It turned out that the leader had learned that life in Jinba village had been relatively manageable in recent years, making it the most favorable rural location for her assignment. 2 days later, Zhou Rong arrived with her luggage at this remote mountain village, becoming the first educated youth in the community. Jinba village had benefited from the construction of the third front, with a newly built cement road located 20 miles away and a freight train station nearby, which was primarily used for transporting supplies to the third front rather than for passenger travel. Not far from the station were the construction command center, supply warehouses, truck parking lots, a hospital, and shops, collectively forming a bustling little town, vibrant with the movement of vehicles and people, a place that became a dream city for the surrounding villagers. Here, Zhou Rong's longed-for soulmate, the poet Feng Huaqing, was undergoing labor reform, working as a porter at the freight station. In those days of limited communication, Zhou Rong dared not openly inquire about the whereabouts of the Black Five categories individuals. All contact between her and Feng Huaqing had to rely on cautious correspondence. Ultimately, they were able to meet a year after Zhou Rong had arrived in Jinba village as an educated youth. Meanwhile, on Li Suwa's side, aside from the troubling matter of her daughter Zhou Rong, the rest was filled with cheer. After coming out from a household with Aunt Xiao, she couldn't help but voice her complaints. Why are the people in that family so stubborn? They refuse to let their son go to the countryside, insisting on waiting a year until their daughter graduates from junior high before sending her off. It's truly foolish. Zhou's mother, however, maintained a positive outlook and advised, "We must understand and be patient. We can't rush things." Aunt Xiao sighed helplessly, recalling her own daughter's situation, and lamented, "The streets said they would arrange jobs, but there's still no news. My daughter Chunyan graduated 2 months ago and spends her days playing around. I'm really worried she might be led astray." Zhou's mother continued to comfort her, "Don't worry. The streets have promised that they will arrange jobs as soon as there are openings. Patience is key." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xiao remarked, "You're not anxious, but how did your son Bingkun end up at the publishing house? Surely, there's some inside connection. The ones who go there are all well educated, and Bingkun's grades weren't particularly impressive." It turned out that shortly after graduating, a cadre from the publishing house had visited and offered him a job notification. Officially, it was said to be a reward for his bravery. But this explanation was hard to believe. Without connections, one wouldn't even get close to the publishing house. Hearing Aunt Xiao's words, Zhou's mother smiled even more brightly. It was indeed a remarkable situation. Her younger son had just graduated, and she had originally planned to take him to the streets to seek opportunities. After all, a 16 or 17-year-old lad shouldn't be cooped up at home. Moreover, it aligned with the government's job placement criteria. Before she could take any action, one morning, 2 guests arrived at her home, introducing themselves as the chief editor and a personnel officer from the magazine Red Gear. As Zhou Mu listened to their conversation, she was astounded to hear her son, Zhou Bingkun, articulately engaging in the discussion, with both parties displaying utmost politeness. Eventually, the personnel officer presented an employment notification to Zhou Bingkun, informing him to report to the editorial department of Red Gear within a week. Zhou Mu was momentarily stunned. Once the guests departed, she couldn't help but take the notification, examining it repeatedly. Despite her illiteracy, she found the small piece of paper remarkably appealing. Later, Zhou Bingkun revealed to her that it was thanks to Gong Wei's, the newly appointed police chief, who facilitated his connection with the leadership of the publishing house, enabling his transfer to work there. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu, emulating Zheng Mu's gestures, clasped her hands together and chanted phrases of gratitude to the deities, gesturing for quite some time. Subsequently, with great enthusiasm, she rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pound of pork, no longer wishing to be frugal, her heart brimming with joy. After purchasing the pork, Zhou Mu insisted on staying to have dinner with Zheng Wan after work, celebrating her son's newfound respectable position, which was conveniently close to home. More importantly, with her son now in such a role, he seemed well matched with Zheng Wan. During dinner, Zhou cautiously inquired. 1. What do you think of my son Kun? This was the first time she had asked with such confidence. Zheng Wan's face flushed instantly. She neither refused nor accepted, merely responding evasively, Auntie, we are still young. Zhou Bingkun chuckled. Mom, look, I'm not even 17 yet. You're being too hasty. Indeed, in July of 68. Zhou Bingkun was only 16 in actual years, 17 in nominal years. While he was approaching adulthood, it was not an urgent matter. Moreover, Zheng Wan was a year older than him, making them quite compatible. Chapter 86. Silence speaks volumes. The Jiangliao Provincial Publishing House stands as the largest publishing entity in Jiangliao Province, with the editorial department of Red Gear functioning as an independent segment housed in 2 rooms of an old 2-story building adjacent to the main office. Xiao Jingwen serves as the chief editor of this magazine, overseeing its overall style, positioning, and developmental trajectory, making decisions on significant topics and content. Additionally, he must coordinate various resources, including communication with other departments and external partners. The editorial team consists of an executive editor, copy editors, text editors, art editors, and proofreaders, each chief editor and editor being accompanied by an assistant, with 2 general staff members also present in the department. Zhou Bingkun is the assistant to Xiao Jingwen, assisting him in managing various complex tasks, earning a respectable salary of 42 yuan, which is not the lowest tier in the department. Certainly, Zhou Bingkun contributes a poem to the magazine with each issue. Although there is no payment for manuscripts, the editorial department provides a subsidy that varies in amount, resulting in an income of approximately 50 yuan each month. In this era, such an income is indeed considerable. Additionally, under the pen name Sunshine, his poetry published in Golden Gear has elicited a fervent response throughout the province. His works are largely apolitical, focusing on themes of positivity, infused with romanticism and uplifting philosophies of life. They have been widely reprinted by major newspapers and magazines across the nation. With an influx of letters from readers pouring in like snowflakes, the editorial staff, under the directive of the chief editor, maintains strict confidentiality regarding Zhou Bingkun's identity. In this somewhat bizarre society, concealing one's identity is the wisest option. Although Zhou Bingkun is relatively young, he possesses a mature mindset and agrees with this approach, as it serves as a form of protection for him. Zhou Bingkun's responsibilities in the editorial department include reading reader correspondence, engaging in literary and poetic creation, and continually learning and accumulating knowledge. The editorial department also benefits, as only magazines that produce results gain the attention of higher authorities. This is well understood by all within the department. Zhou Bingkun's poetry serves as a powerful tool for attracting readership to Red Gear. His role here is quite liberating. He has a dedicated small office where he enjoys the same privileges as the editors, filled with reader letters and books he wishes to peruse. One of the staff members entered his office, approached Zhou Bingkun's desk, and gently tapped the surface, producing a crisp sound that startled him from his reading. Editor, Xiao wants you to come by. It seems there is a task for you, the staff member relayed with a smile. Oh, thank you, Zhou Bingkun responded, closing his book, rising promptly, and expressing his gratitude before heading towards Xiao Jingwen's office. Inside the chief editor's office, Xiao Jingwen handed Zhou Bingkun a letter of cooperation. It was a political task from the Provincial Revolutionary Committee, in conjunction with the Provincial Military District, to celebrate the August 1st festival. Zhou Bingkun accepted it with a puzzled expression, lowering his gaze to examine the contents of the document. Regarding the request for personnel to assist in the preparations for the August 1st celebration, as the August 1st festival approaches, to fervently celebrate the glorious holiday of the People's Army and to vigorously promote the fine tradition of supporting the military and loving the people. The Jiangliao Provincial August 1st Celebration Preparation Group is diligently advancing various preparatory tasks. After careful consideration, we hereby request your esteemed organization to provide substantial support by temporarily assigning 5 comrades with cultural literacy and artistic background to assist in our work. The assignment period will commence from start date to end date. We hope your organization can fully recognize the significance of this event and actively cooperate with us to facilitate the personnel assignment. Please return the list of assigned personnel to the preparation group by the specified date. Thank you for your support and cooperation. Jiangliao Provincial August 1st Celebration Preparation Group. Date, Xiao Jingwen smiled and said, our editorial department has been allocated 1 slot. Unfortunately, you are the only one available, so you will represent our department this time. Zhou Bingkun's face clouded with concern. Chief Editor Xiao, Are you merely paying lip service to the preparation committee? I know nothing about this. Do not underestimate yourself. Though others may not recognize it, I am well aware of your talents. Cast aside any burdens of thought. When you join the organizing committee, simply do as you are directed. Zhou Bingkun is also creating an opportunity for Zhou Bingkun to develop. Unable to decline, Zhou Bingkun reluctantly agreed. Participating in such a significant political event serves as a valuable experience for him. After work, Zhou Bingkun rode his bicycle towards the soy sauce factory. The journey from the publishing house to the factory took merely a little over 10 minutes. Zheng Wan would wait for him for a while before riding back with him. The young workers at the factory sighed continuously, lamenting that the factory flour had been taken. A young lady openly perched herself on a young man's bicycle, suggesting either a marital bond or a romantic relationship. This bicycle, a gift from his mother, Li Suhua, was given to Zhou Bingkun as a reward for securing such a commendable job, alleviating her worries and enhancing her pride. When the striking 280 bicycle appeared at the factory entrance, it inevitably drew sighs from onlookers, who felt pity for the factory's handsome lads. As the factory flower had chosen a rather unremarkable suitor, Zheng Wan had grown accustomed to sitting on the back seat of the bicycle in plain sight of others. Although she still bore a hint of shyness, her heart brimmed with sweetness. As the bicycle glided steadily along, Zhou Bingkun glanced back and mentioned, "I have been temporarily assigned to the Municipal August 1st Celebration Preparation Team. My work hours may become irregular." After a moment of silence, Zheng Wan replied, "I used to walk back alone. The security has improved significantly now. Once I join the preparation team, I'll understand the specifics. Besides, I'm merely going there to pass the time, so it might not be overly demanding." Zhou Bingkun's voice resonated clearly. "Also, regarding Guangming's trip to Beijing for his eye treatment in August, your family should begin the paperwork. Don't let it become a last-minute rush." The People's Hospital of Jichuan City had facilitated a connection with a doctor at a Beijing hospital, confirming that they could perform the necessary surgery. Thus, Zheng Wan and Zhou Bingkun decided that in early August, they would accompany Zheng Guangming to seek medical attention in Beijing. Zheng Wan had already submitted her leave request to the factory, and approval was expected within the next few days. Zhou Bingkun's situation was even simpler. Leveraging his relationship with Zhao Jingwen, he could easily obtain a letter of introduction under the pretext of gathering materials for an outing. The hospital estimated the cost to be around 100 yuan. Zheng Wan's recent wages were nearly sufficient, with only a slight shortfall that Zhou Bingkun would happily cover. It was not a significant issue. Quietly, Zheng Wan shifted her hand from the bicycle's rear frame to his waist, her face resting gently against his back. Where silence spoke volumes. Chapter 87, Selecting Programs as of July 10th. Only 20 days remained until the August 1st celebration, and the formation of this preparation team had been exceedingly hurried. The Provincial Revolutionary Committee and the Provincial Military District had only recently decided to host this celebratory event. At times, the shifts in directives from higher authorities occur so swiftly that those below genuinely find themselves at a loss. In the words of the committee members, time is of the essence, and the tasks are formidable. The artistic talents and political workers drawn from various units must all be present today to facilitate the allocation of responsibilities. First, we must establish the framework and coordinate the diverse forces involved, ensuring the successful execution of this event. The leadership of the organizing committee convened several meetings, addressing every detail with meticulous care. It is imperative to devise a comprehensive plan and allocate personnel judiciously. This grand occasion, a collaborative celebration between the military and civilians, has seen the preliminary outline of the agenda set. On the day of the August 1st celebration, the opening ceremony will encompass the determination of the event's time, location, and agenda, along with arrangements for speeches by dignitaries and the preparation of their addresses. Following the opening ceremony, an artistic performance will take place, showcasing military-themed and contemporary pieces through song, dance, skits, and folk arts. Next is the commendation ceremony, where exemplary soldiers and distinguished collectives will be recognized, with awards and prizes prepared accordingly. Finally, the event will culminate in a closing ceremony. Outside the venue, a military exhibition will be simultaneously open to the public, displaying military hardware, historical photographs, and models, thereby promoting the glorious traditions and achievements of the armed forces. The day after August 1st will feature a joint celebration, including sports competitions and artistic performances that encourage camaraderie between the military and civilians. On the third day, military district leaders and provincial officials will conduct visits to express their gratitude, preparing gifts for veterans, disabled soldiers, and families of fallen heroes. Simultaneously, promotional efforts will be undertaken through various channels, including newspapers, radio, and bulletin boards, to convey the significance of the Armed Forces Day and outline the event's arrangements. Logistic support will be strengthened, encompassing venue setup, sound equipment adjustments, and catering arrangements. Security measures will be enhanced, with a safety plan established to ensure order and the well-being of attendees. The organization of the masses will be conducted in an orderly fashion, mobilizing and encouraging public participation to foster a vibrant festive atmosphere. Kai Xiaowang has also been appointed to the organizing committee and, owing to his extensive experience in event coordination, has taken on the role of deputy leader. The committee is chaired by high-ranking officials from the military district and the provincial government. Several subcommittees have been formed, each tasked with various responsibilities, such as managing the performance venue, organizing participants, overseeing equipment and props, among others, totaling 7 or 8 groups. The group leaders are responsible for maintaining the overarching direction, while the specific tasks are executed by the various deputy leaders. Kai Xiaowang is in charge of the performance program group, led by the Minister of the Provincial Revolution Committee's propaganda department, who coordinates the assembly of performers, with Kai Xiaowang and a troop leader from the military arts troop serving as deputy leaders. They are responsible for rehearsals, coordination, and the actual performance. Kai Xiaowang and the troop leader have delineated their duties, with the latter focusing on the significant performances scheduled for the day of the event. Featuring professional actors from the military arts troupe, Kai Xiaowang, on the other hand, is tasked with the artistic performances for the joint celebration the following day, which will involve cultural groups from various units and factories. For instance, the tractor factory where Kai Xiaowang works has its own cultural group participating in the performances. Alongside a 2-person sketch reported by a local village, a folk dance organized by residents from a community office, and songs or poetry recitations selected from local schools. In the midst of a plethora of diverse performances, Kai Xiaowang endeavored to select the most outstanding programs, followed by a series of preparations including rehearsals and direction. His team consisted of 7 or 8 members, and he had also brought in Zhou Bingkun, who had a tendency to shy away from challenges, but was now assigned to his group. This group was designated as the folk performance team. Kai Xiaowang and his team devoted 2 days to review the performance troops and programs organized by various units, after which they convened a meeting. The office of the folk performance team was spacious, occupying a classroom in a school that was currently being utilized for rehearsals during the summer break. In the meeting hall, Kai Xiaowang took the lead, raising the performance list in his hand and stating, "There are over 30 programs submitted by various units. For the 2 small outdoor artistic exhibitions, 15 or 16 performances will suffice. Let us share our thoughts and opinions." The selection criteria for the performances required them to be visually appealing, entertaining, and politically correct. The members of the group eagerly expressed their preferences, with some favoring one program while others favored another, resulting in a cacophony of voices and spirited debates. Kai Xiaowang tapped the table, urging discipline. "Let us maintain order. Please speak one at a time and present the programs you favor. We will tally the votes to see which performances have the most support." Under Kai Xiaowang's guidance, the meeting became more organized, and each member took turns sharing their opinions, while Kai Xiaowang recorded the results on the blackboard. When it was Zhou Bingkun's turn, he stated, "I am particularly fond of the 2-person performance from the village community and the poetry recitation from the first middle school." The team members were somewhat taken aback. The 2-person performance was deemed too simplistic, while the poetry recitation was considered insufficient to enliven the atmosphere, leading to fewer votes for those options. As the youngest member, Zhou Bingkun's preference for the rustic 2-person performance surprised many, prompting one member to remark, "The 2-person performance lacks sophistication, especially in such a significant exhibition. It could be quite embarrassing." Zhou Bingkun retorted, "The 2-person performance has a broad audience. If arranged properly, it can effectively energize the atmosphere. Moreover, we must consider the enthusiasm of our farming compatriots. We should include at least one program from the rural communes. Its political significance cannot be overlooked." This remark silenced the room, as it was indeed true that programs were submitted from various social strata, and it would be untenable to exclude those from the farming community during the performance. Kai Xiaowang nodded in agreement. "Zhou Bingkun is correct. Let's refrain from labeling the 2-person performance as lowbrow. Such sentiments may have negative repercussions." After a morning of deliberation, they finally settled on 16 programs. As the meeting neared its conclusion, Zhou Bingkun added, Should we prepare a contingency plan in case of heavy rain on August 2nd, preventing the performance from taking place? This query extended the meeting by half an hour, but they failed to reach a conclusion. Kai Staoguang suggested reporting the issue to the higher-ups to see how they would arrange it. Chapter 88. The Battle of Chosen Reservoir. Once the programs were finalized, each team member was assigned to oversee the rehearsals for 1 or 2 performances. Zhou Bingkun was predictably tasked with monitoring the 2-person performance and the poetry recitation. The performing team of the rural commune, consisting of 8 individuals, presented a humble yet endearing rendition of the traditional ardent, with only 2 performers donning specialized costumes. Zhou Bingkun engaged in dialogue with the team leader and conducted a makeup rehearsal to assess the performance's visual impact. The leader expressed immense gratitude, recognizing the honor of being invited to perform at such a significant provincial event, particularly thanking Zhou Bingkun for securing this opportunity. He promptly directed the team to commence preparations. As the name suggests, ardent is an art form that amalgamates various performance modalities, including dialogue, singing, and dance. The performers sing and dance simultaneously, with the handkerchief dance and fan dance serving as quintessential representations of this genre. The artists skillfully maneuver handkerchiefs and fans to complement their singing, enhancing the rhythm and aesthetic appeal of the performance. The ardent piece titled Double Competition, created in 1965, showcases the spirited contest among militia teams, reflecting the theme of labor intertwined with arms through a competitive display between the 5th Company, led by Zhang Hongfan and Yu Zuoyan. This performance encapsulates the vibrant spirit of the northern populace, aligning perfectly with the event's theme. The 2 performers, both in their 20s, exuded vitality as they donned their costumes in the classroom center. The male performer wore a traditional dark blue top crafted from coarse cloth, symbolizing masculine steadiness, paired with patterned trousers typical in northern folk culture, reflecting a rich regional style. His comfortable handmade cloth shoes facilitated various movements during the performance. The female performer sported a delicate hairstyle adorned with a small flower at the end of her braid, enhancing the performance's charm. She wore a blue top with white trim, featuring simple decorative embroidery at the collar, cuffs, and hem, complemented by a brightly colored waist pouch embroidered with various patterns. Her vibrant red trousers captivated the audience's attention, while her convenient footwear allowed for ease of movement on stage. The ensemble included instrumentalists playing the swola, banhu, eru, drums, and gongs. As the leader signaled the commencement, the 2 performers began their handkerchief routine in synchrony with the instruments. Following a crisp note from the banhu, they struck their poses, and the female performer initiated the song with a resonant call that echoed through the mountains. Zhou Bingkun watched with rapt attention and, upon the conclusion of the performance, offered effusive praise. He communicated with the leader and performers, advising them to confine their performance to 12 minutes, encouraging them to distill the most captivating segments for presentation. The recitation segment was simpler, involving a guiding teacher and a student reciting the chosen piece. Once they confirmed the content and duration, Zhou's organizational tasks were deemed complete, leaving the performers ample time for practice. The Provincial Revolutionary Committee and the Provincial Military District placed significant emphasis on this event, dedicating substantial human and material resources to personnel selection, program curation, procedural arrangements, and safety measures. After several days of rehearsals, the organizing committee officially commenced the dress rehearsal. Zhou Bingkun was likewise caught up in the whirlwind of activity. This large-scale event revealed numerous issues during the rehearsal, making overtime work a common occurrence. Finally, on the day of the August 1st celebration, Zhou Bingkun arrived at the venue by 6 in the morning. On the first day of the event, he was assigned to maintain order at the entrance of the opening ceremony in the sports hall. Representatives of the military and civilians from various regions within the province entered, followed by leaders from various units, culminating with the arrival of officials from the Provincial Revolutionary Committee and the Provincial Military District. The opening ceremony commenced with speeches from the leaders, which were rather unremarkable, filled with platitudes and bureaucratic jargon that could easily induce drowsiness. The atmosphere became electrified when the cultural troops from various military divisions took the stage for their performances, eliciting continuous applause and excitement from the audience. In an era with limited entertainment options, such large-scale performances were highly sought after. The nearly 3-hour cultural extravaganza concluded successfully. Meanwhile, the large military exhibition outside the venue attracted numerous citizens, creating a lively scene. On the second day, the festivities reached a crescendo as the military-civilian gala officially commenced. Alongside local artistic performances, Kai Xiaowang led his team, coordinating the lineup of acts one after another. The expansive open-air sports arena was filled to capacity with military personnel and civilians. Zhou Bingkun's 2 assigned programs were among the first to perform successfully, allowing him to slip over to Kai Xiaowang's vicinity, where a temporary shelter in a corner of the arena housed essential sound equipment. This area, somewhat obscured from view, was quieter due to the fewer spectators. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when a sudden downpour began to fall from the sky, rendering the open-air performances impossible. Fortunately, the organizing team had contingency plans in place, having previously advised the audience to bring rain gear, while military personnel were equipped with raincoats. Additionally, a number of umbrellas had been prepared. At this moment, it was crucial to prevent the crowd from exiting, as the risk of a stampede loomed large. The rain arrived abruptly, and while the disciplined military personnel managed well with their raincoats, the civilian crowd was more chaotic, with those who had umbrellas remaining calm, while others without them resembled headless flies, ready to scatter in confusion. Kai Xiaowang, holding the microphone, urged his comrades to remain calm and not to move about erratically, assuring them that staff would distribute umbrellas and raincoats. His voice echoed throughout the venue, gradually soothing the unrest among the audience, who were inclined to follow his instructions. Should chaos ensue, a stampede could have catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, staff members distributed umbrellas to those without rain gear, and some huddled under shared umbrellas, trying to shield themselves from the downpour. As the rain persisted with no sign of abating, restlessness began to creep back into the crowd, causing concern for the organizing committee, who were hesitant to organize an exit in the rain. In a moment of inspiration, Zhou Bingkun seized the microphone that Kai Xiaowang had set down and exclaimed loudly, "Comrades, you have worked hard. What is there to fear from a little rain? Think of the soldiers who fought in the Korean War. What does this minor rain amount to? I shall now recount a significant battle between the American forces and our troops during the Korean War. Prior to the commencement of this battle, the Americans were utterly incredulous that thousands could lie in ambush amidst the frigid, snow-laden landscape. The tale of the chosen reservoir unfolds from this point. On November 6, 1950, American troops launched a comprehensive offensive into Korea along 2 fronts. The Western Front was manned by the famed Marine Corps, while the Eastern Front featured the elite 1st Marine Division, where the Battle of Chosin Reservoir would transpire. Here, the 9th Corps of the People's Volunteer Army faced off against the 10th Army Group, predominantly comprised of the Marine Division. Let us not dwell on the events of the Western Front. Should the 10th Army Group penetrate the Chosin Reservoir, they could encircle the Volunteer Army on the Western Front. Thus, the outcome of the battle at Chosin Reservoir was pivotal to the overall success on the Western Front. The terrain of Chosin Reservoir was treacherous, an ideal setting for an ambush. However, the capability to appear there was paramount. When the 10th Army Group arrived at Chosin Reservoir, both the commanding general and the cautious commander of the Marine Division believed it impossible for an ambush to exist under such harsh weather conditions. Conversely, the 9th Corps of the Volunteer Army, having been hastily deployed to Korea with little preparation, was inadequately equipped for winter warfare. They had discarded all heavy weaponry during their hurried entry. From November 7th to 9th, the 9th Corps stealthily crossed the Yalu River in 3 contingents, clandestinely infiltrating the Chosin Reservoir area without any logistical support. The soldiers relied solely on the rations they had carried from their departure, clad in thin cotton garments. While the temperature frequently plummeted to -30°C, they could not travel by day for fear of detection by American reconnaissance aircraft and thus advanced swiftly under the cover of night. The 9th Corps suffered numerous frostbite casualties. Each time they lay down to rest, some would not rise again. The entire journey was undertaken on foot, and the inability to light fires meant there was no warmth, compounded by radio silence. On November 25th, reports were sent to headquarters confirming that the 9th Corps had reached its designated location, quietly assembling beneath the very eyes of the Marine Division. On the night of November 27th, taking advantage of the American slumber, signal flares illuminated the sky, heralding the charge of the Volunteer Army. After days of concealment, tens of thousands of our troops launched a surprise assault on the unsuspecting Marine Division. The charging soldiers could not run swiftly, their legs having succumbed to the biting cold. Although they managed to encircle the Americans and execute a sudden strike, annihilating the Marine Division proved exceedingly difficult. The Americans rapidly organized a counteroffensive, and under the relentless barrage of their artillery, our forces suffered grievous losses. This marked the first instance where the Americans encountered a force that could not be dispersed by artillery fire. If the daylight belonged to the Americans, then the night was the realm of the volunteer army. After a night of fierce combat, our forces captured several positions, albeit at a tremendous cost. As dawn broke, the American commander reported that his troops had been fragmented into 5 separate units, with their retreat route severed. The commander of the Marine Division understood that if night fell again and the charge of the volunteer army resounded, their fate would be sealed. Likewise, the volunteer army comprehended that facing the world's most advanced military, the prospect of total annihilation was unattainable. In addition to the disparity in equipment, the American numbers far exceeded expectations. In addition to the 1st Marine Division, there were also the 7th Division of the United States and several South Korean forces, amounting to a combined strength of approximately 30,000 troops. The American forces formed a circular defensive line with their tanks, while the soldiers crouched behind them, preparing to break through. The People's Volunteer Army not only had to contend with the well-equipped American troops, but also faced an intangible adversary, the harsh weather, which rendered many of their weapons inoperable due to freezing conditions. The commanders of the Volunteer Army resolved that since total annihilation was unattainable, they would first eliminate the enemy in Xingxingli before advancing on Tangli and Shi Street. By November 30th, the 27th Army had amassed 2 divisions and 5 regiments to encircle and annihilate what was known as the Polar Bear Regiment, the 31st Regiment of the U.S. 7th Division. This marked the only instance in the entirety of the Korean War where a complete American reinforced regiment was decisively defeated. After the intense battle, both sides focused their attention on a small town named Shi Street, which also housed the command center of the U.S. 1st Marine Division, where a temporary airstrip was under construction. Should the volunteer army capture Shi Street, it would completely sever the American troops' retreat. However, facing the overwhelming firepower of the Americans, the volunteer army managed to secure only the eastern high ground after a night of combat. As dawn broke, the volunteer army was compelled to adopt a defensive stance. The defense was entrusted to the 3rd Company of the 172nd Regiment of the 58th Division, commanded by Yang Jinsi. Aside from a few frozen potatoes in their pockets, the soldiers were loaded with grenades. At daybreak, the American forces commenced an artillery barrage, accompanied by aerial bombardments of incendiary devices. The initial American assault was swiftly repelled by the concentrated grenades from the volunteer army. Subsequently, the Americans escalated their bombardment, with 8 tanks joining the fray. Lacking heavy weaponry, Commander Yang Jinsi personally led his men with explosives to destroy the nearest tank. By 10 a.m., the high ground was littered with American bodies. Meanwhile, the numbers of the volunteer army dwindled, leaving only Commander Yang, a platoon leader, and an injured soldier. Yang instructed the platoon leader to take the wounded soldier down the hill to report to the battalion commander while he remained to defend the position. As the Americans launched another charge, silence enveloped the battlefield. When the American forces reached the summit, a volunteer soldier seemingly emerged from the ground, charging at them with explosives. The American flag was soon seen flying high in the sky. Yang Jinsi, aged 28, became a source of pride for his comrades, and the company he served in has since been named after him. On another front, the beleaguered volunteer army, lacking heavy artillery, was unable to seize Shi Street. Subsequently, the 1st Marine Division began a full retreat, with the division commander ultimately conceding defeat, an exceedingly rare retreat order in American military history. Other American troops also withdrew to Shi Street, marking the commencement of the harrowing retreat from Chosin Reservoir. The commanders of the volunteer army, discerning the battlefield dynamics, anticipated the retreat and arranged ambushes along the American withdrawal routes. With each step the Americans retreated, they paid a heavy price. In a place ominously known as Death Eagle Ridge, fierce combat erupted on the 27th, as the 177th Regiment of the 59th Division fought for 5 days without any resupply. On December 3rd, a cold front descended, plummeting temperatures to a chilling -40 degrees. The gunfire on the position of the 177th Regiment diminished gradually, ultimately ceasing entirely. The heroes of the 177th Regiment lay frozen upon the battlefield. Even in the moment of sacrifice, they maintained their combat stances. The American forces, having narrowly traversed Eagle Ridge, evacuated their wounded to Japan via a makeshift airfield, while the remaining troops continued their southern retreat with minimal equipment. This retreat, however, was not without its toll, as the pace had barely exceeded 500 meters in the previous hour. At last, near the Suez Bridge, the 1st Marine Division found itself confined to a small area, with the volunteer army having successfully destroyed the bridge twice on December 1st and 4th. Subsequently, The Americans repaired it, only for the volunteers to obliterate it a third time. This time even demolishing the bridge's piers. Nevertheless, the Americans had commissioned 8 sets of steel bridge components and large parachutes in Japan. On December 7th, 8 large transport aircraft airdropped these steel components onto the Suez Bridge, erecting a steel bridge in a single day. Over 1,500 American vehicles and tanks utilized this bridge for a successful retreat, while the combat capabilities of the volunteer army had reached their limit. As the Americans withdrew from the Suez Bridge, the protracted Battle of Chosin Reservoir, lasting nearly a month, drew to a close. The battle resulted in nearly 20,000 casualties for the volunteer army, with 30,000 suffering from frostbite and over 1,000 perishing from the cold, while inflicting 360,000 enemy casualties and driving the coalition forces back to the 38th parallel. Throughout the Battle of Chosin Reservoir, there were many units like the ice-sculpted battalion at Eagle Ridge, lying motionless in the snow until their last breaths. I believe they have returned to their homeland, where warm blankets await them. And I am certain they silently blessed the descendants of New China, wishing them well. Their generation fought for 3 generations, and they shall remain immortal. Chapter 89. The storyteller's voice fell silent, and a thunderous applause erupted, resounding endlessly. Despite the continuous rain drenching the stadium, every umbrella was closed. In this world, nothing inspires more than exemplary figures, and everyone felt immense pride in having such valiant soldiers. Leaders from the Provincial Revolutionary Committee and Military District promptly dispatched personnel to facilitate an orderly exit. The audience cooperated wholeheartedly, undeterred by the frigid temperatures of -30 degrees. What was a little rain to them? Naturally, the program could not proceed as planned, and today's event concluded prematurely. Yet no one lamented the rain's disruption. Instead, they expressed that they had experienced an uplifting recounting of heroic deeds in the rain, which had been nothing short of magnificent. Kai Xiaowang slapped Zhou Bingkun on the arm, exclaiming in astonishment, "I never knew you had this talent." "Well done, you articulated it beautifully." Zhou Bingkun, having also braved the rain, completed his task and, after exchanging greetings with Kai Xiaowang, donned a raincoat and rode home. His mother had gone visiting again, her spirits remarkably high, receiving numerous compliments. She adeptly resolved neighborhood disputes with fairness and impartiality, unafraid to admonish the unreasonable, making her particularly well-liked. She rarely returned before mealtime. After Zhou Bingkun finished washing up at home, he sat in the courtyard, contemplating various matters. The day after tomorrow, I will accompany Zheng Wan and Zheng Guangming to the capital. Zheng Guangming's eyesight can no longer be delayed. The antibiotic eye drops merely postpone the inevitable. Yet the situation continues to deteriorate. The physicians at Jichuan City People's Hospital have confirmed that following the surgery in the capital, he can return to the People's Hospital for postoperative recovery without any concerns. On August 3rd, Zhou Bingkun had to report to work in the morning. As he settled into his office, Editor-in-Chief Xiao Jingwen entered with a cheerful demeanor. He greeted Zhou Bingkun with a warm smile and approached him, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. After surveying the mountain of books on Zhou's desk and casually flipping through a few, he gestured for Zhou to take a seat while he pulled up a chair across from him. "Didn't he realize you had quite the collection here?" Xiao remarked. Zhou, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What brings you here, Editor Xiao? Do you have any instructions for me?" With a shake of his head, Xiao returned the question, "Can you tell stories?" Zhou laughed, "Are you joking? I'm no storyteller. As you know, my recounting of heroic deeds yesterday at the gym was a last-minute endeavor. In such scenarios, one must captivate the audience's attention without faltering." He then asked, "I didn't make any mistakes, did I?" "Certainly, mistakes were made," Xiao replied, still smiling. "Yesterday, the military district commander specifically called to commend your performance. The audience and soldiers present were quite impressed." Zhou chuckled, "Editor Xiao, I acted on a whim. I never anticipated such high praise. Just refrain from praising me too much. Avoiding punishment is sufficient." Their banter continued, with a friendly camaraderie evident between them. "Enough of your jesting," Xiao said, mockingly irritated. "Prepare a few more touching heroic tales for a presentation at the Provincial Military District. Let the political department review them. If they pass, you'll have plenty to do." Zhou raised his hands in surrender. "Editor Xiao, don't forget that I have a monthly poetry assignment to fulfill. If you push me into this, how will I complete my tasks? Those capable should bear more responsibilities." Xiao dismissed his protest. "By the way, I've taken leave for tomorrow to go to Beijing. Perfect timing for some brainstorming," Xiao replied, the cunning fox that he was, fully aware of Zhou's small tricks. After clarifying the details, Xiao hummed a tune as he left the office. Under his stewardship, the magazine Red Gears was flourishing. He harbored a private ambition. Once Zhou's stories passed the military district's scrutiny, he would enlist him to pen them for a special column in the magazine, sure to captivate readers. This strategy was flawless. Very well, since I have some free time, I'll gladly recount the deeds of our national heroes, filled with positive energy. Oh. The gratitude I owe to the internet of future generations and the plethora of influencers on Douyin, which have vastly enriched my reservoir of knowledge, allowing me to effortlessly draw upon heroic tales. Today, colleagues from the editorial department meandered past his office, either engaging in brief discussions about work or expressing curiosity about how he managed to be so audacious and eloquent the previous day. Eventually, he decided to leave early, heading to the soy sauce factory to await Zheng Wan. She began her leave this afternoon, and at noon, Zhou Bingkun came to pick her up from work. With time still on their side, the gatekeeper at the soy sauce factory glanced at the young man leaning against his bicycle and called out, "Hey, comrade, you're early? There's still over an hour until quitting time." "Oh, my friend, I hope I'm not causing you any inconvenience," Zhou Bingkun replied as he approached the gate. Engaging in light conversation with the security guard, "The leadership at my unit is quite accommodating. They allowed me to leave early, so here I am waiting." "Your unit leader is truly commendable," the guard exclaimed. "Young man, which organization do you work for?" "I'm with the provincial publishing house, just doing some odd jobs," Zhou Bingkun modestly answered. "A cultured individual. Impressive," the guard remarked, feeling increasingly warm toward him, thinking he would make a fine match with the factory's belle. A harmonious pairing of talent and beauty. Their casual banter made the time pass swiftly, and before they knew it, the noon bell had rung. Amidst the envious or complex gazes of her colleagues at the factory, Zheng once skillfully perched herself on the back seat of Zhou Bingkun's bicycle, her right hand instinctively grasping the hem of his shirt. The train tickets had long been procured, and the afternoon was reserved for packing in preparation for their journey the following day. Nowadays, venturing out is not easy. Bringing along extra items can save some money. Zheng Wan had become quite comfortable visiting Zhou Bingkun's home, where Li Suhua welcomed her for lunch. Afterward, Zheng Wan helped Zhou Bingkun pack his clothes and toiletries into a travel bag. "I've already prepared everything for my outing with Guangming. It hasn't been long, really," Zheng once said to Zhou Bingkun. "Guangming has tea rested well these past few days," Li Suhua reminded them, cautioning them to be careful on their trip, as she had heard that trains could be quite perilous. After assisting Zhou Bingkun with his luggage, Zheng Wan followed him out of the courtyard, riding the bicycle back home.